Fear doesn't announce itself. It doesn't knock on your door. It doesn't warn you. It waits. In the flicker of a light you swore was steady. In the pause before someone finishes a sentence. In the face of stranger who looks almost right, almost normal, but not quite. You know this feeling, don't you? That cold whisper at the base of your spine when something ordinary suddenly feels wrong, when a familiar room feels like it belongs to someone else, when you look at your reflection and for just a moment you are not sure it's looking back. This is where the real horror lives, not in castles, not in graveyards, not in places you will never go. It lives in your kitchen, your office, your television screen, your own mind. And no one understands this better than Stephen King. Welcome. Whether you are listening in the dark on a long drive or in the quiet hours when the world sleeps around you, you've made a choice. You have chosen to step into the shadows. And I am here to walk with you, just for a moment, before the stories begin. What you are about to hear is a collection. Four stories, four doorways, four journeys into places that look like the world you know, but are not quite. The book is called If It Bleeds. And before we begin, I want to prepare you, not with warnings, with understanding. Because this story will ask something of you. They will ask you to feel, to remember, to face truths you might prefer to leave buried. Let's talk about the man behind these words, Stephen King. You may know him already. Perhaps you grew up with his books on your shelf. Perhaps you saw his stories on the screen, films, and shows that have shaped the way we think about fear. Or perhaps this is your first time. Either way, you should know who is guiding you. Stephen King has been writing for every 50 years. 50 years of nightmares made real. 50 years of ordinary people facing extraordinary darkness. But here's what makes him different from so many others who write about terror. He doesn't just scare you, he knows you. He knows what it's like to be the kid who doesn't fit in, the parent who would do anything to protect their child, the widow staring at an empty chair, the addict who can't escape their own worst impulses, the dreamer, the doubter, the survivor. King writes about monsters, yes, but the monsters are never really the point, the people are. The fragile, stubborn, frightened, brave, broken people trying to make sense of a world that doesn't always make sense. That's why his work endures. That's why, after all these decades, we keep coming back. Because he tells us the truth, and the truth is often terrifying. If It Bleeds is not a novel, it's a collection for novellas. Stories too long to be short, too short to be epic, but exactly the right length to pull you under and hold you there. Each world is its own world, its own set of rules, its own particular brand of dread. Some of these stories are supernatural, some are not. Some feature beings that should not exist. Others feature only humans, which, as you will discover, can be just as frightening. King has said that the novella is his favorite form, long enough to breathe, short enough to consume in one sitting. And when you listen to this, you will understand why. There is an intimacy here, a closeness, like someone sitting across from you in a dim room, leaning forward, speaking just loudly enough for you to hear, telling you something they probably shouldn't, something true, something terrible. That's what awaits you. Now, before we step through the door, let me tell you what these stories are really about. On the surface, you will find violence, mystery, death, grief, the supernatural brushing against the mundane. But beneath its surface, these stories are about what it means to be human in a world that often feels inhuman. They are about loss, the kind that hollows you out, the kind you carry even when you think you have moved on. They are about violence, not just the act, but the echo, the way it ripples through lives, through families, through generations. They are about truth, the truth we seek, the truth we hide from, the truths that find us anyway. And they are about fear itself, what we are afraid of, why we are afraid, and what happened when we finally face the thing we have been running from. Think about that for a moment. What scares you? Not the easy answer. not spiders or heights or public speaking. What really scares you? Losing the person you love most, becoming someone you don't recognize, finding out that the world is crueler than you believed, or worse, finding out that you are crueler than you believed. These are the questions King's stories ask, not loudly, not all at once, but quietly, persistently in the spaces between the words. Here's something important to understand. Stephen King is often called a horror writer, and he is. But a label is too small, too simple. Because what King really writes about is the human heart. The horror is just the pressure, the crisis, the dark mirror that forces these characters and us to see what we are made of. And if it bleeds, you will find terror, yes. But you will also find love, real love, the kind that survives loss, the kind that makes people do impossible things. You will find guilt, heavy and unshakable, the weight of choices made and choices avoided. You will find regret, and in some corners, almost hidden, you will find hope, not the shiny, easy kind, the kind that grows in the dark, the kind that survives. This is what makes King's work last. He doesn't let you keep your distance. He makes you care about these people, and then he puts them in danger, and you can't look away. There is someone I want you to meet. Her name is Ollie Gibney. If you have encountered her before in other books or other stories, you already know why she matters. If you haven't, pay attention. Holly is not your typical hero. She is anxious, obsessive, socially awkward. She struggles with things that come easily to others. But she sees what others miss. She notices the details, the patterns, the wrongness that hides in plain sight. In the story that gives this collection its title, Holy faces something unlike anything she's faced before, something that wears a human face, something that fits on pale, and she is perhaps the only one who can stop it. I won't tell you more, but I will tell you this. Holly Gibney is one of Stephen King's most remarkable creations, not because she is strong in the usual ways, but because she is strong in the ways that matter, in the ways that cost something. Watch her, listen to her, and when the darkness closes in, trust her. One of King's greatest gifts is transformation. He takes the ordinary and makes it unbearable. A news broadcast, a phone call, a stranger's smile, a raid in the basement, a road you have driven 100 times. In his hands, these things become something else. The familiar becomes foreign, the safe becomes threatening. And suddenly, you are looking at your own world differently. That's the real trick, isn't it? After you read King, after you listen to King, you start to notice things, shadows that weren't there before, silence that lasts too long, faces that seem to be hiding something. He plants seeds and they grow. Long after the story ends, they grow. Maybe you have been reading Stephen King your whole life. Maybe you remember the first time one of his books kept you awake, heart pounding, afraid to turn the page and afraid not to. This collection is for you. It's King at his sharpest, his most intimate, his most unsettling. Or maybe you are new to this. Maybe you have heard the name, seen the movies, but never actually experienced his work firsthand. This is a perfect place to start. These stories are self contained. They don't require homework. They simply require your attention and your willingness to be afraid. Maybe you love audiobooks. Maybe that's something about listening, about surrendering control to a voice in the dark that speaks to you. Good. These stories were made for this, for whispered words, for shadows in your headphones, for the particular vulnerability of listening when you can't see what's coming. Whoever you are, whatever brought you here tonight, you belong. The darkness doesn't discriminate, it welcomes everyone. Before we begin, I want to leave you with some questions, not to answer, just to hold. Why are we drawn to fear? Think about it. You could be listening to anything right now, music, comfort, escape, but you chose this. You chose the dark. Why? Is it because fear makes us feel alive? Because the rush of terror reminds us that we exist, that we are fragile, that nothing is guaranteed. Is it because we need to practice to face imaginary horrors so we are ready for the real ones? Or is it something else, something harder to name? A hunger, a need, a part of us that doesn't want to look away? And here's another question. What scares us most? Is it the monster, or is it the moment before the monster appears? The not knowing, the waiting, the silence that stretches just a little too long. King understands this. He knows that dread is often worse than terror, that what we imagine is worse than what we see, and he uses this. He uses it brilliantly. So, as you listen, pay attention to the pauses, the hesitations, the moments when nothing is happening, something is always happening. We are almost there now. The door is ahead. I can feel you leaning in, listening closer. Good. That's exactly right. What you are about to hear is not comfortable. It's not safe. It's not designed to make you feel better about the world. It's designed to make you feel. And sometimes feeling means hurting. Sometimes feeling means fear. But in the hands of a master storyteller, even fear becomes something beautiful, something true, something you will carry with you long after the last words. So settle in. Dim the lights if you can. Let the world around you fall away. And prepare yourself, not for easy answers, not for happy endings, but the stories that matters. Stories that bleed. One last breath. Let's begin.
My hometown was just a village of 600 or so. It still is, although I have moved away. But we had the internet just like the big cities, so my father and I got less and less personal mail. Usually, all our mailman, Mr. Netto, brought was the weekly copy of Time magazine, flyers addressed to occupant or our friendly neighbors, and the monthly bills. But that changed starting in 2004. That was the year I turned 9 and began working for Mr. Harrigan up the hill. From then on, I could count on at least 4 envelopes hand-addressed to me each year. There was a Valentine's Day card in February, a birthday card in September, a Thanksgiving Day card in November, and a Christmas card either just before or just after the holiday. Inside each card was a $1 scratch ticket from the Maine State Lottery. The signature was always the same, "Good wishes from Mr. Harrigan." It was simple and formal. My father's reaction was always the same, too. He would laugh and give a good-natured roll of his eyes. "He's a cheapster," Dad said one day. This might have been when I was 11, a couple of years after the cards began arriving. "Pays you cheap wages and gives you a cheap bonus. Lucky devil tickets from Howie's." I pointed out that one of those 4 scratchers usually paid off a couple of bucks. When that happened, Dad collected for me at Howie's, because minors weren't supposed to play the lottery, even if the tickets were freebies. Once, when I hit it big and won $5, I asked Dad to buy me $5 more scratch-offs. He refused, saying if he fed my gambling addiction, my mother would roll over in her grave. "Harrigan doing it is bad enough," Dad said. "Besides, he should be paying you $7 an hour, maybe even $8. God knows he could afford it. $5 an hour may be legal since you're just a kid, but some would consider it child abuse." "I like working for him," I said, "and I like him, Dad." "I understand that," he said, "and it's not like reading to him and weeding his flower garden makes you a 21st century Oliver Twist, but he's still a cheapster. I'm surprised he's willing to spring for postage to mail those cards when it can't be more than a quarter of a mile from his mailbox to ours." We were on our front porch when we had this conversation, drinking glasses of Sprite. Dad cocked a thumb up our road, which was dirt like most of them in Harlow, toward Mr. Harrigan's house, which was really a mansion. It had an indoor pool, a conservatory, a glass elevator that I absolutely loved to ride in, and a greenhouse out back where there used to be a dairy barn. That was before my time, but Dad remembered it well. "You know how bad his arthritis is," I said. "Now he uses 2 canes instead of 1 sometimes. Walking down here would about kill him." "Then he could just hand the damn greeting cards to you," Dad said. There was no bite to his words. He was mostly just teasing. He and Mr. Harrigan got along all right. My dad got on all right with everyone in Harlow. I suppose that's what made him a good salesman. God knows you're up there enough. It wouldn't be the same, I said. No, why not? He asked. I couldn't explain. I had plenty of vocabulary thanks to all the reading I did, but not much life experience. I just knew I liked getting those cards. I looked forward to them, and to the lottery ticket I always scratched off with my lucky dime, and to the signature in his old-fashioned cursive, "Good wishes from Mr. Harrigan." Looking back, the word ceremonial comes to mind. It was like how Mr. Harrigan always wore one of his scrawny black ties when he and I drove to town. He did this even though he'd mostly just sit behind the wheel of his sensible Ford sedan, reading the Financial Times, while I went into the IGA and got the things on his shopping list. There was always corned beef hash on that list, and a dozen eggs. Mr. Harrigan sometimes said that a man could live perfectly well on eggs and corned beef hash once he had reached a certain age. When I asked him what that age would be, he said 68. When a man turns 68, he said, he no longer needs vitamins. Really, I asked. No, he said. I only say that to justify my bad eating habits. Did you or did you not order satellite radio for this car, Craig? I did, I replied. I had done it on Dad's home computer because Mr. Harrigan didn't have one. Then where is it? Mr. Harrigan asked. All I can get is that damn windbag Limbaugh. I showed him how to get to the XM radio. He turned the knob past 100 or so stations until he found one specializing in country music. It was playing Stand By Your Man. That song still gives me the chills, and I suppose it always will. On that day in my 11th year, as my dad and I sat drinking our Sprites and looking up at the big house, which was exactly what people in Harlow called it, the big house, as if it were a prison, I said getting snail mail is cool. Dad did his eye-roll thing. Email is cool, and cellular phones. Those things seem like miracles to me. You're too young to understand. If you'd grown up with nothing but a party line and 4 other houses on it, including Mrs. Edelson, who never shut up, you might feel differently. When can I have a cell phone? This was a question I'd asked a lot that year, more frequently after the first iPhones went on sale. When I decide you're old enough, he replied. Whatever, Dad. It was my turn to roll my eyes, which made him laugh. Then he grew serious. Do you understand how rich John Harrigan is? He asked. I shrugged. I know he used to own mills. He owned a lot more than mills, Dad said. Until he retired, he was the grand high poobah of a company called Oak Enterprises. It owned a shipping line, shopping centers, a chain of movie theaters, a telecom company, I don't know what all else. When it came to the big board, Oak was one of the biggest. What's the big board? I asked. Stock market, Dad said. Gambling for rich people. When Harrigan sold out, the deal wasn't just in the business section of the New York Times. It was on the front page. That guy who drives a 6-year-old Ford, lives at the end of a dirt road, pays you $5 an hour, and sends you a $1 scratch ticket 4 times a year is sitting on better than $1 billion. Dad grinned. And my worst suit, the one your mother would make me give to the Goodwill if she was still alive, is better than the one he wears to church. I found all of this interesting, especially the idea that Mr. Harrigan, who didn't own a laptop or even a TV, had once owned a telecom company and movie theaters. I bet he never even went to the movies. He was what my dad called a Luddite, meaning a guy who doesn't like gadgets. The satellite radio was an exception because he liked country music and hated all the ads on the local station, which was the only country station his car radio could pull in. Do you know how much $1 billion is, Craig? Dad asked. 100 million, right? I replied. Try 1,000 million, he said. Wow, I said, but only because a wow seemed called for. I understood $5, and I understood 500, which was the price of a used motor scooter for sale on the deep-cut road that I dreamed of owning. I also had a theoretical understanding of 5,000, which was about what my dad made each month as a salesman at a tractor and heavy machinery company. Dad was always getting his picture on the wall as Salesman of the Month. He claimed that was no big deal, but I knew better. When he got Salesman of the Month, we went to dinner at a fancy French restaurant. Wow is right, Dad said, and toasted the big house on the hill, with all those rooms that went mostly unused, and the elevator Mr. Harrigan loathed, but had to use because of his arthritis and sciatica. Wow is just about goddamn right. Before I tell you about the big money lottery ticket, and Mr. Harrigan dying, and the trouble I had with Kenny Yanko when I was a freshman, I should tell you about how I happened to go to work for Mr. Harrigan. It was because of church. Dad and I went to the First Methodist of Harlow, which was the only Methodist of Harlow. There used to be another church in town, the one the Baptists used, but it burned down in 1996. Some people shoot off fireworks to celebrate the arrival of a new baby, Dad said. I couldn't have been more than 4 then, but I remember it, probably because fireworks interested me. Your mom and I said to hell with that and burned down a church to welcome you, Craigster, and what a lovely blaze it made. Never say that, my mother said. He might believe you and burn one down when he has a kid of his own. They joked a lot together, and I laughed even when I didn't get it. The 3 of us used to walk to church together. Our boots would crunch through packed snow in winter, and our good shoes would puff up dust in summer, which my mom would wipe off with a tissue before we went inside. I always held Dad's hand on my left and Mom's on my right. She was a good mom. I still missed her badly in 2004 when I started working for Mr. Harrigan, although she had been dead for 3 years by then. Now, 16 years later, I still miss her, although her face has faded in my memory and photos only refresh it a little. What that song says about motherless children is true. They have a hard time. I loved my dad, and we always got along fine, but that song's right on another point, too. There's so many things your daddy can't understand. Like making a daisy chain and putting it on your head in the big field behind our house and saying that today you're not just any little boy, you're King Craig. Like being pleased, but not making it out to be a big deal when you start reading comic books at the age of 3. Like getting in bed with you if you wake up in the middle of the night from a bad dream. Like hugging you and telling you it's okay when some bigger boy beats the living shit out of you. I could have used one of those hugs on that day. A mother hug on that day might have changed a lot. Never boasting about being a precocious reader was a gift my parents gave me. It was the gift of learning early that having some talent doesn't make you better than the next fellow. But word got around, as it always does in small towns. When I was 8, Reverend Mooney asked me if I would like to read the Bible lesson on Family Sunday. Usually he got a high school boy or girl to do the honors, so it might have been the novelty of it that appealed to him. The reading was from the book of Mark that Sunday. After the service, the Reverend said, I'd done such a good job I could do it every week if I wanted. He says a little child shall lead them, I told Dad. It's in the book of Isaiah. My father grunted, as if that didn't move him much. Then he nodded. Fine, as long as you remember you're the medium, not the message. Huh? The Bible is the word of God, not the word of Craig, he explained, so don't get a big head about it. I said I wouldn't, and for the next 10 years, until I went off to college, where I learned to smoke dope, drink beer, and chase girls, I read the weekly lesson. Even when things were at their very worst, I did that. The Reverend would give me the scriptural reference a week in advance, chapter and verse, as the saying goes. Then, at Methodist Youth Fellowship on Thursday night, I'd bring him a list of the words I couldn't pronounce. As a result, I may be the only person in the state of Maine who can not only pronounce Nebuchadnezzar, but spell it. One of America's richest men moved to Harlow about 3 years before I started my Sunday job of delivering scripture to my elders. This was around the turn of the century, right after he sold his companies and retired, and before his big house was even completely finished. Mr. Harrigan attended church every week, dressed in his rusty black suit with the sagging seat, wearing one of his unfashionably narrow black ties, and with his thinning gray hair neatly combed. The rest of the week that hair went every which way, like Einstein's after a busy day of deciphering the cosmos. Back then he only used one cane, which he leaned on when we rose to sing hymns. I suppose I'll remember them until the day I die. That verse of the old rugged cross about water and blood flowing from Jesus' wounded side will always give me chills, just like the last verse of Stand By Your Man. Anyway, Mr. Harrigan didn't actually sing, which was good because he had kind of a rusty, shrieky voice, but he mouthed along. He and my dad had that in common. One Sunday in the fall of 2004, with all the trees burning with color, I read part of 2 Samuel. I did my usual job of sharing a message I hardly understood but knew Reverend Mooney would explain in his sermon. The beauty of Israel is slain upon thy high places. How are the mighty fallen? Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. When I sat down in our pew, Dad patted me on the shoulder and whispered in my ear, "You said a mouthful." I had to cover my mouth to hide a smile. The next evening, as we were finishing up the supper dishes, with Dad washing and me drying and putting away, Mr. Harrigan's Ford pulled into the driveway. His cane thumped up our steps, and Dad opened the door just before he could knock. Mr. Harrigan declined the living room and sat at the kitchen table, just like home folks. He accepted a Sprite when Dad offered, but declined a glass. "I take it from the bottle, the way my pa did," he said. He got right to the point, being a man of business. If my father approved, Mr. Harrigan said he'd like to hire me to read to him for 2 or perhaps 3 hours a week. For this, he would pay $5 an hour. He could offer another 3 hours worth of work, he said, if I would tend his garden a bit and do some other chores, such as snow shoveling the steps in winter and dusting what needed dusting year-round. 25, maybe even $30 a week, and half of it just for reading, which was something I would have done for free. I couldn't believe it. Thoughts of saving up for a motor scooter immediately rose to mind, even though I would not be able to ride one legally for another 7 years. It was too good to be true, and I was afraid my father would say no, but he didn't. "Just don't give him anything controversial," Dad said. "No crazy political stuff and no overboard violence. He reads like a grown-up, but he's just 9 and barely that." Mr. Harrigan gave him this promise, drank some of his Sprite, and smacked his leathery lips. "He reads well, yes, but that's not the main reason I want to hire him. He doesn't drone, even when he doesn't understand. I find that remarkable. Not amazing, but remarkable." He put his bottle down and leaned forward, fixing me with his sharp gaze. I often saw amusement in those eyes, but only seldom did I see warmth, and that night in 2004 wasn't one of them. "About your reading yesterday, Craig," he began. "Do you know what is meant by the daughters of the circumcised?" "Not really," I said. "I didn't think so, but you still got the right tone of anger and lamentation in your voice. Do you know what lamentation is, by the way?" he asked. "Crying and stuff," I replied. He nodded. "But you didn't overdo it. You didn't ham it up. That was good. A reader is a carrier, not a creator. Does Reverend Mooney help you with your pronunciation?" "Yes, sir, sometimes," I said. Mr. Harrigan drank some more Sprite and rose, leaning on his cane. "Tell him it's Ashkelon, not Ascalon. I found that unintentionally funny, but I have a very low sense of humor. Shall we have a trial run Wednesday at 3? Are you out of school by then?" I got out of Harlow Elementary at 2:30. "Yes, sir, 3 would be fine." "Shall we say until 4, or is that too late?" he asked. "That works," Dad said. He sounded bemused by the whole thing. "We don't eat until 6. I like to watch the local news." "Doesn't that play hell with your digestion?" Mr. Harrigan asked. Dad laughed, although I don't really think Mr. Harrigan was joking. "Sometimes it does. I'm not a fan of Mr. Bush." "He is a bit of a fool," Mr. Harrigan agreed, "but at least he's surrounded himself with men who understand business. 3 on Wednesday, Craig, and don't be late. I have no patience with tardiness." "Nothing risque either," Dad added. "Time enough for that when he's older." Mr. Harrigan also promised this. But I suppose men who understand business also understand that promises are easy to discard, since giving them is free. There was certainly nothing risque in Heart of Darkness, which was the first book I read for him. When we finished, Mr. Harrigan asked me if I understood it. I don't think he was trying to tutor me. He was just curious. "Not a whole lot," I said, but that guy Kurtz was pretty crazy. I got that much. There was nothing risque in the next book either. Silas Marner was just a borathon, in my humble opinion. The third one, however, was Lady Chatterley's Lover, and that was certainly an eye-opener. It was 2006 when I was introduced to Constance Chatterley and her randy gamekeeper. I was 10. All these years later, I can still remember the verses of The Old Rugged Cross, and just as vividly recall Mellors stroking the lady and murmuring, "Thou'rt nice." How he treated her is a good thing for boys to learn, and a good thing to remember. "Do you understand what you just read?" Mr. Harrigan asked me after one particularly steamy passage. Again, he was just curious. "No," I said, but that wasn't strictly true. I understood a lot more of what was going on between Ollie Mellors and Connie Chatterley in the woods than I did about what was going on between Marlowe and Kurtz down there in the Belgian Congo. Sex is hard to figure out, something I learned even before I got to college, but crazy is even harder. "Fine," Mr. Harrigan said, "but if your father asks what we're reading, I suggest you tell him Dombey and Son, which we're going to read next anyway." My father never did ask about that one anyway, and I was relieved when we moved on to Dombey, which was the first adult novel I remember really liking. I didn't want to lie to my dad. It would have made me feel horrible, although I'm sure Mr. Harrigan would have had no problem with it. Mr. Harrigan liked me to read to him because his eyes tired easily. He probably didn't need me to weed his flowers. Pete Bostwick, who mowed his acre or so of lawn, would have been happy to do that, I think. And Edna Grogan, his housekeeper, would have been happy to dust his large collection of antique snow globes and glass paperweights. But that was my job. He mostly just liked having me around. He never told me that until shortly before he died, but I knew it. I just didn't know why, and am not sure I do now. Once, when we were coming back from dinner at Marcel's, my dad said, very abruptly, "Does Harrigan ever touch you in a way you don't like?" I was years from even being able to grow a shadow mustache, but I knew what he was asking. We had learned about stranger danger and inappropriate touching in the 3rd grade. "Do you mean, does he grope me? No, geez, Dad, he's not gay," I replied. "All right, don't get all mad about it, Craigster," he said. "I had to ask, because you're up there a lot." "If he was groping me, he could at least send me $2 scratch tickets," I said, and that made Dad laugh. $30 a week was about what I made, and Dad insisted I put at least 20 of it in my college savings account. I did, although I considered it mega stupid. When even being a teenager seems an age away, college might as well be in another lifetime. $10 a week was still a fortune. I spent some of it on burgers and shakes at the Howie's Market lunch counter, and most of it on old paperbacks at a used bookstore in the next town. The ones I bought weren't heavy-going, like the ones I read to Mr. Harrigan. Even Lady Chatterley was heavy when Constance and Mellors weren't steaming the place up. I liked crime novels and westerns. Reading to Mr. Harrigan was work. Not sweat labor, but work. A book by John D. MacDonald was pure pleasure. I told myself I ought to save up the money that didn't go into the college fund for one of the new Apple phones that went on sale in the summer of 2007, but they were expensive, like $600. At $10 a week, that would take me over a year. And when you're just 11 going on 12, a year is a very long time. Besides, those old paperbacks with their colorful covers called to me. On Christmas morning of 2007, 3 years after I started working for Mr. Harrigan and 2 years before he died, there was only one package for me under the tree. My dad told me to save it for last, after he had duly admired the paisley vest, the slippers, and the briar pipe I'd gotten him. With that out of the way, I tore off the wrappings on my one present and shrieked with delight when I saw he'd gotten me exactly what I'd been lusting for. An iPhone that did so many different things it made my father's car phone look like an antique. Things have changed a lot since then. Now it's the iPhone my father gave me for Christmas in 2007. That's the antique, like the 5-family party line he told me about from back when he was a kid. There have been so many changes, so many advances, and they happened so fast. My Christmas iPhone had just 16 apps, and they came preloaded. One of them was YouTube, because back then Apple and YouTube were friends. One was called SMS, which was primitive text messaging. There were no emojis, a word not yet invented, unless you made them yourself. There was a weather app that was usually wrong. But you could make phone calls from something small enough to carry in your hip pocket. Even better, there was Safari, which linked you to the outside world. When you grew up in a no-stoplight dirt road town like Harlow, the outside world was a strange and tempting place, and you longed to touch it in a way network TV couldn't match. At least I did. All these things were at your fingertips, courtesy of AT&T and Steve Jobs. There was another app as well, one that made me think of Mr. Harrigan, even on that first joyful morning. It was something much cooler than the satellite radio in his car, at least for guys like him. "Thanks, Dad," I said and hugged him. "Thank you so much." "Just don't overuse it," he replied. "The phone charges are sky high and I'll be keeping track." "They'll come down," I said. I was right about that, and Dad never gave me a hard time about the charges. I didn't have many people to call anyway, but I did like those YouTube videos, and Dad did too. I loved being able to go on what we then called the 3Ws, the World Wide Web. Sometimes I would look at articles in Russian newspapers, not because I understood Russian, but just because I could. Not quite 2 months later, I came home from school, opened the mailbox, and found an envelope addressed to me in Mr. Harrigan's old-fashioned script. It was my Valentine's Day card. I went into the house, dropped my school books on the table, and opened it. The card wasn't flowery or sappy. That wasn't Mr. Harrigan's style. It showed a man in a tuxedo holding out a top hat and bowing in a field of flowers. The hallmark message inside said, "May you have a year filled with love and friendship." Below that was written, "Good wishes from Mr. Harrigan." A bowing man with his hat held out. A good wish, no sticky stuff. That was Mr. Harrigan all over. Looking back, I'm surprised he considered Valentine's Day worth a card. In 2008, the Lucky Devil $1 scratchers had been replaced by ones called Pine Tree Cash. There were 6 pine trees on the little card. If the same amount was beneath 3 of them when you scratched them off, you won that amount. I scratched away the trees and stared at what I had uncovered. At first I thought it was either a mistake or some kind of joke, although Mr. Harrigan was not the joke-playing type. I looked again, running my fingers along the uncovered numbers, brushing away crumbles of what my dad called scratch dirt. The numbers stayed the same. I might have laughed, that I can't recall, but I remember screaming, all right, screaming for joy. I grabbed my new phone out of my pocket. That phone went everywhere with me and called Parmello Tractors. I got Denise, the receptionist, and when she heard how out of breath I was, she asked me what was wrong. Nothing, I said, but I have to talk to my dad right now. "All right, just hold on," she said, and then she added, "You sound like you're calling from the other side of the moon, Craig." "I'm on my cell phone." God, I loved saying that. Denise made a humph sound. "Those things are full of radiation. I'd never own one. Hold on." My dad also asked me what was wrong, because I'd never called him at work before, even on the day the school bus left without me. "Dad, I got my Valentine's Day scratch ticket from Mr. Harrigan," I started. "If you called to tell me you won $10, it could have waited until he began. "No, Daddy, it's the big prize," which it was for dollar scratch-offs back then. "I won $3,000. Silence from the other end of the line. I thought maybe I'd lost him. In those days, cell phones, even the new ones, dropped calls all the time. "Dad, are you still there?" I asked. "Uh-huh, are you sure?" he replied. "Yes, I'm looking right at it. 3,000s, 1 in the top row and 2 in the bottom," I exclaimed. Another long pause, then I heard my father telling someone, "I think my kid won some money." A moment later he was back to me. "Put it somewhere safe until I get home." "Where?" I asked. "How about the sugar canister in the pantry?" he suggested. "Yeah," I said, "yeah, okay." "Craig, are you positive? I don't want you to be disappointed, so check again," he urged. I did, somehow convinced that my dad's doubt would change what I had seen. I thought at least one of those 3,000s would now be something else, but they were the same. I told him that, and he laughed. "Well then, congratulations, Marcel's tonight and you're buying." That made me laugh. I can't remember ever feeling such pure joy. I needed to call someone else, so I called Mr. Harrigan, who answered on his old-fashioned landline. "Mr. Harrigan, thank you for the card, and thank you for the ticket," I began. "Are you calling on that gadget of yours?" he asked. "You must be, because I can barely hear you. You sound like you're on the other side of the moon." "Mr. Harrigan, I won the big prize. I won $3,000. Thank you so much," I said. There was a pause, but not as long as my father's. When he spoke again, he didn't ask me if I was sure. He did me that courtesy. "You struck lucky," he said. "Good for you." "Thank you," I replied. "You're welcome. But thanks really aren't necessary. I buy those things by the roll, send them off to friends and business acquaintances as a kind of calling card, you could say. Been doing it for years. One was bound to pay off big sooner or later. Dad will make me put most of it in the bank. I guess that's okay. It will certainly perk up my college fund," I said. "Give it to me if you like," Mr. Harrigan said. "Let me invest it for you. I think I can guarantee a better return than bank interest." Then, speaking more to himself than to me, he added, "Something very safe. This isn't going to be a good year for the market. I see clouds on the horizon." "Sure," I said, then reconsidered. "At least probably. I have to talk to my dad." "Of course. Only proper. Tell him I'm willing to also guarantee the base sum. Are you still coming to read for me this afternoon, or will you put that aside now that you're a man of means?" "Sure, only I have to be back when Dad gets home. We're going out to dinner." I paused. "Would you like to come?" "Not tonight," he said, with no hesitation. "You know, you could have told me all of this in person, since you're coming up anyway. But you enjoy that gadget of yours, don't you?" He didn't wait for me to answer that. He didn't need to. "What would you think of investing your little windfall in Apple stock? I believe that company is going to be quite successful in the future. I'm hearing the iPhone is going to bury the BlackBerry. Pardon the pun. In any case, don't answer now. Discuss it with your father first." "I will," I said, "and I'll be right up. I'll run." "Youth is a wonderful thing," said Mr. Harrigan. "What a shame it's wasted on children." "Huh?" I asked. "Many have said it, but Shaw said it best. Never mind. Run, by all means. Run like the Dickens, because Dickens awaits us," he said. I ran the quarter of a mile to Mr. Harrigan's house, but walked back. On the way, I had an idea, a way to thank him, even though he said no thanks were necessary. Over our fancy dinner at Marcel's that night, I told Dad about Mr. Harrigan's offer to invest my windfall. I also told him my idea for a thank you gift. I thought Dad would have his doubts, and I was right. "By all means, let him invest the money," Dad said. "As for your idea, you know how he feels about stuff like that. He's not only the richest man in Harlow, in the whole state of Maine for that matter, he's also the only one who doesn't have a television." "He's got an elevator," I pointed out, "and he uses it because he has to." Then Dad gave me a grin. "But it's your money, and if this is what you want to do with 20% of it, I'm not going to tell you no. When he turns it down, you can give it to me." "You really think he will?" I asked. "I do," he replied. "Dad, why did he come here in the first place?" I asked. "I mean, we're just a little town. We're nowhere." "Good question. Ask him sometime. Now what about some dessert? Big spender," he said. Just about a month later, I gave Mr. Harrigan a brand new iPhone. I didn't wrap it up or anything, partly because it wasn't a holiday, and partly because I knew how he liked things done, with no fanfare. He turned the box over a time or two in his arthritis-gnarled hands, looking bemused. Then he held it out to me. "Thank you, Craig. I appreciate the sentiment. But no, I suggest you give it to your father." I took the box. He told me you'd say that. I was disappointed but not surprised, and not ready to give up. "Your father is a wise man," Mr. Harrigan said. He leaned forward in his chair and clasped his hands between his spread knees. "Craig, I rarely give advice. It's almost always a waste of breath, but today I'll give some to you. Henry Thoreau said that we don't own things. Things own us. Every new object, whether it's a home, a car, a television, or a fancy phone like that one, is something more we must carry on our backs. It makes me think of Jacob Marley telling Scrooge, 'These are the chains I forged in life.' I don't have a television because if I did, I would watch it, even though almost all of what it broadcasts is utter nonsense. I don't have a radio in the house because I would listen to it, and a little country music to break the monotony of a long drive is really all I require. If I had that, he pointed to the box with the phone inside, I would undoubtedly use it. I get 12 different periodicals in the mail, and they contain all the information I need to keep up with the business world and the wider world's sad doings. He sat back and sighed. There, I've not only given advice, I've made a speech. Old age is insidious. Can I show you just one thing? I asked. No, two. He gave me one of the looks I'd seen him give his gardener and his housekeeper, but had never turned my way until that afternoon. It was piercing, skeptical, and rather ugly. These years later, I realize it's the look a perceptive and cynical man gives when he believes he can see inside most people and expects to find nothing good. This only proves the old saying that no good deed goes unpunished. I'm starting to wish that scratch ticket hadn't been a winner. He sighed again. Well, go ahead, give me your demonstration, but you won't change my mind. Having received that look so distant and so cold, I thought he was right. I'd end up giving the phone to my father after all. But since I'd come this far, I went ahead. The phone was charged to the max, I'd made sure of that, and was in apple pie working order. I turned it on and showed him an icon in the second row. It had jagged lines, sort of like an EKG printout. See that one? I asked. Yes, and I see what it says. But I really don't need a stock market report, Craig. I subscribe to the Wall Street Journal, as you know, he said. Sure, I agreed, but the Wall Street Journal can't do this. I tapped the icon and opened the app. The Dow Jones average appeared. I had no idea what the numbers meant, but I could see they were fluctuating. 14,720 rose to 14,728, then dropped to 14,704, then bumped up to 14,716. Mr. Harrigan's eyes widened. His mouth dropped open. It was as if someone had hit him with a juju stick. He took the phone and held it close to his face. Then he looked at me. Are these numbers in real time? He asked. Yes, I said. Well, I guess they might be a minute or two behind. I don't know for sure. The phone's pulling them in from the new phone tower in Motton. We're lucky to have one so close. He leaned forward. A reluctant smile touched the corners of his mouth. I'll be damned. It's like the stock tickers magnates used to have in their own homes. Oh, way better than that, I said. Tickers sometimes ran hours behind. My dad said that just last night. He's fascinated with this stock market thingy. He's always taken my phone to look. He said one of the reasons the stock market tanked so bad back in 1929 was because the more people traded, the farther behind the tickers got. He's right, Mr. Harrigan said. Things had gone too far before anyone could put on the brakes. Of course, something like this might actually accelerate a sell-off. It's hard to tell because the technology is still so new. I waited. I wanted to tell him some more, sell him on it. I was just a kid after all, but something told me waiting was the right way to go. He continued to watch the minuscule gyrations of the Dow Jones. He was getting an education right in front of my eyes. But, he said, still staring. But what, Mr. Harrigan? I asked. In the hands of someone who actually knows the market, something like this probably already does. He trailed off, thinking. Then he said, I should have known about this. Being retired is no excuse. Here's the other thing, I said, too impatient to wait any longer. You know all the magazines you get? Newsweek and Financial Times and Forbes? Forbes, he said, still watching the screen. He reminded me of me at 4, studying the magic 8-ball I'd gotten for my birthday. Yeah, that one. Can I have the phone for a minute? I asked. He handed it over rather reluctantly, and I was pretty sure I had him after all. I was glad, but I also felt a little ashamed of myself, like a guy who's just clonked a tame squirrel on the head when it came up to take a nut out of his hand. I opened Safari. It was a lot more primitive than it is today, but it worked just fine. I poked Wall Street Journal into the Google search field, and after a few seconds, the front page opened up. One of the headlines read, Coffee Cow Announces Closings. I showed it to him. He stared, then took the newspaper from the table beside the easy chair where I'd put his mail when I came in. He looked at the front page. "That isn't here," he said. "Because it's yesterday's," I said. I always got the mail out of his box when I came up, and the journal was always wrapped around the other stuff and held with a rubber band. You get it a day late. Everybody does. And during the holiday season, it came 2 days late, sometimes 3. I didn't need to tell him this. He grumbled about it constantly during November and December. "This is today's?" he asked, looking at the screen, then checking the date at the top. "It is!" "Sure," I said. "Fresh news instead of stale, right? According to this, there's a map of the closing sites. Can you show me how to get it?" He sounded positively greedy. I was a little scared. He had mentioned Scrooge and Marley. I felt like Mickey Mouse in Fantasia, using a spell he didn't really understand to wake up the brooms. "You can do it yourself. Just brush the screen with your finger, like this," I said. I showed him. At first he brushed too hard and went too far, but he got the knack of it after that. Faster than my dad, actually. He found the right page. "Look at that," he marveled. 600 stores. You see what I was telling you about the fragility of the... He trailed off, staring at the tiny map. "The South. Most of the closures are in the South. The South is a bellwether, Craig. It almost always... I think I need to make a call to New York. The market will be closing soon." He started to get up. His regular phone was on the other side of the room. "You can call from this," I said. "It's mostly what it's for." It was then, anyway. I pushed the phone icon and the keypad appeared. "Just dial the number you want. Touch the keys with your finger." He looked at me, blue eyes bright beneath his shaggy white brows. "I can do that out here in the Willywags?" "Yeah," I said. "The reception is terrific thanks to the new tower. You've got 4 bars." "Bars?" he asked. "Never mind. Just make your call. I'll leave you alone while you do it. Just wave out the window when you're..." "No need," he said. "This won't take long, and I don't need privacy." He touched the numbers tentatively as if he expected to set off an explosion. Then, just as tentatively, he raised the iPhone to his ear, looking at me for confirmation. I nodded encouragingly. He listened, spoke to someone too loud at first, and then, after a short wait, to someone else. So I was right there when Mr. Harrigan sold all of his coffee cow stock, a transaction amounting to who knows how many thousands of dollars. When he was finished, he figured out how to go back to the home screen. From there, he opened Safari again. "Is Forbes on here?" he asked. I checked. It wasn't. But if you're looking for an article from Forbes you already know about, you can probably find it, because someone will have posted it. "Posted," he began. "Yeah, and if you want info about something, Safari will search for it. You just have to Google it. Look." I went over to his chair and entered Coffee Cow in the search field. The phone considered, then spewed a number of hits, including the Wall Street Journal article he'd called his broker about. "Will you look at this?" he marveled. "It's the internet." "Well, yeah," I said, thinking, well, duh. "The World Wide Web," he said. "Yeah," I replied. "Which has been around how long?" he asked. You should know this stuff, I thought. You're a big businessman. You should know this stuff even if you're retired, because you're still interested. I don't know exactly how long it's been around, but people are on it all the time. My dad, my teachers, the cops, everyone, really. More pointedly, I added, including your companies, Mr. Harrigan. Ah, but they're not mine anymore. I do know a little, Craig, as I know a little about various television shows, even though I don't watch television. I have a tendency to skip the technology articles in my newspapers and magazines because I have no interest. If you wanted to talk bowling alleys or film distribution networks, that would be a different matter. I keep my hand in, so to speak. Yeah, but don't you see, those businesses are using the technology, and if you don't understand it, I began. I didn't know how to finish, at least without straying beyond the bounds of politeness, but it seemed he did. I will be left behind. That's what you're saying. I guess it doesn't matter, I said. Hey, you're retired after all. But I don't want to be considered a fool, he said, and rather vehemently. Do you think Chick Rafferty was surprised when I called and told him to sell Coffee Cow? Not at all, because he's undoubtedly had half a dozen other major clients pick up the phone and tell him to do the same. Some are no doubt people with inside information. Others, though, just happen to live in New York or New Jersey and get the journal on the day it's published and find out that way. Unlike me, stashed away up here in God's country. I again wondered why he'd come here to begin with. He certainly had no relatives in town, but this didn't seem like the time to ask. I may have been arrogant. He brooded on this, then actually smiled, which was like watching the sun break through heavy cloud cover on a cold day. I have been arrogant. He raised the iPhone. I'm going to keep this after all. The first thing that rose to my lips was, "Thank you," which would have been weird. I just said, "Good, I'm glad." He glanced at the clock on the wall, and then, I was amused to see, checked it against the time on the iPhone. "Why don't we just read a single chapter today, since we've spent so much time talking?" "Fine with me," I said, although I would gladly have stayed longer and read 2 or even 3 chapters. We were getting near the end of a book by a guy named Frank Norris, and I was anxious to see how things turned out. It was an old-fashioned novel, but full of exciting stuff just the same. When we finished the shortened session, I watered Mr. Harrigan's few indoor plants. This was always my last chore of the day, and only took a few minutes. While I did it, I saw him playing with the phone, turning it on and off. "I suppose if I'm going to use this thing, you better show me how to use it," he said. "How to keep it from going dead to start with. The charge is already dropping, I see." "You'll be able to figure most of it out on your own," I said. "It's pretty easy. As for charging it, there's a cord in the box. You just plug it into the wall. I can show you a few other things if you—" "Not today," he said. "Tomorrow, perhaps." "Okay," I replied. "One more question, though. Why could I read that article about Coffee Cow and look at that map of proposed closing sites?" he asked. The first thing that came to mind was Hillary's answer about climbing Mount Everest, which we had just read about in school. Because it's there. But he might have seen that as smartass, which it sort of was, so I said, "I don't get you." "Really? A bright boy like you? Think, Craig, think. I just read something for free that people pay good money for. Even with the journal subscription rate, which is a good deal cheaper than buying off a newsstand, I pay 90 cents or so an issue. And yet with this—" He held up the phone just as thousands of kids would hold theirs up at rock concerts not many years later. "Now do you understand?" When he put it that way, I sure did, but I had no answer. It sounds stupid, doesn't it? He asked, reading either my face or my mind. Giving away useful information runs counter to everything I understand about successful business practices. Maybe. Maybe what? Give me your insights. I'm not being sarcastic. You clearly know more about this than I do, so tell me what you're thinking, he said. I was thinking about the Freiburg Fair, where Dad and I went once or twice every October. We usually took my friend Margie from down the road. Margie and I rode the rides. Then all 3 of us ate doughboys and sweet sausages before Dad dragged us to look at the new tractors. To get to the equipment sheds, you had to go past the Beano tent, which was enormous. I told Mr. Harrigan about the guy out front with the microphone, telling the passing folks how you always got the first game for free. He considered this. A come-on? I suppose that makes a degree of sense. You're saying you can only look at one article, maybe 2 or 3, and then the machine, what? Shuts you out? Tells you if you want to play, you have to pay? No, I admitted. I guess it's not like the Beano tent after all, because you can look at as many as you want. At least, as far as I know. But that's crazy. Giving away a free sample is one thing, but giving away the stove, he snorted. There wasn't even an advertisement. Did you notice that? And advertising is a huge income stream for newspapers and periodicals. Huge. He picked the phone up, stared at his reflection in the now blank screen, then put it down and peered at me with a queer, sour smile on his face. We may be looking at a huge mistake here, Craig, one being made by people who understand the practical aspects of a thing like this, the ramifications, no more than I do. An economic earthquake may be coming. For all I know, it's already here. An earthquake that's going to change how we get our information, when we get it, where we get it, and hence how we look at the world. He paused. And deal with it, of course. You lost me, I said. Look at it this way. If you get a puppy, you have to teach him to do his business outside, right? He asked. Right, I replied. If you had a puppy that wasn't housebroken, would you give him a treat for shitting in the living room? He asked. Course not, I said. He nodded. It would be teaching him the exact opposite of what you want him to learn. And when it comes to commerce, Craig, most people are like puppies that need to be housebroken. I didn't much like that concept, and don't today. I think the punishment-reward thing says a lot about how Mr. Harrigan made his fortune, but I kept my mouth shut. I was seeing him in a new way. He was like an old explorer on a new voyage of discovery, and listening to him was fascinating. I don't think he was really trying to teach me either. He was learning himself, and for a guy in his mid-80s, he was learning fast. Free samples are fine, but if you give people too much for free, whether it's clothes or food or information, they come to expect it. Like puppies that crap on the floor, then look you in the eye, and what they're thinking is, you taught me this was all right. If I were the Wall Street Journal or the Times, even the damn Reader's Digest, I'd be very frightened by this gizmo. He picked up the iPhone again, couldn't seem to leave it alone. It's like a broken water main, one spewing information instead of water. I thought it was just a phone we were talking about, but now I see, or begin to see. He shook his head as if to clear it. Craig, what if someone with proprietary information about new drugs in development decided to put the test results out on this thing for the whole world to read? It could cost Upjohn or Unichem millions of dollars. Or suppose some disaffected person decided to spill government secrets. Wouldn't they be arrested? I asked. Maybe, probably. But once the toothpaste is out of the tube, as they say, well, never mind. You better go home or you'll be late for supper. On my way, I said. Thank you again for the gift. I probably won't use it very much, but I intend to think about it. As hard as I'm able, at least. My brains aren't as nimble as they once were. I think they're still plenty nimble, I said, and I wasn't just buttering him up. Why weren't there ads along with the news stories and YouTube videos? People would have to look at them, right? Besides, my dad says it's the thought that counts. An aphorism more often spoken than adhered to, he said, and when he saw my puzzled expression, he added, Never mind, I'll see you tomorrow, Craig. On my walk back down the hill, kicking up clods of that year's last snow, I thought about what he'd said, that the internet was like a broken water main spewing information instead of water. It was true of my dad's laptop as well, and the computers at the school, and ones all over the country. The world, really. Although the iPhone was still so new to him, he could barely figure out how to turn it on. Mr. Harrigan already understood the need to fix the broken pipe if business as he knew it was going to continue as it always had. I'm not sure, but I think he foresaw paywalls a year or two before the term was even coined. Certainly I didn't know it then, no more than I knew how to get around restricted operations, what came to be known as jailbreaking. Paywalls came, but by then people had gotten used to getting stuff for free, and they resented being asked to cough up. People faced with a New York Times paywall went to a site like CNN or Huffington Post instead, usually in a huff, even though the reporting wasn't as good. Unless, of course, you wanted to learn about a fashion development known as side boob. Mr. Harrigan was totally right about that. After dinner that night, once the dishes were washed and put away, my dad opened his laptop on the table. I found something new, he said. It's a site where you can watch coming attractions. Really, let's see some, I exclaimed. So for the next half hour, we watched movie trailers we would otherwise have had to go to a movie theater to see. Mr. Harrigan would have torn his hair out. What little he had left. Walking back from Mr. Harrigan's house on that March day in 2008, I was pretty sure he was wrong about one thing. I probably won't use it very much, he'd said, but I had noted the look on his face as he stared at the map showing the Coffee Cow closings, and how quickly he'd used his new phone to call someone in New York. I found out later it was his combination lawyer and business manager, not his broker. And I was correct. Mr. Harrigan used that phone plenty. He was like the old maiden aunt who takes an experimental mouthful of brandy after 60 years of abstinence and becomes a genteel alcoholic almost overnight. Before long, the iPhone was always on the table beside his favorite chair when I came up in the afternoon. God knows how many people he called, but I know he called me almost every night to ask me some question or other about his new acquisition's capabilities. Once he said it was like an old-fashioned roll-top desk full of small drawers and caches and cubbyholes it was easy to overlook. He found most of the caches and cubbyholes himself, with aid from various internet sources, but I helped him out, enabled him, you might say, at the start. When he told me he hated the prissy little xylophone that sounded off when he had an incoming call, I changed it to a snatch of Tammy Wynette singing "Stand By Your Man." Mr. Harrigan thought that was a hoot. I showed him how to set the phone on silent so it wouldn't disturb him when he took his afternoon nap, how to set the alarm, and how to record a message for when he didn't feel like answering. His was a model of brevity. "I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate." He began unplugging his landline when he went for his daily snooze, and I noticed he was leaving it unplugged more and more. He sent me text messages, which 10 years ago we called IMs. He took phone photos of mushrooms in the field behind his house and sent them off via email to be identified. He kept notes in the note function and discovered videos of his favorite country artists. I wasted an hour of beautiful summer daylight this morning watching George Jones videos, he told me later on that year, with a mixture of shame and a weird kind of pride. I asked him once why he didn't go out and buy his own laptop. He'd be able to do all the things he'd learned to do on his phone, and on the bigger screen, he could see his favorite singers in all their bejeweled glory. Mr. Harrigan just shook his head and laughed. "Get thee behind me, Satan," he said. "It's like you taught me to smoke marijuana and enjoy it, and now you're saying, if you like pot, you'll really like heroin. I think not, Craig. This is enough for me." And he patted the phone affectionately, the way you might pat a small sleeping animal. A puppy, say, that's finally been housebroken. We read They Shoot Horses, Don't They, in the fall of 2008. One afternoon, Mr. Harrigan called a halt early. He said all those dance marathons were exhausting. We went into the kitchen, where Mrs. Grogan had left a plate of oatmeal cookies. Mr. Harrigan walked slowly, stumping along on his canes. I walked behind him, hoping I'd be able to catch him if he fell. He sat with a grunt and a grimace and took one of the cookies. "Good old Edna," he said. "I love these things, and they always get my bowels in gear. Get us each a glass of milk, will you, Craig?" As I was getting it, the question I kept forgetting to ask him came back to me. "Why did you move here, Mr. Harrigan?" I asked. "You could live anywhere." He took his glass of milk and made a toasting gesture, as he always did, and I made one right back, as I always did. "Where would you live, Craig?" he asked. "If you could, as you say, live anywhere." "Maybe Los Angeles, where they make the movies," I said. "I could catch on hauling equipment, then work my way up." Then I told him a great secret. Maybe I could write for the movies. I thought he might laugh, but he didn't. "Well, I suppose someone has to. Why not you? And would you never long for home, to see your father's face, or put flowers on your mother's grave?" "Oh, I'd come back," I said, but the question and the mention of my mother gave me pause. "I wanted a clean break," Mr. Harrigan said. "As someone who lived his whole life in the city, I grew up in Brooklyn before it became a kind of potted plant. I wanted to get away from New York in my final years. I wanted to live somewhere in the country, but not the tourist country, places like Camden and Bar Harbor. I wanted a place where the roads were still unpaved." "Well," I said, "you sure came to the right place." He laughed and took another cookie. "I considered the Dakotas, and Nebraska, but ultimately decided that was taking things too far. I had my assistant bring me pictures of a good many towns in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, and this was the place I settled on, because of the hill. There are views in every direction, but not spectacular views. Spectacular views might bring tourists, which was exactly what I didn't want. I like it here. I like the peace, I like the neighbors, and I like you, Craig." That made me happy. There's something else, he continued. I don't know how much you've read about my working life, but if you have, or do in the future, you'll find many of the opinion that I was ruthless as I climbed what envious and intellectually clueless people call the ladder of success. That opinion isn't entirely wrong. I made enemies, I freely admit it. Business is like football, Craig. If you have to knock someone down to reach the goal line, you better damn well do it. Or you shouldn't put on a uniform and go out on the field in the first place. But when the game is over, and mine is, although I keep my hand in, you take off the uniform and go home. This is now home for me. He went on, this unremarkable corner of America, with its single store and its school which will, I believe, soon be closing. People no longer just drop by for a drink. I don't have to attend business lunches with people who always want something. I am not invited to take a seat at board meetings. I don't have to go to charity functions that bore me to tears, and I don't have to wake up at 5 in the morning to the sound of garbage trucks. I'll be buried here, in Elm Cemetery among the Civil War veterans, and I won't have to pull rank or bribe some superintendent of graves for a nice plot. Does any of that explain? It did, and it didn't. He was a mystery to me, to the very end and even beyond. But maybe that's always true. I think we mostly live alone, by choice, like him, or just because that's the way the world was made. Sort of, I said. At least you didn't move to North Dakota. I'm glad of that. He smiled. So am I. Take another cookie to eat on your way home and say hello to your father. With a diminishing tax base that could no longer support it, our little 6-room Harlow school did close in June of 2009. I found myself facing the prospect of attending 8th grade across the river at Gates Falls Middle with over 70 classmates instead of just 12. That was the summer I kissed a girl for the first time, not Margie, but her best friend Regina. It was also the summer that Mr. Harrigan died. I was the one who found him. I knew he was having a harder and harder job getting around, and I knew he was losing his breath more often. He sometimes had to suck from the oxygen bottle he now kept beside his favorite chair. But other than those things which I just accepted, there was no warning. The day before was like any other. I read a couple of chapters from another Frank Norris book, which I had asked for, and Mr. Harrigan was agreeable. I watered his houseplants while he scrolled through his emails. He looked up at me and said, "People are catching on." "To what?" I asked. He held up his phone. "To this. What it really means. To what it can do. Archimedes said, 'Give me a lever long enough and I will move the world.' This is that lever." "Cool," I said. "I have just deleted 3 ads for products and almost a dozen political solicitations," he said. "I have no doubt my email address is being bandied about, just as magazines sell the addresses of their subscribers." "Good thing they don't know who you are," I said. Mr. Harrigan's email handle, which he loved having, was Pirate King 1. If someone is keeping track of my searches, they don't have to. They'll be able to suss out my interests and solicit me accordingly. My name means nothing to them. My interests do. "Yeah, spam is annoying," I said, and went into the kitchen to dump the watering can and put it in the mudroom. When I came back, Mr. Harrigan had the oxygen mask over his mouth and nose and was taking deep breaths. "Did you get that from your doctor?" I asked. "Did he, prescribe it?" He lowered it and said, "I don't have a doctor. Men in their mid-80s can eat all the corned beef hash they want, and they no longer need doctors unless they have cancer. Then a doctor is handy to prescribe pain medication." His mind was somewhere else. "Have you considered Amazon, Craig? The company, not the river." Dad bought stuff from Amazon sometimes, but no, I'd never really considered it. I told Mr. Harrigan that and asked what he meant. He pointed to our book. "This came from Amazon. I ordered it with my phone and my credit card. That company used to be just books, little more than a mom-and-pop operation, really, but soon it may be one of the biggest and most powerful corporations in America. Their smile logo will be as ubiquitous as the Chevrolet emblem on cars or this on our phones." He lifted his, showing me the apple with the bite out of it. "Is spam annoying? Yes. Is it becoming the cockroach of American commerce, breeding and scurrying everywhere? Yes, because spam works, Craig. It pulls the plow. In the not-too-distant future, spam may decide elections. If I were a younger man, I'd take this new income stream by the balls. He closed one of his hands. He could only make a loose fist because of his arthritis, but I got the idea, and I would squeeze. The look came into his eyes that I sometimes saw, the one that made me glad I wasn't in his bad books. "You'll be around for years yet," I said, blissfully unaware that we were having our last conversation. "Maybe, or maybe not, but I want to tell you again how glad I am you convinced me to keep this. It's given me something to think about, and when I can't sleep at night, it's been a good companion." "I'm glad," I said, and I was. "Gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Harrigan." So I did, but he didn't see me. I let myself in through the mudroom door like always, calling out, "Hi, Mr. Harrigan, I'm here." There was no reply. I decided he was probably in the bathroom. I sure hoped he hadn't fallen in there, because it was Mrs. Grogan's day off. When I went into the living room and saw him sitting in his chair, with the oxygen bottle on the floor and his iPhone and our book on the table beside him, I relaxed. Only his chin was on his chest, and he had slumped a little to one side. He looked like he was asleep. If so, that was a first this late in the afternoon. He napped for an hour after lunch, and by the time I arrived, he was always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I took a step closer and saw his eyes weren't entirely closed. I could see the lower arc of his irises, but the blue no longer looked sharp. It looked foggy, faded. I began to feel scared. "Mr. Harrigan?" Nothing. Gnarled hands folded loosely in his lap. One of his canes was still leaning against the wall, but the other was on the floor, as if he had reached for it and knocked it over. I realized I could hear the steady hiss from the oxygen mask, but not the faint rasp of his breathing, a sound I'd grown so used to that I rarely heard it at all. "Mr. Harrigan, you okay?" I asked. I took another couple of steps and reached out to shake him awake, then withdrew my hand. I had never seen a dead person, but thought I might be looking at one now. I reached for him again, and this time I didn't chicken out. I grasped his shoulder, which was horribly bony beneath his shirt, and gave him a shake. "Mr. Harrigan, wake up!" One of his hands fell out of his lap and dangled between his legs. He slumped a little farther to one side. I could see the yellowed pegs of his teeth between his lips. Still, I felt I had to be absolutely sure he wasn't just unconscious or in a faint before I called anyone. I had a memory, very brief but very bright, of my mother reading me the story of the little boy who cried wolf. I went into the hall bathroom, the one Mrs. Grogan called the powder room, on legs that felt numb. I came back with the hand mirror Mr. Harrigan kept on the shelf. I held it in front of his mouth and nose. No warm breath misted it. Then I knew. I'm pretty sure I actually knew when that hand fell out of his lap and hung between his legs. I was in the living room with a dead man, and what if he reached out and grabbed me? Of course he wouldn't do that. He liked me, but I remembered the look he got in his eyes when he said, only yesterday, that if he was a younger man, he'd take this new income stream by the balls and squeeze, and how he'd closed his hand into a fist to demonstrate. "You'll find many of the opinion that I was ruthless," he had said. Dead people didn't reach out and grab you except in horror movies, I knew that. Dead people weren't ruthless, dead people weren't anything. But I still stepped away from him as I took my cell phone out of my hip pocket, and I didn't take my eyes off him when I called my father. Dad said I was probably right, but he'd send an ambulance just in case. Did I know who Mr. Harrigan's doctor was? I said he didn't have one. You only had to look at his teeth to know he didn't have a dentist. I said I would wait, and I did. But I did it outside. Before I went, I thought about picking up his dangling hand and putting it back in his lap. I almost did, but in the end, I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It would be cold. I took his iPhone instead. It wasn't stealing. I think it was grief because the loss of him was starting to sink in. I wanted something that was his, something that mattered. I guess that was the biggest funeral our church ever had. Also the longest procession to the graveyard, mostly made up of rental cars. There were local people there, of course, including Pete Bostwick, the gardener, and Mrs. Grogan, the housekeeper. Other townspeople were there as well because he was well liked in Harlow. but most of the mourners were business people from New York. They might have been mourning, or they might have been there just to make sure Mr. Harrigan was really dead. There was no family, not even a niece or a second cousin. He'd never married, never had kids, which was probably one of the reasons Dad was leery about me going up there at first. He'd outlived all the rest. That's why it was the kid from down the road, the one he paid to come and read to him, who found him. Mr. Harrigan must have known he was on borrowed time, because he left a handwritten sheet of paper on his study desk, specifying exactly how he wanted his final rites carried out. It was pretty simple. A local funeral home had had a cash deposit on their books since 2004, enough to take care of everything with some left over. There was to be no wake or viewing hours, but he wanted to be fixed up decently, if possible, so the coffin could be open at the funeral. Reverend Mooney was to conduct the service, and I was to read from the 4th chapter of Ephesians. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving each other, just as God in Christ also has forgiven you. I saw some of the business types exchange looks at that, as though Mr. Harrigan hadn't shown them a great deal of kindness, or much in the way of forgiveness either. He wanted 3 hymns: Abide with Me, The Old Rugged Cross, and In the Garden. He wanted Reverend Mooney's homily to last no more than 10 minutes. The Reverend finished in just 8, which I believe was a personal best. Mostly he just listed all the stuff Mr. Harrigan had done for Harlow, like paying to refurbish the town Grange Hall and fix up the covered bridge. He also put the fund drive for the community swimming pool over the top, but refused the naming privilege that went with it. The Reverend didn't say why, but I knew. Mr. Harrigan said that allowing people to name things after you was not only absurd, but undignified and ephemeral. In 50 years, he said, or even 20, you were just a name on a plaque that everyone ignored. Once I had done my scriptural duty, I sat in the front row with Dad, looking at the coffin with the vases of lilies at its head and foot. Mr. Harrigan's nose stuck up like the prow of a ship. I told myself not to look at it, not to think it was funny or horrible, or both, but to remember him as he'd been. Good advice, but my eyes kept wandering back. When the Reverend finished his short talk, he raised his hand to the mourners and gave the benediction. Once that was done, he said, "Those of you who would like to say a final word of goodbye may now approach the coffin." There was a rustle of clothes and a murmur of voices as people stood. The organist began to play very softly. I realized with a strange feeling that it was a medley of country songs, including Wings of a Dove, I Sang Dixie, and of course Stand By Your Man. So Mr. Harrigan had even left instructions for the exit music. I thought, good for him. A line was forming, the locals interspersed with the New York types in suits and fancy shoes. "What about you, Craig?" Dad murmured. "Want a last look, or are you good?" I wanted more than that, but I couldn't tell him. The same way I couldn't tell him how bad I felt. It had come home to me now. It didn't happen while I was reading the scripture, but while I was sitting and looking at his nose sticking up. I realized his coffin was a ship, and it was going to take him on his final voyage, one that went down into the dark. I wanted to cry, and I did cry, but later, in private. I sure didn't want to do it here, among strangers. "Yes," I said, "but I want to be at the end of the line. I want to be last." My dad, God bless him, didn't ask me why. He just squeezed my shoulder and got into line. I went back to the vestibule, a bit uncomfortable in a sport jacket that was getting tight around the shoulders because I'd finally started to grow. When the end of the line was halfway down the main aisle, I got behind a couple of suited guys who were talking in low tones about Amazon stock. By the time I got to the coffin, the music had stopped. The pulpit was empty. Here in the church, it was just me and Mr. Harrigan, as it had been on so many afternoons at his big house on the hill, with its views that were good but not touristy. He was wearing a charcoal gray suit I'd never seen before. The funeral director had roused him a little so he'd look healthy, except healthy people don't lie in coffins with their eyes shut. His hands were folded, making me think of the way they'd been folded when I came into his living room only days before. He looked like a life-size doll, and I hated seeing him that way. I wanted fresh air. I wanted to be with my father. I wanted to go home. But I had something to do first, and I had to do it right away. I reached into the inside pocket of my sport coat and brought out Mr. Harrigan's phone. The last time I'd been with him alive, he'd said he was glad I'd convinced him to keep it. He'd said it was a good companion when he couldn't sleep at night. The phone was password protected. As I've said, he was a fast learner once something really grabbed his interest. But I knew what the password was. Pirate 1. I had opened it in my bedroom the night before the funeral and had gone to the notes function. I wanted to leave him a message. I thought about saying I love you, but that would have been wrong. I had liked him, certainly, but I'd also been a bit leery of him. I didn't think he loved me either. I don't think Mr. Harrigan ever loved anyone, unless it was the mother who had raised him after his dad left. I had done my research. In the end, the note I typed was this: "Working for you was a privilege. Thank you for the cards and for the scratch-off tickets. I will miss you." I lifted the lapel of his suit coat, trying not to touch the unbreathing surface of his chest beneath his crisp white shirt. But my knuckles brushed it for just a moment, and I can feel that to this day. It was hard, like wood. I tucked the phone into his inside pocket, then stepped away, just in time, too. Reverend Mooney came out of the side door, adjusting his tie. "Saying goodbye, Craig?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "Good. The right thing to do." He slipped an arm around my shoulders and guided me away from the coffin. "You had a relationship with him that I'm sure a great many people would envy. Why don't you go outside now and join your father? And if you want to do me a favor, tell Mr. Rafferty and the other pallbearers that we'll be ready for them in just a few minutes." Another man had appeared in the door to the vestry, hands clasped before him. You only had to look at his black suit and white carnation to know he was a funeral parlor guy. I supposed it was his job to close the lid of the coffin and make sure it was latched down tight. A terror of death came over me at the sight of him, and I was glad to leave that place and go out into the sunshine. I didn't tell Dad I needed a hug, but he must have seen it, because he wrapped his arms around me. "Don't die," I thought. "Please, Dad, don't die." The service at Elm Cemetery was better, because it was shorter and because it was outside. Mr. Harrigan's business manager, Charles "Chick" Rafferty, spoke briefly about his client's various philanthropies. He then got a little laugh when he talked about how he had had to put up with Mr. Harrigan's questionable taste in music. He said he'd worked with Mr. Harrigan for 30 years, and I had no reason to doubt him, but he didn't seem to know much about Mr. Harrigan's human side, other than his taste for certain singers. I thought about stepping forward and telling the people gathered around the open grave that Mr. Harrigan thought the internet was like a broken water main, spewing information instead of water. I thought of telling them that he had over 100 photos of mushrooms on his phone. I thought of telling them he liked Mrs. Grogan's oatmeal cookies because they always got his bowels in gear, and that when you were in your 80s, you no longer needed to take vitamins or see the doctor. When you were in your 80s, you could eat all the corned beef hash you wanted. But I kept my mouth shut. This time, Reverend Mooney read the scripture, the one about how we were all going to rise from the dead. He gave another benediction, and then it was over. After we were gone, back to our ordinary lives, Mr. Harrigan would be lowered into the ground with his iPhone in his pocket, thanks to me, and the dirt would cover him. The world would see him no more. As Dad and I were leaving, Mr. Rafferty approached us. He said he wasn't flying back to New York until the following morning and asked if he could drop by our house that evening. He said there was something he wanted to talk about with us. My first thought was that it must be about the pilfered iPhone, but I had no idea how Mr. Rafferty could know I'd taken it. Besides, it had been returned to its rightful owner. If he asks me, I thought, I'll tell him I was the one who gave it to him in the first place. And how could a phone that had cost $600 possibly be a big deal when Mr. Harrigan's estate must be worth so much? "Sure," Dad said. "Come to supper. I make a pretty mean spaghetti bolognese. We usually eat around 6. "I'll take you up on that," Mr. Rafferty said. He produced a white envelope with my name on it in handwriting I recognized. This may explain what I want to talk to you about. I received it 2 months ago and was instructed to hold it until such an occasion as this. Once we were in our car, Dad burst out laughing, full-throated roars that brought tears to his eyes. He laughed and pounded the steering wheel, and laughed and pounded his thigh and wiped his cheeks, and then laughed some more. "What?" I asked, when he'd begun to taper off. "What's so darn funny?" "I can't think of anything else it would be," he said. He was no longer laughing, but still chuckling. "What the heck are you talking about?" I asked. "I think you must be in his will, Craig," he said. "Open that thing, see what it says." There was a single sheet of paper in the envelope, and it was a classic Harrigan communication. No hearts and flowers, not even a deer in the salutation, just straight to business. I read it out loud to my father. "Craig, if you are reading this, I have died. I have left you $800,000 in trust. The trustees are your father and Charles Rafferty, who is my business manager and who will now serve as my executor. I calculate this sum should be sufficient to see you through 4 years of college and any postgraduate work you may choose to do. Enough should remain to give you a start in your chosen career. You spoke of screenwriting. If it's what you want, then of course you must pursue it, but I do not approve. There is a vulgar joke about screenwriters I will not repeat here, but by all means find it on your phone. Keywords screenwriter and starlet. There is an underlying truth in it, which I believe you will grasp even at your current age. Films are ephemeral, while books, the good ones, are eternal or close to it. You have read me many good ones, but others are waiting to be written. That is all I will say. Although your father has power of veto in all matters concerning your trust, he would be smart not to exercise it concerning any investments Mr. Rafferty suggests. Chick is wise in the ways of the market. Even with school expenses, your $800,000 may grow to $1 million or more by the time you reach the age of 25, when the trust will expire and you can spend or invest as you choose. I have enjoyed our afternoons together. Very truly yours, Mr. Harrigan. S. You are most welcome for the cards and the enclosures. That postscript gave me a little shiver. It was almost as if he'd answered the note I'd left on his iPhone when I decided to slip it into the pocket of his burial coat. Dad wasn't laughing or chuckling anymore, but he was smiling. "How does it feel to be rich, Craig?" "It feels okay," I said, and of course it did. It was a great gift, but it was just as good, maybe even better, to realize Mr. Harrigan had thought so well of me. A cynic would probably believe that's me trying to sound saintly or something, but it's not. Because you see, the money was like a frisbee. I got stuck halfway up the big pine in our backyard when I was 8 or 9. I knew where it was, but I couldn't get it. And that was okay. For the time being, I had everything I needed. Except for him, that was. What was I going to do with my weekday afternoons now? "I take back everything I ever said about him being a tightwad," Dad said as he pulled out behind a shiny black SUV some business guy had rented at the airport. Although what?" I asked. "Considering the lack of relatives and how rich he was, he could have left you at least $4 million, maybe 6. He saw my look and started laughing again. "Joking, kiddo, joking, okay?" I punched him on the shoulder and turned on the radio, going past the rock station to the country station. I had gotten a taste for country music. I have never lost it. Mr. Rafferty came to dinner and chowed down big on Dad's spaghetti, especially for a skinny guy. I told him I knew about the trust fund and thanked him. He said, "Don't thank me," and told us how he'd like to invest the money. Dad said whatever seemed right, just keep him informed. He did suggest John Deere might be a good place for some of my dough, since they were innovating like crazy. Mr. Rafferty said he'd take it under consideration, and I found out later that he did invest in Deere & Company, although only a token amount. Most of it went into Apple and Amazon. After dinner, Mr. Rafferty shook my hand and congratulated me. "Harrigan had very few friends, Craig. You were fortunate to have been one." "And he was fortunate to have Craig," my dad said quietly, and slung an arm around my shoulders. That put a lump in my throat, and when Mr. Rafferty was gone and I was in my room, I did some crying. I tried to keep it quiet so my dad wouldn't hear. Maybe I did, Maybe he heard and knew I wanted to be left alone. When the tears stopped, I turned on my phone, opened Safari, and typed in the keywords screenwriter and starlet. The joke is about a starlet so clueless she slept with the writer. Probably you've heard it. I never had, but I got the point Mr. Harrigan was trying to make. That night, I awoke around 2 o'clock to the sound of distant thunder and realized all over again that Mr. Harrigan was dead. I was in my bed and he was in the ground. He was wearing a suit and he would be wearing it forever. His hands were folded and would stay that way until they were just bones. If rain followed the thunder, it might seep down and dampen his coffin. There was no cement lid or liner. He had specified that. Eventually, the lid of the coffin would rot. So would the suit. The iPhone made of plastic would last much longer than the suit or the coffin, but eventually that would go too. Nothing was eternal, except maybe for the mind of God, and even at 13, I had my doubts about that. All at once I needed to hear his voice, and I realized I could. It was a creepy thing to do, especially at 2 in the morning, and it was morbid, I knew that, but I also knew that if I did it, I could get back to sleep. So I called and broke out in goose flesh when I realized the simple truth of cell phone technology. Somewhere under the ground in Elm Cemetery, in a dead man's pocket, Tammy Wynette was singing 2 lines of Stand By Your Man. Then his voice was in my ear, calm and clear, just a bit scratchy with old age. I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate. And what if he did call back? What if he did? I ended the call even before the beep came and climbed back into bed. As I was pulling the covers up, I changed my mind, got up, and called again. I don't know why. This time I waited for the beep, then said, I miss you, Mr. Harrigan. I appreciate the money you left me, but I'd give it up to have you still alive. I paused. Maybe that sounds like a lie, but it isn't. It really isn't. Then I went back to bed and was asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. There were no dreams. It was my habit to turn on my phone even before I got dressed and check the news app to make sure no one had started World War III and there hadn't been any terrorist attacks. Before I could go there on the morning after Mr. Harrigan's funeral, I saw a little red circle on the SMS icon, which meant I had a text message. I assumed it was either from a friend and classmate who had a Motorola or from Margie Washburn, who had a Samsung, although I'd gotten fewer texts from Margie lately. I suppose Regina had blabbed about me kissing her. You know that old saying, so-and-so's blood ran cold? That can actually happen. I know, because mine did. I sat on my bed, staring at the screen of my phone. The text was from Pirate King 1. Down in the kitchen, I could hear rattling as Dad pulled the skillet out of the cabinet beside the stove. He was apparently planning to make us a hot breakfast, something he tried to do once or twice a week. Dad, I said, but the rattling continued, and I heard him say something that might have been, Come out of there, you damn thing. He didn't hear me, and not just because my bedroom door was closed. I could hardly hear myself. The text had made my blood run cold, and it had stolen my voice. The message above the most recent one had been sent 4 days before Mr. Harrigan died. It read, No need to water the houseplants today, Mrs. G did it. Below it was this, C.C.C.A. It had been sent at 2:40 in the morning. Dad! This time it was a little louder, but still not loud enough. I don't know if I was crying then, or if the tears started when I was going downstairs, still wearing nothing but my underpants and a t-shirt. Dad's back was to me. He had managed to get the skillet out and was melting butter in it. He heard me and said, I hope you're hungry. I know I am. Daddy, I said, Daddy! He turned when he heard what I'd stopped calling him when I was 8 or 9. He saw I wasn't dressed. He saw I was crying. He saw I was holding out my phone. He forgot all about the skillet. Craig, what is it? What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare about the funeral? He asked. It was a nightmare, all right, and probably it was too late. He was old after all, but maybe it wasn't. Oh, Daddy, I said, blubbering now. He's not dead. At least he wasn't at 2:30 this morning. We've got to dig him up. We have to, because we buried him alive. I told him everything, about how I'd taken Mr. Harrigan's phone and put it in the pocket of his suit coat. Because it came to mean a lot to him, I said, and because it was something I gave him. I told him about calling that phone in the middle of the night, hanging up the first time, then calling back and leaving a message on his voicemail. I didn't need to show Dad the text I got in return because he'd already looked at it. Studied it, actually. The butter in the skillet had begun to scorch. Dad got up and moved the skillet off the burner. "Don't suppose you'll be wanting any eggs," he said. Then he came back to the table, but instead of sitting on the other side, in his usual place, he sat next to me and put one of his hands over one of mine. "Listen up now." "I know it was a creepy thing to do," I said, "but if I hadn't, we never would have known. We have to." "Son," he started. "No, Dad, listen. We have to get somebody out there right away. A bulldozer, a payloader, even guys with shovels. He could still be." "Craig, stop, you were spoofed," he said. I stared at him, my mouth hanging open. I knew what spoofing was, but the possibility that it had happened to me, and in the middle of the night, had never crossed my mind. "There's more and more of it going around," he said. "We even had a staff meeting about it at work. Someone got access to Harrigan's cell phone, cloned it. You know what I mean?" "Yes, sure, but Daddy," I began. He squeezed my hand. "Someone hoping to steal business secrets, maybe." "He was retired," I said. "But he kept his hand in. He told you that. Or it could have been access to his credit card info they were after. Whoever it was got your voicemail on the cloned phone and decided to play a practical joke," Dad explained. "You don't know that," I said. "Daddy, we have to check." "We don't, and I'm going to tell you why. Mr. Harrigan was a rich man who died unattended. In addition to that, he hadn't visited a physician in years, although I bet Rafferty gave him hell on that score, if only because he couldn't update the old guy's insurance to cover more of the death duties. For those reasons, there was an autopsy. That's how they found out he died of advanced heart disease." "They cut him open?" I asked. I thought of how my knuckles had brushed his chest when I put his phone in his pocket. Had there been stitched-up incisions under his crisp white shirt and knotted tie? If my dad was right, then yes. I had seen that on TV. "Yes," Dad said. "I don't like telling you that, don't want it preying on your mind, but it's better that than letting you think he was buried alive. He wasn't. Couldn't have been. He's dead. Do you understand me?" "Yes," I said. "Would you like me to stay home today? I will if you want," he offered. "No, that's okay, you're right, I got spoofed and spooked, that too." "What are you going to do with yourself? Because if you're going to brood and be all morbid, I should take the day off. We could go fishing." "I'm not going to brood and be all morbid, but I should go up to his house and water the plants." "Is going there a good idea?" He was watching me closely. "I owe it to him, and I want to talk to Mrs. Grogan, find out if he made a whatchacallit for her too." "A provision. That's very thoughtful. Of course she may tell you to mind your beeswax. She's an old-time Yankee, that one." "If he didn't, I wish I could give her some of mine," I said. He smiled and kissed my cheek. "You're a good kid. Your mom would be so proud of you. Are you sure you're okay now?" "Yes." I ate some eggs and toast to prove it, although I didn't want them. My dad had to be right. It was a stolen password, a cloned phone, a cruel practical joke. It sure hadn't been Mr. Harrigan, whose insides had been examined and whose blood had been replaced with embalming fluid. Dad went to work and I went up to Mr. Harrigan's. Mrs. Grogan was vacuuming the living room. She wasn't singing like she usually did, but she was composed enough. After I finished watering the plants, she asked if I'd like to go into the kitchen and have a cup of tea with her. "There's cookies too," she said. We went into the kitchen, and while she boiled the kettle, I told her about Mr. Harrigan's note and how he'd left money in trust for my college education. Mrs. Grogan nodded in a businesslike fashion as if she'd expected no less. She said she had also gotten an envelope from Mr. Rafferty. "The boss fixed me up, more than I expected, probably more than I deserve." I said I felt pretty much the same way. Mrs. G brought the tea to the table, a big mug for each of us. Between them, she set down a plate of oatmeal cookies. "He loved these," she said. "Yeah, he said they got his bowels in gear," I replied. That made her laugh. I picked up one of the cookies and bit into it. As I chewed, I thought of a scripture I'd read a few months back. And when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, "Take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me." The cookies weren't communion, but I was glad to have one just the same. "He took care of Pete, too," she said, meaning Pete Bostwick, the gardener. "Nice," I said, and reached for another cookie. "He was a good guy, wasn't he?" "Not so sure about that," she said. "He was square dealing, all right, but you didn't want to be on his bad side. You don't remember Dusty Bellotto, do you?" "No, you wouldn't. He was before your time." "From the Bellottos over in the trailer park?" I asked. "Yeah, that's right," she confirmed. "Next to the store, but I expect Dusty isn't among them. He'll have gone on his merry way long since. He was the gardener before Pete, but wasn't 8 months on the job before Mr. Harrigan caught him stealing and fired his butt. I don't know how much he got or how Mr. Harrigan found out, but firing didn't end it. I know you know some of the stuff Mr. H gave this little town and all the ways he helped out, but the Reverend didn't tell even half of it. Maybe because he didn't know, or maybe because he was on a timer. Charity is good for the soul, but it also gives a man power, and Mr. Harrigan used his on Dusty Bellotto." She shook her head, partly, I think, in admiration. She had that Yankee hard streak in her. "I hope he filched at least a few hundred out of Mr. Harrigan's desk or sock drawer or wherever, because that was the last money he ever got in the town of Harlow. He couldn't have landed a job shoveling hen shit out of old Dorrance Marsteller's barn after that. Mr. Harrigan saw to it. He was a square-dealing man, but if you weren't the same, God help you. Have another cookie." I took another cookie. "And drink your tea, boy." I drank my tea. "I guess I'll do the upstairs next," she said. "Probably change the sheets on the beds instead of just stripping them, at least for now. What do you think's going to happen with this house?" "Gee, I don't know," I replied. "Neither do I. Not a clue. Can't imagine anyone buying it. Mr. Harrigan was one of a kind, and that goes the same for all this," she said, spreading her arms wide. I thought about the glass elevator and decided she had a point. Mrs. G grabbed another cookie. "What about the houseplants? Any ideas about them?" "I'll take a couple, if it's all right," I said. "The rest, I don't know." "Me either, and his freezer's full. I guess we could split that 3 ways, you, me, and Pete," she suggested. "Take, eat," I thought. "This do in remembrance of me." She sighed. "I'm mostly just dithering, stretching out a few chores like they were many. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, and that's the God's honest. What about you, Craig? What are you going to do?" "Right now I'm going downstairs to spritz his mushrooms," I said. "And if you're sure it's okay, I'll at least take the African violet when I go home." "Course I'm sure," she said. "As many as you want." She went upstairs and I went down to the basement, where Mr. Harrigan kept his mushrooms in a bunch of terrariums. While I spritzed, I thought about the text message I'd gotten from Pirate King 1 in the middle of the night. Dad was right, it had to be a joke. But wouldn't a practical joker have sent something at least half-witty, like, "Save me, I'm trapped in a box," or "Don't bother me while I'm decomposing"? Why would a practical joker just send a double A, which when you spoke it sounded kind of like a gurgle or a death rattle? And why would a practical joker send my initial? Not once or twice, but 3 times. I ended up taking 4 of Mr. Harrigan's houseplants. I spotted them around our house, saving my favorite for my room. But I was just marking time, and I knew it. Once the plants were placed, I got a bottle of Snapple out of the fridge, put it in the saddlebag of my bike, and rode out to Elm Cemetery. It was deserted on that hot summer forenoon, and I went right to Mr. Harrigan's grave. The stone was in place, nothing fancy, just a granite marker with his name and dates on it. There were plenty of flowers, all still fresh, most with cards tucked in them. The biggest bunch, perhaps picked from Mr. Harrigan's own flower beds, was from Pete Bostwick's family. I got down on my knees, but not to pray. I took my phone out of my pocket and held it in my hand. My heart was beating so hard it made little black dots flash in front of my eyes. I went to my contacts and called him. Then I lowered my phone and put the side of my face down on the newly replaced sod, listening for Tammy Wynette. I thought I heard her too, but it must have been my imagination. It would have had to come through his coat, through the lid of his coffin, and up through 6 feet of ground. But I thought I did. No, check that. I was sure I did. Mr. Harrigan's phone, singing, "Stand by your man" down there in his grave. In my other ear, the one not pressed to the ground, I could hear his voice, very faint but audible in the dozing stillness of that place. "I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate." But he wouldn't, appropriate or not. He was dead. I went home. In September of 2009, I started school at Gates Falls Middle, along with my friends Margie, Regina, and Billy. We rode in a little used bus, which quickly earned us the jeering nickname of Short Bus Kids from the Gates Kids. I eventually got taller, although I stopped 2 inches short of 6 feet, which sort of broke my heart. But on that first day of school, I was the shortest kid in the 8th grade. This made me a perfect target for Kenny Yanko, a hulking troublemaker who had been kept back that year and whose picture should have been in the dictionary next to the word bully. Our first class wasn't a class at all, but a school assembly for the new kids from the so-called tuition towns. The principal that year was a tall, shambling fellow with a bald head so shiny it looked polished. This was Mr. Albert Douglas, known to the kids as either Alky Al or Dipso Doug. None of the kids had ever actually seen him drunk, but it was an article of faith back then that he drank like a fish. He took the podium, welcomed this group of fine new students to Gates Falls Middle, and told us about all the wonderful things that awaited us in the coming academic year. These included band, glee club, debate club, photography club, Future Farmers of America, and all the sports we could handle. He explained about dress-up Fridays once a month, when boys would be expected to wear ties and sport jackets, and girls would be expected to wear dresses. Last of all, he told us there was to be absolutely no initiations of the new out-of-town students. Us, in other words. Apparently, the year before, a transfer student had wound up in the hospital after being forced to chug 3 bottles of Gatorade, and now the tradition had been banned. Then he wished us well and sent us off on what he called our academic adventure. My fears about getting lost in this huge new school turned out to be groundless, because it really wasn't huge at all. All my classes except for one were on the 2nd floor, and I liked all my teachers. I had been scared of math class, but it turned out we were picking up pretty much where I'd left off, so that was okay. I was feeling pretty good about the whole thing until the 4-minute change of classes between 6th and 7th period. I headed down the hall to the stairs, past slamming lockers, gabbing kids, and the smell of beefaroni from the cafeteria. I had just reached the top of the stairs when a hand grabbed me. "Hey, new boy, not so fast." I turned and saw a 6-foot troll with an acne-blasted face. His black hair hung down to his shoulders in greasy clumps. Small dark eyes peered out at me from beneath a protruding shelf of forehead. They were filled with bogus merriment. He was wearing stovepipe jeans and scuffed biker boots. In one hand he held a paper bag. "Take it," he said. Clueless, I took it. Kids were hurrying past me and down the stairs, some with quick sideways glances at the kid with the long black hair. "Look inside," he ordered. I did. There was a rag, a brush, and a can of Kiwi boot polish. I tried to hand the bag back. "I have to get to class." New boy, not until you shine my boots," he said. Clueless no more. It was an initiation stunt. Although it was expressly forbidden by the principal just that morning, I thought about doing it. Then I thought about all the kids hurrying downstairs past us. They would see the little country boy from Harlow on his knees with that rag and brush and can of polish. The story would spread fast. Yet I still might have done it, because this kid was much bigger than I was, and I didn't like the look in his eyes. "I would love to beat the shit out of you," that look said. "Just give me an excuse, new boy." Then I thought of what Mr. Harrigan would think if he ever saw me down on my knees, humbly shining this oaf's shoes. "No," I said. "No's a mistake you don't want to make," the kid said. "You better fucking believe it." "Boys, say boys, is there a problem here?" It was Miss Hargenson, my earth science teacher. She was young and pretty, couldn't have been long out of college, but she had an air of confidence about her that said she took no shit. The big boy shook his head. No problem here. All good, I said, handing the bag back to its owner. What's your name? Miss Hargenson asked. She wasn't looking at me. Kenny Yanko, he replied. And what's in your bag, Kenny? She asked. Nothing, he said. It wouldn't be an initiation kit, would it? No, he said. I gotta go to class. I did too. The crowd of kids going downstairs was thinning out, and pretty soon the bell was going to ring. I'm sure you do, Kenny, but one more second. She switched her attention to me. Craig, right? Yes, ma'am, I said. What's in that bag, Craig? I'm curious, she asked. I thought of telling her. Not out of any Boy Scout honesty is the best policy bullshit, but because he had scared me and now I was pissed off. And, might as well admit it, because I had an adult here to run interference. Then I thought, how would Mr. Harrigan handle this? Would he snitch? The rest of his lunch, I said. Half a sandwich. He asked me if I wanted it. If she had taken the bag and looked inside, we both would have been in trouble, but she didn't. I bet she knew, though. She just told us to get to class and went clicking away on her medium, just right for school heels. I started down the stairs and Kenny Yanko grabbed me again. You should have shined them, new boy, he said. That pissed me off more. I just saved your ass. You should be saying thank you. He flushed, which did not compliment all those erupting volcanoes on his face. You should have shined them. He started away, then turned back, still holding his stupid paper bag. Fuck your thanks, new boy, and fuck you. A week later, Kenny Yanko got into it with the woodshop teacher and threw a hand sander at him. Kenny had had no less than 3 suspensions during his 2 years at Gates Falls Middle. After my confrontation with him, I found out he was sort of a legend. That was the last straw. He was expelled, and I thought my problems with him were over. Like most small-town schools, Gates Falls Middle was very big on traditions. Dress-up Fridays was just one of many. There was carrying the boot, which meant standing in front of the grocery store and asking for contributions to the fire department. There was also doing the mile, which was running around the gym 20 times in phys ed and singing the school song at the monthly assemblies. Another of these traditions was the autumn dance. It was a Sadie Hawkins kind of deal where the girls were supposed to ask the boys. Margie Washburn asked me, and of course I said yes. I wanted to go on being friends with her, even though I didn't like her in that way. I asked my dad to drive us, which he was more than happy to do. Regina Michaels asked Billy Bogan, so it was a double date. It was especially good because Regina whispered to me in study hall that she'd only asked Billy because he was my friend. I had a hell of a good time until the first intermission, when I left the gym to use the restroom. I got as far as the boys' room door, then someone seized me by the belt with one hand and the back of my neck with the other. He propelled me straight down the hall to the side exit that opened onto the faculty parking lot. If I hadn't put out a hand to shove the crash bar, Kenny would have run me into the door face first. I have total recall of what followed. I have no idea why the bad memories of childhood and early adolescence are so clear. I only know they are. And this is a very bad memory. The night air was shockingly cold after the heat of the gym. I could see moonlight gleaming on the chrome of the 2 parked cars belonging to that night's chaperones, Mr. Taylor and Ms. Hargenson. Remember, new teachers got stuck chaperoning because it was a school tradition. I could hear a car's loud exhaust up on the highway, and I could feel the hot, raw scrape of my palms when Kenny Yanko pushed me down on the parking lot pavement. Now get up, he said. You got a job to do. I got up, I looked at my palms and saw they were bleeding. There was a bag sitting on one of the parked cars. He took it and held it out. Shine my boots, he said. Do that and we'll call it square. Fuck you, I said and punched him in the eye. Total recall, okay? I can remember every time he hit me, 5 blows in all. I can remember how the last one drove me back against the cinder block wall of the building and how I told my legs to hold me up and they declined. I just slid slowly down until my butt was on the pavement. I can remember hearing the music faintly from inside the gym. I can remember Kenny standing over me, breathing hard and saying, "Tell anyone and you're dead." but of all the things I can remember, the one I recall best and treasure is the sublime and savage satisfaction I felt when my fist connected with his face. It was the only one I got in, but it was a hell of a shot. When he was gone, I took my phone out of my pocket. After making sure it wasn't broken, I called Billy. It was all I could think of to do. He answered on the third ring, shouting to be heard over the music. I told him to come outside and bring Ms. Hargensen. I didn't want to involve a teacher, but even with my head ringing, I knew that was bound to happen eventually. It seemed best to do it from the start. I thought it was the way Mr. Harrigan would have handled it. "Why, what's up, dude?" Billy asked. "Some kid beat me up," I said. "I don't think I better go back inside. I don't look so great." He came out 3 minutes later, not only with Ms. Hargensen, but Regina and Margie too. My friends stared with dismay at my split lip and bloody nose. My clothes were also speckled with blood, and my brand new shirt was torn. "Come with me," Miss Hargensen said. She didn't seem upset by the blood, the bruise on my cheek, or the way my mouth was swelling up. "All of you." "I don't want to go in there," I said, meaning back into the gym. "I don't want to get stared at." "Don't blame you," she said, "this way." She led us to an entrance that said, "Staff only," used a key to let us in, and took us to the teacher's room. It wasn't exactly luxurious. I'd seen better furniture at yard sales, but there were chairs, and I sat in one. She found a first aid kit and sent Regina into the bathroom to get a cold washcloth to put on my nose, which she said didn't look broken. Regina came back looking impressed. "There's a Veda hand cream in there," she exclaimed. "It's mine," Miss Hargensen said. "Have some if you want. Put this on your nose, Craig. Hold it. Who brought you kids?" "Craig's dad," Margie said. She was looking around at this undiscovered country with wide eyes. Since it was clear I wasn't going to die, she was cataloging everything for later discussion with her friends. "Call him," Miss Hargensen said. "Give Margie your phone, Craig." Margie called Dad and told him to come pick us up. He said something. Margie listened, then said, "Well, there was a little trouble." She listened some more. Well. Billy took the phone. "He got beat up, but he's okay." He listened and held out the phone. "He wants to talk to you." Of course he did, and after asking if I was all right, he wanted to know who had done it. I said I didn't know, but thought it was a high school kid who might have been trying to crash the dance. "I'm all right, Dad," I said. "Let's not make a big deal of this, okay?" He said it was a big deal. I said it wasn't. He said it was. We went around like that, then he sighed and said he'd be there as fast as he could. I ended the call. Miss Hargensen said, "I'm not supposed to dispense anything for pain. Only the school nurse can do that, and only then with parental permission. But she's not here, so..." She grabbed her purse, which was hanging on a hook with her coat, and peered inside. "Are any of you kids going to tell on me and maybe cause me to lose my job?" My 3 friends shook their heads. So did I, but gingerly. Kenny had caught me with a pretty good roundhouse to the left temple. I hoped the bullying bastard had hurt his hand. Miss Hargensen brought out a little bottle of Aleve. "My private stock. Billy, get him some water." Billy brought me a Dixie cup. I swallowed the pill and felt better immediately. Such is the power of suggestion, especially when the one doing the suggesting is a gorgeous young woman. "You 3 make like bees and buzz," Miss Hargensen said. "Billy, go in the gym and tell Mr. Taylor I'll be back in 10 minutes. Girls, go outside and wait for Craig's father. Wave him over to the staff door." They went. Miss Hargensen leaned over me, close enough so I could smell her perfume, which was wonderful. I fell in love with her. I knew it was sappy, but couldn't help it. She held up 2 fingers. "Please tell me you don't see 3 or 4. "No, just 2, I replied. "Okay," she straightened up. "Was it Yanko? It was, wasn't it?" "No," I lied. "Do I look stupid? Tell me the truth," she said. How she looked was beautiful, but I could hardly say that. "No, you don't look stupid, but it wasn't Kenny, which is good. Because see, if it was him, I bet he'd get arrested because he's already expelled. Then there'd be a trial and I'd have to go in court and tell how he beat me up. Everyone would know. Think how embarrassing that would be." "And if he beat somebody else up?" she asked. I thought of Mr. Harrigan then, and channeled him, you could even say. That's their problem. All I care is that he's done with me. She tried to scowl. Her lips curved in a big smile instead, and I fell more in love with her than ever. That's cold, she said. I just want to get along, I said, which was the God's honest truth. You know what, Craig? I think you will, she said. When my dad got there, he looked me over and complimented Miss Hargensen on her work. I was a prize-fight cut man in my last life, she said. That made him laugh. Neither of them suggested a trip to the emergency room, which was a relief. Dad took the four of us home, so we missed the second half of the dance, but none of us minded. Billy, Margie, and Regina had had an experience more interesting than dancing to Beyoncé and Jay-Z. As for me, I kept reliving the satisfying shock that had gone up my arm when my fist connected with Kenny Yanko's eye. It was going to leave a splendid shiner, and I wondered how he'd explain it. When we were back at the house, Dad asked me again if I knew who had done it. I said I didn't. Not sure I believe that, son, he said. I said nothing. You just want to let this go? Is that what I'm hearing? He asked. I nodded. All right, he sighed. I guess I get it. I was young once myself. That's a thing parents always tell their kids sooner or later, but I doubt if any of them believe it. I believe it, I said, and I did, although it was amusing to visualize my father as a 5'5" pipsqueak back in the age of landlines. Tell me one thing, at least. Your mother would be mad at me for even asking, but since she's not here, did you hit him back? Yes, I said, only once, but it was a good one. That made him grin. Okay, but you need to understand that if he comes after you again, it's going to be a police matter. Are we clear? I said we were. Your teacher, I like her, said I should keep you up at least an hour and make sure you don't go all woozy. Want a piece of pie? He asked. Sure, I said. Cup of tea to go with it. Absolutely. So we had pie and big mugs of tea. Dad told me stories that weren't about party telephone lines or going to a one-room school or TVs that only got 3 stations. He told me about how he and a friend found some fireworks and accidentally set a neighbor's kindling box on fire. He told me about his mother washing his mouth out with soap for calling an old man a mean name. He told me about fights at the local roller rink, about getting his bathing suit pulled off at the beach, and about being chased down the street by a kid with a baseball bat. He really had been young once. I went upstairs to my room feeling good, but the painkiller Miss Hargensen had given me was wearing off, and by the time I got undressed, the good feeling was wearing off with it. I was pretty sure Kenny Yanko wouldn't come after me again, but not positive. What if his friends started teasing him about the shiner? What if he got pissed and decided a second round was in order? If that happened, he could put me in the hospital, or worse. I washed my face very gently, brushed my teeth, got into bed, and turned off the light. Then I just lay there, reliving what had happened. The shock of being grabbed from behind, being punched, and my legs giving out. Once I was in the dark, it seemed more and more likely that Kenny wasn't done with me. It can seem logical when it's dark and you're alone. So I turned on the light again and called Mr. Harrigan. I never expected to hear his voice. I only wanted to pretend I was talking to him. I expected silence, or a recorded message telling me the number was no longer in service. I'd slipped his phone into his pocket 3 months ago, and those first iPhones had a battery life of only 250 hours, even in standby mode. That phone had to be as dead as he was. But it rang. It had no business ringing, but somewhere under the ground of Elm Cemetery, Tammy Wynette was singing Stand By Your Man. Halfway through the 5th ring, his slightly scratchy old man's voice was in my ear. I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate. The beep came, and I heard myself talking. I don't remember thinking about the words. My mouth seemed to be operating completely on its own. I got beat up tonight, Mr. Harrigan, I said, by a big stupid kid named Kenny Yanko. He wanted me to shine his shoes and I wouldn't. I didn't snitch on him because I thought that would end it. I was trying to think like you, but I'm still worried. I wish I could talk to you. I paused. I'm glad your phone is still working, even though I don't know how it can be. I paused again. I miss you. Goodbye. I ended the call. I looked in my recent calls to make sure I had actually called. His number was there, along with the time, 11:02 p.m. I turned off my phone and put it on the night table. I turned off my lamp and was asleep almost at once. That was on a Friday night. The next night, or maybe early on Sunday morning, Kenny Yanko died. He hung himself, although I didn't know that or any of the details for another year. The obituary for Kenneth James Yanko wasn't in the paper until Tuesday, and all it said was that he had passed away suddenly as the result of a tragic accident. But the news was all over the school on Monday, and of course the rumor mill was in full operation. He was huffing glue and died of a stroke. He was cleaning one of his daddy's shotguns and it went off. He was playing Russian roulette with one of his daddy's pistols and blew his head off. He got drunk, fell down the stairs, and broke his neck. None of these stories was true. Billy Bogan was the one who told me as soon as he got on the bus. He was bursting with the news. He said one of his mom's friends from Gates Falls had called and told her. The friend lived across the street and had seen the body coming out on a stretcher with a bunch of Yankos surrounding it, crying and screaming. Even expelled bullies had people who loved them, it seemed. I thought immediately and guiltily of the call I'd made to Mr. Harrigan's phone. I told myself he was dead and couldn't have had anything to do with it. I told myself that even if stuff like that were possible outside of horror stories, I hadn't specifically wished Kenny dead. I just wanted to be left alone. But that seemed somehow lawyerly, and I kept remembering something Mrs. Grogan had said the day after the funeral. Not so sure about that. She had said about him being a good guy. He was square dealing, all right, but you didn't want to be on his bad side. Dusty Bellotto had gotten on Mr. Harrigan's bad side, and surely Kenny Yanko would have been too for beating me up. Only Mr. Harrigan no longer had a bad side. I kept telling myself that. Dead people don't have bad sides. Of course, phones that haven't been charged for 3 months can't ring and then play messages either. But Mr. Harrigan's had rung, and I had heard his rusty old man's voice. So I felt guilty, but I also felt relieved. Kenny Yanko would never come back on me. He was out of my road. Later that day, during my free period, Miss Hargensen came down to the gym where I was shooting baskets and took me into the hall. "You were moping in class today," she said. "No, I wasn't," I replied. "You were, and I know why, but I'm going to tell you something. Kids your age have a Ptolemaic view of the universe. I'm young enough to remember." "I don't know what," I started. Ptolemy was a Roman mathematician and astrologer who believed the Earth was the center of the universe, a still point everything else revolved around. Children believe their entire worlds revolve around them. That sense of being at the center of everything usually starts to fade by the time you're 20 or so, but you're a long way from that. She was leaning close to me, very serious, and she had the most beautiful green eyes. Also, the smell of her perfume was making me a little dizzy. "I can see you're not following me, so let me dispense with the metaphor. If you're thinking you had something to do with the Yanko boy's death, forget it. You didn't. I've seen his records, and he was a kid with serious problems. Home problems, school problems, psychological problems. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know, but I see a blessing here." "What?" I asked. "That he can't beat me up anymore?" She laughed, exposing teeth as pretty as the rest of her. "There's that Ptolemaic view of the world again. No, Craig, the blessing is that he was too young to get a license. If he'd been old enough to drive, he might have taken some other kids with him. Now go back to gym and shoot some baskets." I started away, but she grabbed my wrist. Years later, I can still remember the electricity I felt. "Craig," she said, "I could never be glad when a child dies, not even a bad actor like Kenneth Yanko, but I can be glad it wasn't you." Suddenly, I wanted to tell her everything, and I might have done it. But just then the bell rang, classroom doors opened, and the hall was full of chattering kids. Miss Hargensen went her way, and I went mine. That night, I turned on my phone, and at first just stared at it, gathering my courage. What Miss Hargensen had said that morning made sense, but Miss Hargensen didn't know that Mr. Harrigan's phone still worked, which was impossible. I hadn't had a chance to tell her. It won't work this time, I told myself. It had one last spurt of energy, that's all. Like a light bulb that flashes bright just before burning out. I hit his contact, expecting, hoping actually for silence or a message telling me the phone was no longer in service. But it rang, and after a few more rings, Mr. Harrigan was once more in my ear. I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate. It's Craig, Mr. Harrigan. I felt foolish, talking to a dead man, one who would be growing mold on his cheeks by now. I had done my research. At the same time, I didn't feel foolish at all. I felt scared, like someone treading on unhallowed ground. Listen, I said and licked my lips. You didn't have anything to do with Kenny Yanko dying, did you? If you did, knock on the wall. I ended the call. I waited for a knock. None came. The next morning, I had a message from Pirate King 1, just 6 letters, CCX, meaningless. It scared the hell out of me. That autumn, I thought a lot about Kenny Yanko. The current story making the rounds was that he had fallen from the second floor of his house while trying to sneak out in the middle of the night. I thought even more about Mr. Harrigan and about his phone, which I now wished I'd thrown into the lake. There was a fascination, okay? The fascination with strange things we all feel. Forbidden things. On several occasions, I almost called Mr. Harrigan's phone, but I never did. At least not then. Once I'd found his voice reassuring, the voice of experience and success, the voice of the grandfather I'd never had. Now I couldn't remember that voice as it had been on our sunny afternoons. Now all I could think of was the old man Rasp telling me he would call me back if it seemed appropriate. And I thought of him in his coffin. The mortician had no doubt gummed down his eyelids, but how long did that gum last? Were his eyes open down there? Were they staring up into the dark as they rotted in their sockets? These things preyed on my mind. A week before Christmas, Reverend Mooney asked me to come into the vestry so we could have a chat. He did most of the chatting. My father was worried about me, he said. I was losing weight, and my grades had slipped. Was there anything I wanted to tell him? I thought it over and decided there might be. Not everything, but some of it. If I tell you something, can it stay between us? I asked. As long as it doesn't have to do with self-harm or a serious crime, the answer is yes. I'm not a priest, and this isn't the Catholic confessional, but most men of faith are good at keeping secrets, he replied. So I told him that I'd had a fight with a boy from school, a bigger boy named Kenny Yanko, and he'd beat me up pretty good. I said I never wished Kenny dead, and I'd certainly not prayed for it, but he had died, almost right after our fight, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told him what Miss Hargensen had said about how kids believed everything had to do with them, and how it wasn't true. I said that helped a little, but I still thought I might have played a part in Kenny's death. The Reverend smiled. Your teacher was right, Craig. Until I was 8, I avoided stepping on sidewalk cracks so I wouldn't inadvertently break my mother's back. Seriously, I asked. Seriously, he leaned forward and his smile went away. I will keep your confidence if you will keep mine. Do you agree? Sure, I said. I'm good friends with Father Ingersoll of St. Anne's in Gates Falls. That is the church the Yankos attend. He told me that the Yanko boy committed suicide. I think I gasped. Suicide had been one of the rumors going around in the week after Kenny died, but I had never believed it. I would have said the thought of killing himself had never crossed the bullying son of a bitch's mind. Reverend Mooney was still leaning forward. He took one of my hands in both of his. Craig, do you really believe that boy went home, thought to himself, oh my goodness, I beat up a kid younger and smaller than me? I guess I'll kill myself? I guess not, I said, and I let out a breath it felt like I'd been holding for 2 months. When you put it like that, how did he do it? I didn't ask, and I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. You need to let this go, Craig. The boy had problems. His need to beat you up was only one symptom of those problems. You had nothing to do with it. And if I'm relieved that, I don't have to worry about him anymore, I asked. I'd say that was you being human, he said. Thanks. Do you feel better? He asked. Yes, I said, and I did. Not long before the end of school, Miss Hargensen stood before our earth science class with a big smile on her face. You guys probably thought you were going to be rid of me in 2 weeks, but I have some bad news. The high school biology teacher is retiring, and I've been hired to take his place. You could say I'm graduating from middle school to high school. A few kids groaned theatrically, but most of us applauded, and no one clapped harder than I did. I would not be leaving my love behind. To my adolescent mind, it seemed like fate, and in a way, it was. I also left Gates Falls Middle behind and started the 9th grade at Gates Falls High. That was where I met Mike Ueberoth, known then, as he is in his current career, as a backup catcher for the Baltimore Orioles, as U-Boat. Jocks and more scholarly types didn't mix much at our high school. If it hadn't been for the school play, I doubt if we ever would have become friends. U-Boat was a junior, and I was just a lowly freshman, which made becoming friends even more unlikely. But we did, and we remain friends to this day, although I see him far less often. Many high schools have a senior play, but that wasn't the case at Gates. We had 2 plays each year and all students could audition. I knew the story of Arsenic and Old Lace because I'd seen the movie version on TV. I enjoyed it, so I tried out. Mike's girlfriend talked him into trying out, and he ended up playing the homicidal Jonathan Brewster. I was cast as his scurrying sidekick, Dr. Einstein. That part was played by Peter Lorre in the film, and I tried my best to sound like him. It wasn't a very good imitation, but the audience ate it up. Small towns, you know. So that's how U-Boat and I became friends, and it's also how I found out what had really happened to Kenny Yanko. The Reverend turned out to be wrong, and the newspaper obituary turned out to be right. It really had been an accident. During the break between Act 1 and Act 2 of our dress rehearsal, I was at the Coke machine, which had eaten my money without giving me anything. U-Boat left his girlfriend, came over, and gave the machine a hard whack. A can of Coke promptly fell into the tray. "Thanks," I said. "No prob. You just have to remember to hit it right there in that corner." I said I would, although I doubted I could hit it with the same force. "Hey, listen, I heard you had some trouble with that Yanko kid. True?" he asked. There was no sense denying it, and really no reason to at this late date. So I said, yeah, it was true. "You want to know how he died?" he asked. "I've heard about 100 different stories. Have you got another one?" I replied. "I've got the truth, little buddy. You know who my dad is, don't you?" he asked. Sure. The Gates Falls police force was small, and Mike's father was the only detective. "I'll tell you about Yanko if you let me hit your soda," he offered. "Okay, but don't backwash," I said. "Do I look like an animal? Give it to me, you fucking cheesecake," he said. "Yes, yes," I said, doing my Peter Lorre impression. He snickered, took the can, downed half of it, then belched. Down the hall, his girlfriend mimed puking. Love in high school is very sophisticated. "My dad was the one who investigated," U-Boat said, handing the can back to me. And a couple of days after it happened, I heard him talking to a sergeant from the police station. They were out on the porch drinking beers, and the sarge said something about Yanko doing the chokey strokey. Dad laughed and said he'd heard it called a Beverly Hills necktie. The sarge said it was probably the only way the poor kid could get off with a pizza face like that. My dad goes, "Yeah, sad but true." Then he said what bothered him was the hair, said it bothered the coroner too. "What about his hair?" I asked. "And what's a Beverly Hills necktie?" I looked it up on my phone. It's slang for autoerotic asphyxiation. He said the words carefully, with pride almost. "You hang yourself and beat off while you're passing out." He saw my expression and shrugged. "I don't make the news, Dr. Einstein. I just report it. I guess it's supposed to be an extremely big thrill, but I think I'll pass." I thought I would too. "What about the hair?" I asked my dad about that. He didn't want to tell me, but since I'd heard the rest, he eventually did. He said half of Yanko's hair had turned white, U-Boat said. I thought about that a lot. On the one hand, if I had ever considered the idea of Mr. Harrigan rising from his grave to get vengeance on my behalf, and sometimes at night the idea would creep into my mind, U-Boat's story seemed to put an end to those thoughts. Thinking about Kenny Yanko in his closet, pants around his ankles and a rope around his neck, I could actually feel sorry for him. What a stupid, undignified way to die. As the result of a tragic accident, the obituary had said, and that was more accurate than any of us kids could have known. But on the other hand, there was that thing about Kenny's hair. I couldn't help wondering what might cause such a thing to happen, what Kenny might have seen in that closet with him as he drifted toward unconsciousness. Finally, I went to my best counselor, the internet. There I found a difference of opinion. Some scientists said there was no evidence that shock can turn someone's hair white. Other scientists said yes, it really could happen, that a sudden shock could kill the cells that determine hair color. One article said that happened to Thomas More and Marie Antoinette before they were executed. Another article said that was just a legend. In the end, it was like something Mr. Harrigan sometimes said about buying stocks. You pays your money and you takes your choice. Little by little, these questions and concerns faded, but I'd be lying if I told you that Kenny Yanko ever completely left my mind, then or now. Kenny Yanko in his closet with a rope around his neck. Maybe not losing consciousness before he could loosen the rope, after all. Kenny Yanko perhaps seeing something, only perhaps, that had frightened him so badly that he had fainted, that he had actually been scared to death. In daylight, that seemed pretty stupid. At night, especially if the wind was high, not so much. A for sale sign from a real estate company went up in front of Mr. Harrigan's house, and a few people came up to look at it. They were mostly the kind who fly in from Boston or New York. One pair was my first married gay couple, young but clearly well-to-do and just as clearly in love. They came in a snazzy BMW, held hands everywhere they went, and did a lot of oohing and ahing over the grounds. Then they went away and didn't come back. I saw a lot of these potential buyers because Mr. Rafferty had kept Mrs. Grogan and Pete Bostwick on, and Pete hired me to help out with the grounds. He knew I was good with plants and was willing to work hard. I got $12 an hour for 10 hours a week, and with the big trust fund out of reach until I was in college, that money came in very handy. Pete called the potential buyers Richie Riches. Like the married couple in their rented BMW, they went wow, but didn't buy. Considering the house was on a dirt road and the views were only good, not great, I wasn't surprised. Neither were Pete or Mrs. Grogan. They nicknamed the house White Elephant Manor. In the early winter of 2011, I used some of my gardening money to upgrade my first-generation phone to an iPhone 4. I swapped in my contacts that same night, and when I scrolled through them, I came across Mr. Harrigan's number. Without thinking too much about it, I tapped it. "Calling Mr. Harrigan," the screen said. I put the phone to my ear with a combination of dread and curiosity. There was no outgoing message from Mr. Harrigan. There was no robot voice telling me the number was no longer in service, and there was no ring. There was nothing but smooth silence. You could say my new phone was as quiet as the grave. It was a relief. I took biology my sophomore year, and there was Ms. Hargensen, as pretty as ever, but no longer my love. I had switched my affections to a more available and age-appropriate young lady. Wendy Gerard was a petite blonde who had just gotten rid of her braces. Soon we were studying together and going to movies together, when either my dad or her parents would take us. We also made out in the back row, all that sticky kid stuff that's so absolutely fine. My crush on Ms. Hargensen died a natural death, and that was a good thing because it opened the way for friendship. I brought plants into class sometimes, and I helped out cleaning the lab after school on Friday afternoons. We shared the lab with the chemistry kids. On one of those afternoons, I asked her if she believed in ghosts. "I suppose you don't, being a scientist and all," I said. She laughed. "I'm a teacher, not a scientist." "You know what I mean," I said. "I suppose," she replied, "but I'm still a good Catholic. That means I believe in God and the angels and the world of the spirit. Not so sure about exorcism and demonic possession. That seems pretty far out there. But ghosts? Let's just say the jury's out on that one. I'd certainly never attend a seance or mess around with a Ouija board." "Why not?" I asked. We were cleaning the sinks, something the chemistry kids were supposed to take care of but hardly ever did. Miss Hargensen paused, smiling, maybe a little embarrassed. "Science folks aren't immune from superstition, Craig. I don't believe in messing with what I don't understand. My grandmother used to say a person shouldn't call out unless they want an answer. I've always thought that was good advice. Why do you ask? I wasn't going to tell her Kenny was still on my mind. I'm a Methodist myself, I said, and we talk about the Holy Spirit. Only in the King James Bible, it's the Holy Ghost. I guess I was thinking about that. Well, if ghosts exist, she said, I'll bet not all of them are holy. I still wanted to be some kind of writer, although my ambition to write movies had cooled. Mr. Harrigan's joke about the screenwriter and the starlet came back to me every now and then, and had cast a bit of a pall over my showbiz fantasies. For Christmas that year, Dad got me a laptop, and I started to write short stories. They were okay line by line, but the lines of a story have to add up to a whole, and mine didn't. The following year, the head of the English department tapped me to edit the school paper, and I got the journalism bug, which has so far never left me. I don't think it ever will. I believe you hear a click, not in your head but in your soul, when you find the place where you belong. You can ignore it, but really, why would you? I started getting my growth, and when I was a junior, after I had shown Wendy that yes, I had protection, which U-Boat, my friend Mike, had actually bought for me, we left our virginity behind. I graduated third in my class, and Dad bought me a used Toyota Corolla. I got accepted at Emerson, one of the best schools in the country for aspiring journalists. I bet they would have given me at least a partial scholarship, but thanks to Mr. Harrigan, I didn't need it. Lucky me. There were a few typical adolescent storms between 14 and 18, but actually not that many. It was as if the nightmare with Kenny Yanko had in some way front-loaded a lot of my adolescent angst. Also, I loved my dad, and it was just the two of us. I think that makes a difference. By the time I started college, I hardly ever thought of Kenny Yanko at all. But I still thought of Mr. Harrigan. Not surprising, considering that he had rolled out the academic red carpet for me. But there were certain days when I thought of him more often. If I was home on one of those days, I put flowers on his grave. If I wasn't, Pete Bostwick or Mrs. Grogan did it for me. Those days were Valentine's, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and my birthday. I always bought a $1 scratch ticket on those days, too. Sometimes I won a couple of bucks, sometimes 5, and once I won 50, but I never hit anything close to a jackpot. That was okay with me. If I had, I would have given the money to some charity. I bought the tickets to remember. Thanks to him, I was already rich. Because Mr. Rafferty was generous with the trust fund, I had my own apartment by the time I was a junior at Emerson. It was just a couple of rooms and a bathroom, but it was in a nice part of Boston, where even small apartments aren't cheap. By then, I was working on the literary magazine. It's one of the best in the country, and it always has a hotshot editor, but someone has to read the unsolicited submissions, and that was me. I liked the job, even though many of the submissions were terrible. It cheered me up to see how many aspiring writers out there were worse at writing than I was. Probably that sounds mean. Probably it is. I was doing this chore one evening with a plate of Oreos by my left hand and a cup of tea by my right when my phone buzzed. It was Dad. He said he had some bad news and told me Miss Hargensen had died. For a moment or two, I couldn't speak. The stack of poems and stories suddenly seemed very unimportant. "Craig?" Dad asked. "Are you still there?" "Yes," I said. "What happened?" He told me what he knew, and I found out more a couple of days later online. "Beloved Teachers Killed in Vermont," the headline read. Victoria Hargensen Corliss, my former teacher, had still been teaching biology at Gates. Her husband was a math teacher at a neighboring school. They had decided to spend their spring vacation on a motorcycle trip across New England. They were on their way back, in Vermont and almost to the New Hampshire border, when a man named Dean Whitmore crossed the center line and struck them head-on. Mr. Corliss was killed instantly. Victoria Corliss, the woman who had taken me into the teacher's room after Kenny Yanko beat me up and gave me an Aleve, had died on the way to the hospital. I'd interned at the local newspaper the previous summer, mostly emptying the trash but also writing some sports and movie reviews. When I called Dave Gardner, the editor, he gave me some background that hadn't been printed. Dean Whitmore had been arrested a total of 4 times for driving under the influence, but his father was a big-shot finance guy, and high-priced lawyers had taken care of Whitmore the first 3 times. On the 4th occasion, he had avoided jail but lost his license. He'd been driving without one and under the influence when he struck the motorcycle. Stone drunk was the way Dave put it. "He'll get off with just a slap on the wrist," Dave said. "Daddy will see to it. You watch and see." "No way," I said. "Just the idea of that happening made me feel sick. If your info's correct, it's a clear case of vehicular homicide." "Watch and see," he repeated. The funerals were at St. Anne's, the church, both Miss Hargenson. It was impossible for me to think of her as Victoria, and her husband had attended for most of their lives. Mr. Harrigan had been rich, a mover and shaker in the business world, but there were a lot more people at the funeral of Ted and Victoria Corliss. St. Anne's is a big church, but that day it was standing room only. They had both been popular teachers, they were a love match, and of course they had been young. So were most of the mourners. I was there, Regina and Margie were there, Billy Bogan was there, so was U-Boat, who'd made a special trip from Florida, where he was playing minor league ball. U-Boat and I sat together. He didn't cry exactly, but his eyes were red, and he was sniffling. "Did you ever have her for class?" I whispered. "Bio 2, he whispered back. "When I was a senior, needed it to graduate. She gave me a gift C, and I was in her birdwatching club. She wrote me a recommendation on my college app." She had written me one too. "It's just so wrong," U-Boat said. "They weren't doing nothing but taking a ride." He paused. "And they were wearing helmets too." Billy looked about the same, but Margie and Regina looked older, almost adult in their makeup and grown-up dresses. They hugged me outside the church when it was over, and Regina said, "Remember how she took care of you the night you got beat up?" "Yes," I said. "She let me use her hand cream," Regina said, and began to cry all over again. "I hope they put that guy away forever," Margie said fiercely. "Roger that," U-Boat said. "Lock him up and throw away the key." "They will," I said, but of course I was wrong and Dave was right. Dean Whitmore's day in court came that July. He was given 4 years, sentence suspended if he agreed to go into a rehab and could pass random urine tests for those same 4 years. I was working for the newspaper again, and as a paid employee, only part-time. But still, I'd been bumped up to community affairs and the occasional feature story. The day after Whitmore's sentencing, if you could even call it that, I voiced my outrage to Dave Gardner. "I know it sucks," he said, "but you gotta grow up, Craigie. We live in the real world where money talks and people listen. Money changed hands in the Whitmore case somewhere along the line. You can count on it. Now aren't you supposed to be giving me 400 words on the craft fair?" A rehab, possibly one with tennis courts and a putting green, wasn't enough. 4 years of urine testing wasn't enough, especially when you could pay someone to provide clean samples if you knew ahead of time when the tests were going to come. Whitmore probably would. As that August burned away, I sometimes thought of an African proverb I'd read in one of my classes. When an old man dies, a library burns. Victoria and Ted hadn't been old, but somehow that was worse, because any potential they might have had was never going to be realized. All those kids at the funeral suggested that something had burned and could never be rebuilt. I remembered her drawings of leaves and tree branches on the blackboard, beautiful things done freehand. I remembered us cleaning the biolab on Friday afternoons, then doing the chemistry half of the lab for good measure, both of us laughing. I thought of her saying, "Don't blame you," when I told her I didn't want to go back into the gym after Kenny beat me up. I thought of those things, and the smell of her perfume, and then I thought of the asshole who'd killed her graduating from rehab and going about his business happy as can be. No, it wasn't enough. I went home that afternoon and dug through the drawers of my bureau, not quite admitting to myself what I was looking for, or why. What I was looking for wasn't there, which was both a disappointment and a relief. I started to leave, then went back and stood on tiptoe to explore the top shelf in my closet, where junk had a way of accumulating. I found an old alarm clock, a busted iPod, a tangle of earphones, a box of baseball cards, and a stack of comic books. At the very back, there was a Red Sox sweatshirt much too small for me now. I lifted it, and there, underneath, was the iPhone my father had given me for Christmas, back in my shrimp squeak days. The charger was there, too. I plugged the old phone in, still not quite admitting what I was up to. But when I think of that day now, not so many years ago, I believe that the motivating force was something Miss Hargensen had said to me while we were cleaning the lab sinks. A person shouldn't call out unless they want an answer. That day I wanted one. It probably won't even take a charge, I told myself. It's been up there gathering dust for years. But it did. When I picked it up that night, after Dad had gone to bed, I saw a full battery icon in the upper right-hand corner. Man, talk about your trips down memory lane. I saw emails from long ago, photos of my dad from before his hair started to go gray, and old text messages. No real news in them, just jokes, and things like, "I just farted," and questions like, "Did you do your algebra?" We'd been like a couple of kids with tin cans connected by a string, which is what most of our modern communications amount to, when you stop to think of it, chatter for the sake of chatter. I took the phone to bed with me just as I had back before I needed to shave, and when kissing Regina was a huge deal. Only now the bed, which had once seemed big, seemed almost too small. I looked across the room at a poster I had put up in junior high. I was older than that kid now, and I was just the same. Funny how that works. If ghosts exist, Miss Hargensen had said, I'll bet not all of them are holy. Thinking of that almost made me stop. Then once more thinking of that irresponsible asshole playing tennis in his rehab, I went ahead and called Mr. Harrigan's number. It's okay, I told myself. Nothing will happen. Nothing can happen. This is just a way of clearing your mental decks so you can leave the anger and sorrow behind and move on. Except part of me knew something would happen, so I wasn't surprised when I got a ring instead of silence. Nor was I when his rusty voice spoke in my ear, originating from the telephone I'd put in his dead man's pocket almost 7 years before. I'm not answering my phone now. I will call you back if it seems appropriate. Hello, Mr. Harrigan. It's Craig. My voice was remarkably steady, considering that I was talking to a corpse and the corpse might actually be listening. There's a man named Dean Whitmore who killed my favorite teacher from high school and her husband. The guy was drunk and hit them with his car. They were good people. She helped me when I needed help, and he didn't get what he deserved. I guess that's all. Except it wasn't. I had at least 30 seconds or so to leave a message, and I hadn't used them all. So I said the rest of it, the truth of it, my voice dropping lower still, so it was almost a growl. I wish he was dead. These days I work for a newspaper that serves Albany, New York, and the surrounding area. The salary is peanuts. I could probably make more writing for some gossip website, but I have that trust fund as a cushion. I like working for an actual paper, even though most of the action these days is online. Call me old-fashioned. I made friends with the paper's go-to IT guy. One night over beer, I told him I'd once been able to connect with the voicemail of a guy who was dead, but only if I called from the old phone I'd had when the guy was still alive. I asked him if he'd ever heard of anything like that. No, he said, but it could happen. How? No idea, but there were all sorts of weird glitches with the early computers and cell phones. Some of them are legendary, he explained. iPhones too? Especially them, he said, swigging his beer, because they were rushed into production. Steve Jobs never would have admitted it, but the Apple guys were scared to death that in another couple of years, maybe only one, BlackBerry would achieve total market dominance. Those first iPhones, some of them locked up every time you typed the letter L. You could send an email and then surf the web, but if you tried to surf the web and then send an email, your phone sometimes crashed. That actually happened to me once or twice, I said. I had to reboot. Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff like that. Your thing? I'd guess the guy's message somehow got stuck in the software, same way you can get a piece of gristle stuck between your teeth. Call it the ghost in the machine, he said. Yes, I said, but not a holy one. Huh? He asked. Nothing, I said. Dean Whitmore died on his second day in the Raven Mountain Treatment Center. a luxury rehab facility in upstate New Hampshire. There were indeed tennis courts, also shuffleboard and a swimming pool. I knew almost as soon as it happened because I had a Google alert on his name on both my laptop and my work computer. No cause of death was given. Money talks, you know. So I took a little trip to the neighboring New Hampshire town. There I put on my reporter's hat, asked a few questions, and parted with some of Mr. Harrigan's money. It didn't take long because, as suicides went, Whitmore's was more than a bit out of the ordinary. Kind of like strangling to death while masturbating is out of the ordinary, you could say. At Raven Mountain, the inpatients were called guests instead of dopers and alkies, and each guest room had its own shower. Dean Whitmore went into his before breakfast and chugged down some shampoo. Not to commit suicide, it seemed, but to grease the runway. He then broke a bar of soap in two, dropped half on the floor, and crammed the other half down his throat. I got most of this from one of the counselors. This fellow, whose job it was to break drunks and druggies of their bad habits, sat in my car drinking from a bottle of wild turkey purchased with some of the money I'd given him. Yes, the irony was not lost on me. I asked if Whitmore had perhaps left a suicide note. He did, the counselor said. Kinda sweet, actually. Almost a prayer. Keep giving all the love you can, it said. My arms broke out in goose flesh, but my sleeves covered that, and I was able to manage a smile. I could have told him that wasn't a prayer, but a line from Stand By Your Man by Tammy Wynette. He wouldn't have gotten it anyway, and there was no reason why I'd want him to. It was between Mr. Harrigan and me. I spent 3 days on that little investigation. When I got back, Dad asked me if I'd enjoyed my mini vacation. I said I had. He asked me if I was ready to go back to school in a couple of weeks. I said I was. He looked me over carefully and asked if anything was wrong. I said there wasn't, not knowing if that was a lie or not. Part of me still believed that Kenny Yanko had died accidentally, and that Dean Whitmore had committed suicide, possibly out of guilt. I tried to imagine how Mr. Harrigan could have somehow appeared to them and caused their deaths, and couldn't do it. If that had happened, then I was an accessory to murder, morally if not legally. I had wished Whitmore dead, after all. And probably in my deepest heart, Kenny too. You sure? Dad asked. His eyes were still on me, in the old searching way I remembered from early childhood, when I had done some small thing wrong. Positive, I said. Okay, but if you want to talk, I'm here. Yes, and thank God he was, but this wasn't a thing I could talk about, not without sounding like a lunatic. I went into my room and took the old iPhone off the closet shelf. It was holding its charge admirably. Why exactly did I do that? Did I mean to call him in his grave to say thank you? To ask him if he was really there? I can't remember, and I guess it doesn't matter because I didn't call. When I powered up the phone, I saw I had a text message from Pirate King 1. I tapped with a trembling finger to open it and read this: CCCT. As I looked at it, a possibility that had never so much as touched my mind before that late summer day dawned on me. What if I were somehow holding Mr. Harrigan hostage, tying him to my earthly concerns by way of the phone I had tucked into his coat pocket before the lid of his coffin went down? What if the things I had asked him to do were hurting him, maybe even torturing him? Not likely, I thought. Remember what Mrs. Grogan told you about Dusty Bilodeau? She said he couldn't have gotten a job shoveling hen shit out of a barn after stealing from Mr. Harrigan. He saw to it. Yes, and something else. She said he was a square-dealing man, but if you weren't the same, God help you. And had Dean Whitmore been square-dealing? No. Had Kenny Yanko been square-dealing? The same. So maybe Mr. Harrigan had been glad to pitch in. Maybe he even enjoyed it. If he was ever there at all, I whispered. He had been. In my deepest heart, I knew that too. And I knew something else. I knew what that message meant. Craig, stop. Because I was hurting him, or because I was hurting myself. I decided that in the end it didn't matter. It rained hard the next day, the kind of chilly, no-thunder downpour that means the first autumn color will begin to show in a week or two. The rain was good, because it meant that the summer people were all tucked up inside their seasonal hideaways and the lake was deserted. I parked in the picnic area at the lake's north end and walked to what we kids had called the ledges, where we would stand in our bathing suits and dare each other to jump off. Some of us even did. I went to the lip of the drop, where the pine needles gave out, and the bare rock, which is New England's ultimate truth, began. I reached into the right pocket of my pants and brought out my first iPhone. I held it in my hand for a moment, feeling its weight and remembering how delighted I'd been on that Christmas morning when I unwrapped it. Had I screamed for joy? I couldn't remember, but almost certainly. It was still holding its charge, although it was down to 50%. I called Mr. Harrigan, and in the dark earth of Elm Cemetery, in the pocket of an expensive suit coat now speckled with mold, I know Tammy Wynette was singing. I listened to his scratchy old man's voice one more time, telling me he would call back if it seemed appropriate. I waited for the beep. I said, "Thank you for everything, Mr. Harrigan. Goodbye." I ended the call, cocked my arm back, and threw the phone as hard as I could. I watched it arc through the gray sky. I watched the small splash as it hit the water. I reached into my left-hand pocket and brought out my current iPhone. I meant to throw it into the lake as well. Surely I could make do with a landline, and surely it would make my life easier. So much less chatter, no more texts reading, "What are you doing?" No more dumb emojis. If I got a job on a newspaper after I graduated and needed to keep in touch, I could use a loaner, then give it back when the assignment was finished. I cocked my arm back and held it that way for what felt like a long time. In the end, I put the phone back in my pocket. I don't know for sure if everyone is addicted to those high-tech tin cans, but I know that I am, and I know Mr. Harrigan was. It's why I slipped it into his pocket that day. In the 21st century, I think our phones are how we are wedded to the world. If so, it's probably a bad marriage. Or maybe not. After what happened to Yanko and Whitmore, and after that last text message from Pirate King 1, there are a great many things I'm not sure of. Reality itself, for a start. I do know two things, however, and they are as solid as New England rock. I don't want to be cremated when I go, and I want to be buried with empty pockets. Chapter 1, The Life of Chuck. Act 3, Thanks, Chuck! The day Marty Anderson saw the billboard was just before the internet finally went down for good. It had been wobbling for 8 months since the first short interruptions. Everyone agreed it was only a matter of time, and everyone agreed they would muddle through somehow once the wired-in world finally went dark. After all, they had managed without it, hadn't they? Besides, there were other problems, like whole species of birds and fish dying off. And now there was California to think about. Going, possibly soon to be gone. Marty was late leaving school because it was that least favorite day for high school educators, the one set aside for parent-teacher conferences. As this one had played out, Marty had found few parents interested in discussing their children's progress, or lack of it. Mostly they wanted to discuss the probable final failure of the internet, which would sink their Facebook and Instagram accounts for good. None of them mentioned Pornhub, but Marty suspected many of the parents were mourning that site's impending extinction as well. Ordinarily, Marty would have driven home by way of the turnpike bypass, zippity-zip, home in a jiff, but that wasn't possible due to the collapse of a bridge. That had happened 4 months ago, and there was no sign of repairs, just orange-striped wooden barriers that already looked dingy and were covered with graffiti. With the bypass closed, Marty was forced to drive directly through downtown to reach his house, along with everybody else who lived on the east side. Thanks to the conferences, he'd left at 5 instead of 3, at the height of rush hour. A drive that would have taken 20 minutes in the old days would take at least an hour, probably longer because some of the traffic lights were out as well. It was stop and go all the way, with plenty of horns, screeching brakes, and waved middle fingers. He was stopped for 10 minutes at the intersection of Main and Market, so had plenty of time to notice the billboard on top of the Midwest Trust building. Until today, it had advertised an airline. This afternoon, the happy flight attendants had been replaced by a photograph of a moon-faced man with black-framed glasses that matched his black, neatly combed hair. He was sitting at a desk with a pen in his hand, jacketless but with his tie carefully knotted. On the hand holding the pen, there was a crescent-shaped scar that had for some reason not been airbrushed out. To Marty, he looked like an accountant. He was smiling cheerfully down at the snarled twilight traffic. Above his head in blue was Charles Krantz. Below his desk, in red, was 39 great years. Thanks, Chuck. Marty had never heard of Charles Chuck Krantz, but supposed he must have been a pretty big deal at Midwest Trust to rate a retirement photo on a spotlighted billboard. And the photo must be an old one if he'd put in almost 40 years, or his hair would have been white. Or gone, Marty said, and brushed at his own thinning hair. He took a chance at downtown's main intersection 5 minutes later, when a momentary hole opened up. He squirted his car through it, tensing for a collision and ignoring the shaken fist of a man who stopped only inches from hitting him. There was another tie-up at the top of Main Street, and another close call. By the time he got home, he had forgotten all about the billboard. He drove into the garage, pushed the button that lowered the door, and then just sat for a full minute, breathing deeply, and trying not to think about having to run the same gauntlet tomorrow morning. With the bypass closed, there was just no other choice. Taking a sick day seemed like a more attractive option. I wouldn't be the only one, he told the empty garage. He knew this to be true. Absenteeism was at a worldwide high. He grabbed his stack of books with one hand and his battered old briefcase with the other. It was heavy with papers that would need correcting. Thus burdened, he struggled out of the car and closed the door with his butt. The sight of his shadow on the wall doing something that looked like a funky dance move made him laugh. The sound startled him. Laughter in these difficult days was hard to come by. Then he dropped half of his books on the garage floor, which put an end to any good humor. He gathered up his books and went inside. He had barely managed to get everything on the kitchen counter before the landline phone rang. Caller ID no longer worked, but he was sure enough about who was on the other end to simply pick up the phone and say, "Yo, Felicia." "Where have you been?" his ex-wife asked him. "I've been trying to reach you for an hour." Marty explained about the parent-teacher conferences and the long trip home. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I will be as soon as I get something to eat." "How are you, Fel?" he replied. "I'm getting along, but we had 6 more today," she said. Marty didn't have to ask her 6 more of what. Felicia was a nurse at the local hospital, where the nursing staff now called itself the Suicide Squad. "Sorry to hear that," he said. Sign of the times. He could hear the shrug in her voice. 2 years ago, when they'd still been married, 6 suicides in one day would have left her shaken and sleepless. But you could get used to anything, it seemed. "Are you still taking your ulcer medication, Marty?" Before he could reply, she hurried on. "It's not nagging, just concern. Divorce doesn't mean I still don't care about you, you know?" "I know, and I am," he said. This was a half-lie. The doctor prescribed medication was now impossible to get, and he was relying on over-the-counter stuff. He told the half-lie because he still cared about her, too. They actually got along better now that they weren't married anymore. There was even sex, and although it was infrequent, it was pretty good. "I appreciate you asking." "Really?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, opening the fridge. Pickings were slim. "Good. How many parents actually showed up?" "More than I expected. Far less than a full house. Mostly they wanted to talk about the internet. They seem to think I should know why it keeps crashing. I had to keep telling them I'm an English teacher, not an IT guy." "You know about California, right?" she asked, lowering her voice as if imparting a great secret. "Yes." That morning, a gigantic earthquake, the 3rd in the last month and by far the worst, had sent another large chunk of the state into the Pacific Ocean. The good news was that most of that part of the state had been evacuated. The bad news was that now hundreds of thousands of refugees were trekking east, turning Nevada into one of the most populous states in the Union. Gasoline in Nevada currently costs $20 a gallon, cash only, and if the station wasn't tapped out. Marty grabbed a half-empty quart of milk, sniffed it, and drank from the bottle despite the faintly suspicious aroma. He needed a real drink, but knew from bitter experience that he had to insulate his stomach first. He said, It's interesting to me that the parents who did show up seemed more concerned about the internet than the California quakes. I suppose because the state's breadbasket regions are still there. But for how long? I heard a scientist on the radio say that California is peeling away like old wallpaper, and another Japanese reactor got inundated this afternoon. They're saying it was shut down, all's well, but I don't think I believe that, she said. Cynic, he replied. We're living in cynical times, Marty. She hesitated. Some people think we're living in the last times. Not just the religious crazies either. Not anymore. You heard that from a member in good standing of the City General Suicide Squad. We lost 6 today, true, but there were 18 more we dragged back, most with the help of medication. But, she lowered her voice again, supplies of that are getting very thin. I heard the head pharmacist saying we might be completely out by the end of the month. That sucks, Marty said, eyeing his briefcase. All those papers waiting to be graded. Just thinking of it made him tired. Listen, Fel, I ought to go. I have tests to grade and essays to correct. The thought of the stacked essays made him feel old. All right, Felicia said, just, touching base. Roger that. Marty opened the cupboard and took down the bourbon. He would wait until she was off the phone to pour it, lest she hear the glugging and know what he was doing. Wives had intuition. Ex-wives seemed to develop high-def radar. Could I say I love you? She asked. Only if I can say it right back, Marty replied, running his finger over the label on the bottle. I love you, Marty, she said. And I love you. A good place to end, but she was still there. Marty? What, hon? The world is going down the drain, and all we can say is, that sucks. So maybe we're going down the drain too. Maybe we are, he said, but Chuck Krantz is retiring, so I guess there's a gleam of light in the darkness. 39 great years, she responded, and it was her turn to laugh. He put the milk down. You saw the billboard? No, it was an ad on the radio, that NPR show I was telling you about, she said. If they're running ads on NPR, it really is the end of the world, Marty said. She laughed again, and the sound made him glad. Tell me, how does Chuck Krantz rate this kind of coverage? He looks like an accountant, and I never heard of him. No idea. The world is full of mysteries. No hard stuff, Marty. I know you're thinking of it. Have a beer instead, she said. He didn't laugh as he ended the call, but he smiled. Ex-wife radar. High def. He put the bourbon back in the cupboard and grabbed a beer instead. He put a couple of hot dogs into water and went into his little study to see if the internet was up while he waited for the water to boil. It was, and seemed to be running at slightly better than its usual slow crawl. He went to Netflix, thinking he might rewatch an episode of a favorite show while he ate his hot dogs. The welcome screen came up, but before he could decide what to watch, the screen disappeared. Searching appeared, and the little spinning circle. Fuck, Marty said, gone for the knee. Then the spinning circle disappeared and the screen came back. Only it wasn't the Netflix welcome screen, it was Charles Krantz, sitting at his paper-strewn desk, smiling with his pen in his scarred hand. Charles Krantz above him, 39 great years, thanks, Chuck, below. Who the fuck are you, Chucky? Marty asked. How do you rate? And then, as if his breath had blown out the internet like a birthday candle, the picture disappeared, and the words on the screen were connection lost. It did not come back that night. Like half of California, the internet had vanished. The first thing Marty noticed the next day as he backed his car out of the garage was the sky. How long had it been since he had seen that clear, unblemished blue? A month? 6 weeks? The clouds and the rain were almost constant now. On days when the clouds cleared, the sky usually remained bleary from the smoke of fires in the Midwest. They had blackened most of Iowa and Nebraska, and were moving on to Kansas, driven by gale-force winds. The second thing he noticed was Gus Wilfong trudging up the street with his oversized lunchbox banging against his thigh. Gus was his next-door neighbor, a supervisor at the city's public works department. Although it was only 7:15, he looked tired and out of sorts, as if at the end of a long day instead of just starting one. And if he was just starting one, why was he walking toward his house? Marty powered down his window. Where's your car? He called out. Gus's short laugh was humorless. Parked on the sidewalk halfway down Main Street Hill, along with about 100 others. He blew out his breath. Woo, I can't remember the last time I walked 3 miles. If you're going to school, buddy, you're going to have to go all the way out Route 11 and then hook back on Route 19. 20 miles at least, and there'll be plenty of traffic there, too. You might arrive in time for lunch, but I wouldn't count on it. What happened? Marty asked. A sinkhole opened up at the intersection of Main and Market, Gus said. Man, it's huge. All the rain we've been having might have something to do with it. Lack of maintenance probably even more. Not my department, thank God. There must be 20 cars at the bottom of it, maybe 30, and some of the people in those cars. He shook his head. They ain't coming back. Jesus, Marty said. I was just there last evening, backed up in traffic. Be glad you weren't there this morning. Mind if I get in with you? Sit down for a minute? I'm pooped, and my wife will have gone back to bed. I don't want to wake her up, especially with bad news, Gus said. Sure, Marty replied. Gus got in the car. This is bad, my friend. It sucks, Marty agreed. It was what he'd said to Felicia last night. Just got to grin and bear it, I guess. I'm not grinning, Gus said. Are you planning to take the day off? Gus raised his hands and brought them down on the lunchbox in his lap. I don't know. Maybe I'll make some calls, see if someone can pick me up, but I'm not hopeful. If you do take the day, don't plan to spend it watching Netflix or YouTube videos. The internet's down again, and I've got a feeling it might be for good this time, Marty said. I'm assuming you know about California, Gus said. I didn't turn on the TV this morning, slept in a bit. Marty paused. I didn't want to watch it anyway, to tell you the truth. Is there something new? Yeah, the rest of it went, Gus replied. He reconsidered. Well, they're saying 20% of Northern California is still hanging in there, which means probably 10, but the food-producing regions are gone. That's terrible, Marty said. It was, of course, but instead of horror and grief, all he felt was a kind of benumbed dismay. You could say that, Gus agreed, especially with the Midwest turning to charcoal and the southern half of Florida now basically swampland fit only for alligators. I hope you've got a lot of food in your pantry and freezer, because now all the major food-producing regions of this country are gone. The same with Europe. It's already famine time in Asia. Millions dead there. Bubonic plague, I'm hearing. They sat in Marty's driveway, watching more people walking back from downtown, many dressed in suits and ties. A woman in a pretty pink suit was trudging along in sneakers, carrying her heels in one hand. Marty thought her name was Andrea something, and that she worked at Midwest Trust. And the bees, Gus continued. They were in trouble even 10 years ago, but now they're completely gone, except for a few hives down in South America. No more honey, and without them to pollinate whatever crops might be left. Excuse me, Marty said. He got out of the car and trotted to catch up with the woman in the pink suit. Andrea? Are you Andrea? She turned warily, lifting her shoes as if she might have to use one of the heels to ward him off. Marty understood. There were plenty of unstable people around these days. He stopped 5 feet away. I'm Felicia Anderson's husband. Ex, actually, but husband sounded less potentially dangerous. I think you and Fell know each other. We do, she said. I was on the neighborhood watch committee with her. What can I do for you, Mr. Anderson? I've had a long walk and my car's stuck in what appears to be a terminal traffic jam downtown. As for the bank, it's leaning. Leaning, Marty repeated. In his mind, he saw an image of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, with Chuck Krantz's retirement photo on top. It's on the edge of the sinkhole, Andrea explained, and although it hasn't fallen in, it looks very unsafe to me. It's sure to be condemned. I suppose that's the end of my job, at least in the downtown branch, but I don't really care. I just want to go home and put my feet up. I was curious about the billboard on the bank building. Have you seen it? Marty asked. How could I miss it? She replied. I work there after all. I've also seen the graffiti, which is everywhere. We love you, Chuck. Chuck lives, Chuck forever, and the ads on TV. Really? Marty asked. He thought of what he'd seen on Netflix last night, just before it went away. At the time, he'd dismissed it as a particularly annoying pop-up ad. Well, the local stations anyway, Andrea said. Maybe it's different on cable, but we don't get that anymore. Not since July. Us either, Marty said. Just Channel 8 and Channel 10. Andrea nodded. No more ads for cars or furniture. Just Charles Krantz. 39 great years. Thanks, Chuck. A full minute of that, then back to our regularly scheduled reruns. Very peculiar, but these days, what isn't? Now I really want to get home. This Charles Krantz isn't associated with your bank? Retiring from the bank? Marty asked. She paused for just a moment before continuing her homeward trudge, carrying high heels she would not need that day, perhaps ever again. I don't know Charles Krantz from Adam, she said. He must have worked in the Omaha headquarters, although from what I understand, Omaha is just a great big ashtray these days. Marty watched her go. So did Gus Wilfong, who had joined him. Gus nodded at the glum parade of returning workers who could no longer get to their jobs. They look like refugees, Gus said. Yeah, Marty said. They kind of do. Hey, you remember asking me about my food supplies? Gus nodded. I have quite a few cans of soup, also some rice, Cheerios, I believe. As for the freezer, I think I might have 6 TV dinners and half a pint of ice cream. You don't sound concerned, Gus observed. Marty shrugged. What good would that do? But see, it's interesting, Gus said. We were all concerned at first. We wanted answers. People went to Washington and protested. Remember when they knocked over the White House fence and those college kids got shot? Yeah, Marty said. There was the government overthrow in Russia and the 4-day war between India and Pakistan. There's a volcano in Germany, for Christ's sake. Germany. We told each other all this would blow over, but that doesn't seem to be happening, does it? No, Marty agreed. Although he'd just gotten up, he felt tired, very tired. Not blowing over, blowing harder. Then there's the suicides, Gus added. Marty nodded. Felicia sees them every day. I think the suicides will slow down, Gus said, and people will just wait. For what? Marty asked. For the end, pal. The end of everything. We've been going through the 5 stages of grief, don't you get it? Now we've arrived at the last one. Acceptance. Marty said nothing. He could think of nothing to say. There's so little curiosity now, and all this, Gus waved an arm. It came out of nowhere. I mean, we knew the environment was going to the dogs, but this is 60 different varieties of shit, all at once. He gave Marty a look that was almost pleading. In how long? A year? 14 months? Yes, Marty said, sucks. It seemed to be the only word that fit. Overhead, they heard a droning sound and looked up. This was a small plane, bumbling along in the unusually clear sky and belching a stream of white from its tail. The plane twisted and banked, rose and fell, the smoke forming letters. Huh, Gus said, craning his neck. Skywriting plane, haven't seen one since I was a kid. Charles, the plane wrote, then Krantz, and then, of course, 39 great years. The name was already starting to fuzz out as the plane wrote, thanks, Chuck. What the fuck, Gus said. My sentiments exactly, Marty said. He had skipped breakfast, so when he went back inside, Marty microwaved one of his frozen dinners and took it into the living room to watch TV. But the only 2 stations he could pull in were showing the photograph of Charles Chuck Krantz sitting at his desk. Marty stared at it while he ate, then killed the TV and went back to bed. It seemed the most sensible thing to do. He slept for most of the day, and although he didn't dream of her, he woke up thinking of Felicia. He wanted to see her, and when he did, he would ask if he could sleep over, maybe even stay. If this really was the end, he didn't want to face it alone. The development where Felicia now lived was 3 miles away. Marty had no intention of risking the drive in his car, so he put on his sweatpants and sneakers. It was a beautiful late afternoon for walking, the sky still an unblemished blue, and plenty of people were out. A few looked as if they were enjoying the sunshine, but most just looked down at their feet. There was little talk. On one of the main thoroughfares, all 4 lanes were jammed with cars, most of them empty. Marty wove his way between them. On the other side, he encountered an elderly man in a tweed suit and matching hat. He was sitting on the curb and knocking his pipe out into the gutter. He saw Marty watching him and smiled. "Just taking a rest," he said. "I walked downtown to look at the sinkhole and take a few pictures with my phone. Thought one of the local television stations might be interested, but they all seem to be off the air, except for pictures of that fellow Krantz, that is." "Yes," Marty said, "it's all Chuck, all the time now. Any idea who—" "None," the man said. "I've asked 24 people at least. Nobody knows. Our man Krantz appears to be the Oz of the apocalypse." Marty laughed. "Where are you heading, sir?" "Harvest Acres. Nice little enclave, off the beaten track." He reached into his jacket, produced a pouch of tobacco, and began reloading his pipe. "I'm going there myself. My ex lives there. Maybe we could walk together," Marty suggested. The elderly gentleman got up with a wince. "As long as you don't rush along." He lit his pipe, puffing away. "Arthritis. I have pills for it, but the more the arthritis sets in, the less they do." "Sucks," Marty said. "You set the pace." The old guy did. It was a slow one. His name was Samuel Yarbrough. He was an undertaker. "But my real interest is meteorology," he said. "Dreamed of being a television weatherman in my salad days, but they all seem to have a preference for young women with—" He put his cupped hands in front of his chest. "I keep up, though, and I can tell you an amazing thing if you want to hear." "Sure," Marty replied. They came to a bus bench. Stenciled on the back was "Charles Chuck Krantz, 39 great years. Thanks, Chuck." Sam Yarbrough took a seat and patted the space next to him. Marty sat. It was downwind of Yarbrough's pipe, but that was okay. Marty liked the smell. "Do you know how people say there's 24 hours in a day?" Yarbrough asked. "And 7 days in a week. Everybody knows that, even little kids," Marty replied. "Well, everybody is wrong. There were 23 hours and 56 minutes in a day, plus a few odd seconds." "Were?" Marty asked. "Correct," Yarbrough said. "Based on my calculations, which I assure you I can back up, there are now 24 hours and 2 minutes in a day. Do you know what that means, Mr. Anderson?" Marty thought it over. "Are you telling me the Earth's rotation is slowing down?" "Exactly." Yarbrough took his pipe out of his mouth and gestured at the people passing them on the sidewalk. Their numbers were thinning now that afternoon had begun to edge into twilight. "I'll bet many of those folks think the multiple disasters we're facing have a single cause rooted in what we have done to the Earth's environment. It's not so. We have treated our mother very badly, but we're puny compared to the great clock of the universe. Puny. No, whatever is happening is much larger than environmental degradation." "Maybe it's Chuck Krantz's fault," Marty said. Yarbrough looked at him in surprise, then laughed. "Back to him, eh? Chuck Krantz is retiring, and the entire population of Earth, not to mention the Earth itself, is retiring with him? Is that your thesis?" "Got to blame something," Marty said, smiling, "or someone." Sam Yarbrough stood up, put a hand to the small of his back, stretched and winced. "With apologies to Mr. Spock, that's illogical. I suppose 39 years is quite a span in terms of human life, almost half, but the last ice age happened quite a bit longer ago, not to mention the age of the dinosaurs. Shall we mosey?" They moseyed, their shadows stretching ahead of them. Marty was mentally scolding himself for having slept away the best part of a beautiful day. Yarbrough was moving ever more slowly. When they finally reached the brick arch marking the entrance to Harvest Acres, the old mortician sat down again. "I think I'll watch the sunset while I wait for the arthritis to settle a bit. Would you care to join me?" he asked. Marty shook his head. "I think I'll go on." "Check on the X," Yarbrough said. "I understand. It was nice speaking with you, Mr. Anderson." Marty started beneath the arch, then turned back. "Charles Krantz means something," he said. "I'm sure of it." "You could be right," Sam said, puffing on his pipe, "but the slowing of the Earth's rotation, nothing's bigger than that, my friend." The central street of the development was a graceful, tree-lined curve from which shorter streets diverged. The streetlights, which looked to Marty like those in illustrated Dickens novels, had come on, casting a moonlight glow. As Marty approached Fern Lane, where Felicia lived, a little girl on roller skates appeared, banking gracefully around the corner. She was wearing baggy red shorts and a sleeveless t-shirt with somebody's face on it. Marty guessed her age at 10 or 11, and seeing her cheered him enormously. A little girl on roller skates, what could be more normal in this abnormal day? This abnormal year? Yo, he said. Yo, she agreed, but turned neatly on her skates, perhaps ready to flee if he turned out to be a creep. I'm going to see my ex-wife, Marty said, standing where he was. Felicia Anderson. Or maybe she's back to Gordon now. She lives on Fern Lane, number 19. The little girl pivoted on her skates, an effortless move that would have left Marty flat on his ass. Oh yeah, maybe I've seen you before. Blue Prius? That's me, he said. If you come to see her, why's she your ex? She asked. I still like her, he replied. You don't fight? We used to. We get along better now that we're exes. Ms. Gordon gives us ginger snap cookies sometimes, the girl said. Me and my little brother Ronnie, I like Oreos better, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? Marty said. Nah, ginger snaps don't crumble, at least not until you crunch them up in your mouth. At that moment, the streetlights went out, turning the main street into a lagoon of shadows. All the houses went dark at the same time. There had been outages in the city before, but the power had always come back. Marty wasn't sure it would this time. Maybe, but he had a feeling that electricity might have gone the way of the internet. Booger, said the little girl. You better go home, Marty said. With no streetlights, it's too dark for skating. Mister, is everything going to be all right? She asked. Although he had no kids of his own, he'd taught them for 20 years. He felt that you should tell them the truth once they reached 16, but a kind-hearted lie was often the right way to go when they were as young as this girl. Sure, he said. But look, she said and pointed. He followed her trembling finger to the house on the corner of Fern Lane. A face was appearing on the darkened bay window. It appeared in glowing white lines and shadows, like a ghost at a seance. Smiling moon face, black-framed glasses, pen poised. Over it, Charles Krantz. Below it, 39 great years. Thanks, Chuck. It's happening to all of them, she whispered. She was right. Chuck Krantz was rising on the front windows of every house on Fern Lane. Marty turned and saw an arc of Krantz faces stretching out behind him on the main avenue. Dozens of Chucks, maybe hundreds. Thousands, if this was happening all over the city. Go home, Marty said, not smiling anymore. Go home to your mom and dad, Poppet. Do it right now. She skated away, her skates rumbling on the sidewalk and her hair flying out behind her. He could see the red shorts, then she was lost in the thickening shadows. Marty walked quickly in the direction she had gone, observed by the smiling face of Charles Chuck Krantz in every window. It was like being watched by a horde of ghost clones. Marty was glad there was no moon. What if Chuck's face had appeared there? How would he deal with that? He gave up walking at number 13. He ran the rest of the way to Felicia's little bungalow, pounded up the front walk, and knocked on the door. He waited, suddenly sure she was still at the hospital, but then he heard her footsteps. The door opened. She was holding a candle. It underlit her frightened face. Marty, thank God, do you see them? She asked. Yes. The guy was in her front window, too. Chuck, smiling, looking like every accountant who ever lived. A man who wouldn't say boo to a goose. They just started showing up, she exclaimed. Is it just here? I think it's everywhere. I think it's almost... Then she was hugging him, pulling him inside, and he was glad she hadn't given him a chance to say the other two words. The end. Chapter 2. Douglas Beaton, a philosophy professor, sits in a hospital room, waiting for his brother-in-law to die. The only sounds are the steady beep of the heart monitor and Chuck's slow and increasingly labored breathing. Most of the machinery has been turned off. Unc. Doug turns to see his nephew Brian in the doorway, still wearing his leather jacket and backpack. You left school early? Doug asks. With permission. Mom texted me that she was going to let them turn off the machines. Did they? Brian asked. Yes. When? An hour ago. Where's Mom now? Brian asked. In the chapel on the first floor. She's praying for his soul. And probably praying that she did the right thing, Doug thinks. Because even when the priest tells you yes, it's fine, let God take care of the rest, It feels wrong somehow. I'm supposed to text her if it looks like he's... Doug shrugs. Brian approaches the bed and looks down at his father's still white face. With his black frame glasses put aside, the boy thinks his dad doesn't look old enough to have a son in high school. He looks like a high school kid himself. He picks up his father's hand and plants a brief kiss on the crescent-shaped scar there. Guys as young as him aren't supposed to die, Brian says. He speaks softly, as if his father can hear. Jesus, Uncle Doug, he just turned 39 last winter. Come sit down, Doug says and pats the empty chair next to him. That's Mom's seat, Brian objects. When she comes back, you can give it to her, Doug replies. Brian takes off his backpack and sits down. How long do you think it will be? The doctors said he could go any time, before tomorrow, almost certainly. You know the machines were helping him breathe, right? And there were IVs to feed him. Brian, he's not in any pain. That part is over. Glioblastoma, Brian says bitterly. When he turns to his uncle, he's crying. Why would God take my dad, Uncle Doug? Explain it to me. I can't. God's ways are a mystery, Doug replies. Well, fuck the mystery, the boy says. Mysteries should stay in storybooks where they belong. Uncle Doug nods and puts an arm around Brian's shoulders. I know it's hard, kiddo. It's hard for me too, but it's all I got. Life's a mystery, so is death. They fall silent, listening to the steady beeping and the rasp as Charles Krantz, chucked to his family and friends, takes one slow breath after another. His body's last interactions with the world, each managed by a failing brain. The man who spent his working life in an accounting department is now doing his final tallies. Small income, large disbursements. Banks are supposed to be heartless, but they really loved him there, Brian says. They sent a ton of flowers. The nurses put them in that solarium thing because he's not supposed to have flowers. What did they think? That it was going to kick off an allergy attack or something? He loved working there, Doug says. It wasn't a big deal in the grand scheme of things, I suppose. He was never going to win a Nobel Prize, but he did love it. Dancing too, Brian says. He loved dancing. He was good, so was Mom, but she also said he was better. Doug laughs. He used to call himself the poor man's Fred Astaire, and model trains when he was a boy. His Zadie, his granddad, had a set. Yeah, Brian says, I know about his Zadie. He had a good life, Doug says. Not enough of it, Brian says. He'll never get to take the train across Canada like he wanted to, or visit Australia. He's never going to see me graduate high school. He's never going to have a retirement party where people make funny speeches and give him a gold. He wiped his eyes on the sleeve of his jacket. A gold watch. Doug squeezes his nephew's shoulders. Brian speaks looking down at his clasped hands. I want to believe in God, Unc, and I sort of do, but I don't understand why it has to be this way. Why God would let it be this way. It's a mystery. You're the hotshot philosophy guy, and that's the best you can do? Yes, because death brings philosophy to ruin, Doug thinks. You know what they say, Brian, Doug says. Death takes the best of us, and death takes the rest of us. Brian tries to smile. If that's supposed to be comforting, you need to try harder. Doug seems not to have heard. He's looking at his brother-in-law, who is, in Doug's mind, an actual brother, who has given his sister a good life, who helped him get his start in business, and that's really the least of it. They had some fine times together. Not enough, but it looks like they'll have to do. The human brain is finite, Doug says. No more than a sponge of tissue inside a cage of bone, but the mind within the brain is infinite. Its storage capacity is colossal. Its imaginative reach beyond our ability to comprehend. I think when a man or woman dies, a whole world falls to ruin, the world that person knew and believed in. Think of that, kiddo. Billions of people on Earth, and each one of those billions with a world inside. The Earth their minds have conceived. And now my dad's world is dying, Brian says. But not ours, Doug says and gives his nephew another squeeze. Ours will go on a little while longer, and your mother's. We need to be strong for her, Brian, as strong as we can. They fall silent, looking at the dying man in the hospital bed, listening to the beeping of the monitor and the slow breaths Chuck Krantz inhales and exhales. Once it stops, His chest remains flat. Brian tenses. Then it rises again with another of those agonal rasps. Text Mom, Brian says, right now. Doug already has his phone out. Way ahead of you. He types, better come, sis. Brian is here. I think Chuck is near the end. Chapter 3. Marty and Felicia went out on the back lawn. They sat in chairs they carried down from the patio. The power was out all over the city now, and the stars were very bright. Brighter than Marty had ever seen them since he was a boy growing up in Nebraska. Back then he'd had a small telescope and observed the universe from his attic window. There's Aquila, he said, the eagle, there's Cygnus, the swan, see it? Yes, and there's the North Star. She stopped. Marty, did you see? Yes, he said, it just went out. And there goes Mars, goodbye, red planet. Marty, I'm scared, she said. Was Gus Wilfong looking up at the sky tonight? Andrea, the woman from the neighborhood watch committee? Samuel Yarbrough, the undertaker? What about the little girl in the red shorts? Starlight, star bright, last stars I see tonight. Marty took her hand. Chapter 4. Ginny, Brian, and Doug stand beside Chuck Krantz's bed, their hands joined. They wait as Chuck, husband, father, accountant, dancer, fan of TV crime shows, takes his last 2 or 3 breaths. 39 years, Doug says. 39 great years. Thanks, Chuck. Chapter 5. Marty and Felicia sat with their faces turned up to the sky, watching the stars go out, first in ones and twos, then by the dozens, then by the hundreds. As the Milky Way rolled away into darkness, Marty turned to his ex-wife. I love black buskers. With the help of his friend Mac, who has an old van, Jared Frank sets up his drum kit in his favored spot on Boylston Street between a Walgreens and the Apple Store. He has a good feeling about today. It's Thursday afternoon, the weather is gorgeous, and the streets are thronged with people looking forward to the weekend, which is always better than the weekend itself. For Thursday afternoon people, that anticipation is pure. Friday afternoon people have to put anticipation aside and get to work having fun. All good, Mac asks him. Yes, thanks, Jared replies. My 10% is all the thanks I want, bro, Mac says. Mac heads out, probably to the comic store, maybe to a bookstore, then to the Common to read whatever he's bought. A big reader is Mac. Jared will call him when it's time to pack up. Mac will bring his van. Jared puts down a battered top hat he bought for 75 cents in a second-hand shop, then places a sign in front of it that reads, "This is a magic hat. Give freely and your contribution will double." He drops in a couple of dollar bills to give people the right idea. The weather is warm for early October, which allows him to dress as he likes for his gigs. A sleeveless t-shirt with Frankly drums on the front, khaki shorts, and ratty high tops without socks. Even on chilly days, he usually takes off his coat if he's wearing one, because when you find the beat, you feel the heat. Jared unfolds his stool and gives a preparatory paradiddle across the drumheads. A few people glance at him, but most simply sweep on by, lost in their talk of friends, dinner plans, where to get a drink, and the day gone by. Meanwhile, it's a long time until 8 o'clock. That's when a police car usually slides over to the curb with a cop leaning out to tell him it's time to pack it up. Then he'll call Mac. For now, there's money to be made. He sets up his hi-hat and crash cymbal, then adds the cowbell, because it feels like a cowbell kind of day. Jared and Mac work part-time at a record store, but on a good day, Jared can make almost as much busking. And busk drumming on sunny Boylston Street is certainly better than the atmosphere of the record store and long conversations with record nerds. Jared always wants to ask them where they were when big record stores were going under. He's a dropout from Juilliard. He lasted 3 semesters, but in the end it wasn't for him. They wanted you to think about what you were doing, and as far as Jared is concerned, the beat is your friend and thinking is the enemy. He sits in on the occasional gig, but bands don't interest him much. Although he never says it, he thinks maybe music itself is the enemy. He rarely thinks about these issues once he's in the groove. Once he's in the groove, music is a ghost. Only the drums matter then, the beat. He starts warming up, going easy at first, not minding that his magic hat stays empty except for his 2 crumpled dollars and a quarter flipped in by a kid on a skateboard. There is time. There is a way in. Like anticipating the joys of an autumn weekend in Boston, finding the inn is half the fun, maybe even most of it. Janice Halliday is on her way home from 7 hours at a bookstore, trudging down Boylston with her head lowered and her purse clasped close. She may walk all the way to Fenway before she starts looking for the nearest subway station, because right now walking is what she wants. Her boyfriend of 16 months just broke up with her, dumped her, kicked her to the curb. He did it the modern way, by text. We're just not right for each other. Then you will always be in my heart. Then friends forever, okay? Not right for each other probably means he met someone and will spend the weekend with her picking apples in New Hampshire and later on in some bed and breakfast. He won't see Janice tonight or ever in the smart pink blouse and red wrap skirt she's wearing unless she texts him a photo with a message reading, "This is what are missing, you pile of." It was totally unexpected. That's what set her back on her heels. The weekend, which seemed full of possibility this morning, now looks to her like the entrance to a hollow, slowly turning barrel into which she must crawl. She's not scheduled to work on Saturday, but maybe she'll call and see if she can pick up a morning shift. Sunday, the store is closed. Sunday is best not considered, at least for now. Friends forever my ass. She says this to her purse because she's looking down. She isn't in love with him, never even kidded herself that she was. But it's a dismaying shock, just the same. He was a nice guy, or so she thought, a pretty good lover, and fun to be with. Now she's 22 and dumped and it sucks. She supposes she'll have some wine when she gets home, and cry. Crying might be good, therapeutic. Maybe she'll cue up one of her big band playlists and dance around the room, dancing with myself, as the Billy Idol song says. She loved to dance in high school, and those Friday night dances were happy times. Maybe she can recapture a little of that happiness. No, she thinks, those tunes and those memories will just make you cry more. High school was a long time ago. This is the real world, where guys break up with you without warning. Up ahead a couple of blocks, she hears drumming. Charles Krantz, Chuck to his friends, makes his way along Boylston Street, dressed in the armor of accountancy. Gray suit, white shirt, blue tie. His briefcase swings by his side. He takes no notice of the chattering after-work crowds. He's in Boston attending a week-long conference called Banking in the 21st Century. He has been sent by his bank, Midwest Trust, all expenses paid. Very nice, not least because he's never visited Boston before. The conference is being held at a hotel that is perfect for accountants, clean and fairly cheap. Chuck has enjoyed the speakers and the panels. He was on one and is scheduled for another, but had no wish to spend his off-duty hours in the company of 70 other accountants. He speaks their language, but likes to think he speaks others as well. At least he did, although some of the vocabulary is now lost. Now his sensible shoes are taking him for an afternoon walk. Not very exciting, but quite pleasant. Quite pleasant is enough these days. His life is narrower than the one he once hoped for, but he's made his peace with that. He understands that narrowing is the natural order of things. There comes a time when you realize you're never going to be the President of the United States and settle for something less. And there's a bright side. He has a wife to whom he is scrupulously faithful and an intelligent, good-humored son in middle school. He also has only 9 months to live, although he doesn't know it yet. The seeds of his end are planted deep, and they have lately begun to awaken. Soon they will bear black fruit. To those passing him, Chuck Krantz must surely look like the personification of white America, all about chasing the dollar. He is those things, yes, but he's other things as well, or was. He's thinking about the little sister. Was her name Rachel or Regina? He can't remember for sure, only that she was the lead guitarist's little sister. During his junior year in high school, long before he became an industrious accountant, Chuck was the lead singer in a band called the Retros. They played a lot of stuff from the 60s and 70s, heavy on British groups because most of those tunes were simple. Chuck got to be the lead singer for 2 reasons. He could carry a tune, and his grandpa had an old SUV he was allowed to drive to gigs. The Retros were bad to start with, and only mediocre when they broke up. But they had, as one of their fathers once put it, made that quantum leap to palatability. Chuck's voice was pleasing enough, and he wasn't afraid to scream or go falsetto, but what he really liked were the instrumental breaks. Then he could dance and strut across the stage like Mick Jagger, sometimes wagging the mic stand between his legs. He could also moonwalk, which always drew applause. The Retros were a garage band that sometimes practiced in a garage and sometimes in the lead guitarist's rec room. On those occasions, the guitarist's little sister usually came down the stairs in her Bermuda shorts. She'd stand between their two amps, waggle her hips, put her fingers in her ears, and stick out her tongue. Once, when they were taking a break, she sidled up to Chuck and whispered, "Just between you and me, you sing like old people fuck." The future accountant had whispered back, "Like you'd know, monkey butt." She ignored this. "I like to watch you dance, though. You do it like a white guy, but still." The little sister, also white, also liked to dance. Sometimes after practice, she would put on one of her homemade cassettes, and he'd dance with her while the other guys in the band hooted and made remarks. The two of them would do their Michael Jackson moves and laugh like loons. Chuck's thinking about teaching the little sister how to moonwalk when he first hears the drums. Some guy is banging a basic rock beat that the Retros might have played. At first, he thinks it's all in his head, maybe the start of one of the migraines that have plagued him lately. But then the crowd of pedestrians clears long enough for him to see a kid in a sleeveless t-shirt sitting on his little stool and beating out that tasty old-time rhythm. Chuck thinks, "Where's a little sister to dance with when you need one?" Jared has been on the job for 10 minutes now and has nothing to show for it but that one sarcastic quarter from the skateboard kid. It makes no sense to him. On a pleasant Thursday afternoon like this, he should have at least $5 in the hat by now. He doesn't need the money to keep from starving, but a man has to keep his self-image in order. Drumming here on Boylston is a big part of his. He is on stage. What's in the hat is how he judges who is digging the performance. He twirls his sticks, sets himself, and plays the intro to a popular song, but it's not right. It sounds canned. He sees a businessman type coming toward him, briefcase swinging, and something about him makes Jared want to announce his approach. He slips first into a reggae beat, then something slinkier. For the first time since he started, Jared feels a spark and understands why he wanted the cowbell today. He begins to whack it on the offbeat, and what he's drumming morphs into something like an old song called Tequila. It's pretty cool. The groove has arrived, and the groove is like a road you want to follow. He could speed the beat up, but he's watching the businessman, and that seems wrong for this dude. Jared has no idea why the businessman has become the groove's focal point, and doesn't care. Sometimes it just happens that way. The groove turns into a story. He imagines the businessman on vacation, maybe with his wife, or maybe his personal assistant. And this is what they're hearing. This is the drummer warming up for the night's gig. He believes the businessman will just go past. The chances that he'll feed the magic hat are somewhere between slim and none. When he's gone, Jared will switch to something else, but for now, this beat is the right one. But instead of floating on by, the businessman stops. He's smiling. Jared gives him a grin and nods to the hat on the pavement, never missing a beat. The businessman doesn't seem to notice him, and he doesn't feed the hat. He drops his briefcase between his shoes instead and begins moving his hips side to side with the beat. Just his hips. Everything else stays still. His face is blank. He seems to be looking at a spot directly over Jared's head. "Go, man," a young man remarks and chinks some coins into the hat. For the gently jiving businessman, not the beat, but that's okay. Jared begins working the hi-hat in quick, tender strokes. With his other hand, he begins knocking the cowbell on the offbeat, using the kick pedal to add a little bottom. It's nice. The guy in the gray suit looks like a banker, but that hip sway is something else. He raises a hand and begins ticking his forefinger to the beat. On the back of the hand is a small crescent-shaped scar. Chuck hears the beat change, becoming a little more exotic. For a moment, he almost comes back to himself and walks away. Then he thinks, fuck it. No law against dancing a little on the sidewalk. He steps back from his briefcase so he won't trip, then puts his hands on his moving hips and does a jivey turn. It's how he used to do it back in the day when the band was playing. Someone laughs, someone else applauds, and he goes back the other way with the tail of his coat flying. He's thinking about dancing with the little sister. She was a booger with a dirty mouth, but she could sure get down. Chuck himself hasn't gotten down in years, but every move feels perfect. He lifts one leg and spins on the other heel. Then he clasps his hands behind his back like a schoolboy and moonwalks in place on the pavement. The drummer goes, "Yow, Daddy!" in surprise and delight. He picks up the pace, now going from the cowbell to the floor tom, working the kick pedal, never losing the metallic sighing from the hi-hat. People are gathering. Money is pouring into the magic hat, paper as well as metal. Something is happening here. Two young men in matching berets are at the front of the little crowd. One of them tosses what looks like a $5 bill into the hat and yells, "Go, man, go!" Chuck doesn't need the encouragement. He's into it now. Banking in the 21st century has slipped his mind. He unbuttons his suit coat, brushes it behind him, hooks his thumbs into his belt like a gunslinger, and does a modified split. He follows with a quick step and turn. The drummer is laughing and nodding. "You the cheese," he says. "You the cheese, Daddy!" The crowd is growing, the hat is filling, and Chuck's heart is thrumming in his chest. It's a good way to have a heart attack, but he doesn't care. If his wife saw him doing this, she'd be shocked, and he doesn't care. His son would be embarrassed, but his son isn't here. He puts his right shoe on his left calf, spins again, and when he comes back to the front, he sees a pretty young woman standing next to the guys in berets. She's wearing a filmy pink blouse and a red wrap skirt. She's staring at him with wide, fascinated eyes. Chuck holds his hands out to her, smiling, snapping his fingers. "Come on," he says. "Come on, little sister. Dance!" Jared doesn't think she will. She looks like the shy type, but she walks slowly toward the man in the gray suit. Maybe the hat really is magic. "Dance!" one of the guys in berets says, and others pick it up, clapping along with the beat Jared is laying down. "Dance, dance, dance!" Janice breaks into a what-the-hell smile, tosses her purse down beside Chuck's briefcase, and takes his hands. Jared drops what he's been doing and turns into a rock drummer, hammering like a soldier. The businessman twirls the girl, puts a hand on her trim waist, draws her to him, and quick steps her past the drum kit. Janice pulls away, waving her finger in a naughty, naughty gesture, then comes back and grasps both of Chuck's hands. As if they had practiced this 100 times, he does another modified split, and she shoots between his legs, a daring move that opens the wrap skirt to the top of one pretty thigh. There are a few gasps as she props herself on one hand and then springs back up. She's laughing. "No more," Chuck says, patting his chest. "I can't." She springs to him and puts her hands on his shoulders, and he can, after all. He catches her by the waist, turning her on his hip and then setting her neatly on the pavement. He lifts her left hand, and she spins beneath it like a ballerina. There must be over 100 people watching now. They crowd the sidewalk and spill into the street. They burst into fresh applause. Jared runs the drums one time, hits the cymbals, then holds up his sticks triumphantly. There's another round of applause. Chuck and Janice are looking at each other, both out of breath. Chuck's hair is stuck to his sweaty forehead. "What are we doing?" Janice asks. Now that the drums have stopped, she looks dazed. "I don't know," Chuck says, "but that's the best thing that's happened to me in Thiman. I don't know how long." The magic hat is full to overflowing. "More!" someone shouts, and the crowd picks it up. There are many phones being held up, ready to catch the next dance. The girl looks like she would, but she's young. Chuck is danced out. He looks at the drummer and shakes his head. The drummer gives him a nod to show he understands. Chuck is wondering how many people were quick enough to video that first dance, and what his wife will think if she sees it, or his son. And suppose it goes viral? Unlikely. But if it does, and it gets back to the bank, what will they think when they see the man they sent to a conference shaking his booty on the street with a woman young enough to be his daughter? "No more, folks," the drummer calls. We gotta quit while we're ahead. And I need to get home, the girl says. Not yet, says the drummer, please. 20 minutes later, they're sitting on a bench facing the duck pond in Boston Common. Jared had called his friend Mac. Then Chuck and Janice helped Jared pack up his drum kit and load it into the back of Mac's van. A few people hung around, congratulating them, offering high fives, and adding a few more bucks to the overflowing hat. When they were rolling, with Chuck and Janice sitting side by side in the back seat, their feet planted among stacks of comic books, Mac said they'll never find parking next to the Common. We will today, Jared said. Today is magic. And they did, right across from the Four Seasons. Jared counted out the cash. Somebody had actually tossed in a $50 bill, maybe the guy in the beret mistaking it for a $5. There was over $400 in all. Jared had never had such a day. He never expected to. He set aside Mac's 10%. Mac, meanwhile, was standing at the edge of the pond, feeding the ducks from a package of peanut butter crackers he happened to have in his pocket. Then Jared began to divvy up the rest. Oh no, Janice said when she understood what he was doing. That's yours. Jared shook his head. Nope, we split even, he said. By myself, I wouldn't have made half this much even if I drummed until midnight. Of course, the cops would never allow such a thing. Sometimes I clear $30, and that's on a good day. Chuck had the beginnings of one of his headaches and knew it was likely to be bad by 9 o'clock. But the young man's earnestness made him laugh just the same. All right, he said. I don't need it, but I guess I earned it. He reached out and patted Janice's cheek, just as he sometimes used to pat the cheek of the lead singer's potty-mouthed little sister. So did you, young lady. Where did you learn to dance like that? Jared asked Chuck. Well, there was an extracurricular called Twirlers and Spinners back in middle school, but it was my grandma who showed me the best moves, Chuck replied. You, Jared asked Janice. Pretty much the same, she said and blushed. High school dances. Where did you learn to drum? Self-taught. Like you, Jared said to Chuck. You were great by yourself, man, but the chick added a whole extra dimension. We could do this for a living, you know it? I really think we could busk our way to fame and fortune. For a mad moment, Chuck actually considered it, and he saw the girl was too. Not in a serious way, but in the way you daydream of an alternate life. One where you play pro baseball or climb Mount Everest or sing a duet with Bruce Springsteen at a stadium concert. Then Chuck laughed some more and shook his head. As the girl tucked her third of the take into her purse, she was also laughing. It was really all you, Jared said to Chuck. What made you stop in front of me, and what made you start moving? Chuck thought that over, then shrugged. He could say it was because he was thinking about that old half-assed band, the Retros, and how he liked to dance across the stage during the instrumental breaks. But that wasn't it. And really, had he ever danced with such freedom even back then, when he had been a teenager? It was magic, Janice said. She giggled. She didn't expect to hear that sound coming from her today. Crying, yes. Giggling, no. Like your hat. Mac came back. Jared, we gotta roll or you're gonna end up spending your take paying for my parking ticket. Jared stood up. Sure you don't want to change career streams, you two? We could busk this town from Beacon Hill to Roxbury. Make a name for ourselves. I've got a conference to attend tomorrow, Chuck said. On Saturday, I'm flying home. I've got a wife and son waiting for me. And I can't do it by myself, Janice said, smiling. It would be like Ginger without Fred. I hear that, Jared said, and held out his arms. But you have to get in here before you go. Group hug. They joined him. Chuck knew they could smell his sweat, and he could smell theirs. It was all right. He thought the girl nailed it when she used the word magic. Sometimes there is such a thing. Not much, but a little. Like finding a forgotten 20 in the pocket of an old coat. Buskers forever, Jared said. Chuck Krantz and Janice Halliday repeated it. Buskers forever, Max said. Great, now let's get out of here before a meter maid shows up, Jared. Chuck told Janice he was headed to the Boston Hotel if she was going that way. Janice was. The plan had been to walk all the way to Fenway, brooding about her ex-boyfriend. But she'd changed her mind. She said she'll take the subway from Arlington Street. He walked her there, the two of them cutting across the park. At the head of the stairs, she turned to him and said, "Thank you for the dance." He gave her a bow. "It was my pleasure." He watched her until she was out of sight, then headed back down Boylston. He walked slowly because his back hurt, his legs hurt, and his head was throbbing. He couldn't remember having bad headaches like this in his whole life. Not until a couple of months ago, that is. He supposed if they kept up, he'll have to see a doctor. He supposed he knew what this might be. All that was for later, though, if at all. Tonight he thought he'd treat himself to a good dinner and a glass of wine. On second thought, make it water. Wine might intensify his headache. When he was finished his meal, he'd call his wife Ginny and tell her that her husband might be the next one-day internet sensation. That probably wouldn't happen, but it was better to get out front with it, just in case. As he passed the place where Jared set up his drums, those two questions came back to him. Why did you stop to listen, and why did you start to dance? He didn't know, and would answers make a good thing better? Later, he will lose the ability to walk, never mind dancing on Boylston Street. Later, he will lose the ability to chew food. Later, he will lose his grip on the difference between waking and sleeping, and enter a land of pain so great that he will wonder why God made the world. Later, he will forget his wife's name. What he will remember, occasionally, is how he stopped and dropped his briefcase and began to move his hips to the beat of the drums. And he will think that is why God made the world. Just that. Now we begin Act 1, I Contain Multitudes. Chuck was looking forward to having a baby sister. His mother promised he could hold her if he was very careful. Of course, he was also looking forward to having parents, but none of that worked out thanks to an icy patch on an overpass. Much later, in college, he would tell a girlfriend that there were all sorts of stories where a main character's parents died in a car crash, but he was the only person he knew who'd had that happen in real life. The girlfriend thought this over, then said, "I'm sure it happens all the time. Partners can also be taken in house fires, tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, and avalanches, to name only a few of the possibilities. And what makes you think you're a main character in anything but your own mind?" She was a poet and sort of a nihilist. The relationship only lasted a semester. Chuck wasn't in the car when it went flying upside down from the overpass because his parents were having a dinner date. He was being babysat by his grandparents, who at that time he was still calling Zadie and Bubby. This mostly ended in the 3rd grade, when kids made fun of him. Albie and Sarah Krantz lived just a mile down the road, and it was natural enough for them to raise him after the accident when he became what he first believed to be an orphan. He was 7. For a year or so, that was a house of unadulterated sadness. The Krantzes had not only lost their son and daughter-in-law, they had lost the granddaughter who would have been born just 3 months later. The name had already been picked out, Alyssa. When Chuck said that sounded to him like rain, his mother had laughed and cried at the same time. He never forgot that. He knew his other grandparents, of course. There were visits every summer, but they were basically strangers to him. They called a lot after he became an orphan. Your basic, "How are you doing?" calls, and the summer visits continued. But his mother's parents remained strangers, living in the foreign land of Omaha. They sent him presents on his birthday and at Christmas, which was especially nice since his other grandma and grandpa didn't do Christmas. Otherwise, he continued to think of them as outliers, like the teachers who were left behind as he moved up through the grades. Chuck began to move on from his mourning first, necessarily pulling his grandparents out of their own grief. There came a time, when Chuck was 10, that they took him to Disney World. They had adjoining rooms at a resort. The door between the rooms kept open at night, and Chuck only heard his grandma crying once. Mostly, they had fun. Some of that good feeling came back home with them. Chuck sometimes heard Grandma humming in the kitchen or singing along with the radio. There had been lots of takeout meals after the accident, but in the year after Disney World, Grandma began cooking again. Good meals that put weight on a formerly skinny boy. She liked rock and roll while she was cooking, music. Chuck would have thought much too young for her, but which she clearly enjoyed. If Chuck wandered into the kitchen looking for a cookie, Grandma was likely to hold out her hands to him and start snapping her fingers. "Dance with me, Henry," she'd say. His name was Chuck, not Henry, but he usually took her up on it. She taught him jitterbug steps and a couple of crossover moves. She told him there were more, but her back was too creaky to attempt them. "I can show you, though," she said, and one Saturday brought back a stack of videotapes from the video store. There was Swing Time, with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, West Side Story, and Chuck's favorite, Singin' in the Rain, where Gene Kelly danced with a lamppost. "You could learn those moves," she said. "You're a natural, kiddo." He asked her once what she had been like in high school. "I was a bizzit," she said, "but don't tell your Zadie I said that. He's old school, that one." Chuck never told, and he never went in the cupola, not then. He asked about it, of course, and more than once. What was up there, what you could see from the high window, why the room was locked. Grandma said it was because the floor wasn't safe and he might go right through it. Grandpa said the same thing, that there was nothing up there because of the rotten floor, and the only thing you could see from those windows was a shopping center. He said that until one night, just before Chuck's 11th birthday, when he told at least part of the truth. Drinking is not good for secrets. Everybody knows that. And after the death of his son and daughter-in-law, Albie Krantz drank a great deal. After the trip to Disney World, the drinking tapered off. Mostly. Once in a while, Chuck's grandpa would have too much, always at home and never making any fuss about it. The next day, he would move slowly and eat little until afternoon. Then he was back to normal. One night, while watching a baseball game, when Albie was well into his second six-pack, Chuck once more raised the subject of the cupola, mostly just to have something to talk about. "I bet you can see way past the Westford Mall," Chuck said. Grandpa considered this, then muted the TV. "If you went up there, you might see a lot more than you wanted," he said. "That's why it's locked, boy chick." Chuck felt a small and not entirely unpleasurable chill go through him. He wanted to ask what Grandpa meant, but the adult part of him told him to be quiet and wait. "Do you know what style this house is, Chucky?" Grandpa asked. "Victorian," Chuck said. "That's right, and not pretend Victorian either. It was built in 1885. Your bubby and I bought it when the shoe business really took off. We've been here since 1971, and in all those years I haven't been up to that damn cupola half a dozen times." "Because the floor's rotted?" Chuck asked, with what he hoped was appealing innocence. "Because it's full of ghosts," Grandpa said, and Chuck felt that chill again. Not so pleasurable this time. Grandpa might be joking. He did joke from time to time these days. He tipped his beer and belched. His eyes were red. "Christmas yet to come. Do you remember that one, Chucky?" Chuck did. They watched A Christmas Carol every year, but that didn't mean he knew what his grandpa was talking about. "The Jeffries boy was only a short time later," Grandpa said. He was looking at the TV, but Chuck didn't think he was actually seeing it. "What happened to Henry Peterson? That took longer. It was 4, maybe 5 years on. By then I'd almost forgotten what I saw up there." He jerked a thumb at the ceiling. "I said I'd never go up there again after that, and I wish I hadn't. Because of Sarah, your bubby, and the bread. It's the waiting, Chucky, that's the hard part. You'll find that out when you're—" The kitchen door opened. It was Grandma, back from the neighbor's house. Even at not quite 11, Chuck had a good idea that Grandma went over there to catch up on all the neighborhood gossip. She would pour all the news out to Grandpa, usually after inviting Chuck out of the room. But out of the room didn't mean out of earshot. "Who was Henry Peterson, Grandpa?" Chuck asked. But Grandpa had heard his wife come in. He straightened up in his chair and put his can of beer aside. "Look at that!" he cried in a passable imitation of sobriety, not that Grandma would be fooled. "The Sox have got the bases loaded." In the top of the 8th inning, Grandma sent Grandpa down to the convenience store to get milk for Chuck's breakfast. "And don't even think of driving," she said. "The walk will sober you up." Grandpa didn't argue. When he was gone, Grandma sat down next to Chuck on the couch and put an arm around him. Chuck put his head on her comfortably padded shoulder. Was he blabbing to you about his ghosts? The ones that live in the cupola? Yeah, Chuck said. There was no point in telling a lie. Grandma saw right through those. Are there? Have you seen them? Grandma snorted. What do you think? Later it would occur to Chuck that this wasn't an answer. I wouldn't pay too much attention to Zadie. He's a good man, but sometimes he drinks a little too much. Then he gets on his hobby horses. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Chuck did, but he had never said anything about ghosts in the cupola before that night. At least not to Chuck. Bubby, who was the Jeffries boy? She sighed. That was a very sad thing. He lived on the next block over and got hit by a drunk driver when he chased a ball into the street. It happened a long time ago. If your grandpa told you he saw it before it happened, he was mistaken, or making it up for one of his jokes. Grandma knew when Chuck was lying. On that night, Chuck discovered that was a talent that could go both ways. It was all in the way she stopped looking at him and shifted her eyes to the television, as if what was going on there was interesting. Chuck knew Grandma didn't give a hang for baseball. He just drinks too much, Grandma said, and that was the end of it. Maybe it was true. Probably true. But after that, Chuck was frightened of the cupola, with its locked door at the top of a short flight of narrow stairs. But fascination is fear's twin brother. Sometimes after that night, if both of his grandparents were out, he dared himself to climb those stairs. He would touch the padlock, wincing if it rattled, then hurry back down, looking over his shoulder as he went. It was easy to imagine the lock popping open and dropping to the floor, and the door creaking open. If that happened, he guessed he might die of fright. The cellar, on the other hand, wasn't a bit scary. It was brightly lit. After retiring, Grandpa spent a lot of time down there doing woodwork. It always smelled sweetly of sawdust. In one corner, Chuck found a box of Grandpa's old Hardy Boys books. They were old-fashioned, but pretty good. He was reading one in the kitchen one day when Grandma grabbed the book out of his hands. You can do better than that, she said. Time to step up your game. Wait right there. I was just getting to the good part, Chuck said. She snorted. There are no good parts in these, she said, and took the book away. What she came back with was the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Now this is a good mystery story, she said. No dummox teenagers running around in jalopies. Consider this your introduction to actual writing. Chuck started the book just to please Grandma, and was soon lost. In his 11th year, he read almost 24 Agatha Christie novels. He tried a couple about Miss Marple, but he was much fonder of Hercule Poirot with his fussy mustache and little gray cells. One day during his summer vacation, Chuck was reading Murder on the Orient Express in the backyard hammock and happened to glance up at the window of the cupola far above. He wondered how Monsieur Poirot would go about investigating it. The next time Grandma made blueberry muffins, Chuck asked if he could take some to the neighbor, Mrs. Stanley. That's very thoughtful of you, Grandma said. Just remember to look both ways when you cross the street. She always told him that. Now, with his little gray cells engaged, he wondered if she was thinking of the Jeffries boy. Grandma was plump, but Mrs. Stanley was twice her size, a widow who wheezed when she walked and always seemed to be dressed in the same pink silk wrapper. Chuck felt vaguely guilty about bringing her treats, but he needed information. She thanked him for the muffins and asked if he would like to have one with her in the kitchen. I could make tea. Thank you, Chuck said. I don't drink tea, but I wouldn't mind a glass of milk. When they were seated at the little kitchen table, Mrs. Stanley asked how things were going. Chuck, mindful that anything he said in this kitchen would be on the street before the day was out, said they were doing fine. But because Poirot said you had to give a little if you wanted to get a little, he added that Grandma was collecting clothes for the homeless shelter. Your grandma's a saint, Mrs. Stanley said, obviously disappointed there wasn't more. What about your granddad? Did he get that thing on his back looked at? Yeah, Chuck said. The doctor took it off and had it tested. It wasn't one of the bad ones. Thank God for that. Yes, Chuck agreed. Having given, he now felt entitled to get. He was talking with Grandma about someone named Henry Peterson. I guess he's dead. He was prepared for disappointment. She might have never heard of him. But Mrs. Stanley widened her eyes until Chuck was afraid they might fall out. Oh, that was so sad, so awful. He was the bookkeeper who did your father's accounts, you know. Other companies, too. She leaned forward, her wrapper giving Chuck a view of a bosom so large it seemed hallucinatory. He killed himself, she whispered. Hung himself. Was he embezzling? Chuck asked. There was a lot of embezzling in Agatha Christie books. What? God, no! She pressed her lips together as if to keep something in. If that was the case, her natural tendency to tell everything prevailed. His wife ran away with a younger man, hardly old enough to vote, and she was in her 40s. What do you think of that? The only reply Chuck could think of was, wow, and that seemed to suffice. Back at home, he pulled his notebook off the shelf and jotted down, G saw ghost of Jeffrey's boy not long before he died. Saw ghost of H. Peterson 4 or 5 years before he died. Chuck stopped, chewing the end of his pen, troubled. He didn't want to write what was in his mind, but felt that as a good detective he had to. Sarah and the bread. Did he see Grandma's ghost in the cupola? The answer seemed obvious to him. Why else would Grandpa have talked about how hard the waiting was? Now I'm waiting, too, Chuck thought, and hoping that it's all just a bunch of bullshit. On the last day of 6th grade, his teacher tried to read the class some verses of Walt Whitman's Song of Myself. It didn't go well. The kids were rowdy and didn't want poetry, only to escape into summer. Chuck was the same, happy to throw spitballs, but one line clanged in his head and made him sit up straight. When the class was finally over, he lingered. The teacher, Miss Richards, sat at her desk and blew a strand of hair back from her forehead. When she saw Chuck still standing there, she gave him a weary smile. That went well, don't you think? Chuck knew sarcasm when he heard it, even when it was gentle and self-directed. What does that mean when he says, I am large, I contain multitudes, he asked. That made her smile perk up. She looked at him with her pretty gray eyes. What do you think it means? All the people he knows? Chuck ventured. Yes, she agreed, but maybe he means even more. Lean forward. He leaned over her desk. Very gently, she put her palms to his temples. They were cool. They felt so wonderful he had to suppress a shiver. What's in there between my hands? Just the people you know. More, Chuck said. He was thinking of his mother and father and the baby he never got a chance to hold. Alyssa, sounds like rain. Memories. Yes, she said. Everything you see, everything you know. The world, Chucky, planes in the sky, manhole covers in the street. Every year you live, that world inside your head will get bigger and brighter, more detailed and complex. Do you understand? I think so, Chuck said. He was overwhelmed with the thought of a whole world inside his skull. He thought of the Jeffries boy, hid in the street. He thought of Henry Peterson, his father's bookkeeper, dead at the end of a rope. Their worlds going dark, like a room when you turned out the light. Miss Richards took her hands away. She looked concerned. Are you all right, Chucky? Yes, he said. Then go on. You're a good boy. I've enjoyed having you in class. He went to the door, then turned back. Miss Richards, do you believe in ghosts? She considered this. I believe memories are ghosts, but spooks flapping along the halls of musty castles? I think those only exist in books and movies. And maybe in the cupola of Grandpa's house, Chuck thought. Enjoy your summer, Chucky, she said. Chuck did enjoy his summer until August, when Grandma died. It happened down the street, in public, which was a little undignified, but at least it was the kind of death where people can safely say, thank God she didn't suffer. Once more the house was one of sadness. This time there was no trip to Disney World to mark the beginning of recovery. Chuck reverted to calling his grandma Bubby, at least in his own head, and cried himself to sleep on many nights. He did it with his face in his pillow so he wouldn't make Grandpa feel even worse. Grandpa wore his mourning band, lost weight, and stopped telling his jokes. He began to look older than his 70 years. But Chuck also sensed some relief in his grandpa. If so, Chuck could understand. When you lived with dread day in and day out, There had to be relief when the dreaded thing finally happened and was over. Didn't there? He didn't go up the steps to the cupola after she died, but he did go down to the convenience store one day just before starting 7th grade. He bought a soda and a candy bar, then asked the clerk where the woman was when she had her stroke and died. The clerk gave an unpleasant laugh. "Kid, that's a little creepy. Are you brushing up on your serial killer skills early?" "She was my grandma," Chuck said. "My bubby. I was at the community pool when it happened. I came back in the house calling for her, and Grandpa told me she was dead." That wiped the smile off the clerk's face. "Oh man, I'm sorry, it was over there, third aisle." Chuck went to the third aisle and looked, already knowing what he would see. "She was getting a loaf of bread," the clerk said. "Pulled down almost everything on the shelf when she collapsed. Sorry if that's too much information." "No," Chuck said and thought, "that's information I already knew." On his second day at Acker Park Middle School, Chuck walked past the bulletin board by the main office, then doubled back. Among the posters for clubs and sports, there was one showing a boy and girl caught in mid-dance step. "Learn to dance," it said above the smiling children in rainbow letters. Below it, "Join twirlers and spinners." An image of painful clarity came to Chuck as he looked at this. Grandma in the kitchen, holding her hands out, snapping her fingers, and saying, "Dance with me, Henry." That afternoon, he went down to the gymnasium, where he and 9 hesitant others were greeted enthusiastically by Miss Rohrbacher, the girls' gym teacher. Chuck was one of 3 boys. There were 7 girls. All the girls were taller. One of the boys tried to creep out as soon as he realized he was the smallest kid there. Miss Rohrbacher chased him down and hauled him back, laughing cheerfully. "No, no, no," she said. "You're mine now." So he was. So they all were. Miss Rohrbacher was the dance monster, and none could stand in her way. She fired up her boombox and showed them the waltz, the cha-cha, the ball change, and then the samba. Chuck didn't know that one, but when Miss Rohrbacher put on tequila and showed them the basic moves, he got it at once and fell in love with it. He was by far the best dancer in the little club, so Miss Rohrbacher mostly put him with the girls who were clumsy. He understood she did it to make them better, and he was a good sport about it, but it was sort of boring. Near the end of their 45 minutes, however, the dance monster would show mercy and pair him with Kat McCoy, who was an 8th grader and the best dancer of the girls. Chuck didn't expect romance. Kat was not only gorgeous, she was 4 inches taller than he was, but he loved to dance with her, and the feeling was mutual. When they got together, they caught the rhythm and let it fill them. They looked into each other's eyes and laughed for the joy of it. Before letting the kids go, Miss Rohrbacher paired them up and told them to freestyle. As they lost their inhibitions and awkwardness, they all got pretty good at it. One day in October, Miss Rohrbacher put on Billie Jean. "Watch this," Chuck said, and did a very passable moonwalk. The kids oohed. Miss Rohrbacher's mouth dropped open. "Oh my God," Kat said. "Show me how you did that." He did it again. Kat tried, but the illusion of walking backward just wasn't there. "Kick off your shoes," Chuck said. "Do it in your socks. Slide into it." Kat did. It was much better, and they all applauded. Miss Rohrbacher had a go. Then all of the others were moonwalking like crazy. Twirlers and spinners let out half an hour later than usual that day. Chuck and Kat walked out together. "We should do it at the Fling," she said, referring to the upcoming school dance. Chuck, who hadn't been planning on going, stopped and looked at her with his eyebrows raised. "Not as a date or anything," Kat hastened on. "I'm going out with Dougie Wentworth, but that doesn't mean we couldn't show them some cool moves. I want to, don't you?" "I don't know," Chuck said. "I'm a lot shorter. I think people would laugh." "Got you covered," Kat said. "My brother's got a pair of Cuban heels, and I think they'd fit you. You've got big feet for a little kid." "Thanks a bunch," Chuck said. She laughed and gave him a sisterly hug. At the next meeting of Twirlers and Spinners, Kat McCoy brought her brother's Cuban heels. Chuck, who had already endured teasing for being in the dance club, was prepared to hate them, but it was love at first sight. The heels were high, the toes were pointed, and they were as black as midnight. They were a little big, but toilet paper stuffed into the toes took care of that. Best of all, they were slick. During freestyle, when Miss Rohrbacher put on Caribbean Queen, the gym floor felt like ice. "You put scratches on that floor, the janitors will beat your butt," one of the other girls said. She was probably right, but there were no scratches. He was too light on his feet to leave any. Chuck went stag to the fall fling, which turned out just fine, because all the girls from Twirlers and Spinners wanted to dance with him, especially Kat, because her boyfriend had 2 left feet and spent most of the evening slouched against the wall with his buddies. Kat kept asking him when they were going to do their special dance, and Chuck kept putting her off. He said he'd know the right tune when he heard it. It was his bubby he was thinking of. Around 9 o'clock, the right tune came up. It was Jackie Wilson singing Higher and Higher. Chuck strutted to Kat with his hands out. She kicked off her shoes, and with Chuck in her brother's Cuban heels, they were at least close to the same height. They went out on the floor, and when they did a double moonwalk, they cleared it. The kids made a circle around them and began clapping. Miss Rohrbacher, one of the chaperones, was among them, clapping and shouting, "Go, go, go!" They did. As Jackie Wilson shouted that happy tune, they danced like Fred Astaire, Ginger Rogers, and Gene Kelly all rolled into one. They finished with Kat spinning first one way, then the other, then collapsing backward into Chuck's arms. He went down in a split that miraculously didn't rip his pants. 200 kids cheered when Kat turned her head and put a kiss on the corner of Chuck's mouth. "One more time," some kid shouted, but Chuck and Kat shook their heads. They were young, but smart enough to know when to quit. The best cannot be topped. 6 months before he died of a brain tumor, and while his mind was still working, Chuck told his wife the truth about the scar on the back of his hand. It wasn't a big deal and hadn't been a big lie, but he'd reached a time in his rapidly diminishing life when it seemed important to clear the books. The only time she'd asked about it, he told her that he had gotten it from a boy who was pissed about him dancing with his girlfriend at a middle school dance and pushed him into a chain-link fence. "What actually happened?" his wife Ginny asked, not because it was important to her, but because it seemed to be important to him. She didn't care much about what had happened in middle school. The doctors said he would probably be dead before Christmas. That was what mattered to her. When their fabulous dance was over and the DJ put on another tune, Kat McCoy had run to her girlfriends, who giggled and shrieked and hugged her. Chuck was sweaty and hot. He was also euphoric. All he wanted in that moment was darkness, cool air, and to be by himself. He walked past Kat's boyfriend and his friends, pushed through the door at the back of the gym, and walked out into the paved half-court. The cool fall air doused the fire in his cheeks, but not the euphoria. He looked up, saw 1,000,000 stars, and understood that for each one of those, there was another million behind it. The universe is large, he thought. It contains multitudes. It also contains me, and in this moment I am wonderful. I have a right to be wonderful. He moonwalked under the basketball hoop, then twirled, his arms outstretched as if to embrace everything. There was a pain in his right hand. Not big pain, just a basic ouch, but it was enough to bring him back to earth. He saw that the back of his hand was bleeding. While he was doing his whirling dervish bit, his hand had struck the chain-link fence and a protruding jut of wire had cut him. It was a superficial wound, but it left a scar, a tiny white crescent scar. "Why would you lie about that?" Ginny asked. She was smiling as she picked up his hand and kissed the scar. "I could understand it if you'd gone on to tell me how you beat the big bully to a pulp, but you never said that." No, he'd never said that, and he'd never had a bit of trouble with Dougie Wentworth. For one thing, he was a cheerful enough guy. For another, Chuck Krantz was a 7th-grade midget unworthy of notice. Why had he told the lie then, if not to cast himself as the hero of a fictional story? Because the scar was important for another reason. Because it was part of a story he couldn't tell, even though there was now an apartment building standing on the site of the Victorian house where he had done most of his growing up. The haunted Victorian house. The scar meant more so he had made it more. He just couldn't make it as much more as it really was. As the brain tumor continued its blitzkrieg, it was the best his disintegrating mind could manage. He had finally told her the truth of how the scar actually happened, and that would have to do. Chuck's grandpa, his Zadie, died of a heart attack 4 years after the fall fling dance. Chuck was a junior in high school, singing in a band and dancing like Jagger during the instrumental breaks. Grandpa left him everything. The estate, once quite large, had shrunk considerably over the years, but there was still enough to pay for Chuck's college education. Later on, the sale of the Victorian paid for the house he and his wife, Virginia, moved into after their honeymoon. As a new hire at Midwest Trust, he never could have bought the place without his grandpa's inheritance. Chuck flatly refused to move to Omaha to live with his mother's parents. "I love you guys," he said, "but this is where I grew up and where I want to stay until I go to college. I'm 17, not a baby." So they, both long retired, came to him and stayed in the Victorian with him for the 20 months or so before Chuck went off to college. They weren't able to be there for the funeral, however. It happened fast, as Grandpa had wanted, and his mom's folks had loose ends to tie up in Omaha. Chuck didn't really miss them. He was surrounded by friends and neighbors he knew much better. A day before they were scheduled to arrive, Chuck finally opened a manila envelope that had been sitting in the front hall. It was from the funeral parlor. Inside were his grandpa's personal effects, at least those that had been in his pockets when he collapsed on the library steps. Chuck dumped the envelope out on the table. There was a rattle of coins, a few cough drops, a pocket knife, a new cell phone, and his wallet. Chuck picked up the wallet, smelled its old limp leather, kissed it, and cried a little. He was an orphan now, for sure. There was also Grandpa's keyring. Chuck slipped this over his finger and climbed the short, shadowy flight of stairs to the cupola. This last time he did more than rattle the padlock. After some searching, he found the right key and unlocked it. He left the lock hanging from the hasp and pushed the door open, wincing at the squeal of the old hinges, ready for anything. But there was nothing. The room was empty. It was small, circular, no more than 14 feet in diameter. On the far side was a single wide window, caked with the dirt of years. Although the day was sunny, the light it let in was bleary. Standing on the threshold, Chuck put out a foot and toed the boards. There was no creak, no give. He stepped in, ready to leap back the moment he felt the floor start to sag, but it was solid. He walked across to the window, leaving footprints in the thick dust. Grandpa had been lying about the rotted floor, but about the view he had been dead on. It really wasn't much. Chuck could see the shopping center beyond the greenbelt, and beyond that, a train moving toward the city. Chuck stood at the window until the train was gone, then followed his footprints back to the door. As he turned to close it, he saw a bed in the middle of the circular room. It was a hospital bed. There was a man in it. He appeared to be unconscious. There were no machines, but Chuck could hear one just the same, going beep, beep, beep. A heart monitor, maybe. There was a table beside the bed. On it were lotions and a pair of black-framed glasses. The man's eyes were closed. One hand lay outside the coverlet, and Chuck observed the crescent-shaped scar on the back of it with no surprise. In this room, Chuck's grandpa had seen his wife lying dead, the loaves of bread she would pull off the shelves scattered all around her. "It's the waiting, Chucky," he'd said. "That's the hard part." Now his own waiting would begin. How long would that wait be? How old was the man in the hospital bed? Chuck started back into the cupola for a closer look, but the vision was gone. No man, no hospital bed, no table. There was one final faint beep from the unseen monitor, then that was gone too. The man did not fade as ghosts did in movies. He was just gone, insisting he had never been there in the first place. He wasn't, Chuck thought. I will insist that he wasn't, and I will live my life until my life runs out. I am wonderful, I deserve to be wonderful, and I contain multitudes. He closed the door and snapped the lock shut. Now we begin if it bleeds. In January of 2021, a small padded envelope addressed to Detective Ralph Anderson is delivered to the Conrads, the Andersons' next-door neighbors. The Anderson family is on an extended vacation in the Bahamas, thanks to a teacher's strike. Ralph insisted that his son Derek bring his books, which Derek termed a grotesque bummer. The Conrads have agreed to forward their mail until the Andersons return, but printed on this envelope, in large letters, is "Do not forward, hold for arrival." When Ralph opens the package, he finds a flash drive titled "If It Bleeds," presumably referring to the old news trope which proclaims, "If it bleeds, it leads." The drive holds two items. One is a folder containing photographs and audio spectrograms. The other is a kind of report or spoken-word diary from Holly Gibney, with whom the detective shared a case that began in Oklahoma and ended in a Texas cave. It was a case that changed Ralph Anderson's perception of reality forever. The final words of Holly's audio report are from an entry dated December 19th, 2020. She sounds out of breath. "I have done the best I can, Ralph, but it may not be enough. In spite of all my planning, there's a chance I won't come out of this alive. If that's the case, I need you to know how much your friendship has meant to me. If I do die, and you choose to continue what I've started, please be careful. You have a wife and son." This is where the report ends. December 8th and 9th, 2020. Pineborough Township is a community not far from Pittsburgh. Although much of western Pennsylvania is farm country, Pineborough has a thriving downtown and just shy of 40,000 residents. As you enter the town limits, you pass a gigantic bronze creation of dubious cultural merit, although the residents seem to like it. This is, according to the sign, the world's largest pine cone. There is a turnout for people who want to picnic and take pictures. On this day, it's too cold for picnics, and the bronze pine cone is decked out in blinking Christmas lights. Not far beyond the giant cone is Albert McCready Middle School, where almost 500 students attend grades 7, 8, and 9. At 9:45 on the 8th, a delivery truck pulls into the school's circular drive. The delivery guy gets out and stands in front of his truck for a minute or two, consulting his clipboard. Then he pushes his glasses up on his nose, gives his little mustache a stroke, and goes around to the back. He retrieves a square package about 3 feet on all sides. He carries it easily enough so it can't be too heavy. At the door is a sign that reads, "All school visitors must be announced and approved." The driver pushes the button on the intercom. Mrs. Keller, the school secretary, asks him how she can help. "Got a package here for something called..." He bends to look at the label. "Boy howdy. Looks like Latin. It's for the Nemo Impune." Mrs. Keller helps him out. "The Nemo Me Impune Lassesset Society, right?" On her video monitor, the delivery guy looks relieved. "If you say so, the last word is society for sure. What does it mean?" "I'll tell you inside," she says. Mrs. Keller is smiling as the delivery guy walks through the metal detector, enters the main office, and puts the package on the counter. It's plastered with stickers, a few of Christmas trees and Santas, but many more of Scottish guys in kilts and playing bagpipes. "So," he says, taking his scanner off his belt and aiming it at the address label, "what's Nemo Me Impune when it's home with its shoes off?" "The Scottish national motto," she says. "It means no one provokes me with impunity." Mr. Griswold's current affairs class has a partner school in Scotland. They email and send pictures to each other. The Scottish kids root for the Pittsburgh Pirates, our kids for a Scottish football club. Calling themselves the Nemo Me Impune Lasset Society was probably Mr. Griswold's idea. She peers at the return address. Yup, that's the one. Custom stamp and everything. "Christmas presents, I bet," the delivery guy says. "Gotta be, because look here." He tips the box up, showing her "Do not open until 18 December, carefully printed and surrounded by 2 more bagpipe-blowing Scots. Mrs. Keller nods. "That's the last day of school before the Christmas break. God, I hope Mr. Griswold's kids sent them something." "What kind of presents do Scottish kids send American kids, do you think?" he asks. She laughs. "I just hope it's not haggis." "What's that, more Latin?" "Sheep's heart," Mrs. Keller says. "Also liver and lungs. I know because my husband took me to Scotland for our 10th wedding anniversary." The delivery guy pulls a face that makes her laugh some more, then asks her to sign his scanner. She does. He wishes her a good day and a Merry Christmas. She wishes him the same. When he's gone, Mrs. Keller grabs a student to take the box to a storage closet. She tells Mr. Griswold about the package during the lunch break. He says he'll take it down to his classroom at 3:30 after the last bell. Had he taken it at lunch, the carnage might have been even worse. The American Club at the Scottish school did not send the kids at Albert Macready a Christmas box. There is no such company as Pensy Speed Delivery. The truck was stolen from a mall parking lot shortly after Thanksgiving. Mrs. Keller will blame herself for not noticing that the delivery guy wasn't wearing a name tag, and when he aimed his scanner at the package, it didn't beep the way the ones used by UPS and FedEx drivers did, because it was a fake. So was the customs stamp. The police will tell her anyone might have missed these things, and she has no reason to feel responsible. She does, nevertheless. The school's security protocols were good, but they're only machinery. She was the human part of the equation, the guardian at the gate, and she let the school down. She let the kids down. Mrs. Keller feels that the arm she lost will only be the beginning of her atonement. Chapter 2. It's 2:45, and Holly Gibney is getting ready for an hour that always makes her happy. She enjoys her 60 minutes of weekday television viewing and tries to ensure that her detective agency, Finders Keepers, is empty from 3 to 4. Since she's the boss, a thing she still finds hard to believe, that isn't difficult. Today her partner Pete Huntley is out trying to track down a runaway at the city's homeless shelters. Jerome Robinson, taking a year off from Harvard, is also working for Finders Keepers part-time. This afternoon he's south of the city, looking for a dog-napped golden retriever. The dog's name is a good omen, she told Jerome. She said she was hopeful. You have Holly Hope, Jerome said, grinning. That's right, she replied. Now go on, Jerome. Fetch. She's got a good chance of being alone until it's time to close up. But it's only the hour between 3 and 4 that she really cares about. With one eye on the clock, she writes a starchy email to a client who hasn't paid his bill. This is our third billing, she writes. Please clear your account so we don't have to turn this matter over to a collection agency. Holly finds she can be much more forceful when she can write our and we rather than my and I. She's working on that. She sends off the email and shuts down her computer. She glances at the clock. 7 to 3. She goes to the little fridge and takes out a Diet Pepsi. She opens the top left drawer of her desk. In here, concealed by paperwork, is a bag of Snickers bites. She takes out 6, one for each commercial break, unwraps them, and lines them up. 5 to 3. She turns on the television but mutes it. She may have low tastes, but not that low. She considers eating one of her Snickers and tells herself to wait. Just as she is congratulating herself on her forbearance, she hears the elevator and rolls her eyes. It must be Pete. It's Pete, all right, and smiling. Oh, happy day, he says. Somebody finally got the building manager to send a repairman. He did nothing, Holly said. Jerome and I took care of it. It was just a glitch. How? There was a small hack involved, she said, with one eye on the clock. Jerome did that, but I could have. Honesty compelled her to add, At least I think so. Did you find the girl? Pete gives her 2 thumbs up. At a shelter, my first stop. Good news, she wants to go home. She called her mom, who's coming to get her. Are you sure? Holly asks. Or is that what she told you? I was there when she made the call. I saw the tears. This is a good resolution, Holly. I just hope Mom's not a deadbeat like that guy Edwards. Edwards will pay, she says. My heart is set on it. On the TV, a dancing bottle of diarrhea medicine has replaced the talk show. Now be quiet, Pete. My show is coming on in 1 minute. Oh my God, are you still watching that guy? He asks. Holly gives him a forbidding look. You are welcome to watch, Pete, but if you intend to make sarcastic remarks and spoil my enjoyment, I wish you would leave. Be assertive, Allie Winters, her therapist, likes to tell her. No sarcastic remarks, Roger that, Pete says. Man, I can't believe you and Jerome bypassed the super. You rock, Holly. I am trying to be more assertive, she says. And you're succeeding. Is there a Coke in the fridge? He asks. Uck, that stuff tastes like... Hush, she says. It's 3 o'clock. She unmutes the TV just as her show's theme song starts up. It's I Fought the Law. A courtroom comes on the screen. The audience is clapping along, and the announcer intones, "Steer clear if you're a louse, because John Law is in the house." "All rise," the bailiff cries. The audience gets up as Judge John Law comes out of his chambers. He's 6'6", Holly knows this from a magazine, and bald. He's wearing voluminous robes that sway as he boogies his way to the bench. He grabs the gavel and tick-tocks it back and forth like a metronome, flashing a full set of white teeth. "Oh, my dear Jesus in a motorized wheelchair," Pete says. Holly gives him her most forbidding look. Pete claps one hand over his mouth and waves the other one in surrender. Sit down," says Judge Law, and the audience all sits down. Holly likes John Law because he's straight from the shoulder, not all snarky like that Judge Judy. He gets to the point, just as her old friend Bill Hodges used to. It's been years since Bill passed away, but Holly still misses him. Everything she is, everything she has, she owes to Bill. "What have we got today, Georgie, my brother from another mother?" The audience chuckles at this. Civil or criminal? Holly knows it's unlikely the same judge would handle both kinds of cases, but she doesn't mind. The cases are always interesting. "Civil judge," the bailiff says. "The plaintiff is Mrs. Rhoda Daniels. The defendant is her ex-husband, Richard Daniels. At issue is custody of the family dog, Bad Boy." "A dog case," Pete says, "right up our alley." Judge Law leans on his extra-long gavel. "And is Bad Boy in the house, Georgie, my man?" "He's in a holding room, Judge," the bailiff replies. Very good, and does Bad Boy bite, as his name might indicate?" "According to security, he seems to have a very sweet nature, Judge Law." "Excellent. Let's hear what the plaintiff has to say about Bad Boy." At this point, the actress playing Rhoda Daniels enters the courtroom. In real life, Holly knows the plaintiff and defendant would already be seated, but this is more dramatic. As she sways down the center aisle in a tight dress and high heels, the announcer says, "We'll return to Judge Law's courtroom in just a minute." An ad for death insurance comes on, and Holly pops her first Snickers bite into her mouth. "Don't suppose I could have one of those, could I?" Pete asks. "Aren't you supposed to be on a diet?" she asks. "I get low sugar at this time of day," he replies. Holly opens her desk drawer reluctantly, but before she can get to the candy, the old lady on the TV is replaced by a graphic that says "Breaking News." This is followed by Lester Holt, and Holly knows right away it's going to be serious. Lester Holt is the network's big gun. Not another 9/11, she thinks. Please God, not another 9/11 and not nuclear. Lester says, "We're interrupting your regularly scheduled programming to bring you news of a large explosion at a middle school in Pineborough, Pennsylvania. There are reports of numerous casualties, many of them children." "Oh my God," Holly says, putting her hand over her mouth. "These reports are so far unconfirmed," Lester says. "I think," he puts a hand to his ear and listens. "Yes, okay. Chet Ondowski from our Pittsburgh affiliate is on the scene. Chet, can you hear me?" "Yes," a voice says. "Yes, I can, Lester." "What can you tell us, Chet?" Lester asks. The picture switches to a middle-aged guy with what Holly thinks of as a local news face. Not handsome enough for a major network, but presentable. Except the knot of his tie is crooked. There's no makeup to cover the mole beside his mouth, and his hair is messy. "What's that he's standing beside?" Pete asks. "I don't know," Holly says. "Hush. Looks sort of like a giant pine cone." "Hush!" Holly doesn't care about the giant pine cone or the reporter's mole and messy hair. Her attention is fixed on the two ambulances that go screaming past behind him. Casualties, she thinks. Numerous casualties, many of them children. "Lester, what I can tell you is that there are almost certainly at least 17 dead here at Albert McRady Middle School, and many more injured. This comes from a county sheriff's deputy. The explosive device may have been in the main office or a nearby storage room. If you look over there," he points, and the camera follows his finger. At first the picture is blurry, but when the cameraman steadies and zooms, Holly can see a large hole has been blown in the side of the building. Bricks are scattered across the lawn. As she's taking this in, a man in a yellow vest emerges from the hole with something in his arms. A small something wearing sneakers. No, one sneaker. The other has apparently been torn off in the blast. The camera returns to the correspondent and catches him straightening his tie. The sheriff's department will undoubtedly be holding a press conference at some point, but right now informing the public is the least of their concerns. Parents have already started to gather. Ma'am, can I speak to you for just a moment? Chet Ondowski, WPN, Channel 11. The woman who comes into the shot is vastly overweight. She has arrived at the school without a coat, and her flowered house dress billows around her. Her face is pale, except for bright spots of red on her cheeks. Her hair is a mess, and her plump cheeks glisten with tears. They shouldn't be showing this, Holly thinks, and I shouldn't be watching it. But they are, and I am. Ma'am, do you have a child who attends Albert McReady? The reporter asks. My son and daughter both do, she says, grabbing his arm. Are they okay? Do you know that, sir? Irene and David Vernon. We call Irene Deanie. Do you know if they are okay? I don't, Mrs. Vernon, Ondowski says. I think you should talk to one of the deputies over where they're setting up those sawhorses. Thank you, sir, thank you. Pray for my kids, she says. I will, Ondowski says as she rushes off. Holly guesses that right now her heart is with David and Deanie. Ondowski turns back to the camera. Everyone in America will be praying for the Vernon children and all the children who were attending Albert McReady Middle School today. According to the information I have now, the explosion occurred at about 2:15, an hour ago, and was strong enough to shatter windows a mile away. The glass... Fred, can you get a shot of this pine cone? There, I knew it was a pine cone, Pete says. He's leaning forward, eyes glued to the television. The cameraman moves in, and on the pine cone, Holly can see shards of broken glass. One actually appears to have blood on it. Lester Holt says, Chet, that's horrible, just awful. The camera pulls back to Ondowski. Yes, it is. This is a horrible scene. Lester, I want to see if... A helicopter with a Red Cross and Mercy Hospital stenciled on the side is landing in the street. Chet Ondowski's hair swirls, and he raises his voice to be heard. I want to see if I can do anything to help. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy. Back to you in New York. Lester Holt returns, looking upset. Be safe, Chet, folks. We're going to return you to your regularly scheduled programming, but we'll continue to update you on this developing situation at NBC Breaking News on your... Holly uses the remote and kills the TV. She has lost her taste for make-believe justice, at least for today. She keeps thinking of that limp form in the arms of the man wearing the yellow vest. One shoe off, one shoe on, she thinks. Will she watch the news tonight? She supposes she will. She'll have to know how many casualties, and how many are children. Pete surprises her by taking her hand. Usually she still doesn't like to be touched, but right now his hand feels good holding hers. I want you to remember something, he says. She turns to him. Pete is grave. You and Bill stopped something much worse than this from happening, he says. That crackpot Brady Hartsfield could have killed hundreds at the rock concert he tried to blow up. Maybe thousands. And Jerome, she says in a low voice. Jerome was there too. Yep, you, Bill, and Jerome, the three musketeers, that you could stop and did. But stopping this one, Pete nods to the TV, that was someone else's responsibility. At 7 o'clock, Holly is still in the office, going over invoices that don't really need her attention. She managed to resist turning on the office TV and watching the news at 6:30, but she doesn't want to go home just yet. That morning she had been looking forward to a nice veggie dinner and a movie, but tonight she has been poisoned by the news from Pennsylvania. She still might not be able to resist turning on CNN. That would lead to hours of tossing and turning until 2 or even 3 in the morning. Like most people in the 21st century, Holly has become used to the violence men do to each other. But what happened at that middle school is too much like what almost happened at the concert, where Brady Hartsfield tried to blow up a few thousand kids. And what did happen at City Center, where he plowed a car into a crowd of job seekers? She doesn't remember how many were killed, and she doesn't want to. She is putting away the files. She has to go home sometime. When she hears the elevator again, She waits to see if it will go past the 5th floor, but it stops. Probably Jerome, but she still opens the second drawer of her desk and loosely grips the can there. It has 2 buttons. One blares an ear-splitting horn. The other dispenses pepper spray. It's him. She lets go of the can and closes the drawer. She marvels at how tall and handsome he's become. She dislikes the fur around his mouth, what he calls the goat, but would never tell him so. Tonight his usual energetic walk is slow and a little slumped. He gives her a perfunctory, "Yo, Hollyberry," and drops into the client chair. Usually she would tell him how much she dislikes that nickname, but not tonight. They are friends, and because she's a person who has never had many, Holly tries her best to deserve the ones she has. "You look very tired," she says. "Long drive. Did you hear the news about the school? It's all over the satellite radio," he says. "I was watching my show when they broke in. Since then I've been avoiding it. How bad?" she asks. "They're saying 27 dead so far, 23 of them kids between 12 and 14. But it'll go higher. There are still a few kids and 2 teachers they haven't been able to account for, and a dozen or so in critical condition. It's worse than Parkland. Does it make you think of Brady Hartsfield?" he asks. "Of course," she replies. "Yeah, me too. The ones he got at City Center and the ones he could have gotten if we'd been just a few minutes slower at the concert. I try not to think about that, because when I do, I get the willies." Holly knows all about the willies. She has them often. Jerome rubs a hand slowly down one cheek. "Sophomore year at Harvard, I took a philosophy course. Did I ever mention that to you?" Holly shakes her head. "It was called The Problem of Evil. In it, we talked a lot about concepts called inside evil and outside evil. Holly, are you okay?" "Yes," she says, and she is. But at the mention of outside evil, her mind immediately turns to the monster she and Ralph tracked to his final lair. The monster had gone under many names and worn many faces, but she had always thought of him simply as the outsider, and the outsider had been as evil as they come. She's never told Jerome about what happened in the cave, although she supposes he knows something pretty dire went on there. He's looking at her uncertainly. "Go on," she tells him. "This is very interesting to me. It's the truth." "Well, the class consensus was there's outside evil if you believe in outside good," he explains. "God," Holly says. "Yes, then you can believe there really are demons, and exorcism is a valid response to them. There really are malevolent spirits," he says. "Ghosts," Holly says. "Right. Not to mention curses that really work, and witches, and who knows what else. But in college, all that stuff pretty much gets laughed at. God himself mostly gets laughed at." "Or herself," Holly says primly. "Yeah, whatever. If God doesn't exist, I guess the pronouns don't matter. So that leaves inside evil. Guys who beat their children to death, serial killers like Brady Hartsfield, ethnic cleansing, genocide, 9/11, mass shootings, terrorist attacks like the one today." "Is that what they're saying?" Holly asks. "A terrorist attack, maybe ISIS?" "That's what they're assuming, but no one's claimed responsibility yet." Now his other hand is on his other cheek, and are those tears in Jerome's eyes? She thinks they are, and if he cries, she will too. She won't be able to help it. Sadness is catching. "But see, here's the deal about inside and outside evil, Holly," he says. "I don't think there's any difference, do you?" She considers everything she knows and everything she's been through with this young man and Bill and Ralph Anderson. "No," she says, "I don't." "I think it's a bird," Jerome says. "A big bird, all frowsy and frosty gray. It flies here, there, and everywhere. It flew into Brady Hartsfield's head. It flew into the head of the guy who shot all those people in Las Vegas. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. They got the bird. Hitler, Pol Pot. It flies into their heads, and when the wet work's done, it flies away again. I'd like to catch that bird." He clenches his hands and looks at her, and yes, those are tears. "Catch it and wring its fucking neck." Holly comes around the desk, kneels beside him, and puts her arms around him. It's a clumsy hug, but it does the job. The dam breaks. When he speaks against her cheek, she feels the scratch of his stubble. "The dog's dead," he says. "What?" She can barely make out what he's saying through his sobs. "Lucky. The golden retriever. When whoever stole him didn't get the ransom, the bastard cut him open and threw him in a ditch. Somebody spotted him, still alive, barely, and took him to an animal hospital where he lived for maybe half an hour. Nothing they could do. Not so lucky after all, huh? All right, Holly says, patting his back. Her own tears are flowing and there's snot, too. All right, Jerome, it's okay. It's not. You know it's not. He pulls back and looks at her, his cheeks wet and shining. He cut that nice dog's belly open and threw him in the ditch with his intestines hanging out, and you know what happened then? Holly knows, but shakes her head. The bird flew away, he says, wiping his sleeve across his eyes. Now it's in someone else's head. It's better than ever, and on we fucking go. Just before 10 o'clock, Holly gives up the book she's trying to read and turns on the TV. She takes a look at the talking heads on CNN, but can't bear their chatter. Hard news is what she wants. She switches to NBC, where a graphic, complete with grim music, reads Special Report, Tragedy in Pennsylvania. Andrea Mitchell is now anchoring in New York. She begins by telling America that the president has tweeted his thoughts and prayers, as he does after each of these horror shows. This is followed by the updated score: 31 dead, 73 wounded, 9 in critical condition. If Jerome was right, that means at least 3 of the criticals have died. 2 terrorist organizations have claimed responsibility for the bombing, Mitchell says, but sources in the State Department say neither claim is credible. They are leaning toward the idea that the bombing may have been a lone wolf attack, similar to the one in Oklahoma City in 1995. That explosion took 168 lives. Many of those were also children, Holly thinks, killing children for God or ideology or both. No hell could be hot enough for those who do such things. She thinks of Jerome's frosty gray bird. The man who delivered the bomb was photographed by a security camera, Mitchell continues. We are going to put his picture up for the next 30 seconds. Look closely, and if you recognize him, call the number on your screen. There is a reward of $200,000 for his arrest and subsequent conviction. The picture comes up. It's color and clear as a bell. It's not perfect because the camera is positioned above the door and the man is looking straight ahead, but it's pretty good. Holly leans forward, all her job skills kicking in. The guy is either Caucasian with a tan, a light-skinned Latino, a Middle Easterner, or possibly wearing makeup. Holly opts for Caucasian and makeup. She puts his age as mid-40s. He's wearing glasses with gold frames. His black mustache is small and neatly trimmed. His hair, also black, is short. She can see this because he's not wearing a cap. Bold son of a gun, Holly thinks. He knew there would be cameras, he knew there would be pictures, and he didn't care. Not a son of a gun, she says, still staring, recording every feature. Not because this is her case, but because it's her nature. He's a son of a bitch, is what he is. Back to Andrea Mitchell. If you know him, call the number on the screen and do it right away. Now we're going to take you to the McGrady Middle School and our man on the scene. Chet, are you still there? He is, standing in a pool of bright light thrown by the camera. More bright lights are shining on the middle school's wounded side. Each tumbled brick casts its own sharp shadow. Generators are roaring. People in uniform rush here and there. Holly sees FBI on some jackets, ATF on others. There's a crew in white bodysuits. Yellow crime scene tape flutters. There's a sense of controlled chaos. At least Holly hopes it's controlled. Lester Holt is presumably at home, but Chet Ondowski is still going. A regular Energizer bunny is Mr. Ondowski. Holly can understand that. This is probably the biggest story he'll ever cover, and he's chasing it for all he's worth. He's still wearing his suit jacket, which was probably okay when he got to the site, but now the temperature has dropped. She can see his breath, and she's pretty sure he's shivering. Someone give him something warmer, for heaven's sake, Holly thinks. A parka, or even a sweatshirt. The suit jacket will have to be thrown out. It's smeared with brick dust and torn in a couple of places. The hand holding the mic is also smeared with brick dust, and something else. Blood? Holly thinks it is. And the streak on his cheek, that's blood too. Chet, Andrea Mitchell's disembodied voice asks, are you there? The hand not holding the mic goes to his earpiece, and Holly sees there are band-aids on 2 of his fingers. Yes, I'm here. He faces the camera. This is Chet Ondowski, reporting from the bombing site at Albert McReady Middle School in Pineborough, Pennsylvania. This ordinarily peaceful school was rocked by an explosion of enormous strength sometime not long after 2 o'clock this afternoon. Andrea Mitchell appears on a split screen. Chet, we understand from a source at Homeland Security that the explosion happened at 2:19 p.m. I don't know how the authorities can pinpoint the time that exactly, but apparently they can. Yes, Chet says, sounding a little distracted. Holly thinks how tired he must be, and will he be able to sleep tonight? She guesses not. Yes, that sounds just about right. As you can see, Andrea, the search for victims is winding down, but the forensic work is just beginning. There will be more personnel on the scene by daybreak, and... Excuse me, Chet, but you took part in the search yourself, is that right? Andrea Mitchell asks. Yes, Andrea, we all pitched in, he says. Townspeople, some of them parents, also other reporters from other stations. Yes, but I'm hearing you pulled 2 children from the ruins yourself, Chet. He doesn't bother looking falsely modest. Holly awards him points for that. He keeps it on a reporting level. That's correct, Andrea. I heard one of them moaning and saw the other, a girl and a boy. I know the boy's name, Norman Fredericks. The girl, he wets his lips. The mic in his hand trembles, and Holly thinks not just from the cold. The girl was in bad shape. She was calling for her mother. Andrea Mitchell looks stricken. Chet, that's awful. It is. Too awful for Holly. She picks up the remote to kill the feed. She has the facts, more than she has any use for. Then she hesitates. It's the torn pocket she's looking at. Maybe torn while Ondowski was searching for victims, but if he's Jewish, it might have been done on purpose. It might have been Keria, the rending of garments after a death and the symbolic exposure of a wounded heart. She guesses that is the truth of that torn pocket. It is what she wants to believe. The sleeplessness she expected doesn't happen. Holly drops off within a matter of minutes. Perhaps crying with Jerome let out some of the poison the news from Pennsylvania had injected in her. As she slips away, she thinks she should talk about that with her therapist at their next session. She wakes sometime deep in the early hours of December 9th, thinking about the correspondent Ondowski. Something about him. What? How tired he looked, the scratches and brick dust on his hands, the torn pocket. That, she thinks. It must have been. Maybe I was dreaming about it. She mutters briefly into the dark, a kind of prayer. I miss you, Bill. I'm taking my Lexapro and I'm not smoking. Then she's out and doesn't wake up until the alarm goes at 6 a.m. December 9th to 13th, 2020. Finders Keepers has been able to move to new, pricier offices because business has been good, and the rest of that week is busy for Holly and Pete. There's no time for Holly to watch her show, and little to think about the school explosion, though the news reports continue and it never completely leaves her mind. The agency has working relationships with 2 of the city's big law firms. As a retired police officer, Pete has no great love for lawyers, but he would be the second to admit that serving papers pays very well. In addition to that, Finders Keepers is on speed dial at several insurance companies, and Holly spends most of Friday investigating an arson claim. There's also an absconding debtor to track, bail jumpers to put on the radar, and lost kids and dogs. Pete usually goes after the kids, and when Jerome's working, he's great with the dogs. She's not surprised that Lucky's death hit Jerome so hard, not just because it was so cruel, but because his own family lost their beloved dog the year before. There are no dogs on the docket, either lost or abducted, on that Thursday and Friday, which is good, because Holly is too busy and Jerome is at home working on his book. His project that started as a school paper has now become a priority. His parents are doubtful about his decision to take a gap year. Holly isn't. She doesn't think Jerome is going to shock the world, but she has an idea he will make it sit up and take notice. She has faith in him, and Holly hope, that too. She can only follow developments on the middle school explosion out of the corner of her eye, and that's okay because there haven't been many. Another victim has died, a teacher. A number of kids with minor injuries have been released from the hospital. The school secretary, the only person who actually spoke to the delivery guy, has regained consciousness, but she had little to add. The van was found in a nearby barn, wiped clean of prints and cleaned of DNA. The police have been inundated with calls from people eager to identify the perpetrator, but none have produced results. Hopes of an early capture are being replaced by fears that the guy may not be done but only getting started. Holly hopes this isn't so, but her experience with Brady Hartsfield makes her fear the worst. Best case scenario, she thinks, he's killed himself. On Friday afternoon, as she's finishing a report, the phone rings. It's her mother, with news Holly has been dreading. She listens, she says the appropriate things, and she allows her mother to treat her as the child she thinks Holly still is. She asks if Holly is remembering to brush after every meal, if she is remembering to take her medication with food, if she is limiting her movies to 4 a week. Holly tries to ignore the headache her mother's calls almost always bring on. She assures her mother that yes, she will be there on Sunday to help. My family, Holly thinks, my fracked up family. Because Jerome keeps his phone off when he's working, she calls his mother, Tanya Robinson. Holly tells Tanya she won't be able to eat Sunday dinner with them because she needs to go upstate, a family emergency. She explains and Tanya says, "Oh, Holly, I'm so sorry to hear that, sweetie. Are you going to be all right?" "Yes," Holly says. It's what she always says. She's pretty sure she sounds okay, but as soon as she hangs up, she puts her hands over her face and begins to cry. It's that sweetie that does it. To have someone call her, who was known in high school as Jibba Jibba, sweetie, to have that at least, to come back to. On Saturday night, Holly plans her drive using an app on her computer, factoring in a stop to pee and gas up her car. To get there by noon, she will have to leave at 7:30. This will give her time for a cup of tea, toast, and a boiled egg. With this groundwork laid, she lies awake for 2 hours as she didn't on the night after the school blew up. When she does sleep, she dreams of Chet Ondowski. He is telling her about the carnage he saw, saying things he would never say on television. There was blood on the bricks, he says. There was a shoe with a foot still in it, he says. The little girl who cried for her mommy, he says, screamed in pain even though I tried to be gentle. He tells these things in his best just the facts voice, but as he talks, he rends his clothes. Not just his suit coat pocket and sleeve, but his lapels, his tie, and his shirt. The dream either fades before he can go to work on his trousers, or her conscious mind refuses to remember it the next morning. In any case, she wakes feeling unrested. She eats her egg and toast with no pleasure, just fueling up for what will be a trying day. She usually enjoys a road trip, but the prospect of this one sits on her shoulders like a physical weight. Her little blue notions bag is by the door, packed with a clean change of clothes and her toiletries in case she has to spend the night. She slides the strap onto her shoulder, takes the elevator down from her cozy little apartment, opens the door, and there is Jerome Robinson sitting on the front step. He's drinking a Coke, and his backpack is resting beside him. "Jerome, what are you doing here?" And because she can't help it, and drinking Coke at 7:30 in the morning, ooh. "I'm going with you," he says, and the look he gives her says that arguing will do no good. That's okay, because she doesn't want to. "Thanks, Jerome," Holly says. It's hard, but she manages not to cry. That's very good of you. Jerome drives the first half of the journey. At the gas and pee stop, they switch. Holly feels her sense of dread at what's awaiting her starting to close in as they get closer to their destination. To keep it at bay, she asks Jerome how his book project is going. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, I know some authors don't. But Jerome is willing enough. It began as a required assignment for a sociology class. Jerome decided to write about his great-great-grandfather, born of former slaves in 1878. Alton Robinson spent his childhood and early adulthood in Memphis, where a thriving black middle class existed. When yellow fever and white vigilante gangs struck, much of the black community simply left. Alton settled in Chicago, where he worked in a meatpacking plant, saved his money, and opened a juke joint 2 years before Prohibition. Rather than close down, he changed locations and opened a speakeasy that became known as the Black Owl. The more Jerome discovered about Alton Robinson, his dealings with Al Capone, his 3 escapes from assassination, his probable sideline in blackmail, his political king-making, the more his paper grew. He turned the long essay in and received a good grade. Which was sort of a joke, he tells Holly. That paper was just the tip of the iceberg. But by then, I was halfway through spring semester, and I had to pick up the slack in my other courses. That was very adult of you, says the woman who feels she never succeeded in making her parents proud, but it must have been hard. It was hard, Jerome says. I was on fire. I wanted to drop everything else and chase great-great-grandpa Alton. That man had a fabulous life, but letting it age a little was the right thing to do. When I went back to it, I saw how it had a theme. Have you ever listened to the Godfather audiobook? Listened to the audiobook, saw the movie, Holly says promptly, all 3 movies. She feels compelled to add, the last one isn't very good. Do you remember the epigraph of the novel? He asks. She shakes her head. It's from Balzac. Behind every great fortune there is a crime. That was the theme I saw, even though the fortune ran through his fingers long before he was shot down. It really is like The Godfather, Holly marvels, but Jerome shakes his head. It's not, because black people can never be American in the same way Italian and Irish people can. Black skin withstands the melting pot. I want to say, he pauses, I want to say that discrimination is the father of crime. I want to say that Alton Robinson's tragedy was that he thought that through crime he could achieve some sort of equality, and that turned out to be a chimera. In the end, he wasn't killed because he got crossways with Capone's successor, but because he was black, because he was a nigger. Jerome, who used to irritate Bill Hodges by sometimes doing a minstrel show accent, spits this last word. Do you have a title? Holly asks quietly. They are nearing their exit. I think so, yeah, but I didn't think it up. Jerome looks embarrassed. Listen, Hollyberry, if I tell you something, do you promise to keep it secret? From Pete and from my family, especially them. Of course, I can keep a secret, she says. Jerome knows this is true, but still hesitates for a moment before plunging in. My professor in that sociology class sent my paper to an agent in New York. She was interested, so after Thanksgiving, I sent her the 100 or so pages I've written since summer. The agent thinks it's publishable and not just by a small press. She thinks one of the majors might be interested. She suggested calling it by the name of my great-great-grandpa's speakeasy, Black Owl, The Rise and Fall of an American Gangster. Jerome, that's wonderful. I bet tons of people would be interested in a book with a title like that, Holly says. Black people, you mean, he says. No, all kinds. Do you think only white people liked The Godfather? Then a thought strikes her. Only how would your family feel about it? She's thinking of her own family, which would be horrified to have such a skeleton dragged out of the closet. Well, Jerome says, they both read the paper and loved it. Of course, that's different from a book, isn't it? One that might be read by a lot more people than a teacher, but it's 4 generations back after all. Jerome sounds troubled. She sees him look at her, but only out of the corner of her eye. Holly always faces directly forward when she's driving. What do you think, Holes? He asks. She considers this carefully. I think you should show your parents as much as you showed the agent, she says at last. Listen to what they say. Get a read on their feelings and respect them. Then, push ahead. Write it all down. The good, the bad, and the ugly. They've come to their exit. Holly puts on her blinker. I've never written a book, so I can't say for sure, but I think it takes a certain amount of bravery. So that's what you should do, I think. Be brave. And that's what I need to be now, she thinks. Home is only 2 miles away, and home is where the heartache is. The Gibney house is in a development called Meadowbrook Estates. As Holly weaves her way through the spider web of streets, to the home of the spider, she thinks, and is immediately ashamed of thinking about her mother that way. Jerome says, if I lived here and came home drunk, I'd probably spend at least an hour finding the right house. He's right. The houses are all New England salt boxes, only set apart from one another by different colors, which wouldn't be much help at night. There are probably different flower beds in the warm months, but now the yards are covered in crusty old snow. Holly could tell Jerome that her mother likes the sameness. It makes her feel safe, but doesn't. She's gearing up for what promises to be a stressful lunch and an even more stressful afternoon. Moving day, she thinks. Oh, God. She pulls into the driveway of 42 Lily Court, kills the engine, and turns to Jerome. You need to be prepared. Mother says he's gotten a lot worse in the last few weeks. Sometimes she exaggerates, but I don't think she is this time. I understand the situation. He gives one of her hands a brief squeeze. I'll be fine. You just take care of yourself, okay? Before she can reply, the door of number 42 opens, and her mother, Charlotte Gibney, comes out, still in her good church clothes. Holly raises one hand in a tentative hello, which her mother doesn't return. Come inside, she says. You're late. Holly knows she's late, by 5 minutes. As they approach the door, Charlotte gives Jerome a what's he doing here look. You know Jerome, Holly says. It's true, they've met half a dozen times, and Charlotte always favors him with that same look. He came to keep me company and lend moral support. Jerome gives Charlotte his most charming smile. Hello, Mrs. Gibney. I invited myself along. Hope you don't mind. To this, Charlotte simply says, Come in, I'm freezing out here. As though it had been their idea for her to come out on the stoop. Number 42, where Charlotte has lived with her brother since her husband died, is overheated and smells so strongly of pot pourri that Holly hopes she won't begin coughing or gagging. There are 4 side tables in the little hall, narrowing the passage to the living room enough to make the trip perilous. Each table is crammed with the little china figurines that are Charlotte's passion: elves, gnomes, trolls, angels, clowns, bunnies, ballerinas, and many more. Lunch is on the table, Charlotte says. Just fruit cup and cold chicken, I'm afraid, but there's cake for dessert, and. Her eyes fill with tears. When Holly sees them, she feels a surge of resentment that's close to hate. She thinks of all the times she cried and was told to go to her room. She feels an urge to throw those very words in her mother's face now, but gives her an awkward hug instead. As she does, she feels how close the bones lie under that thin flesh and realizes her mother is old. How can she dislike an old woman who so obviously needs her help? The answer seems to be quite easily. After a moment, Charlotte pushes Holly away with a little grimace, as though she smelled something bad. Go see your uncle and tell him lunch is ready. You know where he is. Indeed, Holly does. From the living room comes the sound of a football pregame show. She and Jerome go single file so as not to risk upsetting any of the china figures. How many of these does she have? Jerome murmurs. Holly shakes her head. I don't know. She always liked them, but it's gotten out of hand since my father died. Then, lifting her voice and making it artificially bright, she calls out, Hi, Uncle Henry. All ready for lunch? Uncle Henry clearly didn't make it to church. He slumped in his recliner, wearing a sweatshirt with some of his breakfast egg on it, and a pair of jeans with an elastic waist. They are riding low, showing a pair of boxer shorts with tiny blue pennants on them. He looks from the TV to his visitors. For a moment he's totally blank, then he smiles. Janie, what are you doing here? That goes through Holly like a glass dagger. Her mind flashes momentarily to Chet Ondowski with his scratched hands and torn suit coat pocket. Janie was her cousin, bright and vivacious, all the things Holly could never be. She was Bill Hodges' girlfriend for a while, before she died in another explosion, victim of a bomb planted by Brady Hartsfield and meant for Bill himself. It's not Janie, Uncle Henry, still with that artificial brightness. It's Holly. There's another of those blank pauses as rusty mental relays go about their business. Then he nods. Sure, it's my eyes, I guess, from looking at the TV too long. His eyes, Holly thinks, are hardly the point. Janie is years in her grave. That's the point. Come here, girl, and give me a hug, he says. She does so as briefly as possible. When she pulls back, he's staring at Jerome. Who's this guy? He asks. I thought you were seeing that cop. This time she doesn't bother to correct him about who she is. It's Jerome Robinson. You've met him before, she says. Have I? My mind must be going, he says, not even as a joke, just as a kind of conversational placeholder. Jerome shakes his hand. How you doing, sir? Not bad for an old fella, Uncle Henry says. Before he can say more, Charlotte calls from the kitchen that lunch is on. His master's voice, Henry says good-humoredly. When he stands up, his pants fall down. He doesn't seem to realize. Jerome gives Holly a tiny jerk of the head toward the kitchen. She gives him a doubtful look in return, but goes. Let me just help you with those, Jerome says. Uncle Henry doesn't reply, but only stares at the TV while Jerome pulls up his pants. There you go, ready to eat. Uncle Henry looks at Jerome, startled, as if just registering his presence. I don't know about you, son, he says. Don't know what about me, sir? Jerome asks, taking Uncle Henry by the shoulder and getting him turned toward the kitchen. The cop was too old for Janie, but you look too young, he says, shaking his head. I just don't know. They get through lunch, with Charlotte scolding Uncle Henry along and sometimes helping him with his food. Twice she leaves the table and comes back wiping her eyes. Through therapy, Holly has come to realize that her mother is almost as terrified of life as Holly herself used to be. Her most unpleasant characteristics arise from that fear. Here is a situation she can't control. And she loves him, Holly thinks. That too. He's her brother, she loves him, and now he's leaving, in more ways than one. When lunch is finished, Charlotte banishes the men to the living room. Watch your game, boys, she tells them, while she and Holly do the dishes. As soon as they are alone, Charlotte tells Holly to have her friend move her car so they can get Henry's out of the garage. His things are in the trunk, all packed and ready to go. She's speaking out of the corner of her mouth like an actress in a bad spy movie. He thinks I'm Janie, Holly says. Of course he does. Janie was always his favorite, Charlotte says, and Holly feels another of those glass daggers go in. Charlotte Gibney might not have been pleased to see Holly's friend turn up with her daughter, but she's more than willing to allow Jerome to pilot Uncle Henry's big old Buick to the Rolling Hills Elder Care Center. A room has been waiting there since the 1st of December. Charlotte was hoping her brother could remain at home through Christmas, but now he's begun to wet the bed and to wander the neighborhood, sometimes in his slippers. When they arrive, Holly doesn't see a single rolling hill in the vicinity, just a convenience store and a decrepit bowling alley across the street. A man and a woman in blue care center jackets are leading a line of golden oldies back from the bowling alley, the man holding up his hands to stop traffic. The inmates, not the right word, but it's the one that occurs to her, are holding hands, making them look like children on a field trip. Is this the movies? Uncle Henry asks as Jerome wheels the Buick into the turnaround. I thought we were going to the movies. He's riding shotgun. At the house, he actually tried to get in behind the wheel until Charlotte and Holly got him turned around. No more driving for Uncle Henry. I'm sure they'll have movies here, Charlotte says. She's smiling and biting her lip as she does it. They are met in the lobby by a Mrs. Braddock, who treats Uncle Henry like an old friend, telling him how glad she is to have you with us. With us for what? Henry asks, looking around. I have to go to work soon. The paperwork is all messed up. Do you have his things? Mrs. Braddock asks Charlotte. Yes, Charlotte says, still smiling and biting her lip. Soon she may be crying. Holly knows the signs. I'll get his suitcases, Jerome says quietly. But there's nothing wrong with Uncle Henry's ears. What suitcases? What suitcases? He asks. We have a very nice room for you, Mr. Tibbs, Mrs. Braddock says. Plenty of sunsh. They call me Mr. Tibbs. Uncle Henry bellows in a very credible Sidney Poitier imitation that makes the young woman at the desk and a passing orderly look around. Uncle Henry laughs and turns to his niece. How many times did we watch that movie, Holly? 6. This time he got her name right, which makes her feel even worse. More, Holly says, and knows she may soon cry herself. She and her uncle watched a lot of movies together. Yes, Uncle Henry says, yes indeed, but he's losing it again. Where are we? Where are we, really? The place where you're probably going to die, Holly thinks, unless they take you to the hospital to do it. Outside, she sees Jerome unloading a couple of suitcases, also a suit bag. Will her uncle ever wear a suit again? Yes, probably, but only once. Let's look at your room, Mrs. Braddock says. You're going to like it, Henry. She takes his arm, but Henry resists. He looks at his sister. What's going on here, Charlie? Don't cry now, Holly thinks. Hold it in. But here come the waterworks. Why are you crying, Charlie? He asks. Then, I don't want to be here. It's not a bellow, more of a whine, like a kid about to get a shot. He turns to see Jerome coming in with his luggage. Here! What are you doing with those? They're mine! Well, Jerome says, but doesn't seem to know how to go on. The golden oldies are filing in from their trip to the bowling alley. The employee who stopped traffic joins a nurse who seems to have appeared from nowhere. She is broad of beam and thick of bicep. These two close in on Henry and take him gently by the arms. Let's go this way, says the bowling alley guy. Have a look at the new crib, brother. See what you think. Think of what? Henry asks, but he begins to walk. You know something? The nurse says. The game's on in the common room, and we've got the biggest TV you've ever seen. We'll take a quick gander at your room, then you can watch it. Plenty of cookies, too, Mrs. Braddock says, fresh baked. Is it the Browns? Henry asks. They are approaching double doors. He will soon disappear behind them where, Holly thinks, he'll begin living the dimmed-out remainder of his life. The nurse laughs. No, not the Browns, the Ravens. Good, Henry says, then adds something he never would have said before his mind began to fail. Those Browns are all a bunch of cunts. Then he is gone. Mrs. Braddock hands Charlotte a tissue. It's perfectly natural for them to be upset on moving-in day. He'll settle down. I have some more paperwork for you if you feel up to it, Mrs. Gibney. Charlotte nods. Her eyes are red and streaming. This is the woman who scolded me for crying in public, Holly marvels. This is payback, and I could have done without it. Another orderly has materialized and is loading Uncle Henry's bags onto a trolley, as if this place were just a hotel. Holly is staring at this and holding back her own tears when Jerome takes her gently by the arm and leads her outside. They sit on a bench in the cold. I want a cigarette, Holly says, first time in a long while. Pretend, he says, and exhales a plume of frosty air. She inhales and blows out her own cloud of vapor. She pretends. They don't stay overnight, although Charlotte assures them there's plenty of room. Holly doesn't like to think of her mother spending this first night alone, but she can't bear to stay. It isn't the house where Holly grew up, but the woman who lives here is the woman she grew up with. Holly is very different from the pale, chain-smoking girl she used to be. But that's hard to remember in her mother's presence. It's Holly driving the first leg this time, and Jerome does the rest. It's long after dark when they see the lights of the city. Holly has been dozing, thinking in a disconnected way about how Uncle Henry mistook her for Janie, the woman who was blown up in Bill Hodges's car. That leads her wandering mind back to the explosion at Macready Middle School and the correspondent with the torn pocket and the brick dust on his hands. She remembers thinking that there was something different about him that night. Well, sure, she thinks as she drifts toward another doze. In between the first bulletin that afternoon and the special report that night, Ondowski helped search the rubble. He went from reporting the story to becoming a part of it. That would change Enib. Suddenly her eyes snap open and she sits bolt upright, startling Jerome. What? Are you all re? The mole, she exclaims. He doesn't know what she's talking about, and Holly doesn't care. It probably doesn't mean anything, but she knows Bill Hodges would have congratulated her on her observation. And on her memory, the thing Uncle Henry is now losing. Chet Ondowski, she said, the news correspondent who was first on the scene after the school blew up. In the afternoon, he had a mole beside his mouth, but when the special report came on that night at 10, it was gone. Thank God for Max Factor, huh? Jerome says as he leaves the expressway. He's right, of course. It even occurred to her when the news bulletin came on. Crooked tie, no time to cover the mole with makeup. Later on, when Ondowski's support crew arrived, they took care of that. Still, it's a little strange. Holly is sure a makeup person would have left the scratches. They were good TV, made the correspondent look heroic. But wouldn't they have cleaned some of the brick dust from around his mouth in the process of covering the mole? Holly, Jerome asks, are you overcranking again? Yes, she says, too much stress, not enough rest. Let it go, he says. Yes, she says, it's good advice. She intends to follow it. December 14th, 2020. Holly expected another night of tossing and turning, but she slept right through until her phone alarm gently woke her. She felt rested, fully herself again. She slipped to her knees, did her few morning meditations, then settled into her tiny breakfast nook for a bowl of oatmeal, a cup of yogurt, and a big mug of constant comment tea. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she read the local paper on her iPad. News of the Macready school bombing had slipped from the front page and was now in the national news section. This was because there had been no fresh developments. More victims had been released from the hospital. 2 kids, one of them a talented basketball player, remained in critical condition. The police claimed to be following a number of leads, but Holly doubted it. There was nothing about Chet Ondowski. He was the first person she thought of when her alarm woke her. Not her mother, not her uncle. She wondered if she had been dreaming about Ondowski. If she had, she couldn't remember. She exited the newspaper, opened her web browser, and typed in Ondowski's name. The first thing she learned was that his real first name was Charles, not Chester, and he's been with Pittsburgh's NBC affiliate for the last 2 years. His stated beat was crime, community, and consumer fraud. There were any number of videos. Holly clicked on the most recent, titled WPN Welcomes Chet and Fred Home. Ondowski entered the newsroom wearing a new suit, followed by a young man in a plaid shirt and khaki pants. They were greeted by a wave of applause from the station's staff. The young man, Fred, grinned. Ondowski reacted with surprise, then pleasure. He even applauded them in return. A woman who was probably a news anchor came forward. "Chet, you're our hero," she said, and kissed him on the cheek. "You too, Freddie." No kiss for the young man, though, just a quick pat on the shoulder. "I'll rescue you any time, Peggy," Ondowski said, drawing laughter and more applause. That's where the clip ended. Holly watched some more clips, choosing at random. In one, Chet stood outside a burning apartment building. In another, he was at the site of a multiple vehicle pileup on a bridge. In the third, he was reporting on the groundbreaking of a new YMCA. A fourth showed him knocking repeatedly on the door of a so-called pain clinic. Busy guy, Holly thought. And in none of these clips did Charles Chet Ondowski have a mole. "Because it's always covered with makeup," she told herself as she rinsed her dishes. It was just that once, when he had to get on the air in a hurry, that it showed. And why are you worrying about this anyway? It's like when some annoying pop song gets stuck in your head. Because she was up early, she had time for an episode of a TV show before leaving for work. She went into her television room, picked up the remote, then just held it, staring at the blank screen. After a bit, she put the remote down and went back into the kitchen. She powered up her iPad and found the clip of Chet Ondowski doing his report on the pain clinic. After the guy inside told Chet to get lost, the story went to Ondowski in a close-up. He held the mic to his mouth and smiled grimly. "You heard it," he said. "Pain doctor Stefan Muller refusing to answer questions and telling us to go away. We did, but we'll keep coming back and asking questions until we get some answers. This is Chet Ondowski in Sewickley. Back to you, David." Holly watched it again. This time she froze the picture just as Ondowski was saying, "We'll keep coming back." The mic dipped a bit at that point, giving her a good view of his mouth. She zoomed the image until his mouth filled the screen. There was no mole there, she was sure of it. She'd see its ghost even if it was covered with makeup. Thoughts of her TV show had left her mind. Ondowski's initial report from the scene of the explosion wasn't on the local station's site, but it was on the NBC News site. She went to it and once more zoomed the image until the screen was filled with Chet Ondowski's mouth. And that wasn't a mole at all. Was it dirt? She didn't think so. She thought it was hair. A spot he missed shaving, maybe. Or maybe something else. Maybe the remains of a fake mustache. Now thoughts of getting to the office early had also left her mind. She got up and walked twice around the kitchen, her heart beating hard in her chest. What she was thinking couldn't be true. It was totally stupid. But what if it was true? She Googled the McRady Middle School explosion and found the still photo of the delivery guy, the bomber. She enlarged the picture, focusing on the guy's mustache. She was thinking about those cases you hear about from time to time where a serial arsonist turns out to be a fireman. It was like some kind of twisted logic. Too monstrous. It couldn't be. But Holly found herself wondering for the first time how Chet Ondowski got to the scene of the explosion so fast, beating all the other reporters. She didn't know by how long, but he was there first. She knew that. But wait, did she? She hadn't seen any other reporters during that first bulletin, but could she be sure? She rummaged in her bag and found her phone. Since the case she and Ralph Anderson shared, she and Ralph often talked, and it was usually early in the morning. Sometimes he called her, sometimes she was the one who reached out. Her finger hovered over his number but didn't descend. Ralph was on a well-deserved vacation with his wife and son. It was his family time. Did she want to bother him with this on so little? Maybe she could use her computer and figure it out for herself. Set her mind at rest. She learned from the best, after all. Holly went to her desktop, called up the picture of the bomber, and printed it out. Then she selected several headshots of Chet Ondowski and printed them as well. She took all of them out to the kitchen, where the morning light was strongest. She arranged them in a square, the bomber's picture in the middle, the Ondowski shots all around it. She studied them carefully for a full minute. Then she closed her eyes, counted to 30, and studied them again. She let out a sigh that was a little disappointed and exasperated, but mostly relieved. She remembered a conversation she had with Bill once. He'd been talking about a detective novelist named Ed McBain. McBain said there are only two types of human faces, pig faces and fox faces, Bill had told her. I'd add that sometimes you see a man or woman with a horse face, but they're rare. Mostly, yeah, it's pigs and foxes. Holly found this a useful yardstick as she studied the headshots on her kitchen table. Both men were okay-looking, but in different ways. The delivery guy, the bomber, Holly decided to call him George, had a fox face. It was rather narrow, with thin lips and a small, tight chin. Ondowski, on the other hand, had a pig face. Not in any gross way, but it was round rather than narrow. His hair was light brown. His nose was broader, his lips fuller. Chet Ondowski's eyes were round, and if he wore corrective lenses, they were contacts. George's eyes looked like they might be tilted at the corners. The skin tones were different, too. Ondowski was your textbook white guy. George the bomber had a slight olive blush to his skin. To top it off, Ondowski had a cleft chin. George did not. They probably weren't even the same height, Holly thought, although it was impossible to tell for sure. Nevertheless, she grabbed a marker and doodled a mustache on one of the Ondowski headshots. She put this one next to the security camera photo of George. It didn't change anything. These two couldn't possibly be the same guy. Still, as long as she was here... She returned to her computer and began searching for other early news coverage. In two of them, she could see the WPN news van in the background. In the third, she saw Ondowski's cameraman winding up a cable. His head was bent, but Holly recognized him anyway. It was Fred from the Welcome Home video. Ondowski wasn't in that one, so he was probably already helping in the rescue efforts. She went back to Google and found another station that was probably on the scene. She searched for WPIT Breaking News McRady School and found a video of a young woman who looked barely old enough to be out of high school. She was doing her report beside the giant metal pine cone with its blinking Christmas lights. The young reporter was clearly horrified, stumbling over her words, doing a clumsy job of reporting. Holly didn't care. When the cameraman zoomed in on the school's broken outside, focusing on EMTs, police, and civilians digging in the wreckage, she spotted Chet Ondowski. He was digging like a dog, bent over and tossing bricks and broken boards between his spread legs. He came by those cuts on his hands honestly. He was there first, Holly said. Maybe not before the first responders, but before any of the other TV. Her phone rang. It was still in the bedroom, so she answered on her desktop. "Are you on your way?" Pete asked. "To where?" Holly was honestly bewildered. She felt like she'd been yanked out of a dream. "To me, Ford," he said. "Did you really forget? That's not like you, Holly. It wasn't, but she had. Tom Toomey, who owned the dealership, was pretty sure one of his salesmen was stealing from him. This was the salesman's day off, which meant it was a perfect opportunity for Holly to run some numbers and see if something was wrong. She could make an excuse to Pete, but the excuse would be a lie, and she didn't do that. I did forget, she said. I'm sorry. Want me to go out there? He asked. No. If the numbers supported the suspicions, Pete would have to go out later and confront the salesman. Being ex-police, he was good at that. Holly, not so much. Tell Mr. Toomey I'll meet him for lunch wherever he wants, and Finders will pick up the tab. Okay, but he'll pick someplace expensive. A pause. Holly, are you chasing something? Is she? And why did she think of Ralph Anderson so quickly? Is there something she's not telling herself? Holly, still there? Yes, she said, I'm here, I just overslept, so lying after all. Holly took a quick shower, then dressed in one of her business suits. Chet Ondowski stayed on her mind all the while. It occurred to her that she might know a way to answer the major question that was nagging at her, so she went back to her computer and opened Facebook. No sign that Chet Ondowski used it, or Instagram either. Unusual for a TV personality. Holly tried Twitter, and bingo, there he was. Chet Ondowski at the handle Kondowski1. The school explosion happened at 2:19. Ondowski's first tweet from the scene came over an hour later. This didn't surprise Holly, he'd been busy. The tweet read, Macready School, horrible tragedy. 17 dead so far, maybe many more. Pray, Pittsburgh, pray. It was heartrending, but Holly's heart wasn't rent. She had gotten very tired of all the thoughts and prayers stuff. She wasn't interested in Ondowski's aftermath tweets. She became a time traveler, scrolling back along his feed to before the explosion. At 1:46 p.m., she found a photograph of a retro diner with a parking lot in the foreground. The neon sign in the window said, We've got home cookin', good lookin'. Ondowski's tweet was below the picture. Just time for coffee and pie at Clausen's before off to Eden. See my report on the world's largest garage sale on WN tonight at 5. Holly Googled Clausen's Diner and found it in Pierre Village, Pennsylvania. A further check showed her that Pierre Village was less than 15 miles from Pineborough and the Macready School, which explained how he and his cameraman got there first. He was on his way to cover the world's largest garage sale in a town called Eden. A further check showed her that Eden was about the same distance from Pineborough. He just happened to be in the right place, near it anyway, at the right time. Besides, she was pretty sure the police had already asked both Ondowski and his cameraman about their lucky arrival, not because either was a suspect, but because the authorities would be thorough in a bombing situation. Her phone was now in her handbag. She took it out, called Tom Toomey, and asked if it was too late for her to come by the dealership and look at some figures. Absolutely, Toomey told her, but I had my face fixed for lunch at Damasio's. Their fettuccine alfredo's amazing. Is that still part of the deal? Absolutely, Holly said, inwardly wincing as she thought of the expense. As she went out, she told herself to think of it as penance for lying to Pete. Lies are a slippery slope. Tom Toomey devoured his pasta with a napkin tucked into his shirt and followed it up with dessert. Holly had a salad and refused dessert, settling for a cup of decaf. You really should have dessert, Toomey said. It's a celebration. Looks like you saved me a bundle. We did, Holly said. The firm. Pete will get the salesman to own up, and there will be at least some restitution. That should draw a line under it. There you go, so come on, he coaxed. Have something sweet, treat yourself. Holly shook her head and told him she was full. The fact was she wasn't hungry. Her mind kept returning to Chet Ondowski, her earworm. Watching your figure, I guess, huh? He asked. Yes, Holly said, which wasn't quite a lie. You should bring in your lawyer and a forensic accountant if you plan to prosecute Mr. Ellis, she said. My figures won't be enough in court. You betcha, Toomey said, demolishing his dessert, then looked up. I don't get it, Holly. I thought you'd be more pleased. You nailed a bad guy. How bad the salesman was or wasn't would depend on why he was stealing, but that wasn't Holly's business. She only gave Toomey a small, enigmatic smile. Something else on your mind, Toomey asked. Another case? Not at all, Holly replied, which was also not a lie, not really. The McRady school explosion was also none of her business, but that mole that wasn't a mole stayed on her mind. There is a reasonable explanation, she thought. You're just not seeing it. Let it go. Just let it go. The office was empty when she got back. Pete had left a note on her computer that said he was after a bail jumper. Holly mentally wished him luck and went to the files, which she and Jerome had been digitizing. It would keep her mind off Ondowski, she thought, but it didn't. After just 15 minutes, she gave up and went to Twitter. Curiosity killed the cat, she thought, but satisfaction brought him back. I'll just check this one thing, then return to the work. She found Ondowski's diner tweet. Before, she was concentrating on the words. Now it was the photograph that she studied. Silver retro diner, cute neon sign, parking in front. The lot was only half full, and nowhere did she see the WPN news van. They might have parked around back, she said. Maybe true, but why do that when there were so many available spaces in front? She started to exit the tweet, then stopped and bent forward until her nose was almost touching the screen. Her eyes were wide. She felt the sense of satisfaction she got when she finally solved a puzzle. She highlighted Ondowski's diner photo and slid it to one side. Then she found the video of the inept young reporter doing her report beside the giant pine cone. The Indy station's van was parked in the turnout behind a forest green Subaru sedan, which meant the Subaru was almost certainly there first. Holly froze the video and pulled the diner photo as close as she could, and yes, there was a forest green Subaru sedan in the diner parking lot. It wasn't conclusive. There are plenty of Subarus on the road, but Holly knew what she knew. It was the same one. It was Ondowski's. He had parked in the turnout and then hustled to the scene. She was so deep in thought that when her phone rang, she gave a little scream. It was Jerome. He wanted to know if she had any lost dogs for him, or lost kids. No, she says, but you could. She stopped short of asking him to track down information about Fred, the cameraman. She should be able to do that herself. And there was something else. She didn't want Jerome involved in this. She wouldn't let herself think exactly why, but the feeling was strong. Could what? He asked. I was going to say that if you wanted to go bar hopping, you could look for Pete, she said. See if he needs any help with a bail jumper. Love bar hopping, Jerome said. I'm sure you do, but you'd be looking for Pete, not drinking beer. Be careful, she said. And please don't call me Hollyberry, it's worn very thin. He promised, but she doubted if he meant it. Holly returned her attention to her computer, her eyes ticking back and forth between the two forest green Subarus. It means nothing, she told herself. You're only thinking what you're thinking because of what happened in Texas. Bill would call it Blue Ford syndrome. If you bought a blue Ford, he said, you suddenly saw blue Fords everywhere. But this wasn't a blue Ford. It was a green Subaru. And she couldn't help what she was thinking. There was no TV show for Holly that afternoon. By the time she left the office, she had more information, and she was troubled. At home, Holly made herself a little meal, and 15 minutes later had forgotten what it was. She called her mother to ask if she's been to see Uncle Henry. Yes, Charlotte said. Holly asked how he was doing. He was confused, Charlotte said, but he seemed to be adjusting. Holly had no idea if this was true, because her mother had a way of seeing the world as she wanted to see it. He'd like to see you, Charlotte said, and Holly promised she'll go as soon as she can, maybe this weekend. Knowing he'll call her Janie because Janie was the one he wanted. Have to accept the truth, she said. Have to, like it or not. With this in mind, she picked up her phone, almost called Ralph, and again kept herself from doing it. Why spoil his time off just because the two of them bought a blue Ford down in Texas, and now she was seeing them everywhere? Then she realized she didn't have to talk to him, at least not in person. She got her phone and a bottle of ginger ale and went into the TV room. Here the walls were lined with books on one side and DVDs on the other. She sat in her comfortable viewing chair, but instead of turning on the TV, she opened her phone's recording app. She looked at it for a few moments, then pushed the big red button. Hello, Ralph. It's me, she began. I'm recording this on December 14th. I don't know if you'll ever hear it, because if what I'm thinking turns out to be nothing, and it probably will, I'll just delete it. But saying it out loud might clarify my thoughts. She paused the recording, thinking about how she should start. I know you remember what happened in that cave when we finally met the outsider face to face. He wasn't used to being found out, was he? He asked what made me able to believe. It was Brady Hartsfield that made me able to do that, but the outsider didn't know about Brady. He asked if it was because I'd seen another like him somewhere. Do you remember how he looked and sounded when he asked that? I do. Not just eager, greedy. He thought he was the only one. I thought so too. I think we both did. But Ralph, I'm starting to wonder if there might be another one after all. Not quite the same, but similar, the way dogs and wolves are similar, say. It might only be what my old friend Bill Hodges used to call Bluford syndrome, but if I'm right, I need to do something about it, don't I? The question sounded plaintive, lost. She paused the recording again, thought about deleting that last part, and decided not to. Plaintive and lost was exactly how she felt right now, and besides, Ralph would probably never hear this. She started again. Our outsider needed time to transform. There was a period of hibernation, weeks or months, while he changed from looking like one person to looking like another. He wore a chain of faces going back years, maybe even centuries. This guy, though, if what I'm thinking is true, he can change much faster, and I'm having trouble believing that. Which is kind of ironic. Do you remember what I said to you the night before we went after our perp? That you had to set your lifelong concept of reality aside. It was okay for the others not to believe, but you had to. I said if you didn't believe we were probably going to die, and that would allow the outsider to keep moving along, wearing the faces of other men and leaving them to take the blame when more children died. She shook her head, even laughed a little. I was like one of those revival preachers, exhorting unbelievers to come to Jesus, wasn't I? Only now I'm the one trying not to believe. Trying to tell myself it's just paranoid Holly Gibney jumping at shadows the way I used to before Bill came along and taught me to be brave. Holly took a deep breath. The man I'm worried about is named Charles Ondowski, although he goes by Chet. He's a TV reporter, and his beat is what he calls the 3 C's: crime, community, and consumer fraud. He does cover community affairs, stuff like groundbreaking ceremonies and the world's largest garage sale, and he covers consumer fraud. There's even a segment on his station's nightly news called Chet on Guard, but what he covers mostly is crime and disaster. Tragedy, death, pain. And if all that doesn't remind you of the outsider who killed the boy in Flint City and the 2 little girls in Ohio, I'd be very surprised. Shocked, in fact. She paused the recording long enough to take a big drink of her ginger ale. Her throat was as dry as the desert and let out a resounding belch that made her giggle. Feeling a little better, Holly pushed the record button and made her report, just as she would when investigating any case. Doing that was good. It was like disinfecting a wound that has begun to show some minor but still troubling redness. December 15th, 2020. When she woke up the next morning, Holly felt brand new, ready to work and also ready to put Chet Ondowski and her paranoid suspicions about him behind her. Was it Freud or Dorothy Parker who once said that sometimes a cigar is just a cigar? Whichever one it was, sometimes a dark spot beside a reporter's mouth is just hair or dirt that looks like hair. Ralph would tell her that if he ever heard her audio recording, which he almost certainly won't, but it did the job. Talking it out cleared her head. In that way, it was like her therapy sessions. Because if Ondowski could somehow morph into the bomber, then morph back into himself again, why would he leave a little piece of the mustache behind? The idea is ridiculous. Or take the green Subaru. Yes, it belongs to Chet Ondowski. She's sure of that. She took it for granted that he and his cameraman were traveling together in the station's news van. But that was an assumption rather than a deduction, and Holly believes the path to hell is paved with faulty assumptions. Now that her mind was rested, she could see that Ondowski's decision to travel alone was perfectly reasonable and innocent. He's a star reporter at a big TV station. He's Chet on guard, for heaven's sake. As such, he can get up a little later, maybe drop by the station, and later enjoy coffee and pie at his favorite diner, while his faithful cameraman goes to Eden to do some preliminary filming and maybe pre-interview people for Ondowski's report on the world's largest garage sale. Only Ondowski gets the news flash about the school explosion and rushes to the location. His cameraman does the same, driving the news van. Ondowski parks beside that ridiculous pine cone, and that's where they go to work. All perfectly explicable, no supernatural elements needed. This is just a case of a private investigator hundreds of miles away who is suffering from Blue Ford syndrome. Voila! Holly had a good day at the office. The bail jumper had been spotted by Jerome and escorted to jail by Pete Huntley. Pete was currently at the car dealership where he would confront the thieving salesman. Barbara Robinson, Jerome's sister, dropped by, telling Holly she was doing a report called Private Investigation, Fact versus Fiction. She asked Holly a few questions, then helped with the files. At 3 o'clock, they settled down to watch Holly's favorite courtroom show. "I love this guy, he's so jive," Barbara said as Judge Law boogied his way to the bench. "Pete doesn't agree," Holly said. "Yes, but Pete is white," Barbara said. Holly looked at Barbara wide-eyed. "I'm white." Barbara giggled. "Well, there's white and there's really white, which is what Mr. Huntley is." They laughed together, then watched as Judge Law dealt with a burglar who claimed he was a victim of racial profiling. Holly and Barbara gave each other one of those telepathic looks, as if to say, "Yeah, right!" Then they burst out laughing again. A very good day, and Chet Ondowski hardly crossed Holly's mind until her phone rang at 6 o'clock that evening, just as she was settling in to watch a movie. That call, from a Dr. Carl Morton, changed everything. When it finished, Holly made one of her own. An hour later, she received another call. She took notes on all three. The next morning, she was on her way to Portland, Maine. December 16th, 2020. Holly got up at 3 o'clock in the morning. She was packed, she had printed out her plane ticket, and she didn't have to be at the airport until 7, but she couldn't sleep anymore. She would not have thought she had slept at all except for her fitness tracker, which registered 2 hours and 30 minutes. Shallow sleep and precious little of it, but she had made do on less. She had coffee and a cup of yogurt. Her bag was waiting by the door. She called the office and left a message for Pete, telling him she wouldn't be in the office today and maybe not for the rest of the week. It was a personal matter. She was about to end the call when something else occurred to her. "Please have Jerome tell Barbara that she should watch The Maltese Falcon, The Big Sleep, and Harper for the fiction part of her private investigation report. All 3 movies are in my collection. Jerome knows where I keep the spare key to my apartment." With that done, she opened the recording app on her phone and began to add to the report she was making for Ralph Anderson. She was starting to believe she might have to send it to him, after all. Although Allie Winters was Holly's regular therapist, Holly had sought out Dr. Carl Morton after she returned from her dark adventures in Oklahoma and Texas. Dr. Morton had written 2 books of case histories, and she thought he was the right man. He was relatively close, so she sought him out. She had 2 sessions with Morton, enough to tell the complete story of her dealings with the outsider. She didn't care if Dr. Morton believed all, some, or none. The important thing was getting it out before it could grow inside her like a malignant tumor. She didn't go to her regular therapist because she thought it would poison the work they were doing on her other issues. There was another reason for going to a secular confessor like Dr. Morton. "Have you seen another one like me somewhere?" the outsider had asked. Holly hadn't. Ralph hadn't. But the legends of such creatures had been around for centuries. So maybe there were others. Maybe there were. Toward the end of their second and last session, Holly said, "May I tell you what I think you think? I know that's very impertinent, but may I?" Dr. Morton gave her a smile that she read as indulgent. "Go right ahead, Holly. This is your time." "Thank you." She had folded her hands. "You must know that at least some of my story is true, because the events were well publicized. The death of Detective Jack Hoskins, for instance. Am I right?" Dr. Morton had nodded. As for the rest of my story, the shape-changing outsider and what happened to him in that cave, you believe those are stress-induced delusions. Am I right about that? Holly, I wouldn't characterize. Oh, spare me the jargon, Holly thought, and then interrupted him, a thing she would have been incapable of not so long ago. It doesn't matter how you characterize it. You're welcome to whatever you believe. But I want something from you, Dr. Morton. You attend lots of conferences. I know this because I researched you online. Holly, aren't we wandering a bit from the subject of your story? He asked. No, she thought, because that story is told. What matters is what comes next. When you go to those conferences, I want you to talk about my case. I want you to describe it. Write it up if you like. I want you to be specific about my belief that I encountered a creature that renews itself by eating the pain of the dying. Will you do that? And if you ever meet or get an email from a fellow therapist who says he or she has a patient suffering from that exact same delusion, will you give that therapist my name and telephone number? Dr. Morton had frowned. That would hardly be ethical. You're wrong, Holly said. I've checked the law. You can give the therapist my name and number if I give you permission, and I do. Holly waited for his response. She paused her recording long enough to check the time and get a second cup of coffee. It would give her the jitters, but she needed it. I saw him thinking it over, Holly said into her phone. I think what tipped the scales was knowing what a good story my story would make. It did, too. I read one of his articles and watched one of his conference videos. He changes the locations and calls me Carolyn H., but otherwise it's the whole story. He's especially good when talking about what happened to our perp when I hit him with the happy slapper. He always ends his lectures by saying he would like to hear from anyone with patients suffering similar delusional fantasies. She paused to think, then restarted the recording. Dr. Morton called last night. It's been a while, but I knew who it was right away, and I knew it was going to lead back to Ondowski. I remember something you said once, Ralph. There's evil in the world, but there's also a force for good. You were thinking about the piece of menu you found, the one that linked the murder in your town to two similar murders in Ohio. That's how I came to be involved. Just a little scrap of paper that could have easily blown away. Maybe something wanted it to be found. I like to think so, and maybe that same thing has something more for me to do, because I can believe the unbelievable. I don't want to, but I can. She stopped there and put her phone in her purse. It was still way early to go to the airport, but she would, anyway. It was just how she rolled. I'll be early to my own funeral, she thought, and opened her iPad to find the nearest Uber. At 5 a.m, the airport terminal was almost completely deserted. When it's filled with travelers, the music from the overhead speakers is barely noticeable. But at this hour, Fleetwood Mac's The Chain sounded not just eerie, but like a harbinger of doom. Nothing was open on the concourse except for a bakery, but that was good enough for Holly. She resisted the temptation to get another coffee, settled instead for orange juice and a bagel, and took her tray to a table at the back. After looking around to make sure no one was close, she took out her phone and resumed her report, speaking low and stopping every so often to marshal her thoughts. She still hoped Ralph would never get this. She still hoped that what she thought might be a monster would only turn out to be a shadow. But if he did get it, she wanted to make sure he got all of it, especially if she was dead. From Holly Gibney's report to Detective Ralph Anderson. Still December 16th. I'm at the airport, so I have some time. I think I left off by telling you that I knew Dr. Morton right away. He said he'd checked with his lawyer to find out if putting me in touch with another patient's therapist would be an ethical breach. It turned out to be a gray area, he said, so I didn't do it. But the call I got yesterday from a Boston psychiatrist named Joel Lieberman made me reconsider. Ralph, Dr. Morton has actually had news of another possible outsider for over a year, but he didn't call me. He was timid. As a timid person myself, I can understand that, but it still makes me mad. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Let's see if I can keep this in order. In 2018 and 2019, Dr. Joel Lieberman was seeing a patient from Portland, Maine. This patient took the train to his appointments in Boston. The man, Dan Bell, as it turns out, is an elderly gentleman who seemed perfectly rational except for his firm belief that he had discovered the existence of a supernatural creature, which he called a psychic vampire. Mr. Bell believed that this creature had been around for a long time, at least 60 years. Dr. Lieberman attended a lecture Dr. Morton gave in Boston last summer. During his lecture, Dr. Morton discussed the case of Carolyn H. Mee. He asked any attendees who had patients with similar delusions to get in touch with him, as I had asked. Dr. Lieberman did. Have you got the picture? Dr. Morton talked about my case, but for 16 months he didn't put me in touch with Dr. Lieberman, as I had practically implored him to do. His ethical concerns held him back, but there was something more. I'll get to that. Then, yesterday, Dr. Lieberman called Dr. Morton again. His patient from Portland had stopped coming in, but on the day after the school explosion, he called out of the blue and asked for an emergency session. He was extremely distraught, so Dr. Lieberman made room for him. The patient, Dan Bell, claimed that the school bombing was the work of this psychic vampire. He was so upset that Dr. Lieberman thought about having him committed. But then the man calmed down and said he needed to discuss his ideas with someone he only knew of as Carolyn H. I need to consult my notes here. I want to quote Dr. Morton as exactly as I can because it's the other reason he hesitated to call me. He said, "It wasn't just ethical concerns that held me back, Holly. There is great danger in putting people with similar delusional ideas together. They have a tendency to reinforce each other, which can deepen neuroses into full-blown psychoses. This is well documented." Then why did you call me? I asked. Because so much of your story was based on known facts, he said. Because to some degree it challenged my established belief system. And because Dr. Lieberman's patient already knew about you, not from his therapist, but from an article I wrote about your case. He said Carolyn H. would understand. Do you see what I mean about a possible force for good, Ralph? Dan Bell was reaching out for me just as I was reaching out for him, and before I could be sure that he even existed. I'll give you Dr. Lieberman's numbers, Dr. Morton said. He'll decide whether or not to put you in touch with his patient. Then he asked if I might also have concerns about the school explosion. I thanked him, but I didn't answer his question. I suppose I was still mad that he waited so long to call. Actually, there's no suppose about it. I still need to work on my anger issues. I'll have to stop soon, but it shouldn't take long to finish. I called Dr. Lieberman and introduced myself as Carolyn H. I asked for his patient's name and contact number. He gave me both, but reluctantly. He said, "Mr. Bell is anxious to talk to you. He's very elderly now, and this is in the nature of a last wish. Although I should add that other than his fixation on this so-called psychic vampire, he's not suffering any cognitive decline. That made me think of my Uncle Henry, who has Alzheimer's. We had to put him in care last weekend. Thinking about that makes me very sad." Dr. Lieberman said that Mr. Bell is 91, and coming to his most recent appointment must have been very difficult for him. He said that under other circumstances, he might worry that talking to me would reinforce his fixation, but given Mr. Bell's current age and condition, he didn't feel that was much of an issue. Ralph, it may be projection on my part, but I found Dr. Lieberman rather pompous. Still, he said one thing at the end of our conversation that moved me. He said, "This is an old man who is very frightened. Try not to frighten him more than he already is." I don't know if I can do that, Ralph. I'm frightened myself. This place is filling up and I should go to my gate, so I'll make this quick. I called Mr. Bell, introducing myself as Carolyn H. He asked for my real name. That was my Rubicon, Ralph, and I crossed it. I said I was Holly Gibney and asked if I might come and see him. He said, if it's about the school explosion and the thing calling itself Ondowski, as soon as possible. With a change of planes in Boston, Holly arrived at the Portland airport just before noon. She checked into her hotel and called Dan Bell's number. The phone rang half a dozen times, long enough for Holly to wonder if the old man had died in the night, leaving her questions about Chet Ondowski unanswered. As she was about to end the call, a man picked up. Not Dan Bell, a younger man. Hello? This is Holly, she said. Holly Gibney. I was wondering when... Oh, Miss Gibney. Now would be fine. Grandpa's having a good day. He actually slept through the night after talking to you. Do you have the address? 19 Lafayette Street, she replied. That's right, I'm Brad Bell. How soon can you come? He asked. As soon as I can get an Uber, she said, and a sandwich, she thought. A sandwich would also be good. As she slipped into the back seat of the Uber, her phone rang. It was Jerome, wanting to know where she was and what she was doing, and if he could help. Holly said she was sorry, but it really was personal. She said she'll tell him later, if she can. Is it about Uncle Henry? He asked. Are you chasing down some kind of treatment option? That's what Pete thinks. No, not Uncle Henry, she said. Another old man, she thought, one who might or might not be of sound mind. Jerome, I really can't talk about this. Okay, as long as you're all right, he said. It was really a question, and she supposed he had a right to ask it. He remembered when she wasn't. I'm fine, she said, and just to prove she hadn't lost the plot, don't forget to tell Barbara about those private detective movies. Already taken care of, he said. Tell her she may not be able to use them in her paper, but they will provide valuable background, Holly said. She paused and smiled. Also, they're extremely entertaining. I'll tell her, and you're sure you're... Fine, she said, but as she ended the call, she thought about the thing she and Ralph confronted in the cave, and she shivered. She could barely stand to think of that creature, and if there's another, how could she possibly face it alone? Certainly Holly won't be facing it with Dan Bell, who was all of 80 pounds and sitting in a wheelchair with an oxygen tank clipped to the side. He was a shadow of a man, with a mostly bald skull and dark purple patches under his bright but exhausted eyes. He and his grandson lived in a fine old brownstone full of fine old furniture. The living room was airy. The drapes were pulled back to allow in floods of cold December sunlight. Yet the smells under the air freshener reminded her of the smells she had detected in the lobby of the Elder Care Center: Bengay, talcum powder, pee, and the approaching end of life. She was shown into Bell's presence by his grandson, a man of about 40, whose dress and mannerisms seemed curiously old-fashioned. The hall was lined with half a dozen framed pencil drawings, portraits of 4 men and 2 women, all good and all surely done by the same hand. They struck her as an odd introduction to the house. Most of the subjects looked rather seedy. There was a much larger picture over the fireplace in the living room, an oil painting of a beautiful young woman with black, merry eyes. My wife, Bell said in his cracked voice, dead these many years, and how I miss her. Welcome to our home, Miss Gibney. He rolled his chair toward her, wheezing with the effort, but when his grandson moved forward to help, he waved him off. He held out a hand that arthritis had turned into a driftwood sculpture. She shook it with care. Have you had lunch? The grandson Brad asked. Yes, Holly said, a hastily gobbled chicken salad sandwich on the short ride from her hotel. Would you like tea or coffee? And we have pastries, he offered. Tea would be wonderful, Holly said. Decaf if you have it, and I'd love a pastry. I want tea in a turnover, the old man said, and I want real tea. Coming right up, Brad said, and left them. Dan Bell immediately leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Holly's, and said in a low, conspiratorial voice, Brad's terribly gay, you know. Oh, Holly said. She could think of nothing else to say. Terribly gay, but he's a genius. He's helped me with my research. I can be sure, I have been sure, but Brad's the one who provided the proof. He wagged a finger at her. Incontrovertible. Holly nodded and sat in a wing chair, her knees together and purse on her lap. She was starting to think that Belle actually was in the grip of a neurotic fantasy, and she was running up a blind alley. This didn't irritate her. On the contrary, it filled her with relief. Because if he was, she probably was, too. Tell me about your creature, Dan said, leaning even further forward. In his article, Dr. Morton says you call it an outsider. Those bright, exhausted eyes were still fixed on hers. Although it once would have been difficult for Holly not to do what people asked, she shook her head. He sat back in his wheelchair, disappointed. No? You already have most of my story from the article, Holly said. I came to hear your story. You called Ondowski a thing, an it. I want to know how you can be so sure he's an outsider. Outsider is a good name for him, Bell said, straightening his oxygen tube. A very good name. I'll tell you over our tea and pastries. We'll have them upstairs in Brad's workroom. I'll tell you everything. You'll be convinced. Oh, yes. Brad knows everything, Dan said, waving his hand dismissively. A good boy, gay or not. Holly had time to muse that when you're in your 90s, even men 20 years older than Brad Bell must seem like boys. A smart boy, too. And you don't have to tell me your story if you don't want to. But before I tell you what I know, I must insist that you tell me what caused you to suspect Ondowski in the first place. This was a reasonable request, and she ran down her reasoning. Mostly it was that little spot of hair beside his mouth that kept bugging me, she finished. It was as if he put on a false mustache and was in such a hurry when he peeled it off that he didn't get all of it. Only if he could change his whole physical appearance, why would he even need a false mustache? Bell waved his hand dismissively. Did your outsider have facial hair? Holly thought, frowning. The first person the outsider impersonated, that she knew of, didn't. The second one didn't either. His third target had a goatee, but when she and Ralph confronted the outsider, his transformation hadn't been complete. I don't think so. What are you saying? I don't think they can grow facial hair, Dan Bell said. I think if you saw your outsider naked, I assume you never did. No, Holly said, and because she couldn't help it, ooh. That made Dan smile. If you had, I think you would have seen no pubic hair and clean armpits. The thing we met in that cave had hair on his head, Holly said. So does Ondowski. So did George. George? What I call the man who delivered the package with the bomb in it to the Macready school, she explained. George. Ah, I see. Dan appeared to meditate on this for a moment. A little smile touched his mouth, then faded. Head hair is different, though, isn't it? Children have hair on their heads before puberty. Some are born with hair on their heads. Holly saw his point, and hoped it really was a point, and not just another facet of this old man's delusion. There are other things the bomber, George if you like, can't change the way he changes his physical appearance, Dan said. He needed to put on a fake uniform and wear fake glasses. He needed a fake truck and a fake package reader, and he needed a fake mustache. Ondowski may also have fake eyebrows, Brad said, coming in with a tray. But probably not. I've studied pictures of him until my eyes are practically rolling down my cheeks. I think he may have had implants to normalize what would otherwise have just been fuzz. The way baby eyebrows are just fuzz. He bent to put the tray on the coffee table. No, your workroom, Dan said. Time to get this show on the road. Miss Gibney, Holly, will you push me? I'm rather tired. Of course, she said. They passed a formal dining room and a cavernous kitchen. At the end of the hall was a stair chair. Brad had this put in when I lost the use of my legs, Dan said. Brad handed Holly the tray and transferred the old man to the chair with the ease of long practice. Dan pushed a button and began to rise. Brad took the tray back, and he and Holly walked along beside the chair. This is a very nice house, Holly said. Dan read her mind. My grandfather, he said, pulp and paper mills. The penny dropped for Holly. The supply closet at Finders Keepers was stacked with Bell copier paper. Dan saw her face and smile. Yes, that's right, Bell Paper Products, now part of an overseas conglomerate. Until the 1920s, my grandfather owned mills all over western Maine. All shuttered now. He lost most of his fortune in the crash of '29 and the Depression. That was the year I was born. No life of Riley for my father or me, but we managed to keep the house. On the second floor, Brad transferred Dan to another wheelchair and hooked him up to another bottle of oxygen. This floor seemed to consist of one large room where the windows had been covered with blackout curtains. There were 4 computers, several gaming consoles, a ton of audio equipment, and a gigantic flat-screen TV. Put the tray down, Brad, before you spill everything, Dan said. The table he indicated was covered with magazines, flash drives, and cables. Holly started trying to clear a place. Oh, just put all that on the floor, Dan said. She looked at Brad, who nodded apologetically. I'm a little messy, he said. When the tray was safely in place, Brad put pastries on 3 plates. They looked delicious, but Holly no longer knew if she was hungry. She was starting to feel like Alice at the Mad Hatter's tea party. Dan Bell took a sip from his cup, smacked his lips, then grimaced and placed a hand on his chest. Brad was at his side immediately. Do you have your pills, Grandpa? He asked. Yes, yes, Dan said, patting the side pocket of his wheelchair. I'm all right, you can stop hovering. It's just the excitement of having someone in the house, someone who knows. It's probably good for me. Not so sure about that, Grandpa, Brad said. Maybe you better take a pill. I'm fine, I said. Mr. Bell. Dan, the old man said, wagging his finger. I'm Dan, he's Brad, you're Holly, we're all friends here. He laughed again. This time it sounded out of breath. You have to slow down, Brad said, unless you want another trip to the hospital. Yes, Mother, Dan said. He cupped a hand over his nose and took several deep breaths of oxygen. Now give me one of those turnovers, and we need napkins. But there were no napkins. I'll get some paper towels from the bathroom, Brad said, and off he went. Dan turned to Holly, terribly forgetful. Where was I? Does it even matter? Does any of this? Holly wondered. I was telling you that my father and I had to work for a living. Did you see the pictures downstairs? He asked. Yes, Holly said. Yours, I assume. Yes, yes, all mine. He held up his twisted hands. Before this happened to me. They're very good, Holly said. Not so bad, he said, although the ones in the hall aren't the best. Those were for work. I also did some paperback covers back in the 50s and 60s. Crime, mostly. Half-dressed babes with smoking guns. They brought in a little extra, ironic when you think about my full-time job. I was with the Portland Police Department, retired at 68. Not just an artist, but another cop, Holly thought. First Bill, then Pete, then Ralph, and now him. She once more thought of how some force seemed to be pulling her into this. My grandfather was a mill-owning capitalist, but since then we've all been blue-collar. My dad was police, and I followed in his footsteps, as my son followed in mine. Brad's father. He died in a crash while chasing a man driving a stolen car. That man lived, maybe living today, for all I know. I'm very sorry, Holly said. Dan ignored her. Even Brad's mother was in the family trade in a way. She was a court stenographer. When she died, I took the boy in. I don't care if he's gay or not, nor does the police department. Although he doesn't work for them full-time. With him, it's more of a hobby. Mostly he does this. He waved his deformed hand at the computer equipment. I design audio for games, Brad said quietly. The music, the effects, the mix. He had returned with a roll of paper towels. Holly took 2 and spread them on her lap. Dan went on, seemingly lost in the past. After my patrol car days were over, I worked mostly in dispatch. Some cops don't like riding a desk, but I never minded, because I had another job as well, one that kept me busy long after retirement. You could say that's one side of the coin. What Brad does when they call him in is the other side. Between the two of us, Holly, we nailed this shitbag. He's been in our sights for years. Holly had finally taken a bite of her turnover, but now opened her mouth, allowing a shower of crumbs to fall. Years? Yes, Dan said. Brad's known since he was in his 20s. He's worked on this with me since 2005 or so. Isn't that right, Brad? A little later, Brad said. Dan shrugged. It looked painful. It all starts to melt together when you're my age, he said, then turned what was almost a glare on Holly. His bushy eyebrows drew together, but not with Ondowski, as he's now calling himself. On him, I'm crystal clear. Right back to the beginning, or at least to where I came in. We've arranged quite a show for you, Holly. Brad, is that first video queued up? All ready, Grandpa, Brad said, grabbing his iPad and using a remote to turn on the big TV. It was currently showing nothing but a blue screen and the word ready. Holly hoped she was. I was 31 when I first saw him, Dan said. I know that because my wife and boy had a little birthday party for me just a week before. I was still on patrol cars then. My partner and I were parked just off the highway, waiting for speeders, eating crullers, drinking coffee. I remember my partner was ribbing me about a paperback cover I'd done, asking how my wife liked me painting pictures of hot women in their underwear. I think I was just telling him that his wife had posed for that one when a guy ran up to the car and knocked on the driver's side window. He paused and shook his head. You always remember where you were when you get bad news, don't you? Holly thought of the day she found out that Bill Hodges was gone. Jerome had made that call, and she was pretty sure he'd been choking back tears. My partner rolled his window down and asked the guy if he needed help, Dan continued. He said no. He had a transistor radio. That was what we had instead of iPods and cell phones back then, and asked if we'd heard about what just happened in New York. Dan paused to adjust his oxygen tube. We hadn't heard anything except for what was on the police radio, so my partner turned that off and turned on the regular one. Found the news. This is what the jogger was talking about. Go ahead and run the first one, Brad. Dan's grandson poked at his tablet and said to Holly, I'm going to mirror this to the big screen. 1 second. Okay, here we go. On the screen, to somber music, came the title card of an old-time newsreel. Worst air crash in history, it read. What followed was crisp black and white footage of a city street that looked like a bomb had hit it. The terrible aftermath of the worst air disaster in history, the announcer intoned. In a Brooklyn street lies the shattered remnant of a jet transport that collided with another airliner in murky New York skies. On the tail of the plane, Holly could read, Unit. The United Airlines aircraft plummeted into a brownstone residential section, killing 6 on the ground as well as 84 passengers and the crew. Now Holly saw firemen rushing through the wreckage, carrying stretchers with blanket-covered bodies. Normally, the announcer continued, this United flight and the Trans World Airlines flight it collided with would have been separated by miles, but the TWA plane was far off course. It crashed on Staten Island. More covered bodies, a huge airplane wheel, the rubber shredded and still smoking. The camera panned the wreckage, and Holly saw Christmas presents scattered everywhere. The camera zoomed in on one to show a little Santa Claus attached to the bow. Santa was smoldering and blackened with soot. You can stop it there, Dan said. Brad poked his tablet and the big TV returned to a blue screen. Dan turned to Holly. 134 dead in all, and when did it happen? December 16th, 1960. 60 years ago to this very day. Only a coincidence, Holly thought, but a chill shivered through her. She thought of how there may be forces in this world moving people as they will, like pieces on a chessboard. The timing could be a coincidence, but could she say that about all that had brought her here? No. There was a chain going all the way back to another monster named Brady Hartsfield. Brady, who had allowed her to believe in the first place. There was one survivor, Dan Bell said, startling her. Holly pointed at the blue screen as if the newsreel were still playing. Someone survived that? Only for a day, Brad said. The newspapers called him the boy who fell from the sky. But it was someone else who coined the phrase, Dan said. Back then in New York, there were 3 or 4 independent TV stations. One of them was WLPT. Long gone now, of course, but if something was filmed or taped, chances are good that you can find it on the internet. Prepare yourself for a shock, young lady. He nodded at Brad, who began poking at his tablet again. Holly learned at her mother's knee that overt displays of emotion were shameful. Even after years of therapy, she usually kept her feelings bottled up, even among friends. These were strangers, but when the next clip started, she screamed. She couldn't help it. That's him, that's Ondowski. I know, Dan Bell said. Only most people would say it wasn't, and Holly knew this. They'd say, oh yes, there's a resemblance, just as there's a resemblance between Mr. Bell and his grandson, or between John Lennon and his son Julian. They'd say, I bet it's Chet Ondowski's grandfather. Gosh, the apple sure doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? But Holly, like the old man in the wheelchair, knew. The man holding the old-fashioned microphone was fuller in the face than Ondowski, and the lines on that face suggested he was 10, maybe even 20 years older. His crew cut was salt and pepper, and it came to a slight widow's peak that Ondowski didn't have. He had the beginning of jowls, and Ondowski didn't have those either. Behind him, some firefighters scurried about in the sooty snow, picking up packages and luggage, while others turned hoses on the remains of the plane and two burning brownstones. Just pulling away was a big old Cadillac of an ambulance with its lights flashing. "This is Paul Freeman, reporting from the Brooklyn site of the worst air crash in American history," the reporter said, puffing out white vapor with every word. "All were killed on board this United Airlines jet except for one boy." He pointed to the departing ambulance. "The boy, as yet unidentified, is in that ambulance. He is," the reporter paused dramatically, "the boy who fell from the sky. He was thrown from the rear section of the plane, still on fire, and landed in a snowbank. Horrified bystanders rolled him in the snow and put out the flames, but I saw him loaded into the ambulance, and I can tell you that his injuries looked severe. His clothes were almost entirely burned off or melted into his skin." "Stop it there," the old man commanded. His grandson did so. Dan turned to Holly. His blue eyes were faded but still fierce. "Do you see it, Holly? Do you hear it?" I'm sure to the viewing audience he just looked and sounded horrified, doing his job under difficult conditions. But "He's not horrified," Holly said. She was thinking of Ondowski's first report from the school bombing. Now she saw that with clearer eyes. "He's excited." "Yes," Dan said and nodded. "Yes, indeed, you understand. Good." "Thank God someone else does," Brad said. "The boy's name was Stephen Baltz," Dan said, "and this Paul Freeman saw the burned boy, perhaps heard his screams of pain, because witnesses said the boy was conscious, at least to begin with. And do you know what I think? What I have come to believe? That he was feeding." "Of course he was," Holly said. Her lips felt numb. "On the boy's pain and on the horror of the bystanders, on the death." "Yes, get ready for the next one, Brad." Dan sat back in his chair looking tired. Holly didn't care. She needed to know the rest. She needed to know everything. The old fever was on her. "When did you go looking for this? How did you find out?" she asked. "I first saw the clip you just watched the evening of the crash on the Huntley-Brinkley report," he said. He saw her puzzlement and smiled a little. "You're too young to remember Chet Huntley and David Brinkley. It's now called NBC Nightly News." Brad said, "If an indie station arrived at some big news event first and got good footage, they'd sell the report to one of the networks. That's what must have happened with this, and how Grandpa got to see it." "Freeman got there first," Holly mused. "Are you saying, do you think Freeman caused those planes to crash?" Dan Bell shook his head so emphatically that the remains of his hair flew. "No, just struck lucky, or played the odds. Because there are always tragedies in big cities, aren't there? Chances for a thing like him to feed. And who knows? A creature like him may be attuned to the approach of major disasters. Maybe he's like a mosquito. They can smell blood from miles away, you know. How can we know when we don't even know what he is? Run the next one, Brad." Brad started the clip, and the man who came on the big screen was once more Ondowski, but he was different. Thinner, younger than Paul Freeman, and younger than the version of Ondowski doing his report near the school. But it was him. The face was different. The face was the same. The microphone he was holding had the letters KTVT attached to it. 3 women were standing with him. One of them was wearing a Kennedy political button. Another had a placard that read, "All the way with JFK in '64. "This is Dave Van Pelt reporting from Dealey Plaza across from the Texas School Book Depository where—" "Freeze it," Dan said, and Brad did. Dan turned to Holly. "It's him again, right?" "Yes," Holly said. "I'm not sure anyone else would see it. I'm not sure how you saw it so long after the plane crash report, but it is. My father once told me something about cars. He said the companies offer lots of different models, and they change them from year to year, but they're all from the same template." But words failed her, and she could only point to the black and white image on the screen. Her hand was trembling. "Yes," Dan said softly. "Very well put. He's different models, but from the same template, except there are at least 2 templates, maybe more." "What do you mean?" "I'll get to that." His voice was rustier than ever, and he drank some more tea to lubricate it. "I only saw this report by chance. I was a Huntley-Brinkley man. but after Kennedy was shot, everyone turned over to Walter Cronkite, including me, because CBS had the best coverage. Kennedy was shot on a Friday. This report was on the CBS Evening News the following day. A backgrounder. Go ahead, Brad, but take it from the top. The young reporter in the horrible plaid sport coat began again. This is Dave Van Pelt, reporting from Dealey Plaza, where John F. Kennedy was fatally shot yesterday. I'm here with Greta Dyson, Monica Kellogg, and Juanita Alvarez, Kennedy supporters who were right here when the shots were fired. Ladies, can you tell me what you saw, Miss Dyson? Shots, blood. There was blood from the back of his poor head. Greta Dyson was weeping so hard she could barely be understood, which Holly supposed was the point. Viewers at home were probably weeping right along with her. Only the reporter... He's eating it up, she said, just pretending to be concerned and not doing a very good job of it at that. Absolutely, Dan said. Once you look at it the right way, it's impossible to miss. And look at the other two ladies. They're crying too. Hell, a lot of people were crying that Saturday, and in the weeks that followed. You're right. He's eating it up. And you think he knew it was going to happen, like a mosquito smelling blood? I don't know, Dan said. I just don't know. We do know he only started working at that station that summer, Brad said. I wasn't able to find out much about him, but that much I did get, from a history of the station on the internet, and he was gone by the spring of 1964. The next time he turns up that I know about is in Detroit, Dan said, 1967. During what was known as the Detroit Rebellion or the 12th Street Riot. It started when the police raided an after-hours bar and spread citywide. 43 killed, 1,200 injured. It was the top news story for 5 days. This is from another independent station, but it got picked up by NBC and ran on the nightly news. Go ahead, Brad. A reporter was standing in front of a burning storefront, interviewing a black man with blood running down his face. The man was almost incoherent with grief. He said that was his dry cleaning business burning down, and he didn't know where his wife and daughter were. I have lost everything, he said. Everything. And the reporter, this time calling himself Jim Avery, he was a small city TV guy for sure, stout, verging on fat and short. His interviewee towered over him, and balding. Different model, same template. It was Chet Ondowski buried in that fat face. It was also Paul Freeman and Dave Van Pelt. How did you tip to this, Mr. Bell? How in heaven's name? Dan, remember it's Dan, he said. How could you see the resemblance wasn't just a resemblance? Dan and his grandson looked at each other and exchanged a smile. Holly, watching this, thought again, different models, same template. You noticed the pictures in the hall, right? Brad asked. That was Grandpa's other job when he was on the cops. He was a natural for it. Once again, the penny dropped. Holly turned to Dan. You were a sketch artist. That was your other police job. Yes, he said. Although I did a lot more than sketch. I was no cartoonist. I did portraits. He thought, then added, You've heard people say they never forget a face? Mostly they're exaggerating or lying. I'm not. The old man spoke matter-of-factly. I've seen him work, Brad said. If not for the arthritis in his hands, he could turn around, face the wall, and draw you in 20 minutes, Holly, and every detail would be right. Those pictures in the hall? All people who were caught based on Grandpa's portraits. Still, she began doubtfully. To remember faces is only part of it, Dan said. It doesn't help when it comes to getting a likeness of a perpetrator because I'm not the one who saw him. You understand? Yes, Holly said. She was interested in this for reasons other than his identification of Ondowski. She was interested because in her own work as an investigator, she was still learning. The witness comes in, Dan explained. In some cases, several witnesses come in. They describe the doer. Only it's like the blind men with the elephant. You know that story? Holly did. Every witness sees the guy in a slightly different way, Dan said. And if it's one witness, he or she sees him in different ways on different days. No, they say. I was wrong. The face is too fat. It's too thin. He had a goatee. No, it was a mustache. His eyes were blue. No, I slept on it, and I guess they were actually gray. He took another long pull of oxygen, looking more tired than ever. Except for his eyes, they were bright, focused. Holly thought that if the Andowski thing saw those eyes, he might be afraid. My job is to look past all the variations and see the similarities, Dan said. That's the real gift and what I put in my pictures. It's what I put in my first pictures of this guy. Look. From the side pocket of his chair, he took a small folder and handed it to her. Inside were half a dozen pieces of thin drawing paper going brittle with age. There was a different version of Chet Ondowski on each one. They were not as detailed as his rogues gallery in the front hall, but they were still extraordinary. In the first three, she was looking at Paul Freeman, Dave Van Pelt, and Jim Avery. Did you draw these from memory? She asked. Yes, Dan said, again not boasting, just stating a fact. Those first three were drawn soon after I saw Avery in the summer of '67. I've made copies, but those are the originals. Brad said, remember the time frame, Holly. Grandpa saw these men on TV before VCRs, DVRs, or the internet. He had to rely on memory. And these others? She had spread out the other three like a fan of cards. Faces with different hairlines, different eyes and mouths, different ages, all different models from the same template. All Ondowski. She could see it because she had seen the elephant. That Dan Bell saw it back in the day was amazing. Genius, really. He pointed to the drawings she was holding, one after another. That one's Reginald Holder. He reported from Westfield, New Jersey, after John List killed his whole family. Interviewed sobbing friends and neighbors. The next one is Harry Vale, reporting from Cal State Fullerton after a janitor shot and killed 6 people. Vale was on the scene before the blood was dry, interviewing survivors. The last one, his name escapes me. Fred Lieber-Manenbach, Brad said, correspondent for a station in Chicago. He covered the Tylenol poisonings in 1982. 7 people died. He talked to grieving relatives. I have all these video clips if you want to see them. He's got plenty of clips. We've uncovered 17 different versions of your Chet Ondowski, Dan said. 17? Holly was flabbergasted. Those are just the ones we know of. No need to look at all of them. Slide those first 3 drawings together and hold them up to the TV, Holly. It's not a light box, but it should do, he said. She held them in front of the blue screen, knowing what she'll see. It was one face, Ondowski's face, an outsider. When they went downstairs, Dan Bell wasn't sitting in the stair chair. It was more like lolling. He was no longer just tired, but exhausted. Holly really didn't want to trouble him further, but she had to. Dan Bell also knew they weren't done. He asked his grandson Brad to bring him a small amount of whiskey. Grandpa, the doctor said, Brad started. Fuck the doctor and the horse he rode in on, Dan said. It'll brighten me up. We'll finish. You show Holly that last thing, and then I'll lie down. I slept through last night, and I bet I will again tonight. This is such a weight off my shoulders. But now it's on mine, Holly thought. I wish Ralph was here. I wish for Bill even more. Brad brought his grandpa a small glass with barely enough whiskey in it to cover the bottom. Dan gave it a sour look, but accepted it. From the side pocket of his wheelchair, he took a bottle of pills. He shook one out, and half a dozen others spilled onto the floor. Balls, said the old man. Pick those up, Brad. I'll get them, Holly said, and did. Dan, meanwhile, put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it with the whiskey. Now I know that's not a good idea, Grandpa, Brad said, sounding prissy. At my funeral, no one will say I died young and handsome, Dan replied. Some color had come into his cheeks, and he was sitting up straight in his chair again. Holly, I have perhaps 20 minutes before that almost useless dram of whiskey wears off. Half an hour at most. I know you have more questions, and we have one more thing for you to look at, but let's try to be brief. Joel Lieberman, she said, the psychiatrist you saw in Boston starting in 2018. What about him? Dan asked. You didn't go to him because you thought you were crazy, did you? Of course not, he replied. I went for the same reasons I imagine you went to see Carl Morton, with his books and lectures about people with weird neuroses. I went to tell everything I knew to someone who was paid to listen, and to find someone else who had reasons to believe the unbelievable. I was looking for you, Holly, just as you were looking for me. Yes, it was true. Still, she thought it was a miracle they got together, or fate, or God. Although Dr. Morton changed all the names and locations for his article, it was easy for Brad to track you down, Dan continued. The thing calling itself Ondowski wasn't there reporting from the Texas cave, by the way. Brad and I looked at all the news footage. Holly said, "My outsider didn't show up on tape or film. There was footage where he should have been part of a crowd, but he wasn't there." She tapped the drawings of Ondowski in his various guises. "This perp is on TV all the time." "Then he's different," the old man said and shrugged. "The way house cats and bobcats are different but similar, same template, different models. As for you, Holly, you were barely mentioned in the news reports, and never by name, only as a private citizen who helped with the investigation." "I asked to be kept out of it," Holly muttered. "By then I'd read about Carolyn H. in Dr. Morton's articles. I tried to reach out to you through Dr. Lieberman. I knew that even if you hadn't recognized Ondowski for what he was, you would have good reason to believe my story if you heard it. Dr. Lieberman called your guy Dr. Morton, and here you are," Dan said. One thing troubled Holly, and very much. She said, "Why now? You've known about this thing for years. You've been hunting it." "Not hunting," Dan said. "Keeping track would be a more accurate way to put it. Since 2005 or so, Brad has been monitoring the internet. In every tragedy, in every mass shooting, we look for him. Don't we, Brad?" "Yes," Brad said. "He's not always there. He wasn't at Sandy Hook or in Las Vegas, but he was working in Orlando in 2016. He interviewed survivors from the Pulse nightclub shooting the next day. He always picks the ones who are most upset, the ones who were inside or lost friends who were." "Of course he does," Holly thought. Their grief is tasty. "But we didn't know he was at the nightclub until after the school bombing last week," Brad said. "Did we, Grandpa?" "No," Dan agreed, even though we checked all the Pulse news footage as a matter of course during the aftermath. "How did you miss him?" Holly asked. "Pulse was over 4 years ago. You said you never forget a face, and by then you knew Ondowski's. Even with the changes, it's always the same, a pig face." They looked at her with identical frowns, so Holly explained what Bill had told her about most people having either pig faces or fox faces. In every version she had seen, Ondowski's face was rounded. Brad still looked puzzled, but his grandfather smiled. "That's good. I like it. Although there are exceptions, some people have horse faces," Holly finished for him. "Just what I was going to say. And some people have weasel faces, although I suppose you could say weasels have a certain foxy aspect, don't they? Certainly Philip Hannigan." He trailed off. "Yes, and in that aspect, I bet he always has a fox face." "I don't understand you," Holly said. "But you will," Dan said. "Show her the Pulse clip, Brad." Brad started the clip and turned the iPad to face Holly. Again, it was a reporter doing a stand-up, this time in front of a huge pile of flowers and balloons and signs. The reporter was beginning to interview a sobbing young man with either dirt or mascara smudging his cheeks. Holly didn't listen, and this time she didn't scream because she didn't have the breath to do it. The reporter, Philip Hannigan, was young, blonde, and skinny. He looked like he had just graduated high school, and yes, he had what Bill Hodges would have called a fox face. He was looking at his interview subject with what could be concern, empathy, sympathy, or barely masked greed. "Freeze it," Dan said to Brad and to Holly. "Are you all right?" "That's not Ondowski," she whispered. "That's George. That's the man who delivered the bomb to the McRady school." "Oh, but it is Ondowski," Dan said. He spoke gently, almost kindly. "I already told you, this creature doesn't have just one template. He has two, at least two." Holly turned off her phone before knocking on the bell's door and didn't think to turn it on again until she was back in her hotel room. Her thoughts were swirling. When she did power up, she saw that she had 4 texts, 5 missed calls, and 5 voicemail messages. The missed calls and voicemails were all from her mother. She opened the texts first. "All okay, H? I'm minding the store, so do your thing. If you need something, ask." Holly smiled at that. "I got the movies. They look good. Thanks. We'll return. Maybe have a line on that chocolate lab in Parma Heights. Going to check. If you need something, I'm on my cell. Don't hesitate." The last one, also from Jerome, Hollyberry. In spite of all she'd learned, she had to laugh and tear up a little. They all cared for her. She would try to hold on to that while she dealt with her mother. She already knew how each of her mother's voicemails would end. Call me. Holly went into the bathroom, opened her notions bag, and took an aspirin. Then she got down on her knees and folded her hands on the edge of the tub. God, this is Holly. I need to call my mother now. Help me to remember I can stand up for myself without being nasty. Help me to finish another day without smoking. I still miss cigarettes, especially at times like this. I still miss Bill too, but I'm glad Jerome and Barbara are in my life. Pete too. I also miss Ralph and hope he's having a nice vacation with his wife and son. Thus armored, she called her mother. Charlotte did most of the talking. That Holly wouldn't tell her where she was, what she was doing, or when she'll be back made her very angry. Beneath the anger, Holly sensed fear because Holly had escaped. Holly had a life of her own. That was not supposed to happen. Whatever you're doing, you have to be back this weekend, Charlotte said. We need to go see Henry together. We're his family, all he's got. I may not be able to do that, Mom, Holly said. Why? I want to know why. Because I'm working, she said. Charlotte began to cry. For the last 5 years or so, it has always been her last resort when it comes to bringing Holly to heel. It no longer worked, but it was still her default position, and it still hurt. I love you, Mom, Holly said and ended the call. Is that true? Yes. It's liking that got lost, and love without liking is like a chain with a manacle at each end. Could she break the chain? Perhaps. She had discussed that with her therapist many times. Would she do it? Not now, maybe never. When Holly was growing up, her mother taught her that she was thoughtless, helpless, careless, that she was less. Holly believed that until she met Bill Hodges, who thought she was more. Now she had a life, and it was more often than not a happy one. If she broke with her mother, it would lessen her. I don't want to be less, Holly thought. Been there, done that, she added. She took a Coke from the bar refrigerator. Then she opened her phone's recording app and continued her report to Ralph. Like praying to a god she couldn't quite believe in, it cleared her head. By the time she finished, she knew how she'd go forward. From Holly Gibney's report to Detective Ralph Anderson. From here on, Ralph, I'll try to give you my conversation with Dan and Brad Bell verbatim, while it's still fresh in my mind. It won't be completely accurate, but it will be close. I should have recorded our talk, but never thought of it. I still have a lot to learn about this job. I only hope I get the chance. I could see that Mr. Bell wanted to go on, but once that little bit of whiskey wore off, he couldn't. He said he needed to lie down. The last thing he said to Brad was something about the sound recordings. I didn't understand that. Now I do. His grandson wheeled him away to his bedroom, but first he gave me his iPad and opened a photo stream for me. I looked at the pictures while he was gone, then I looked at them again. 17 photos, all taken from videos on the internet, all of Chet Ondowski in his various incarnations. And an 18th, the one of Philip Hannigan outside the Pulse nightclub 4 years ago. No mustache, blonde hair, younger than in the security camera photo of George, but it was him. All right, same fox face, but not the same as Ondowski. No way was he. Brad came back with a bottle and 2 more jelly glasses. Grandpa's whiskey, he said. Do you want a little? When I said no, he poured quite a bit into one of the glasses. Well, I need some, he said. Did Grandpa tell you I was gay? Terribly gay? I said he had, and Brad smiled. That's how he starts every conversation about me, he said. He wants to get it right out front, on the record, to show he doesn't mind. But of course he does. He loves me, but he does. When I said I felt sort of the same way about my mother, he smiled and said that we had something in common. I guess we do. He said his grandfather had always been interested in what he called the second world, stories about telepathy, ghosts, strange disappearances. He said some people collect stamps. My grandpa collects stories about the second world. I had my doubts about all that stuff until this. He pointed at the iPad, where the picture of George was still on the screen. Brad said, Now I think I could believe in anything from flying saucers to killer clowns, because there really is a second world. It exists because people refuse to believe it's there. I know that's true, Ralph, and so do you. It's how the thing we killed in Texas survived as long as it did. I asked Brad to explain why his grandfather waited so long, although by then I had a pretty good idea. He said his grandfather thought it was basically harmless, a kind of exotic chameleon, and if not the last of its species, then one of the last. It lives off grief and pain, maybe not a nice thing, but not so different from maggots living off decaying flesh or buzzards living off roadkill. Coyotes and hyenas live that way too, Brad said. They're the janitors of the animal kingdom, and are we really any better? Don't people slow down for a good long look at an accident on the turnpike? That's roadkill too. I said that I always looked away, and said a prayer that the people involved would be all right. He said if that was true, I was an exception. He said that most people like pain as long as it's not theirs. Then he said, I suppose you don't watch horror movies either. Well, I do, Ralph, but those movies are make-believe. When the director calls cut, the girl who had her throat slashed gets up and grabs a cup of coffee. But still, after this, I may not. Never mind, I don't have time to ramble. Brad said, for every clip of killings or disasters that Grandpa and I have collected, there are hundreds more, maybe thousands. News people have a saying, if it bleeds, it leads. That's because the stories people are most interested in are bad news stories. People like that stuff, and they like it even more now that there's cell phone video. The security footage from inside Pulse when the shooter was still rampaging, that has millions of hits, millions. He said Mr. Bell thought this rare creature was only doing what all the people who watch the news do, feeding on tragedy. The monster was just fortunate enough to live longer by doing it. Mr. Bell was content to watch and marvel until he saw the security camera photo of the school bomber. He has that memory for faces, and he knew he'd seen a version of that face at some act of violence not that long ago. It took Brad less than an hour to isolate Philip Hannigan. I've found the McReady school bomber 3 more times so far, Brad said, and showed me pictures of the fox-faced man, always different but always George underneath, doing 3 different reports. Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Illinois tornadoes in 2004, and the World Trade Center in 2001. I'm sure there are more, but I haven't had time enough to hunt them out. Maybe it's a different man, I said, or creature. I was thinking that if there were 2 Ondowski and the one we killed in Texas, there might be 3, or 4, or a dozen. I remembered a show about endangered species, only 60 black rhinos left, only 70 Amur leopards, but that's a lot more than 3. No, Brad said. It's the same guy. I asked him how he could be so sure. Grandpa used to do sketches for the police, he said. I sometimes do court-ordered wiretaps for them, and a few times I've mic'd up undercovers. You know what those are? I did, of course. No more mics under shirts, Brad said. We use bogus cufflinks or shirt buttons these days, but that's only part of what I do. Watch this. He pulled his chair close to mine so we could both see his iPad. He opened an app called Vocano. There were several files inside it. One was labeled Paul Freeman. He was the version of Ondowski who reported the plane crash in 1960, you remember. Brad pushed play, and I heard Freeman's voice, only crisper and clearer. Brad said he had cleaned the audio. On the screen, I could see the voice as a spectrogram voice print. Brad claims to be a certified voice print examiner and has given testimony in court. Can you see that force we talked about at work here, Ralph? I can. Grandfather and grandson. One good with pictures, the other good with voices. Without both, their outsider would still be hiding in plain sight. Some people would call it chance, but I don't believe it. I can't, and I don't want to. Brad put Freeman's audio on repeat. Next, he opened the sound file for Ondowski, reporting from the school, and also put that on repeat. The 2 voices overlapped. Brad muted the sound and used his finger to separate the 2 spectrograms, Freeman on top and Ondowski on the bottom. You see, don't you? He asked, and of course I did. The same peaks and valleys were running across both, almost in sync. There were a few minor differences, but it was basically the same voice, although the recordings were made 60 years apart. I asked Brad how the 2 could look so similar when they were saying different things. His face changes and his body changes, Brad said, but his voice never does. It's called vocal uniqueness. He tries to change it, but he doesn't try very hard. I said, because he's confident the physical changes are enough. I think so, Brad said. Here's something else. Everyone also has a unique delivery, a certain rhythm. Look at the peaks, that's Freeman punching certain words. Look at the valleys where he takes a breath. Now look at Ondowski. They were the same, Ralph. There's one other thing, Brad said. Both voices pause on certain words, always with S or T sounds. I think at some point, God knows how long ago, this thing talked with a lisp, but a TV news reporter can't lisp. He's taught himself to correct it by touching his tongue to the roof of his mouth, keeping it away from his teeth. It's faint, but it's there. Listen. He played me a sound bite of Ondowski at the middle school, the part where he says the explosive device may have been in the main office. Brad asked if I heard it. I asked him to play it again, to make sure it wasn't just my imagination. It wasn't. Ondowski says the explosive device may have been in the main of Vice. Next, he played a soundbite of Paul Freeman at the 1960 crash site. Freeman says he was thrown from the rear section of the plane, still on fire. And I heard it again, Ralph. Those tiny pauses on section and still, the tongue touching the roof of the mouth to stop the lisp. Brad put a third spectrogram on his tablet. It was Philip Hannigan interviewing the young man from Pulse, the kid with the smudged mascara. I couldn't hear the young man because Brad had scrubbed his voice out. It was just Hannigan, just George, and he could have been right in the room with us. What was it like in there, Rodney, and how did you escape? Brad played it for me 3 times. The peaks and valleys on the spectrogram matched the ones still running above it, Freeman and Ondowski. That was the technical part, and I could appreciate it, but what really got to me were those tiny pauses. Short on what was it like, longer on escape, which must be especially hard for lispers to conquer. Brad asked me if I was satisfied, and I said I was. Nobody who hasn't been through what we've been through would have been, but I was. He isn't the same as our outsider, who had to hibernate and couldn't be seen on video, but he's certainly that being's first or second cousin. There's so much about these things we don't know, and I suppose we never will. I need to stop now, Ralph. I haven't had anything to eat today but a bagel and a chicken sandwich and a little bit of a turnover. If I don't get something soon, I'll probably pass out. More later. Holly ordered a small veggie pizza and a large Coke from Domino's. When the young man showed up, she tipped according to her old friend Bill Hodges' rule of thumb, 15% for fair service, 20% for good. This young man was prompt, so she tipped the full amount. She sat at the little table by the window, munching away and watching as dusk began to steal over the hotel parking lot. A Christmas tree was blinking its lights, but Holly had never had less Christmas spirit. Today, the thing she was investigating was only pictures and spectrograms. Tomorrow, if all went as she hoped, she'd be face to face with it. That would be scary. It had to be done. She had no choice. Dan Bell was too old and Brad Bell was too scared. He flat out refused, even after Holly explained that what she planned to do couldn't possibly put him at risk. You don't know that, Brad had said. For all you know, the thing's telepathic. I've been face to face with one, Holly had replied. If it was telepathic, Brad, I'd be dead and it would still be alive. I'm not going, Brad said. His lips were trembling. My grandpa needs me. He's got a very bad heart. Don't you have friends? She did, and one was a very good cop. But even if Ralph was in Oklahoma, would she risk him? He had a family. She didn't. As for Jerome, no. The Pittsburgh part of her plan really shouldn't be dangerous, but Jerome would want to be all in, and that would be dangerous. There was Pete, but her partner had almost zero imagination. He'd do it, but treat the whole thing as a joke, and if there was one thing Chet Ondowski wasn't, it was a joke. Dan Bell might have taken the shapeshifter on when he was younger, but in those years he was content to just watch, fascinated, feeling almost sorry for it, maybe. But now things had changed. Now it was no longer content to live on the aftermath of tragedy. This time it brought the carnage, and if it got away with it once, it would do it again. Next time the death toll might be much higher, and Holly would not allow that. She opened her laptop and found the email from Brad Bell she was expecting. Attached is what you requested, it read. Please use the materials wisely, and please keep us out of it. We have done what we can. Well, Holly thought, not quite. She downloaded the attachment and then called Dan Bell's phone. She expected Brad to answer, but it was the old man, sounding relatively rejuvenated. Dan, it's Holly. Can I ask you one more question? Shoot, he said. How does he move from job to job without being discovered? This is the age of social media. I don't understand how that works. For a few seconds, there was only the sound of his heavy oxygen-assisted breathing. Then he said, We've talked about that, Brad and I. We have some ideas. Wait, Brad wants the damn phone. There was a smatter of talk she couldn't pick up, but Holly got the gist. The old guy didn't like being co-opted. Then Brad was on. You want to know how he keeps getting jobs on TV? Yes, she said. It's a good question. We can't be sure, but we think he jimmies his way in, Brad said. Jimmies? It's a broadcast term. It's how radio personalities and TV reporters move up. In big markets, there's always at least one small unaffiliated TV station. They pay peanuts. They mostly do community affairs. This guy gets on the air there, does a few months, then applies at one of the big stations using audition tapes from the little local station. Anybody seeing those tapes would get right away that he's good at the job. A pro. Brad gave a short laugh. He'd have to be, wouldn't he? He's been doing it for at least 60 damn years. The old man interrupted with something. Brad said he'll tell her, but that wasn't good enough for Holly. She was suddenly impatient with both of them. Brad, put the phone on speaker. Huh? Oh, okay, good idea. I think he was doing it on radio too, Dan bawled, as if they were communicating with tin cans on a string. Holly winced and held the phone away from her ear. Grandpa, you don't have to talk so loud, Brad said. Dan lowered his voice, but only slightly. On the radio, Holly, even before there was TV and before there was radio, he might have been covering bloodshed for the newspapers. God knows how long it has been alive. Also, Brad said, he must have a rolling file of references. Probably the aspect you call George writes some for Ondowski, and the one you call Ondowski has written some for George. You understand? Holly did, sort of. It made her think of a joke Bill told her once, about brokers on a desert island getting rich trading each other's clothes. Let me talk, goddammit, Dan said. I understand as well as you do, Bradley. I'm not stupid. Brad sighed. Living with Dan Bell couldn't be easy, Holly thought. Holly, it works because TV talent is a seller's market at big local affiliates. People move up, some quit the business, and he's good at the job, Dan said. Brad said. It's good at the job. She heard coughing and Brad telling his grandfather to take one of his pills. Jesus, will you stop being such an old woman, Dan snapped. Felix and Oscar yelling at each other across the generation gap, Holly thought. It might make a good sitcom, but when it came to getting information, it was extremely crappy. Dan, Brad, will you stop bickering for a minute? They were blessedly quiet. I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense as far as it goes, but what about his work history? Where he went to broadcasting school? Don't they ask questions? Dan said gruffly, he probably tells them he's been out of the business for a while and decided to get back in. But we don't really know, Brad said. He sounded pissed. Listen, there was a kid in Colorado who posed as a doctor for almost 4 years, prescribed drugs, even did operations. He was 17 passing for 25 and didn't have a college degree in anything. If he could slip through the cracks, this outsider could. Are you done? Dan asked. Yes, Grandpa, Brad sighed. Good, because I have a question. Are you going to meet him, Holly? Yes, she said. Along with the pictures, Brad had included a spectrograph screen grab of Freeman Ondowski and Philip Harrigan. To Holly's eye, all three looked identical. When? I hope tomorrow, and I'd like you both to keep completely quiet about this, please. Will you do that? We will, Brad said. Of course we will, won't we, Grandpa? As long as you tell us what happens, Dan said. If you can, that is. I used to be a cop, Holly, and Brad works with the cops. We probably don't have to tell you that meeting him could be dangerous, will be dangerous. I know, Holly said in a small voice. I work with an ex-cop myself, and worked with an even better one before him, she thought. Will you be careful? I'll try, Holly said, but she knew there always came a point when you had to stop being careful. Jerome had talked about a bird that carried evil like a virus. If you wanted to catch it and wring its neck, there came a time when you had to stop being careful. She didn't think that would happen tomorrow, but it would soon. Soon. Jerome had turned the space over his parents' garage into a writing room and was using it to work on his book about his great-great-grandfather, the Black Owl. He was working away this evening when his sister Barbara let herself in and asked if she was interrupting. Jerome told her he could use a break. They got Cokes from the small refrigerator. Where is she? Barbara asked. Jerome sighed. No, how's your book going, Jay? No, did you find that chocolate lab, Jay? Which I did, by the way, safe and sound. Good for you. And how's your book going, Jay? Up to page 93, he said, and swept a hand through the air. I'm sailing. That's good too. Now where is she? Jerome took his phone out of his pocket and touched an app called Web Watcher. See for yourself. Barbara studied the screen. The airport in Portland? Portland, Maine? What's she doing there? Why don't you call her and ask? Jerome said. Just say, Jerome snuck a tracker on your phone, Hollyberry, because we're worried about you. So what are you up to? Spill it, girl. Think she'd like that? Don't joke, Barbara said. She'd be super pissed. That would be bad, but she'd also be hurt, and that would be worse. Besides, we know what it's about, don't we? Jerome had suggested that Barbara could peek at the history on Holly's home computer when she went to pick up those movies for her school report. If, that was, Holly's password at home was the same as the one she used at work. That turned out to be the case. While Barbara had felt creepy about looking at her friend's search history, she had done it, because Holly hadn't been the same since her trip to Oklahoma and Texas, where she had nearly been killed. There was more to that story than her near miss, and both of them knew it, but Holly refused to talk about it. At first that seemed okay, because the haunted look had left her eyes. But now she was gone, doing something she refused to talk about. So Jerome had decided to track Holly's location, and Barbara had looked at her search history, and Holly, trusting soul that she was, had not wiped it. Barbara discovered Holly had looked at many movie trailers, had visited news websites, and had several times visited a dating site called Hearts and Friends. But many of her current searches had to do with the school bombing. There were also searches for Chet Ondowski, a TV reporter in Pittsburgh, a diner, and a cameraman. Barbara took all this to Jerome and asked if he thought Holly might be on the verge of some kind of breakdown, maybe triggered by the bombing. Maybe she's flashing back to when her cousin Janie got blown up, she said. Based on her searches, it certainly crossed Jerome's mind that Holly had caught the scent of another really bad man, but there was something else that seemed equally plausible. Hearts and Friends, he said to his sister now. What about it? Has it not occurred to you that Holly might be, don't gasp, hooking up, or at least meeting a guy she's exchanged emails with? Barbara stared at him with her mouth open, almost laughed, then didn't. She said. Meaning what? Jerome asked. Give me some insight here. You spend girl time with her. Sexist Jay. He ignored that. Does she have a friend of the male persuasion? Now or ever? Barbara considered this. You know what? I don't think so. I think she might still be a virgin. She's not gay or anything, Barbara hastened on. She never misses a Josh Brolin flick, and when we saw that stupid shark movie, she actually moaned when she saw Jason Statham with his shirt off. Do you really think she'd go all the way to Maine for a date? The plot thickens, he said, peering into his phone. She's not at the airport. If you zoom in, you'll see it's Embassy Suites. She's probably drinking champagne with some guy who likes frozen daiquiris and discussing classic films. Barbara made as if to punch him in the face. Tell you what, Jerome said. I think we better leave this alone. For real, she asked. I think so, yeah. We need to remember that she survived Brady Hartsfield twice. Whatever happened in Texas, she got through that too. She's a little shaky, but down deep. Solid steel. Got that right, Barbara said. Looking at her browser, that made me feel skeevy. This makes me feel skeevy, he said, and tapped the blinking dot on his phone that marked the hotel. I'm going to sleep on it, but if I feel the same in the morning, I'm going to dump it. She's a good woman, brave, lonely too. And her mother's a witch, Barbara added. Jerome didn't disagree. Maybe we should just let her alone, work it out, whatever it is. Maybe we should, but Barbara looked unhappy about it. Jerome leaned forward. One thing I know for sure, Barb, she's never going to find out that we tracked her at all, is she? Never, Barbara said, or that I peeked at her searches. Good. We have that straight. Now can I go back to work? I want to get another 2 pages before I knock off, he said. Holly isn't even close to knocking off. In fact, she's just about to get started on the evening's real work. She thinks about kneeling for a little more prayer first and decides she would only be procrastinating. She reminds herself that God helps those who help themselves. Chet Ondowski's Chet on Guard segment has its own webpage where people who feel they have been wronged can call in on an 800 number. This line is manned 24 hours a day, and the page claims all calls will be kept absolutely confidential. Holly takes a deep breath and makes the call. It rings just once. Chet on Guard, this is Monica speaking. How may I help? Monica, I need to speak to Mr. Ondowski. It's quite urgent, Holly says. The woman responds smoothly. Holly is sure she has a script in front of her. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Chet has either left for the day or is on assignment. I'll be happy to take your contact information and pass it on to him. Some information on the nature of your consumer complaint would also be helpful. This isn't exactly a consumer complaint, Holly says, but it is about consuming. Will you tell him that, please? Ma'am, Monica is clearly puzzled. I need to speak to him tonight and before 9 p.m. Tell him it concerns Paul Freeman and the plane crash. Have you got that? Yes, ma'am, Monica says. Holly can hear her typing. Tell him it also concerns Dave Van Pelt in Dallas and Jim Avery in Detroit. And tell him, this is very important, that it concerns Philip Harrigan and the Pulse nightclub, Holly continues. This startles Monica. Isn't that where the man shot? Yes, Holly says. Tell him to call by 9 or I will take my information elsewhere. And don't forget to tell him it's not about consumers, but it is about consuming. He'll know what that means. Ma'am, I can pass the message on, but I can't guarantee. If you pass it on, he'll call, Holly says, and hopes she's right, because she doesn't have a plan B. I need your contact information, ma'am. You have my number on your screen, Holly says. I'll wait for Mr. Ondowski's call to give my name. Please have a pleasant evening. Holly ends the call, wipes sweat from her brow, and checks her fitness tracker. Heart rate is 89. Not bad. There was a time when a call like that would have sent it over 150. She looks at the clock, 7:15. She takes her book out of her travel bag and immediately puts it back. She's too tense to read, so she paces. At 7:45, she's in the bathroom washing up when her phone rings. She takes 2 deep breaths, sends up a brief prayer, and answers. Her phone screen says unknown. Holly isn't surprised. He's calling on his personal phone or maybe a burner. This is Chet Ondowski, to whom am I speaking? The voice is smooth, friendly, and controlled, a veteran TV reporter's voice. My name is Holly. That's all you need to know for now, she says. She thinks she sounds okay. Her pulse is 98. What's this about, Holly? He asks, his tone inviting confidences. This isn't the man who reported on the horror in Pineborough. This is Chet on Guard. I think you know, she says, but let's make sure. I'm going to send you some pictures. Give me your email address. If you check the Chet on Guard webpage, Holly, you'll find your personal email address, she insists, because you don't want anyone seeing this. You really don't. There's a pause, long enough for Holly to think she might have lost him, but then he gives her the address. She jots it down. I'm sending it right away, she says. Pay special attention to the spectrographic analysis and the picture of Philip Harrigan. Call me back in 15 minutes. Holly, this is You're very unusual, Mr. Ondowski, aren't you? Call me back in 15 minutes or I'll take what I know public. Your time starts as soon as my email goes through, she says. Holly. She ends the call, drops the phone on the rug, and bends over, her head between her knees. Don't faint, she tells herself. Don't you fracking do it. When she feels okay again, she opens her laptop and sends off the material Brad Bell gave her. She doesn't bother adding a message. The pictures are the message. Then she waits. 11 minutes later, her phone lights up. She grabs it, but lets it ring 4 times before taking the call. He doesn't bother with hello. These prove nothing. It's still the perfectly modulated tone of a TV personality, but all the warmth has gone out of it. You know that, right? Holly says, wait until people compare the picture of you as Philip Hannigan with the one of you standing outside the school with that package. The false mustache will fool nobody. Wait until they compare the spectrogram of Philip Hannigan's voice to the spectrogram of Chet Ondowski's voice. Who is this they you're referring to, Holly? The police? They'd laugh you right out of the station, he says. Oh no, not the police, Holly said. I can do better than that. If TMZ isn't interested, some other gossip site will be. Or the Drudge Report. On TV, there's Inside Edition and Celeb. But do you know where I'd go first? Silence from the other end, but she can hear him breathing, it breathing. Inside View, she says. They ran with the Night Flyer story for over a year, Slender Man for 2. They wrung those stories dry. They've still got a circulation of over 3 million, and they'll eat this up. Nobody believes that shit, he says. This isn't true, and they both know it. They'll believe this. I've got a lot of information, Mr. Ondowski, what I believe you reporters call deep background, and when it comes out, people will start digging into your past. All your pasts. Your cover won't just come apart, it will explode. Like the bomb you planted to kill those children, she thinks. Nothing. Holly chews on her knuckles and waits him out. It's very hard, but she does it. At last he asks, where did you get those pictures? Who gave them to you? Holly knew this was coming and knew she had to give him something. A man who's been on to you for a long time. You don't know him and you'll never find him, but you also don't have to worry about him. He's very old. What you have to worry about is me. There's another long pause. Now one of Holly's knuckles is bleeding. At last, the question she's been waiting for arrives. What do you want? I'll tell you tomorrow, she says. You're going to meet me at noon. I have an assignment. Cancel it, commands the woman who once scuttled through life with her head down. This is your assignment now, and I don't think you want to blow it. Where, he asks. Holly is ready for this. She's done her research. The food court of the Monroeville Mall. That's less than 15 miles from your TV station, so it should be convenient for you and safe for me. Go to Sbarro, look around, you'll see me. I'll be wearing a brown leather jacket, open over a pink sweater with a turtleneck collar. I'll have a slice of pizza and coffee in a Starbucks cup. If you're not there by 5 past noon, I'll leave and start shopping my merchandise. You're a kook and no one will believe you, he says. He doesn't sound confident, but he doesn't sound afraid either. He sounds angry. That's all right, Holly thinks. I can work with that. Who are you trying to convince, Mr. Ondowski? Me or yourself, she asks. You're a piece of work, lady. You know that? I'll have a friend watching, she says. Not true, but Ondowski won't know that. He doesn't know what it's about, but he'll be keeping an eye on me. She pauses. And on you. What do you want? He asks again. Tomorrow, Holly says and ends the call. Later, after she's made arrangements to fly to Pittsburgh the following morning, she lies in bed, hoping for sleep but not expecting much. She wonders, as she did when she conceived this plan, if she really needs to meet him face to face. She thinks she does. She thinks she has convinced him that she has the goods on him. Now she has to look him in the eye and give him a way out. She has to convince him that she's willing to make a deal. And what kind of deal? Her first wild idea was to tell him she wants to be like him, that she wants to live for hundreds of years. Would he believe that, or would he think she was conning him? Too risky. Money, then, it has to be. That he will believe, because he has been watching the human parade for a long time, and looking down on it. Ondowski believes that for lesser beings, for the herd he sometimes thins, it always comes down to money. Sometime after midnight, Holly finally drops off. She dreams of a cave in Texas. She dreams of a thing that looked like a man until she hit it with a sock loaded with ball bearings and the head collapsed like a false front. She cries in her sleep. December 17th, 2020. As an honor roll senior at Houghton High, Barbara Robinson is pretty much free to go as she pleases during her free period. When the bell rings, she wanders down to the art room, which is deserted. She takes her phone from her hip pocket and calls her brother, Jerome. From the sound of his voice, she's pretty sure she woke him up. Barbara doesn't waste time. "Where is she this morning, Jay?" "Don't know," he says. "I dumped the tracker." "True," she asks. "True," he replies. "Well, can I go back to sleep now?" he asks. "No," she says. "Barbara has been up since 6:45 and misery loves company. Time to get up and grab the world by the balls." "Mouth, sister," he says, and boom, he's gone. Barbara stands by some kid's really bad watercolor, staring at her phone and frowning. Jerome is probably right. Holly went off to meet some guy she met on that dating website. Not to sleep with him, that wasn't Holly, but to make a human connection. That Barbara could believe. Portland was at least 500 miles from the site of that bombing, after all. Put yourself in her shoes, Barbara tells herself. Wouldn't you want your privacy? And wouldn't you be mad if you ever found out that your friends were spying on you? Holly wasn't going to find out, but did that change the basic equation? No. Was she still a little worried? Yes. But some worries had to be lived with. She slipped her phone back into her pocket and decided to go down to the music room and practice her guitar. She was trying to learn an old Wilson Pickett song. The bar chords in the bridge were a bitch, but she was getting there. On her way out, she almost ran into Justin Freilander, a junior who was a founding member of the school's Geek Squad and who, according to rumor, had a major crush on her. She smiled at him, and he immediately turned a bright shade of red. Rumor confirmed. It suddenly occurred to Barbara that this might be fate. She said, "Hey, Justin, I wonder if you could help me with something." And she took her phone out of her pocket. While Justin Freilander was examining Barbara's phone, which was still warm from being in her back pocket, Holly was landing at Pittsburgh International. 10 minutes later, she was in line at the Avis counter. Uber would be cheaper, but having her own ride was wiser. She and Pete had taken a driving course meant to teach surveillance and evasion. She didn't expect to need surveillance today, but evasion wasn't out of the question. She was meeting a dangerous man. She parked in the lot of an airport hotel to kill some time. She called her mother. Charlotte didn't answer. Holly next called Pete, who asked again what she was doing and when she'll be back. Thinking of Dan Bell and his terribly gay grandson, she told him she was visiting friends in New England and would be in the office on Monday. "You better be," Pete said. "You have a deposition on Tuesday, and the office Christmas party is on Wednesday. I plan to kiss you under the mistletoe." "Ah," Holly said, but she was smiling. She arrived at the Monroeville Mall at 11:15 and made herself sit in the car for another 15 minutes, alternately checking her pulse and praying for strength and calm. And to be convincing. At 11:30, she entered the mall and took a slow stroll, looking in the windows not to scope out the merchandise, but to catch a reflected glimpse of Chet Ondowski, should he be watching her. And it would be Chet. His other self, the one she thought of as George, was the most wanted man in America just now. At 10 minutes to 12, she got in line at Starbucks for coffee, then at Sbarro for a slice of pizza she didn't want. She unzipped her jacket so her pink turtleneck showed, then found an unoccupied table in the food court. Although it was lunchtime, there were quite a few of those, more than she expected, and that made her uneasy. The mall itself was low on foot traffic, especially for the Christmas shopping season. It seemed to have fallen on hard times. Noon came. A young man wearing cool sunglasses and a quilted jacket slowed, as if he meant to chat her up, then moved on. Holly was relieved. She had little in the way of brush-off skills. At 5 past noon, she started to think Ondowski wasn't coming. Then at 7 past, a man spoke from behind her, in the warm, friendly voice of a TV regular. "Hello, Holly." She jumped and almost spilled her coffee. It was the young man with the cool sunglasses. At first, she thought this was a third version of him, but when he took off the glasses, she saw it was Ondowski, all right? His face was slightly more angular, the creases around his mouth were gone, and his eyes were closer together, but it was him, and not young at all. She couldn't see any lines and wrinkles, but she sensed them. The masquerade was a good one, but up this close it was like Botox or plastic surgery. Because I know, she thought, I know what he is. "I thought it would be best if I looked just a bit different," he said. "When I'm Chet, I tend to get recognized. TV journalists aren't exactly Tom Cruise, but—" A modest shrug finished the thought. With his sunglasses off, she saw something else. His eyes had a shimmery quality, as if they were underwater, or not there at all. And wasn't there something similar going on with his mouth? Holly thought of how the picture looks when you're at a 3D movie and take off the glasses. "You see it, don't you?" The voice was still warm and friendly. It went well with the small smile dimpling the corners of his mouth. "Most people don't. It's the transition. It will be gone in 5 minutes, 10 at most. I had to come here directly from the station. You've caused me some problems, Holly." She realized she could hear the small pause when he occasionally put his tongue to the roof of his mouth to stop the lisp. "That makes me think of an old country song," she said. She sounded calm enough, but she couldn't take her eyes from his, where the white shimmered into the iris and the iris into the pupil. "It's called 'Here's a Quarter, Call Someone Who Cares.'" He smiled, the lips seeming to spread too far, and then, snap! The minute shivers in his eyes remained, but his mouth was solid again. He looked to her left, where an old man in a parka was reading a magazine. "Is that your friend? Or is it the woman over there who's been looking into the window of Forever 21 a suspiciously long time?" "Maybe it's both of them," Holly said. Now that the confrontation was here, she felt okay, or almost. Those eyes were disturbing. Looking into them too long would give her a headache, but he would take looking away as a sign of weakness, and it would be. "You know me, but all I have is your given name. What's the rest of it?" he asked. "Gibney, Holly Gibney," she replied. "And what is it you want, Holly Gibney?" $300,000, she said. "Blackmail," he said, and gave his head a small shake, as if he was disappointed in her. "Do you know what blackmail is, Holly?" She remembered one of Bill Hodges's old sayings. "You don't answer a perp's questions. The perp answers yours." So she simply sat and waited with her small hands folded beside her unwanted slice of pizza. "Blackmail is rent," he said. "Not even rent to buy. Let's suppose I had $300,000, which I don't. There's a big difference between what a TV reporter makes and what a TV actor makes. But let's suppose. Let's suppose you've been around for a long, long time," Holly said, "and putting money away all the while. Let's suppose that's how you finance your lifestyle and your background, bogus IDs and all." He smiled. It was charming. "All right, Holly Gibney, let's suppose that. The central problem for me remains. Blackmail is rent. When the $300,000 is gone, you'll come back with your photoshopped pictures and your electronically altered voice prints and threaten me with exposure all over again." Holly was ready for this. "No," she said. $300,000 is all I want because it's all I need." She paused. "Although there is one other thing." "And what would that be?" The pleasant TV-trained tones had become condescending. "Let's stick with the money for now. Recently, my Uncle Henry was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. He's in an elder care facility that specializes in housing and treating people like him. It's very expensive, but that's really beside the point because he hates it there and my mother wants to bring him back home. Only she can't care for him. She thinks she can, but she can't. She's getting old, she has medical problems of her own, and the house would have to be retrofitted for an invalid." She thought of Dan Bell. Ramps, a stair chair, and a bed hoist to start with, but those things are minor. I'd want to hire round-the-clock care for him, including a registered nurse in the daytime. "Such expensive plans, Holly Gibney. You must love the old dear very much," he said. "I do," Holly said. It was the truth, even though Uncle Henry was a pain in the ass. Love is a gift. Love is also a chain with a manacle at each end. His general health is bad. Congestive heart failure is the main physical problem. Again, she had Dan Bell to draw on. He's in a wheelchair and on oxygen. He might live another 2 years. It's possible he could live 3. I've run the numbers, and $300,000 would keep him for 5. And if he lives 6, you'd come back, he said. She found herself thinking of young Frank Peterson, murdered by that other outsider. She was suddenly furious with Ondowski. He was a piece of poop. Listen to me, you child-murdering piece of shit, she said, leaning forward. I don't want to ask you for more money. I didn't even want to ask you for this money. I never want to see you again. I can't believe I'm actually planning to let you go, and if you don't wipe that fracking smile off your face, I just may change my mind. Ondowski recoiled as if slapped, and the smile did indeed disappear. He was a respected TV journalist. You can't... Shut up and listen to me, Holly said in a low, intense voice. She leaned even further forward, invading his space. Are you listening? You better be, or I'll call this off and walk away. I won't get 300,000 from a tabloid, but I'll bet I can get 50, and that's a start. I'm listening. There was a pause in the middle of the word, a long one. Because he's upset, Holly surmised. Good. Upset was just how she wanted him. $300,000. Cash. 50s and hundreds. Put it in a box like the one you took to the school, although you don't have to bother with the Christmas stickers and the fake uniform. Bring it to my place of business on Saturday evening at 6 p.m. That gives you the rest of today and all of tomorrow to put the cash together. Be on time. If you're late, your goose is cooked. You want to remember how close I am to pulling the plug on this. You make me sick. Also the truth, and she guessed that if she checked her fitness tracker now, her pulse would be around 170. Just for the sake of discussion, what is your place of business, and what business do you do there? He asked. Answering those questions might be signing her death warrant if she messed up, but it was too late to turn back now. The Frederick Building, she named the city. On Saturday at 6, we'll have the whole place to ourselves. 5th floor, Finders Keepers. What is Finders Keepers exactly? He asked, wrinkling his nose. We do a few collections, Holly admitted, mostly other things. We're an investigative agency. Oh my God, are you an actual private eye? He asked sarcastically. Holly ignored that. 6 o'clock, 5th floor, 300,000, 50s and hundreds in a box. Use the side door. Phone me when you arrive and I'll give you the lock code by text. Is there a camera? He asked. The question didn't surprise Holly. He was a TV reporter. Cameras were his life. There is, but it's broken. From the ice storm early this month. It hasn't been fixed yet, she said. She knew he didn't believe that, but it was the truth. There's a metal detector inside the door, and that does work. It's built into the walls. There's no way to dodge around it. If you come early, I'll know. If you try to bring a gun, I'll know that. Following me? Yes, he said, no smile now. Take the elevator. I'll hear it. It's noisy. When it opens, I'll be waiting for you in the hall. We'll make the exchange there. Everything's on a flash drive. And how will the exchange work? He asked. Never mind for now. Just believe it's going to work so we both walk away, she replied. And I'm supposed to trust you on that? He asked. Another question she had no intention of answering. Let's talk about the other thing I need from you. This was where she either sealed the deal or didn't. What is it? Now he sounded almost sullen. The old man I told you about, the one who spotted you. How? How did he do that? He interrupted. Never mind that either. The thing is, he's been keeping an eye on you for years, decades. She watched his face closely and was satisfied with what she saw there. Shock. He left you alone because he thought you were a hyena or a crow, something that lives on roadkill. Not nice, but part of the ecosystem, I guess. But then you decided that wasn't enough, didn't you? You thought, why wait around for some tragedy when I can make my own? DIY, right? Nothing from Ondowski. He simply watched her. His eyes were awful. It was her death warrant, all right, and she was writing it herself. Have you done it before? She asked. A long pause. Just when Holly had decided he wasn't going to answer, which would be an answer, he did. "No, but I was hungry." And he smiled. It made her feel like screaming, "You look frightened, Holly Gibney." "No use lying about that. I am, but I'm also determined." She leaned forward into his space again. It was one of the hardest things she'd ever done. "So here's the other thing. I'll give you a pass this time, but never do it again. If you do, I'll know." "And then what? You'll come after me?" he asked. It was Holly's turn not to speak. "How many copies of this material do you actually have, Holly Gibney?" "Only one," Holly said. "Everything's on the flash drive, and I'll give it to you on Saturday evening. But—" She pointed a finger at him and was pleased to see it didn't tremble. "I know your face. I know both your faces. I know your voice. Things about it you may not know yourself." She was thinking of the pauses to defeat the lisp. "Go your way, eat your rotten food, but if I even suspect you've caused another tragedy, another Macready school, then yes, I'll come after you. I'll hunt you down. I'll blow up your life." Ondowski looked around at the nearly empty food court. "I don't think anyone's watching us, Holly Gibney. I think you're on your own. I think I could reach across this table and snap your scrawny neck and be gone before anyone realized what happened. I'm very fast." If he saw she was terrified, and she was, he might do it. So once more she forced herself to lean forward. "You might not be fast enough to keep me from screaming your name, which I believe everyone in the Pittsburgh area knows. I'm quite speedy myself. Would you like to take that chance?" There was a moment when he was either deciding or pretending to. Then he said, "Saturday evening at 6, Frederick Building, 5th floor. I bring the money, you give me the thumb drive. That's the deal?" "That's the deal," she confirmed. "And you'll keep your silence." "Unless there's another Macready school, yes. If there is, I'll start shouting what I know from the rooftops, and I'll go on shouting until someone believes me." "All right," he said. He stuck out his hand, but didn't seem surprised when Holly declined to shake it. He got to his feet and smiled again. It was the one that made her feel like screaming. "The school was a mistake, I see that now," he said. He put on his sunglasses and was halfway across the food court almost before Holly had time to register his departure. He wasn't lying about being fast. Maybe she could have avoided his hands if he'd reached across the small table, but she had her doubts. It was only a temporary reprieve. "All right," he had said, "just that. No hesitation, no questions about how she could be sure some future explosion wasn't his doing." "The school was a mistake," he'd said. "I see that now. But she was the mistake, one that needed to be corrected." "He doesn't mean to pay me, he means to kill me," she thought as she took her untouched slice of pizza and her coffee cup to the nearest trash receptacle. Then she almost laughed. "Like I didn't know that all along." The mall parking lot was cold and windswept. At the height of the holiday buying season, it should have been full, but it was only at half capacity. Holly was aware that she was on her own. There were large empty spaces where the wind could really do its work, numbing her face, but there were also clusters of parked cars. Ondowski could be hiding behind any one of them, ready to leap out and grab her. She ran the last 10 steps to her rental car, and once inside, she locked all the doors. She sat there for half a minute, getting herself under control. Holly drove away from the mall, checking her rearview mirror every few seconds. She didn't believe she was being followed, but went into evasive driving mode anyway. Better safe than sorry. She knew Ondowski might expect her to take a flight back home, so she planned to spend the night in Pittsburgh and take a train tomorrow. She pulled into a Holiday Inn Express and turned on her phone to check for messages. There was one from her mother. "Holly, I don't know where you are, but Uncle Henry's had an accident at that damn Rolling Hills place. He may have a broken arm. Please call me. Please." Holly heard both her mother's distress and the old accusation. "I needed you and you've disappointed me again." The pad of her finger came within a millimeter of returning her mother's call. Old habits are hard to break. The flush of shame was already heating her forehead, and the words she'd say were already in her mouth. "I'm sorry." And why not? All her life she'd been apologizing to her mother. This time Holly stayed her finger thinking, Why should she be sorry? What would she be apologizing for? That she wasn't there to save her addled uncle from breaking his arm? That she didn't answer the phone the very second her mother called, as if her mother's life was the only important one? Facing Ondowski was hard. Refusing to immediately answer her mother's call was just as hard, maybe even harder. But she did. Although it made her feel like a bad daughter, she called the Rolling Hills Elder Care Center instead. She identified herself and asked for Mrs. Braddock. She was put on hold and subjected to the little drummer boy until Mrs. Braddock came on. "Miss Gibney," Mrs. Braddock said, "is it too early to wish you happy holidays?" "Not at all, thank you. Mrs. Braddock, my mother called and said my uncle has had an accident." Mrs. Braddock laughed. "Saved one, more like it. I called your mother and told her. Your uncle's mental state may have deteriorated, but there's certainly nothing wrong with his reflexes." "What happened?" Holly asked. "The first day or so he didn't want to come out of his room," Mrs. Braddock said. "But that's not unusual. Yesterday he came out all on his own and sat in the day room. He even helped a Mrs. Hatfield with her jigsaw puzzle. He watched that crazy judge show he likes." John Law, Holly thought, and smiled. She was still checking her mirrors to make sure Ondowski wasn't lurking. Afternoon snacks. "Beg pardon," Holly said, "I lost you for a second." "I said that when the show was over, some of them headed into the dining hall for afternoon snacks. Your uncle was walking with Mrs. Hatfield, who is 82 and rather unsteady. Anyway, she tripped and might have taken quite a bad fall, only Henry grabbed her. A nurse's aide said he reacted very quickly. Like lightning were her actual words. Anyway, he took her weight and fell against the wall where there's a fire extinguisher. He has quite a bruise, but he may have saved Mrs. Hatfield from a concussion or even worse. She's very frail." "Uncle Henry didn't break anything?" Holly asked. Mrs. Braddock laughed again. "Oh, heavens, no." "That's good. Tell my uncle he's my hero," Holly said. "I will, and once again happy holidays." "I'm Holly, and therefore must be jolly," she said, a creaky witticism she'd been using since she was 12. She ended the call, then looked at the dull brick side of the Holiday Inn for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in thought. She came to a decision and called her mother. "Oh, Holly, at last. Where have you been? Isn't it bad enough I have my brother to worry about without having to worry about you too?" The urge to say "I'm sorry" once more arose, and she reminded herself again that she had nothing to apologize for. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm in Pittsburgh." "Pittsburgh! But I can be home in a little over 2 hours if the traffic isn't bad, and Avis will let me return their car down there." "Is my room made up?" "It's always made up," her mother Charlotte said. Of course it was, Holly thought, because eventually I'll come to my senses and return to it. "Great," Holly said. "I'll be there in time for supper. We can watch some television and go see Uncle Henry tomorrow, if that would be." "I'm so worried about him," Charlotte cried. "But not worried enough to jump in your car and go there," Holly thought. "This isn't about your brother. It's about bringing your daughter to heel. It's too late for that." "I'm sure he's all right, Mom," Holly said. "They say he is, but of course they would, wouldn't they? Those places always have their guard up in case of lawsuits." "We'll visit and see for ourselves," Holly said, "right?" "Oh, I guess so." A pause. "I suppose you'll leave after we visit him, won't you? Go back to that city." That pit of sin and degradation was the subtext. "I'll be having Christmas by myself while you have Christmas dinner with your friends, including that young black man who looks like he might take drugs." "Mom," Holly said. Sometimes she felt like screaming. "The Robinsons invited me weeks ago. Right after Thanksgiving, I told you, and you said it was fine." What Charlotte had actually said was, "Well, I suppose, if you feel you have to." "That was when I thought Henry would still be here," her mother said. "Well, how about if I stay Friday night too?" Holly offered. She could do that for her mother, and she could also do it for herself. She was sure Ondowski was perfectly capable of finding out where she lived and showing up there, 24 hours early with murder on his mind. We could have Christmas early. "That would be wonderful," Charlotte said, brightening up. "I can roast a chicken and asparagus. You love asparagus." Holly hated asparagus, but telling her mother that would be useless. "Sounds good, Mom," she said. Holly sealed the deal with Avis, at an additional fee, of course, and got on the road, stopping only once to gas up, grab a sandwich, and make a couple of calls. Yes, she told Jerome and Pete she'd finished her personal business. She'll be spending most of the weekend with her mother and visiting her uncle. She'd be back at work on Monday. "Barbara is digging the movies," Jerome told her, "but she says they're totally vanilla. She says that watching them, you'd think there was no such thing as black people." "Tell her to put it in her report," Holly said. "I'll give her shaft when I get a chance. Now I have to get back on the road. The traffic is very heavy, although I don't know where they're all going. I went to a mall and it was half empty." "They're visiting relatives, just like you," Jerome said. "Relatives are the one thing Amazon can't deliver." As she merged back onto the highway, it occurred to Holly that her mother would undoubtedly have Christmas presents for her, and she had nothing for Charlotte. She could already see her mother's martyred look. So she stopped at the next shopping center, even though it meant she wouldn't be home until after dark, and bought her mother some slippers and a bathrobe. She made sure to keep the sales slip. Once she was on the road again, Holly drew in a deep breath and let it out in a scream. It helped. Charlotte embraced her daughter on the doorstep, then drew her inside. Holly knew what came next. "You've lost weight." "Actually, I'm just the same," Holly said, and her mother gave her the look, the one that said, "Once an anorexic, always an anorexic." Dinner was takeout from the Italian place down the road. As they ate, Charlotte talked about how hard things had been without Henry. It was as if her brother had been gone for years instead of days. She did not ask Holly about her life, her work, or what she was doing in Pittsburgh. By 9 o'clock, when Holly could reasonably plead tiredness and go to bed, she'd started to feel as if she was growing younger and smaller, diminishing to the sad, lonely, and anorexic girl who lived in this house. Her bedroom was just the same, with the dark pink walls that always made her think of half-cooked flesh. Her stuffed animals were still on the shelf above her narrow bed, with Mr. Rabbit Trick holding pride of place. His ears were ragged because she used to nibble on them when she couldn't sleep. The Sylvia Plath poster still hung on the wall above the desk where Holly wrote her bad poetry and sometimes imagined committing suicide. As she undressed, she thought she might have done it if their oven had been gas instead of electric. It would be easy to think this childhood room had been waiting for her, like a monster in a horror story. She'd slept here several times in her adult years, and it had never eaten her. Her mother had never eaten her either. There was a monster, but it wasn't in this room or in this house. Holly knew she would do well to remember that, and to remember who she was. Not the child who nibbled Mr. Rabbit Trick's ears. Not the adolescent who threw up her breakfast most days before school. She was the woman who, along with Bill and Jerome, saved those children at the concert. She was the woman who survived Brady Hartsfield, the one who faced another monster in a Texas cave. The girl who hid in this room and never wanted to come out was gone. She knelt, said her nightly prayer, and got into bed. December 18th, 2020. Charlotte, Holly, and Uncle Henry sat in one corner of the Rolling Hills common room, which had been decorated for Christmas. There were ribbons of tinsel and sweet-smelling swags of fur that almost overcame the more permanent aroma of pee and bleach. There was a tree hung with lights and candy canes. Christmas music spilled down from the speakers. The residents didn't seem exactly bursting with holiday spirit. Most of them were watching an infomercial for something called the Ab Lounge. A few others were turned away from the TV, some silent, some talking to themselves. A wisp of an old lady in a green housecoat was bent over a huge jigsaw puzzle. "That's Mrs. Hatfield," Uncle Henry said. "I don't recall her first name." "Mrs. Braddock says you saved her from a bad fall," Holly said. "No, that was Julia," Uncle Henry said, "back at the old swimmin' hole." He laughed as people do when they are remembering days of yore. Charlotte rolled her eyes. "I was 16 and I believe Julia was." He trailed off. "Let me see your arm," Charlotte commanded. Uncle Henry cocked his head. "My arm, why?" "Just let me see it." She seized it and pushed up his shirt sleeve. There was a good-sized but not especially remarkable bruise there. If this is how they take care of people, we should sue them instead of paying them, Charlotte said. Sue who? Uncle Henry said. Then with a laugh, Horton, here's a who, the kids loved that one. Charlotte stood. I'm going to get a coffee, maybe one of those little tart things as well. Holly? Holly shook her head. You're not eating again, Charlotte said, and left before Holly could reply. Henry watched her go. She never lets up, does she? This time it was Holly who laughed. She couldn't help it. No, she doesn't. No, never does. You're not Janie. No, Holly said and waited. She could almost hear rusty gears turning. Holly. That's right, she said and patted his hand. I'd like to go back to my room, but I don't remember where it is, he said. I know the way, Holly said. I'll take you. They walked slowly down the hall together. Who was Julia? Holly asked. Pretty as the dawn, Uncle Henry said. Holly decided that was answer enough. Certainly a better line of poetry than she ever wrote. In his room, she tried to guide him to the chair by the window, but he disengaged his hand from hers and went to the bed. He sat with his hands clasped between his thighs, looking like an elderly child. I think I'll lie down, sweetie. I'm tired. Charlotte makes me tired. Sometimes she makes me tired, too, Holly said. In the old days, she never would have admitted this, but this was a different man. In some ways, a much gentler man. Besides, in 5 minutes, he'll forget she said it. She bent to kiss his cheek, then stopped with her lips just above his skin when he said, What's wrong? Why are you afraid? I'm not. Oh, you are, he insisted. All right, she said, I'm afraid. Such a relief to admit it. Your mother, my sister, it's on the tip of my tongue. Charlotte, Holly prompted. Yes, Charlie's a coward. Always was, even when we were children. Wouldn't go in the water at the place, I can't remember. You were a coward, but you grew out of it. She looked at him amazed, speechless. Grew out of it, he repeated, then pushed off his slippers and swung his feet onto the bed. I'm going to have a nap, Janie. This isn't such a bad place, but I wish I had that thing you twist. He closed his eyes. Holly went to the door with her head down. There were tears on her face. She took a tissue from her pocket and wiped them away. She didn't want Charlotte to see them. I wish you could remember saving that woman from falling down, she said. The nurse's aide said you moved like lightning. But Uncle Henry didn't hear. He had gone to sleep. From Holly Gibney's report to Detective Ralph Anderson. I expected to finish this last night in a Pennsylvania motel, but a family matter came up and I drove to my mother's house instead. Being here is difficult. There are memories, many of them not so good. I will stay tonight, though. It's better that I do. Mom is out now, buying things for an early Christmas dinner that will probably not be tasty. Cooking has never been one of her talents. I hope to finish my business with Chet Ondowski, the thing that calls itself that anyway, tomorrow evening. I'm scared. No sense lying about that. He promised to never do anything again like the Macready School. Promised it right away without even thinking it over, and I don't believe it. Bill wouldn't, and I am sure you wouldn't either. He has a taste for it now. He may also have a taste for being the heroic rescuer, although he must know that calling attention to himself is a bad idea. I phoned Dan Bell and told him I intended to put an end to Ondowski. I felt that as ex-police himself he would understand and approve. He did, but told me to be careful. I will try to do that, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that I have a very bad feeling about this. I also called my friend Barbara Robinson and told her I will be staying over at my mother's on Saturday night. I need to make sure that she and her brother Jerome think I won't be in the city tomorrow. No matter what happens to me, I need to know they will not be at risk. Ondowski is worried about what I may do with the information I've gotten, but he's also confident. He'll kill me if he can. I know this. What he doesn't know is that I have been in these situations before and won't underestimate him. Bill Hodges, my friend and sometime partner, remembered me in his will. There was the death benefit from his insurance policy, but there were other keepsakes that mean even more to me. One was his service weapon, a .38 Smith & Wesson revolver. Bill told me that most city police now carry a different gun, but that he himself was old school and proud of it. I don't like guns, hate them, in fact, but I will use Bill's tomorrow, and I won't hesitate. There will be no discussion. I had one conversation with Ondowski, and that was enough. I will shoot him in the chest, and not just because the best shot is always the center mass shot, a thing I learned in a shooting class I took 2 years ago. The real reason is, she paused, you remember what happened in the cave when I hit the thing we found there in the head? Of course you do. We dream about it, and we'll never forget it. I believe the physical force that animates these things is a kind of alien brain that has replaced the human brain. I don't know where it originated, and I don't care. Shooting this thing in the chest may not kill it. In fact, Ralph, I'm sort of counting on that. I believe there is another way to get rid of it for good. You see, there's been a glitch. My mother just drove in. I'll try to finish this later, today or tomorrow. Charlotte wouldn't let Holly help with the cooking. Every time her daughter came into the kitchen, Charlotte shooed her out. It made for a long day, but the dinner hour finally arrived. Charlotte had put on the green dress she wore every Christmas. Her Christmas pin, holly and holly berries, was in its accustomed place over her left breast. An authentic Christmas dinner, just like in the old days, she exclaimed as she led Holly into the dining room. I've made all your favorites. They sat across from each other. Charlotte had lit her aromatherapy candles, which gave off a lemongrass scent that made Holly want to sneeze. They toasted each other with small glasses of wine and wished each other a Merry Christmas. Then came a salad with the ranch dressing Holly hated, and dry turkey that could only be swallowed with lots of gravy. The mashed potatoes were lumpy. The overcooked asparagus was as limp and hateful as ever. Only the store-bought carrot cake was tasty. Holly ate everything on her plate and complimented her mother, who beamed. After the dishes were done, Holly dried. As always, they went to the living room, where Charlotte put on the DVD of It's a Wonderful Life. How many Christmases had they watched it? 12 at least. Uncle Henry used to be able to quote every line. Before the film began, Charlotte handed Holly a Santa hat. You always wear it when we watch this, she said. Ever since you were a little girl. It's a tradition. Holly had been a movie buff all her life, but It's a Wonderful Life had always made her uneasy. She could relate to the main character, George Bailey, at the beginning, but by the end he struck her as someone with a serious bipolar condition. She had even wondered if, after the movie ended, he would murder his whole family. They watched the movie, Charlotte in her Christmas dress and Holly in her Santa hat. I am moving somewhere else now, Holly thought. I feel myself going. It's a sad place, full of shadows. This is the place where you know death is very close. On the screen, one of the characters said, Please God, something's the matter with Daddy. That night when she slept, Holly dreamed that Chet Ondowski came out of the Frederick Building elevator with his jacket torn. His hands were smeared with brick dust and blood. His eyes were shimmering, and when his lips spread in a wide grin, squirming red bugs spilled from his mouth. December 19th, 2020. Holly sat in 4 lanes of unmoving southbound traffic, still 50 miles from the city, thinking if this jam-up didn't let go, she might be late to her own funeral. Like many people who struggle with insecurity, she was a compulsive planner, and consequently almost always early. She expected to be at the office by 1 o'clock, but now even 3 was starting to look optimistic. The cars around her made her feel claustrophobic, buried alive. If she had cigarettes, she would be smoking them one after the other. She resorted to cough drops instead, but she only had half a dozen, and soon they would be gone. I'm late for a very important date. It wasn't because of the gift-giving, which came after breakfast. Charlotte gave Holly a frilly silk blouse she'll never wear, medium heels, and 2 books, The Power of Now and Anxious for Nothing. Holly hadn't had time to wrap her presents, but she did buy a Christmassy gift bag. Charlotte oohed over the fur-lined slippers and shook her head indulgently over the bathrobe. This is at least 2 sizes too big. I don't suppose you saved the sales slip, honey, she said. Holly, who knew she did, said, I think it's in my coat pocket. So far, so good. But then, out of the blue, Charlotte suggested that they go and see Henry and wish him a Merry Christmas. Holly glanced at the clock. 9:15. She'd hoped to be on the road by then, but if things went badly with Ondowski, this would be her last chance to see Henry. And she was curious about what he'd said. Why are you afraid? How did he know that? So Holly agreed, and they went, and Charlotte insisted on driving, and there was a fender bender. No one was hurt, but it involved an exchange of insurance cards. By the time they were on their way again, it was 10 o'clock. The visit was a total bust anyway. Henry had no idea who either of them were. He told them to stop bothering him. When Holly kissed him goodbye, he asked if that was a Jehovah's Witnesses thing. "You drive back," Charlotte said when they were outside. "I'm far too upset." Holly was more than happy to do that. She had left her bag in the front hall. As she slung it over her shoulder and turned to her mother for their usual parting pecks on the cheek, Charlotte threw her arms around her and burst into tears. "Don't go. Please stay another day. I can't stand to be on my own." Her mother was clutching her like a drowning woman. Holly had to suppress a panicky urge to fight her off. She endured the hug as long as she could, then wriggled free. "I have to go, Mom. I have an appointment," she said. "A date, you mean?" Charlotte smiled, not a nice one. Holly was shocked. "Really? You?" "Remember, this could be the last time you see her," Holly thought. "It's something else," she said. "But let's have some tea. I have time for that." So they had tea and cookies. Holly had always hated, and it was almost 11 before she was finally able to escape. She kissed Charlotte on the cheek. "I love you, Mom." "I love you too," Charlotte replied. Holly got as far as the door of her rental car when Charlotte called to her. Holly turned, almost expecting her mother to come leaping down the steps, screaming, "Stay!" But Charlotte was still on the stoop with her arms wrapped around her middle, shivering. "I made a mistake about the bathrobe," she said. "It is my size. I must have read the tag wrong." Holly smiled. "That's good, Mom. I'm glad." She backed down the driveway and turned toward the turnpike. 11:10. Plenty of time. That's what she thought then. Her inability to discover the cause of the traffic jam only added to Holly's anxiety. The local radio stations told her nothing. Her navigation app was useless. The screen showed a smiling little man digging a hole with a shovel above the message, "We're currently under construction, but we'll be back soon." "Frack," she said. If she could make it another 10 miles, she could get off at an exit and take another highway, but right now that highway might as well be on Jupiter. She felt around in her coat pocket, found the last cough drop, and unwrapped it while staring at the rear end of a dump truck. All these people should be at malls, Holly thought. They should be shopping and helping the local economy instead of giving their money to Amazon. The traffic started to move. Holly gave a cry of triumph that was hardly out of her mouth before the dump truck stopped again. On her left, a man was chatting on his phone. On her right, a woman was freshening her lipstick. Her car's digital clock told her she now couldn't expect to arrive at the Frederick building until 4 o'clock at the earliest. That still would leave me 2 hours, Holly thought. Please God, please let me be there in time to get ready for him. For the monster. Barbara Robinson puts aside her college catalog, turns on her phone, and goes to the WebWatcher app Justin Freilander had put on it. "You know that tracking someone without their permission isn't exactly kosher, right?" Justin had said. "I just want to make sure my friend is okay," Barbara had said, and gave him a radiant smile that melted any reservations he might have had. God knows Barbara had her own reservations. Just looking at the little green dot on the map made her feel guilty, especially since Jerome had dumped his own tracker. But what Jerome didn't know was that after Portland, Holly had gone to Pittsburgh. That, combined with her web searches, made Barbara think Holly was interested in the school bombing after all. And that interest seemed to focus on either Chet Ondowski or his cameraman, Fred Finkel. Barbara thought it was almost certainly Ondowski because there were more searches for him. Barbara didn't want to think her friend was having some kind of breakdown, nor did she want to believe Holly might have stumbled on the trail of the bomber. But she knew that wasn't impossible. Holly was insecure, but she was also smart. Was it possible that Ondowski and Finkel had stumbled across a clue to the bomber without realizing it? This idea made Barbara think of a film she had watched with Holly, where a photographer accidentally photographs a man hiding in the bushes with a pistol. What if something like that had happened at the school? What if the bomber had returned to the scene of the crime and the TV guys had filmed him as he watched? What if Holly had somehow realized that? The idea was far-fetched, but didn't life sometimes imitate art? Maybe Holly had gone to Pittsburgh to interview Ondowski and Finkel. That would be safe enough. But what if the bomber was still in the area and Holly went after him? What if the bomber went after her? All of this was probably bullshit, but Barbara was nevertheless relieved when the WebWatcher app tracked Holly leaving Pittsburgh and driving to her mother's house. She almost deleted the tracker then, but Holly had called her yesterday, apparently just to tell her she'd be staying over at her mom's on Saturday night. And then, at the end of the call, Holly had said, "I love you." Of course she did, but that was understood, not the kind of thing you had to say out loud. And there had been a certain tone to the way she'd said it that Barbara didn't like. Sad, almost. And now the green dot told Barbara that Holly wasn't staying the night at her mother's after all. She was apparently headed back to the city. A change of plans? Maybe a fight with her mother? Or had she flat out lied? Barbara glanced at her desk and saw the DVDs she'd borrowed from Holly. She thought they'll be the perfect excuse to talk to her. She'd act surprised to find Holly at home, then try to find out what was so important in Portland and Pittsburgh. She might even confess to the tracker. She checked Holly's location on her phone again. Still the turnpike. Barbara guessed the traffic might be jammed. She looked at her watch, then back at the green dot. She thought that Holly would be lucky to get back much before 5 o'clock. And I'll be at her apartment by 5:30, Barbara thought. I hope nothing's wrong with her, but I think maybe there is. The traffic crawled, then stopped, crawled and stopped, stops. I'm going to lose my mind, Holly thought. It's just going to snap while I sit here. I'll probably hear the sound when it goes, like a breaking branch. The light had begun to drain out of the day. The dashboard clock told her that the earliest she could now hope to arrive was 5 o'clock. And that would only happen if the traffic started to move again soon, and if she didn't run out of gas. She was down to just over a quarter of a tank. I could miss him, she thought. He could show up, call me to text him the door code, and get no answer. He'll think I lost my nerve. The idea that coincidence or some malign force might have decreed that her second meeting with Ondowski should not happen brought her no relief, because she was on his hit list now. Facing him on her home ground with a plan was to be her advantage. If she lost it, he'd try to blindside her, and he could succeed. Once she reached for her phone to call Pete to tell him that a dangerous man was going to show up at their building, but Ondowski would talk his way out of it. He talked for a living. Even if he didn't, Pete was getting on in years and overweight. Pete was slow. The thing pretending to be a TV reporter was fast. She would not risk Pete. She was the one who let the genie out of the bottle. Ahead of her, the dump truck's taillights went out. It rolled ahead 50 feet and stopped again. This time the stop was briefer, and the next advance was longer. Was it possible the jam was breaking? She hardly dared to believe it, but she had Holly hope, which turned out to be justified. In 5 minutes she was doing 40. After 7, 55. After 11, Holly put her foot down and took the passing lane. When she shot by the 3-car pileup that caused the jam, she barely gave the wrecks a glance. If she could keep her speed to 70, and if she caught most of the traffic lights, she estimated she could be at her building by 5:20. Holly actually arrived in the vicinity of her building at 5 minutes past 5. Unlike the weirdly underpopulated mall, downtown was busy. This was both good and bad. Her chances of spotting Ondowski in the bustle were small, but his chances of grabbing her were equally small. As if to make up for her bad luck, she spotted a car pulling out of a parking space almost directly across from the Frederick building. She waited until it was gone, then backed carefully into the space. trying to ignore the person behind her, laying on their horn. Under less stressful circumstances, she might have let the space go, but she didn't see another on the whole block. That would leave her with the parking garage, and Holly had seen too many movies where bad things happen to women in parking garages. The hornblower rolled past as soon as she was in, slowing long enough to give her the middle finger. There was a break in the traffic, but she joined a crowd of shoppers waiting for the walk light instead of jaywalking. Safety in numbers. She had her key to the building's front door in her hand. She had no intention of going around to the side entrance. It was in a service alley where she'd be an easy target. As she slipped the key into the lock, a man in a Russian hat passed her almost close enough to jostle. Ondowski? No, at least probably not. The small lobby was empty. The lights were low. Shadows stretched everywhere. She hurried to the elevator. This was one of downtown's older buildings, and there was only one for passengers. Tenants had been known to grumble about this. Holly pushed the call button, suddenly sure the elevator would once more be out of order. But the doors opened immediately, and a female robo-voice welcomed her in. "Hello, welcome to the Frederick Building." With the lobby empty, it sounded like a disembodied voice in a horror movie. The doors closed and she pushed for 5. The TV screen that usually showed news and ads was off. No Christmas music either, thank heaven. "Going up," the robo-voice said. "He'll be waiting for me," she thought. He's gotten in somehow. But the doors opened on an empty hall. She walked past the mail drop, past the restrooms, and stopped at a door marked stairs. Everybody complained about the building superintendent, and with cause. But this afternoon, Holly was actively hoping for more of his carelessness, so she didn't have to waste time getting a chair from the office. She opened the door to the stairs, and she was in luck. Clustered there on the landing, blocking the way, was a cache of cleaning supplies, including a mop and a bucket half filled with wash water. Holly considered dumping the bucket's murky contents down the stairs, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She pushed it into the women's restroom, removed the squeegee, and dumped the filthy water. She then rolled the bucket to the elevator with her purse hanging awkwardly from her arm. She pushed the call button. The doors opened and the robo-voice told her, "This is 5." Holly turned the bucket over. If she kept her feet together, there was just room for her to stand on it. From her purse, she took a tape dispenser and a small package wrapped in brown paper. Standing on tiptoe, she taped the package in the far left corner of the elevator car's ceiling. It was high above eye level, where people tend not to look. Ondowski better not. If he did, she was hung. She took her phone out of her pocket, held it up, and snapped a picture of the package. If things went as she hoped, Ondowski would never see this photo. The elevator's doors had closed. Holly pushed the open button and rolled the mop bucket back up the hall, returning it to the stair landing. Then she went past a beauty supply store to Finders Keepers at the end of the hall. She unlocked the door and let herself in with a sigh of relief. She looked at her watch. Nearly 5:30. Time was now very tight. She went to the office safe and ran the combination. She took out the late Bill Hodges's revolver. Although she knew it was loaded, she rolled the chamber to make sure, then snapped it closed. Center mass, she thought. As soon as he comes out of the elevator, don't worry about the box with the money. If it's cardboard, the slug will go right through. If it's steel, I'll have to go for a headshot. The range will be short. It could be messy, but she surprised herself with a little laugh, but the superintendent has left cleaning supplies. Holly looked at her watch, 5:34. That left her 26 minutes before Ondowski showed up, assuming he was on time. She still had things to do. All were important. Deciding which was the most important was a no-brainer. If she didn't survive this, someone had to know about the thing that bombed the school, and there was one person who would believe her. She turned on her phone, opened the recording app, and began to speak. The stores were open late because of the Christmas season. Barbara saw at once that she wouldn't find parking on Buell Street. She took a ticket at the entrance to the parking garage across from the Frederick Building and finally found a space on the 4th level. She hurried to the elevator, looking around constantly, one hand in her purse. When she arrived safely on the street, she hurried to the corner just in time to catch the walk light. On the other side, she looked up and saw a light on the 5th floor of the Frederick building. At the next corner, she turned right. A little way down the block was an alley marked with signs reading "No through traffic" and "Service vehicles only." Barbara turned down it and stopped at the side entrance. She was bending to tap in the door code when a hand gripped her shoulder. Holly opened the email she had sent herself and moved the attachment to the flash drive. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the blank title strip below the drive's icon. Then she typed, "If It Bleeds." A good enough name. It was the story of that thing's life, after all. Blood and pain. She ejected the drive. The desk in the reception area was where they did all their mailing, and there were plenty of envelopes. She took a small padded one, slipped the flash drive into it, sealed it, then had a moment of panic when she remembered that Ralph's mail was going to his neighbor's house. What was the neighbor's name? Colson? Carver? None of those were right. Time was racing away. She was about to address the envelope to Ralph Anderson's next-door neighbor when the name came to her, Conrad. She slapped on stamps and jotted quickly on the front of the envelope, Detective Ralph Anderson, with his address, and below it, C.O. Conrad's next door, and "Do not forward, hold for arrival." It would have to do. She took the envelope, ran to the mail drop near the elevator, and tossed it in. She knew the superintendent was lazy about collecting the mail, and it might lie at the bottom of the chute for a week or longer. But there was really no hurry. Eventually, it would go. Just to be sure she was imagining things, she punched the elevator call button. The doors opened, the car was there and empty, so it really was her imagination. She ran back to Finders Keepers, breathing hard. Some of it was the sprint, most of it was stress. Now the last thing. She went to the reception area's computer and typed in what Jerome had titled their fix, Arabeta. It was the brand name of their troublesome elevator, and also the Japanese word for it, or so Jerome claimed. The superintendent had refused to call a local company to fix the glitch, insisting that it had to be done by an accredited repair person. It had been almost a month. Finally, Jerome had stepped in, telling Holly something she already knew. If you could use the internet, you could find a fix for every glitch, which they had done. "Here it is," Jerome had said, pointing at the screen. "Do you see what's happening?" She did. The elevator's computer had stopped seeing the floor stops. All it saw were its terminal points. Now all she had to do was pull off the Band-Aid they had put on the elevator's program. And hope, because there would be no time to test it. It was 4 minutes to 6. She called up the floor menu, which showed a real-time representation of the elevator shaft. The stops were marked, B through 8. The car was stopped on 5. At the top of the screen, in green, was the word "Ready." Not yet you're not, Holly thought, but you will be, I hope. Her phone rang 2 minutes later, just as she was finishing. Barbara uttered a small scream and whirled around, her back against the side entrance, looking up at the dark shape of the man who had grabbed her. "Jerome!" She patted her hand against her chest. "You scared the bejesus out of me. What are you doing here?" "I was just about to ask you the same question," Jerome said. "As a rule, girls in dark alleys don't mix." "You lied about taking the tracker off your phone, didn't you?" she accused. "Well, yes," Jerome admitted. "But since you obviously put on one of your own, I don't think you can exactly claim the moral high ground." That's when another dark shape loomed up behind Jerome. The shape's eyes were glaring like a cat's in a flashlight beam. Before Barbara could shout at Jerome to look out, the shape swung something at her brother's head. There was a terrible dull crunch, and Jerome collapsed. The shape grabbed her, shoved her against the door, and pinned her there with one gloved hand around her neck. From the other, he dropped a chunk of broken brick or concrete. It was dripping with her brother's blood. He bent toward her close enough for her to see a round, unremarkable face below one of those furry Russian hats. That weird glare was gone from his eyes. "Don't scream, girlfriend. You don't want to do that." "You killed him." It came out in a wheeze. "No, he's still alive," the man said. He smiled, showing perfect teeth. "I'd know if he was dead, believe me, but I can make him dead. Scream, try to get away, annoy me, and I'll hit him until his brains spurt out. Are you gonna scream? Barbara shook her head. The man's smile widened into a grin. That's a good girlfriend. You're afraid, aren't you? I like that. He breathed deeply, as if inhaling her terror. You should be afraid. You don't belong here, but on the whole, I'm glad you came. He leaned closer. She could smell his cologne and feel his lips as he whispered in her ear. You're tasty. Holly reached for her phone with her eyes fixed on the computer. The elevator's floor menu was still on the screen, but below the diagram there was now a choice box offering execute or cancel. She only wished she could be sure that selecting execute would cause something to happen, and that it would be the right something. She picked up the phone, ready to text Ondowski the code, and froze. It wasn't Ondowski in the window of her phone, and it wasn't unknown caller. It was the smiling face of her young friend, Barbara Robinson. Oh, dear God, no, Holly thought. Please, God, no.
Barbara?
There's a man, Holly! Barbara was crying, barely understandable. He hit Jerome with something and knocked him out. I think it was a brick, and he's bleeding so bad. Then she was gone, and the thing masquerading as Ondowski was there, speaking to Holly in his trained TV voice. Hi, Holly. Chet here. Holly froze. Not for long, probably less than 5 seconds, but inside her head it felt much longer. This was her fault. She had tried to keep her friends away, but they came anyway. They came because they were worried about her, and that made it her fault. Holly, are you still there? There was a smile in his voice, because things had broken his way and he was enjoying himself. Have they, she said. I still have what you want. Hurt that girl, do anything more to her brother, and I'll blow up your life. I won't stop. Have you also got a gun? He asked, not giving her a chance to answer. Of course you do. I don't, but I did bring a ceramic knife, very sharp. Remember, I'll have the girl when I come to our little meeting. I won't kill her if I see you with a gun. That would be a waste of a good hostage, but I'll disfigure her while you watch. There won't be a gun, Holly said. I think I'll trust you on that, he said, still amused. But I don't think we'll be exchanging money for the flash drive after all. Instead of money, you can have my little girlfriend. How does that sound? Like a lie, Holly thought. It sounds like a deal. Let me talk to Barbara again, she said. No, he replied. Then I won't give you the code. He actually laughed. She knows it. I was watching from behind the dumpster. I'm sure I could persuade her to tell me. Do you want me to persuade her? Like this? Barbara screamed, a sound that made Holly cover her mouth. Her fault, all her fault. Stop hurting her. I just want to know if Jerome is still alive, Holly pleaded. For the time being, he's making weird little snuffling sounds. May have a brain injury. I hit him hard. He's bleeding quite a bit. But it's pretty cold, and I'm sure that will aid the clotting. Speaking of cold, let's stop messing around. Give me the code unless you want me to twist her arm again, and this time I'll dislocate it. 4753, Holly said. What choice did she have? The man had a knife, black handle, long white blade. Holding Barbara by one arm, he pointed the tip of the knife at the lock pad. Do the honors, girlfriend. Barbara pushed the numbers, waited for the green light, then opened the door. Can we put Jerome inside? I can drag him, she asked. I'm sure you could, the man said, but no, we'll just let him chill a little more. He'll freeze to death, she cried. Girlfriend, you'll bleed to death if you don't get a move on, he said. No, you won't kill me, Barbara thought. At least not until you get what you want, but he could hurt her. Put out one of her eyes. His knife looked very sharp. She went in. Holly stood in the open door of the finder's keeper's office, looking down the hall. Her muscles thrummed with adrenaline. Her mouth was dry. She held her position when she heard the elevator start down. She couldn't hit execute on her computer program until it came back up. I have to save Barbara, she thought. Jerome too, unless he's beyond help. She heard the elevator stop on the ground floor. Then, after an eternity, it started up again. Holly stepped backward, her eyes not leaving the closed elevator doors at the end of the hall. Her phone was lying beside her computer. She slipped it into her pocket, then looked down just long enough to position the cursor over execute. She heard a scream. It was muffled by the rising elevator, but it was a girl's scream. It was Barbara. My fault. All my fault. The man who hurt Jerome took Barbara by the arm, like a guy escorting his best girl into a ballroom. He hadn't taken her purse, and the metal detector gave a feeble beep when they passed through, probably from her phone. Her captor ignored it. They passed the stairwell and entered the lobby. Outside, Christmas shoppers were passing to and fro. I was out there, Barbara marveled, just 5 minutes ago when things were still all right. The man pushed the elevator button. They heard the sound of the descending car. How much money were you supposed to pay her? Barbara asked. Beneath her fear, she felt a dull disappointment that Holly would deal with this man at all. Doesn't matter now, he said, because I've got you, girlfriend. The elevator stopped, the doors opened, the robo-voice welcomed them. Going up, it said, the doors shut, the car began to rise. The man let go of Barbara, took off his hat, and lifted his hands in a magician's flourish. Watch this. I think you'll like it, and our Miss Gibney certainly deserves to see it, since it's what made all this trouble in the first place. What happened next was horrible beyond Barbara's understanding. In a movie, it could be dismissed as a cool special effect, but this was real life. A ripple ran up the round, middle-aged face. It started at the chin and rose through his mouth. The nose wavered, the cheeks stretched, the eyes shimmered, the forehead contracted. Then suddenly the whole head turned to semi-transparent jelly. It quivered and shimmied and pulsed. Inside it were confused tangles of writhing red stuff. Not blood, that red stuff was full of flocking black specks. Barbara shrieked and fell back against the wall. Her legs failed her. Her purse slipped off her shoulder. She slid down the wall with her eyes bulging. Her bowels and bladder let go. Then the jelly head solidified, but the face that appeared was entirely different. It was narrower and the skin was 2 or 3 shades darker. The eyes were tilted at the corners. The nose was sharper and longer. The mouth was thinner. This man looked 10 years younger. Good trick, wouldn't you say? Even his voice was different. What are you? Barbara tried to say, but no words would come out. He bent down and gently placed the strap of her purse back on her shoulder. Barbara shrank from his touch but couldn't avoid it. Don't want to lose your wallet and credit cards, do you? They'll help the police to identify you, in case. He made a burlesque of holding his new nose. Dear me, did we have a little accident? Oh well, you know what they say, shit happens, he tittered. The elevator stopped. The doors slid open on the 5th-floor hall. When the elevator stopped, Holly took one more quick glance at the computer screen, then clicked the mouse. She didn't wait to see if the floor stops grayed out as they were when she and Jerome did their repair. She didn't need to. She'd know one way or the other. She walked back to the office door and looked down the hallway to the elevator. Ondowski had Barbara by the arm. Only when he looked up, she saw it was no longer him. Now it was George, minus the mustache and the delivery man's uniform. Come on, girlfriend, he said. Move those feet. Barbara came stumbling out. Her eyes were huge and blank. Her skin had gone the color of clay. She looked almost catatonic, and Holly knew why. She had seen him change. This terrorized girl was her responsibility, but Holly couldn't think about that now. She had to stay in the moment. The elevator doors slid closed. With the gun removed from the equation, any chance Holly had depended on what happened next. At first there was nothing, and her heart turned to lead. Then, instead of staying put, she heard it descending. Thank God she heard it descending. Here's my little girlfriend, George said. She's kind of a bad girlfriend. I believe she's gone pee-pee and poo-poo in her pants. Come closer, Holly. You'll smell it for yourself. Holly didn't move. I'm curious, she said. Did you actually bring any money? George grinned, showing teeth that were a lot less TV-ready than those of his alter ego. Actually, no. There's a cardboard box behind the dumpster, but there's nothing in there but catalogs. So you never intended to pay me, Holly said. She took a dozen steps down the hall, stopping when they were 15 yards apart. Did you? No more than you ever intended to give me that flash drive and let me go, he said. I can't read minds, but I have a long history of reading body language. And faces. Yours is completely open. Now pull your shirt out of your pants and lift it. Not all the way, just enough so I can make sure you're not armed. Holly lifted her shirt and did a complete turn without being asked. Now pull up your pants legs, he ordered. She did this too. No throwdown, George said. Good. He cocked his head, looking at her. Gosh, you're an ugly little thing, aren't you? Holly made no reply. Have you ever in your life had so much as a single date? Holly made no reply. Ugly little waif, no more than 35, but already going gray. Do you send your dildo a card on Valentine's Day? Holly made no reply. My guess is you compensate for your looks and insecurity with a sense of... He broke off and looked down at Barbara. Jesus Christ, you're heavy, and you stink! He let go of Barbara's arm and she collapsed in front of the women's room door with her forehead on the tiles. Her sobs were low, but Holly could hear them. George's face changed, not back to Chetondowski's, but into a feral sneer that showed Holly the real creature inside him, of a jackal, of a hyena, of Jerome's gray bird. He kicked Barbara's backside. She wailed in pain and surprise. Get in there, he shouted. Get in there. Clean yourself up. Let the grown-ups finish their business. Holly wanted to run to them, but of course that's what he wanted. So she held her ground. Get in there! He kicked her again. I'll deal with you after I deal with this meddling bitch. You want to pray she plays straight with me. Sobbing, Barbara pushed the door to the women's bathroom open with her head and crawled inside. Not before George administered another kick. Then he looked at Holly. The sneer was gone. The smile was back. Well, Holly, girlfriend's in the shithouse and now it's just us. I can go in and open up her guts with this. He held up the knife. Or you can give me what I came for, and I'll leave her alone. I'll leave you both alone. I know better, Holly thought. She tried to project both doubt and hope. I don't know if I can believe you. You can. Once I have the drive, I'll fade away. From your life and from the world of Pittsburgh broadcasting, it's time to move along. I knew that even before he planted the bomb. I think maybe that's why he planted it. So yes, Holly, you can believe me. Maybe I should run back to the office and lock the door, she said, hoping her face showed she was actually considering this. Call 911. And leave the girl to my tender mercies? George pointed his knife at the door to the women's room and smiled. I don't think so. I saw how you looked at her. Besides, I'd have you before you took 3 steps. As I told you, I'm fast. Enough talk. Give me what I want and I'll go away. Do I have a choice? She asked. What do you think? She paused, sighed, wet her lips, and finally nodded. You win. Just leave us alive. I will, he said too fast. She didn't believe him. He knew and didn't care. I'm going to take my cell phone out of my pocket, Holly said. I have to show you a picture. He said nothing, so she took it out very slowly. She opened her photo stream, selected the picture she took in the elevator, and held the phone out to him. Now tell me, she thought. I don't want to do it myself, so tell me, you bastard. And he did. I can't see it. Come closer, he said. Holly stepped toward him, still holding the phone out. 2 steps. 3. 12 yards away, then 10. He was squinting at the phone. 8 yards now, and see how reluctant I am? Closer, Holly. My eyes are a little wonky for a few minutes after I change. You're a black liar, she thought, but took another step, still holding the phone out. He'll almost certainly take her with him when he goes down, if he goes down. And that's okay. You see it, right? It's in the elevator, taped to the roof. Just take it and... Even in her hyper-alert state, Holly barely saw George move. At one moment, he was standing outside the women's restroom, squinting at the picture. At the next, he had one arm around her waist and the other gripping her outstretched hand. He wasn't kidding about being fast. Her phone tumbled to the floor as he dragged her toward the elevator. Once inside, he'll kill her and take the package. Then he'll go into the bathroom and kill Barbara. That, at least, was his plan. Holly had another one. What are you doing? Holly cried, not because she didn't know, but because this was now the required line. He didn't answer, only pushed the call button. It didn't light, but Holly heard the elevator hum into life. It was coming up. She would try to break free at the last second. He'll try to break free of her when he understood what was happening. She could not let that happen. George's narrow fox face broke into a smile. You know what, I think this is all going to work out just... He stopped because the elevator didn't. It passed the 5th floor, and they could see a brief shudder of light as it went by and kept rising. His hands loosened in surprise. Only for a moment, but it was long enough for Holly to break his grip and step back. What happened next took no more than 10 seconds, but in her amped-up state, Holly saw it all. The door to the stairwell banged open, and Jerome lurched out. His eyes stared from a mask of caked blood. In his hands was the mop that had been on the stairwell. He saw George and charged at him, yelling, "Where's Barbara? Where's my sister?" George swept Holly aside. She struck the wall with a bone-rattling thud. Black dots swarmed across her vision. George reached for the mop's shaft and yanked it easily out of Jerome's hands. He pulled it back, meaning to strike Jerome with it, but that was when the women's room door banged open. Barbara ran out with the pepper spray from her purse in her hand. George turned his head in time to catch a faceful. He screamed and covered his eyes. The elevator reached the 8th floor. The hum of the machinery stopped. Jerome was going for George. Holly screamed, "Jerome, no!" and drove her shoulder into his midsection. He collided with his sister, and the two of them hit the wall between the 2 bathroom doors. The elevator alarm went off, an amplified bray that screamed, "Panic, panic, panic." George turned his red and streaming eyes toward the sound just as the elevator doors opened. Not just the doors on the 5th floor, but on all the floors. This was the glitch that had caused the elevator to be shut down. Holly ran at George with her arms outstretched. Her scream of fury merged with the bellowing alarm. Her outstretched hands connected with his chest and she pushed him into the shaft. For a moment he seemed to hang there, his eyes and mouth wide with terror and surprise. The face started to sag and change, but before George could become Ondowski again, he was gone. Holly was hardly aware of Jerome's strong brown hand that grabbed the back of her shirt and saved her from following George down. The outsider screamed as he went. Holly, who considered herself a pacifist, was savagely delighted by the sound. Before she could hear the thud of his body at the bottom, the elevator doors slid shut. On this floor and all the other floors. The alarm stopped and the car started down, on the way to the basement, its other terminal point. The 3 of them watched the brief flash of light from between the doors as the car passed the 5th floor. "You did that," Jerome said. "Damn right," Holly said. Barbara's knees folded and she went down in a half faint. The can of pepper spray fell from her hand and rolled to a stop against the elevator doors. Jerome knelt beside his sister. Holly pushed him gently away and took Barbara's hand. Before she could take a pulse, Barbara was trying to sit up. What was he?" she asked. Holly shook her head. "No one. This might actually be the truth." "Is he gone? Holly, is he gone?" "He's gone," Holly confirmed. "Down the elevator shaft?" "Yes." Good, good. She started to get up. "Just lie still for a minute, Barb. You only grayed out. It's Jerome I'm worried about," Holly said. "I'm okay," Jerome said. "Hard head. That was the TV guy, wasn't it? Kozlovsky or whatever." "Yes," Holly said, "and no. You look like you've lost at least a pint of blood. Look at me." He looked at her. His pupils were the same size, and that was good news. "Can you remember the name of your book?" she asked. He gave her an impatient look. "Black Owl, The Rise and Fall of an American Gangster." He actually laughed. "Holly, if he'd scrambled my brains, I never could have remembered the code for the side door." "Who was he?" "The man who blew up that school in Pennsylvania. Not that we're ever going to tell anyone that. It would raise too many questions." "Lower your head, Jerome," she said. "It hurts to move it," he said. "My neck feels sprung." "Do it anyway," Barbara said. "Sis, don't mean to get personal, but you don't smell so good," Jerome said. "I've got this, Barbara," Holly said. "There's a pair of pants and some t-shirts in my closet. They'll fit you, I think. Take something to change into. Clean yourself up in the bathroom." It was clear that Barbara wanted to do just that, but she lingered. "You sure you're all right, Jay?" "Yes," he said. "Go on." Barbara went down the hall to finders keepers. Holly felt the back of Jerome's neck, found no swelling, and told him again to lower his head. She saw a minor cut at the crown and a much deeper gash lower down, but the bone must have caught the brunt of the blow. She thought Jerome got lucky. She thought they all did. "I need to clean myself up too," Jerome said, looking at the men's room. "No, don't do that. I probably shouldn't have let Barbara do it either, but I don't want her meeting the cops in her current state," Holly said. "I sense a woman with a plan," Jerome said, then wrapped his hands around himself. "God, I'm cold." "That's shock. You probably need a hot drink. I'd make you tea, but there's no time for that." She was struck by a sudden, horrible thought. If Jerome had taken the elevator, her whole plan could have fallen apart. "Why did you take the stairs?" "So he wouldn't hear me coming. Even with the world's worst headache, I knew where he'd be. You were the only one in the building." He paused. "Not Kozlowski, Ondowski." Barbara returned with the clean clothes bundled in her arms. She had begun crying again. "Holly, I saw him change." His head turned to jelly. It. "What in God's name is she talking about?" Jerome asked. "Never mind now. Maybe later." Holly gave her a brief hug. "Clean up, change your clothes. And Barbara, whatever it was, it's dead now, okay?" "Okay," she whispered and went into the bathroom. Holly turned back to Jerome. "Were you tracking my phone, Jerome Robinson? Was Barbara? Were both of you?" The bloody young man standing in front of her smiled. "If I promise to never ever call you Hollyberry again, do I have to answer those questions?" In the lobby, 15 minutes later, Holly's pants were too tight for Barbara, but she had managed to get them buttoned. The ashy look was fading from her cheeks. She'll survive this, Holly thought. There will be bad dreams, but she'll come through. The blood on Jerome's face was drying. He said he had a bad headache but wasn't dizzy or nauseous. Holly wasn't surprised about the headache. He'd get stitches and an x-ray at the emergency room, but right now she had to make sure their stories were straight. "You two came here because I wasn't at home," she said. "You thought I must be at the office, catching up because I'd spent a few days with my mother, right?" They nodded, willing to be led. "You went to the side door in the service alley," Holly continued. "Because we know the code," Barbara said. "Yes, and there was a mugger, right?" More nods. "He hit you, Jerome, and tried to grab Barbara. She got him with the pepper spray in her purse. Jerome, you jumped up and grappled with him. He ran off. Then you two came inside to the lobby and called 911. Jerome asked, "Why did we come to see you in the first place?" Holly was stumped. She'd remembered to fix the elevator and had put Bill's gun in her handbag, but she hadn't considered the thing Jerome was asking about. "Christmas shopping," Barbara said. "We wanted to pry you out of the office to go Christmas shopping with us. Didn't we, Jerome?" "Oh yeah, that's right," Jerome said. "We were going to surprise you. Were you here, Holly?" "No," she said. "I was gone. In fact, I am gone. Christmas shopping on the other side of town. That's where I am right now. You didn't call me right after the attack because, well, because we didn't want to upset you," Barbara said. "Right, Jerome?" "Right. Good," Holly said. "Can you both remember that story?" They said they could. Then it's time for Jerome to call 911. Barbara said, "What are you going to do, Holes?" "Clean up," Holly said, pointing at the elevator. "Oh, Christ," Jerome said. "I forgot there's a body down there. I clean forgot." "I didn't," Barbara said, and shuddered. "Jesus, Holly, how can you ever explain a dead guy at the bottom of the elevator shaft?" Holly was remembering what happened to the other outsider. "I don't think it will be an issue." "What if he's still alive?" "He fell 5 stories, Barb, 6, counting the basement, and then the elevator." Holly made a sandwich with her hands. "Oh," Barbara said, her voice was faint. "Right. Call 911, Jerome. I think you're basically okay, but I'm no doctor," Holly said. While he did that, she went to the elevator and brought it up to the first floor. With the fix in place, it worked fine. When the doors opened, Holly spied a furry hat, the kind the Russians call an ushanka. She remembered the man who had passed by her as she was opening the lobby door. She returned to her 2 friends, holding the hat. "Tell me the story again," she said. "Mugger," Barbara said, and Holly decided that was good enough. They were smart. and the rest of the story was simple. If everything worked out, the cops weren't going to care about where she was anyway. Holly left them and took the stairs to the basement, which stank of old cigarette smoke and mold. The lights were off, and she had to use her phone to look for the switches. Shadows leaped as she shined it around, making it easy to imagine the Ondowski thing in the dark, waiting to spring out at her. Her skin was sheened with sweat, but her face was cold. She had to consciously stop her teeth from chattering. I'm in shock myself, she thought. At last she found a double row of switches. She flipped them all, and fluorescent lights buzzed to life. The basement was a filthy labyrinth of stacked bins and boxes. She thought again that their building superintendent was a slob. She oriented herself and went to the elevator. The doors were shut. Holly put her bag on the floor and took out Bill's revolver. Then she removed the elevator drop key from its hook on the wall and jammed it into the hole on the left-hand door. The key was bulky. She had to put the gun in her waistband and use both hands before it would turn. Gun once more in hand, she pushed one of the doors. Both slid open. A smell of oil, grease, and dust wafted out. In the center of the shaft was a long piston-like thing. Scattered around it, among a litter of cigarette butts and fast food bags, were the clothes Ondowski was wearing when he went on his final trip. A short one, but lethal. Of Ondowski himself, also known as Chet on guard, there was no sign. The fluorescents down here were bright, but the bottom of the shaft was still too shadowy for Holly's liking. She found a flashlight on the superintendent's cluttered work table and shined it carefully around, making sure to check behind the piston. She wasn't looking for Ondowski. He was gone, but for bugs of a certain exotic type. Dangerous bugs that might be looking for a new host. She saw none. Whatever infested Ondowski may have outlived him, but not for long. She spied a burlap sack in one corner of the cluttered basement and stuffed Ondowski's clothes into it, along with the fur hat. His undershorts went last. Holly picked them up between two fingers, her mouth pulled down in revulsion. She dropped them into the sack with a shudder, and then used her hands to run the elevator doors closed. She relocked them and hung the key back on its hook. She sat and waited. Once she was sure Jerome, Barbara, and the 911 responders must be gone, she shouldered her purse and carried the bag of clothes upstairs. She left by the side door. She thought about tossing the clothes into the dumpster, but that would be too close for comfort. She took the bag with her instead. Once on the street, she was just one more person carrying a parcel. She was barely started her car when she got a call from Jerome, telling her that he and Barbara were victims of a mugging. They were at the hospital, he said. Oh my God, that's terrible, Holly said. You should have called me sooner. Didn't want to worry you, Jerome said. We're basically okay, and he didn't get anything. I'll be there as soon as I can, she said. Holly dumped the burlap bag of Ondowski's clothes in a trash can on her way to the hospital. It was starting to snow. She turned on the radio, got a Christmas song, and turned it off again. You can't have everything, she thought. Into every life a little poop must fall, but sometimes you do get what you need, which is really all a sane person can ask for. And she was sane. December 22nd, 2020. Holly had to give a deposition at a law office at 10 o'clock. It was one of her least favorite things, but she was just a minor witness in this custody case, which was good. A dog was at issue, rather than a child, and that lowered the stress level a bit. There were a few nasty questions from one of the lawyers, but after what she'd been through, the interrogation seemed tame. She was done in 15 minutes. She turned on her phone once she was in the corridor, and saw she'd missed a call from Dan Bell. But it wasn't Dan who answered when she called back. It was the grandson. Grandpa had a heart attack, Brad said. Another one. It's actually his fourth. He's in the hospital, and this time he won't be coming out. There was a long, watery intake of breath. Holly waited. He wants to know how things went with you, what happened with the reporter, the thing. If I could give him good news, I think it would make it easier for him to go. Holly looked around to make sure she was alone. She was, but she lowered her voice anyway. It's dead. Tell him it's dead. Are you sure? Brad asked. She thought of that final look of surprise and fear. She thought of the scream as it went down, and she thought of the abandoned clothes at the bottom of the shaft. "Oh yes," she said, "I'm sure. We helped, Grandpa, he helped. Couldn't have done it without either of you. Tell him he may have saved a lot of lives. Tell him Holly says thanks," she said. "I will," another watery intake of breath. "Do you think there are more like him?" After Texas, Holly would have said no. Now she could not be sure. One is a unique number. When you have two, you may be seeing the beginning of a pattern. She paused, then gave an answer she didn't necessarily believe, but wanted to. The old man had watched for years. He deserved to go out with a win. "I don't think so." "Good," Brad said. "That's good. God bless, Holly. You have a Merry Christmas." Under the circumstances, she couldn't wish him the same, so she simply thanked him. "Are there more?" She took the stairs rather than the elevator. December 25th, 2020. Holly spent 30 minutes of her Christmas morning drinking tea and talking to her mother. It was mostly listening, as Charlotte Gibney went through her usual litany of passive-aggressive complaints, punctuated by long-suffering sighs. Finally, Holly felt able to end the call by telling Charlotte she would be there in a few days, and they'll go see Uncle Henry together. She told her mother that she loved her. "I love you too, Holly," her mother said, after another sigh that indicated such loving was hard. She wished her daughter a Merry Christmas, and that part of the day was over. The rest was more cheerful. She spent it with the Robinson family, happy to fall in with their traditions. There was a light brunch, followed by the exchange of gifts. Holly gave Mr. and Mrs. Robinson certificates for wine and books. For their children, she was happy to splurge a little more. A spa day for Barbara and wireless earbuds for Jerome. She, in turn, was given a $300 gift card for the local movie theater and a year's subscription to Netflix. Like many movie lovers, Holly was conflicted about Netflix and had so far resisted it. Still, she had to admit she'd been sorely tempted by all the streaming platforms. The Robinson household was normally gender neutral, but on Christmas afternoon there was a reversion to the sexual roles of the previous century. The women cooked while the men watched basketball. As they sat down to a traditional holiday dinner, it began to snow. "Could we join hands?" Mr. Robinson asked. They did. "Lord, bless the food we are about to receive. Thank you for this time together. Thank you for family and friends. Amen." "Wait," Tanya Robinson said. "That's not enough. Lord, thank you so much that neither of my beautiful children was badly hurt by the man who attacked them. It would break my heart if they weren't at this table with us. Amen." Holly felt Barbara's hand tighten on hers and heard a faint sound from her throat. "Now everyone has to tell one thing they're grateful for," Mr. Robinson said. They went around the table. When it was Holly's turn, she said she was grateful to be with the Robinsons. Barbara and Holly tried to help with the washing up, but Tanya shooed them out of the kitchen, telling them to do something Christmassy. Holly suggested a walk. "It will be pretty in the snow," she said. Barbara was up for it. Mrs. Robinson told them to get back by 7 because they were going to watch A Christmas Carol. Holly hoped it would be the one with Alastair Sim. It was not just pretty outside, it was beautiful. They were the only ones on the sidewalk, their boots crunching in the new fallen snow. Streetlights and Christmas lights were surrounded by swirling halos. Holly stuck out her tongue to catch some flakes, and Barbara did the same. It made them both laugh, but when they reached the bottom of the hill and Barbara turned to her, she was solemn. "All right," she said. "It's just the two of us. Why are we out here, Holes? What did you want to ask?" "Just how you're doing with it," Holly said. "Jerome I don't worry about. He got clobbered, but he didn't see what you did." Barbara took a shuddering breath. Because of the snow melting on her cheeks, Holly couldn't tell if she was crying. Crying might be good. "It's not that so much," she said at last. "The way he changed, I mean. The way his head seemed to turn to jelly. It was horrible, sure, and it opens the gates, you know." She put her mittened hands to her temples. "The gates in here?" Holly nodded. "You realize anything could be out there." "See ye devils, then shall ye not see angels," Holly said. Is that the Bible? Barbara asked. It doesn't matter. If what you saw isn't troubling you, Barb, then what is? Mom and Dad could have buried us, Barbara burst out. They could have been at that table alone, not eating turkey and stuffing. They wouldn't want anything like that, maybe just SSP spam. Holly laughed. She couldn't help it, and Barbara couldn't help joining in. Snow was gathering on her knitted cap. To Holly, she looked very young. Do you see what I mean? Barbara took Holly's gloved hands. It was close. It was really, really close. Yes, Holly thought, and it was your regard for me that put you there. She embraced her friend in the falling snow. Sweetheart, she said, we're all close, all the time. Barbara started up the steps to the house. Inside, there would be cocoa and popcorn and Scrooge. But there was a final bit of business, so Holly took Barbara's arm for a moment. She held out a card she had put in her coat pocket. There was nothing on it but a name and a number. Barbara took it and read it. Who's Carl Morton? A therapist I saw after I came back from Texas, Holly said. I only saw him twice. That was all the time I needed to tell my story. Which was what? Was it like... She didn't finish. She didn't have to. I might tell you someday, you and Jerome both, but not on Christmas. Just know that if you need to talk to someone, he'll listen. She smiled. And because he's heard my story, he might even believe yours. Not that that matters. Telling it is what helps. At least it did me. Getting it out there. Yes. Would he tell my parents? Barbara asked. Absolutely not. I'll think about it, Barbara said and put the card in her pocket. Thank you. She hugged Holly, and Holly, who once upon a time feared to be touched, hugged back. Hard. It was the Alistair Sim version, and when Holly drove slowly home through the blowing snow, she couldn't remember a happier Christmas. Before going to bed, she used her tablet to send Ralph Anderson a text message. There will be a package from me when you get back. I have had quite an adventure, but all is well. We'll talk, but it can wait. Hope you and yours had a miracle Christmas. Much love. She said her prayers before turning in, finishing as she always did, by saying that she was not smoking, she was taking her medication, and she missed Bill Hodges. God bless us everyone, she said, amen. She got in bed, turned out the light, slept. February 15th, 2021. Uncle Henry's mental decline has been rapid. Mrs. Braddock has told them that it's often the case once patients are in care. Now, as Holly sat beside him on one of the couches in the Rolling Hills common room, she finally gave up trying to make conversation. Charlotte already had. She was at a table across the room, helping Mrs. Hatfield with her jigsaw puzzle. Jerome had come with them today and was also helping. He had Mrs. Hatfield laughing, and even Charlotte couldn't help smiling. He was a charming young man, and he'd finally won Charlotte over. Uncle Henry sat with his eyes wide and his mouth agape, his hands lying slack between his splayed legs. His pants bulged with the incontinence pants beneath. Once he was a ruddy man, now he was pale. Once he was a stout man, now his clothes hung on him. Holly took one of his hands. It was just meat with fingers. She laced her own fingers through his and squeezed, hoping for a return, but no. Soon it would be time to go, and she was glad. It made her feel guilty, but there it was. This wasn't her uncle. He'd been replaced by an oversized ventriloquist dummy with no ventriloquist to lend it speech. An ad ended and was replaced by I Fought the Law. Uncle Henry's chin, which had been sinking, now came up, and a light came into his eyes. The courtroom appeared, and the announcer intoned, "Steer clear if you're a louse, because John Law is in the house." As the bailiff came forward, Holly suddenly realized why she gave the bomber the name she did. The mind is always at work, making connections. Uncle Henry finally spoke, his voice low and rusty from disuse. "All rise." "All rise," the bailiff bellowed. The audience got on up, clapping and swaying. John Law jived his way in from his chambers. He grabbed his gavel and tick-tocked it back and forth to the music. His bald head gleamed, his white teeth flashed. "What have we got today, Georgie, my brother from another mother?" "I love this guy," Uncle Henry said in his rusty voice. "So do I," she said, and put an arm around him. Uncle Henry turned to look at her and smiled. "Hello, Holly," he said. "Now we begin the final story, Rat." Ordinarily, Drew Larson's story ideas came a little at a time, like dribbles of water from a well that was almost dry. There was always a chain of associations he could trace back to something he'd seen or heard. In the case of his most recent short story, the idea had come when he'd seen a man changing a tire on a highway entrance ramp. That had led to Blowout, which he'd worked on for almost 3 months. Skipjack, his one story published in the New Yorker, had been written while he was a grad student. The seed of that one had been planted while listening to the college radio station. The student DJ had attempted to play a Led Zeppelin song, and the record had begun to skip. The skip went on for nearly 45 seconds until the kid killed the tune and blurted, "Sorry guys, I was taking a shit." Skipjack was 20 years ago. Blowout was 3 years ago. In between, he had managed 4 others. They were all short, and all had taken months of labor. There had never been a novel. He had tried, but no. The first 2 attempts had given him problems. The last try had caused serious problems. He had burned the manuscript, and had come close to burning the house as well. Now this idea, arriving complete, arriving like a long overdue engine pulling a train of many splendid cars. His wife Lucy had asked him to pick up sandwiches for lunch. It was a pretty September day, and he told her he'd walk instead. She nodded approvingly and said it would be good for his waistline. He wondered later how different his life might have been if he'd taken the car. He might never have had the idea. He might never have been at his father's cabin. He almost certainly would never have seen the rat. He was halfway to the deli, waiting at a street corner for the light to change when the engine arrived. The engine was an image as brilliant as reality. Drew stood transfixed, staring at it through the sky. A student gave him a nudge. "Sign says you can walk, man." Drew ignored him. The student threw him an odd look and crossed the street. Drew continued to stand on the curb. Although he avoided westerns, what he saw was a western saloon. A wagon wheel chandelier with kerosene lanterns hung from the ceiling. Drew could smell the oil. The floor was plank. At the back of the room were gaming tables. There was a piano. The man playing it wore a derby hat, only he wasn't playing now. He had turned to stare at what was happening at the bar. Standing next to him was a tall man with an accordion strapped to his chest. And at the bar, a young man in an expensive western suit was holding a gun to the temple of a girl in a red dress so low cut that only lace hid her nipples. Drew could see these two twice, once where they stood and once reflected in the mirror behind the bar. This was the engine. The whole train was behind it. He saw the inhabitants of every car, the limping sheriff, the arrogant father willing to lay siege to a town to keep his son from being hung, the father's hired men on the roofs with their rifles. Everything was there. When he came home, Lucy took one look at him and said, "You. We're either coming down with something or you've had an idea." "It's an idea," Drew said. "A good idea, maybe the best one I've ever had." "Short story?" she asked. He guessed that was what she was hoping for. What she wasn't hoping for was another visit from the fire department. "Novel," he said. She put her sandwich down. "Oh boy!" They didn't call what happened after the fire a nervous breakdown, but that's what it was. Not as bad as it could have been, but he'd missed half a semester of teaching and had only regained his equilibrium thanks to therapy, pills, and Lucy's unfailing confidence that he would recover. Plus the kids, of course. "This one is different. It's all there, Lucy, practically gift-wrapped. It's going to be like taking dictation," he said. She just looked at him, a slight frown on her brow. "If you say so." "Listen, we didn't rent out Dad's cabin this year, did we?" Now she looked not just worried but alarmed. "We haven't rented it out for 2 years. You're not thinking—" "I am, but only for a couple of weeks, 3 at most, to get started. You can get your sister Alice to help with the kids. I'll be back in time for Halloween." "You can't write it here?" she asked. "Of course I can. Once I get a running start," he said, putting his hands to his head. "The first 40 pages at the cabin, that's all. Or maybe it'll be 140. It might go that fast. I see it all," he repeated. "It'll be like taking dictation." "I need to think about it," she said. "And you do too." "All right, I will. Now eat your sandwich." All of a sudden, I'm not that hungry, she said. Drew was. He ate the rest of his, then most of hers. That afternoon, he went to see his old department head, Al Stamper. Al had abruptly retired at the end of the spring semester. His wife told Drew that Al was on the back patio. She looked as worried as Lucy had, and when Drew went out, he saw why. He also understood why Al had stepped down. "Stop gawking and have some tea," Al said. Drew sat down and took the glass. "How much weight have you lost, Al?" 30 pounds. It's pancreatic, he said. He saw Drew's expression and raised a finger. No need to go crafting any obituaries just yet. The docs caught it relatively early. Confidence is high. Drew didn't think his old friend looked especially confident, but held his tongue. "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about why you came. Have you decided how you're going to spend your sabbatical?" Drew told him he wanted to take another stab at a novel. This time, he said, he was pretty sure he could bring it off. "That's what you said about the last one," Al said, "and you almost lost your mind." "You sound like Lucy," Drew said. "I didn't expect that." Al leaned forward. "Listen to me, Drew. You're an excellent teacher, and you've written some fine short stories." "Half a dozen," Drew said. Al waved this off. "Many fine writers have produced almost nothing but short stories," he persisted. "Poe, Chekhov, Carver, Saki, O. Henry. Those guys did a lot better than half a dozen. And Al, this is a great idea. It really is." "Would you care to tell me a little about it?" Al asked, then eyed him. "You don't. I can see that you don't." Drew, who longed to do exactly that, shook his head. "Better to keep it in, I think. I'm going up to my father's old cabin for a while. Long enough to get this thing rolling." "Ah, the back of beyond. What does Lucy say about this idea?" "Not crazy about it, but she'll have her sister to help with the kids," Drew said. "It's not the kids she's worried about, Drew. I think you know that." Drew said nothing. He thought about the saloon. He thought about the sheriff. He already knew the sheriff's name. It was James Averill. Al sipped his tea. His blue eyes were still bright, but they were also a trifle watery and red around the rims. Drew didn't like to think he saw approaching death in those eyes, but thought maybe he did. Al leaned forward. "Tell me something, Drew. Tell me why this is so important to you." That night, after making love, Lucy asked him if he really had to go. Drew thought about it. He kept it simple. "Luce, this might be my last chance." There was a long silence. He waited, knowing if she told him not to go, he would give in. At last she said, "All right, I want this for you, but I'm a little bit scared. What's it going to be about? Or don't you want to say?" "I do, but it's better to let the pressure build. I told Al the same thing," he said. "Just as long as it's not about academics screwing each other's spouses and having midlife crises." "Not like the last one, in other words," he said. She poked him with her elbow. "You said it, mister, not me. It's nothing like that." "Can you wait, honey? A week? Just to make sure it's real?" she asked in a smaller voice. "For me?" He didn't want to. He wanted to go north tomorrow. But just to make sure it's real was not such a bad idea. "I can do that," he said. "All right, good. And if you do go up there, you'll be all right? You swear?" "I'll be fine." She smiled. "That's what men always say, isn't it? If it doesn't work, I'll come back. If it starts to be like, you know." To this she made no reply. It was okay either way. They weren't going to argue. He thought she had gone to sleep when she asked, "Why is writing a novel so important to you? Is it the money, because we're doing all right, or is it the prestige?" "Neither of those things, since there's no guarantee it would be published, and if it ended up in a desk drawer, I'd be okay with that." As these words came out, he realized they were true. "Then what?" she asked. To Al, he'd spoken about completion. Such bullshit wouldn't do for Lucy. "I have the tools," he said at last, "and I have the talent. So it might be good. It might even be commercial. Good matters to me, but that isn't the main thing. I need to finish, that's all. After that, I can either do it again or let go. Either would be fine with me." "Closure, in other words," she said. "No," he replied. "It's something different, something almost physical. Do you remember when our son Brandon got that cherry tomato stuck in his throat?" "I'll never forget it," she said. Brandon had been 4. They were at a restaurant. He started gagging. Drew grabbed him and gave him the Heimlich maneuver. The tomato had popped out whole. "This is like that," he said, "only stuck in my brain instead of my throat. I'm not choking, exactly, but I'm not getting enough air either. I need to finish." "All right," she said and patted his cheek. "Do you understand?" he asked. "No," she said, "but you do, and I guess that's enough. Going to sleep now." She turned on her side. Drew lay awake for a while, thinking of a little town out west. His imagination would carry him, he was sure of it. Any necessary research could be done later. Eventually he fell asleep and dreamed of a limping sheriff, a wastrel son locked in a tiny jail, men on rooftops, a standoff that wouldn't last long. He dreamed of Bitter River, Wyoming. The idea didn't turn into a mirage. It grew stronger. A week later, on a warm October morning, Drew loaded 3 boxes of supplies into the back of their old Suburban. This was followed by a duffel bag of clothes, his laptop, and his father's old typewriter as a backup. He didn't trust the power in the cabin. He had kissed the kids goodbye before they left for school. Lucy's sister would be there when they got home. Now Lucy stood in the driveway. Her brow was furrowed, as if she had a migraine coming on. "You need to be careful," she said, "and not just about your work. The North Country empties out after Labor Day, and cell phone coverage stops 40 miles out. If you break a leg or get lost." "Honey, I don't do woods. When I walk, I'll stick to the road." He took a closer look at her. "If you need me to stay, I'll stay. Just say the word." "Would you really?" "Try me," he said, praying she wouldn't. She was looking down at her sneakers. Now she raised her head and shook it. "No. I understand this is important to you, so do the kids. I heard what Brandon said when he kissed you goodbye." Their 12-year-old had said, "Bring back a big one, Dad." "I want you to call me every day, mister. No later than 5. Your cell won't work, but the landline does. I called this morning to be sure. Not only did it ring, I got your dad's old answering machine message. Gave me a little bit of a chill, like a voice from the grave." "I bet," Drew said. His father had been dead for 10 years. They had kept the cabin, renting it out to hunting parties until their caretaker, Old Bill, died. After that, they stopped bothering. "You should record a new message," she said. "I will," he promised. "And fair warning, Drew, if I don't hear from you, I'll come up," she said. "Wouldn't be a good idea, honey. Those last 15 miles of dirt road would tear the exhaust right out from under your car." "I don't care," she said. "When things went wrong with your short stories, you could put them aside. There's a week or 2 of moping, then you're yourself again. That last novel was a whole different thing, and the next year was very scary for me and the kids. This one is different, I know, you've said so, and I believe you. Just, if it starts to go wrong, if you start to lose the words like you did with the last one, come home. Do you understand me? Come home." "I promise," he said. "Now kiss me like you mean it." He did, gently parting her lips with his tongue and sliding one hand into her back pocket. When he pulled back, Lucy was flushed. "Yes," she said, "like that." He got into the Suburban and had made it to the foot of the driveway when Lucy shouted, "Wait!" and came running after him. She was going to tell him she'd changed her mind. He was sure of it. He had to battle a desire to step on the gas and go. Instead, he stopped and rolled down the window. "Paper," she said. She was out of breath. "Do you have paper? 'Cause I doubt there's any up there." He grinned and touched her cheek. 2 reams. Think that'll be enough?" "Unless you're planning to write The Lord of the Rings, it should be." She gave him a level gaze. "Go on, Drew. Get out of here and bring back a big one." As he turned onto the highway entrance ramp, Drew felt a lightening. His real life was behind him. He would come back to it in 2 or 3 weeks, but what was ahead of him was another life, one he would live in his imagination. He had never been able to fully inhabit that life while working on the other 3 novels. This time he felt he would. His body might be in a cabin in the Maine woods, but the rest of him would be in the town of Bitter River, Wyoming. He merged onto the interstate. The old Suburban shimmied at 60, but once he got it up to 70, it ran smooth. He still had a 4-hour drive ahead of him, the last hour over increasingly narrow roads. He was looking forward to the drive, but not as much as he was looking forward to opening his laptop and creating a document he would call Bitter River Number 1. For once, thinking about the chasm of white space under the blinking cursor didn't fill him with a mixture of hope and fear. This time was going to be okay. He turned on the radio and began to sing along with The Who. Late that afternoon, Drew pulled up in front of the only business for miles, a shambling, slump-roofed establishment called the Big 90 General Store. He gassed up the Suburban at a rusty old pump. Signs announced cash only, regular only, and God bless America. The price was high. Drew paused on the porch to lift the receiver of a payphone that had been there since he was a kid. He heard a buzz, nodded, and went inside. Ayu, still works, said the man behind the counter. Amazin', ain't it? His eyes were red, and Drew wondered if he had been smoking a little something. Then the old fella pulled a snot-clotted bandana from his back pocket and sneezed into it. Goddamn allergies, I get 'em every fall. Mike DeWitt, isn't it? Drew asked. Nop, Mike was my father. He passed on in February. 97. I'm Roy. He stuck his hand out. Drew didn't want to shake it, but he had been raised to be polite, so he gave it a single pump. Roy DeWitt studied him over his glasses. I know I look like m'dad and you look like yours. You're Buzzy Larson's boy, ain't ya? Not Ricky, the other one. That's right. Ricky lives in Maryland now. I'm Drew. Sure, that's right. Been up with the wife and kiddies, but not for a while. Teacher, ain't ya? Yes, Drew said and paid for his gas. I heard Buzzy died, Roy said. He did, my mom too. Sorry to hear it. What are you doing up here this time of year? I'm on sabbatical. Thought I'd do a little writing. Oh, are you at Buzzy's cabin? If the road's passable, Drew said. DeWitt paused to clear his throat, then said, Well, there's probably a culvert or two washed out, but you got your four-wheel drive, so you should be all right. Course, you know old Bill died. Yes, one of his sons sent me a card. Was it his heart? Head, put a bullet through it, Roy said with relish. He was coming down with the Alzheimer's. Constable found a notebook in his glove box with all kinds of stuff written down in it. Directions, phone numbers, his wife's name, even the dog's name. Couldn't take it, don't you see? Jesus, Drew said. That's terrible. Old Bill had been a nice man, soft-spoken and always careful to tell Drew's father, and later Drew himself, when something needed repairs and what it would cost. Aya, and if you didn't know that, I don't suppose you know he did it in the dooryard of your cabin. Drew stared. Are you kidding? Wouldn't kid about a thing like that, Roy said, sneezing into his bandana again. Yes, sir. Parked his pickup, put the barrel of his rifle under his chin, and pulled the trigger. Bullet went right through and broke the back window. The constable was standing right where you are now when he told me. Christ, Drew said. In his mind, something changed. Instead of holding his pistol to the dance hall girl's temple, the wastrel son in his story was now holding it beneath her chin. When he pulled the trigger, the bullet would exit the back of her skull and break the mirror behind the bar. Using this old man's story in his own had an element of exploitation, but that wouldn't stop him. It was too good. Lousy thing, all right, DeWitt said. He was trying to sound sad, but there was an unmistakable twinkle in his voice. He also knew when something was too good, Drew thought. But you know he was Old Bill right to the very end. Meaning what? Meaning he made his mess in the truck, not in Buzzy's cabin. He'd never do a thing like that, at least not while he still had some of his right mind left, Roy said, sneezing again. He took care of that place, don't you see? 5 miles north of the Big 90, the pavement gave out. After 5 more miles on oiled hardpan, Drew came to a fork in the road. He bore left onto rough gravel that thumped against the Suburban's undercarriage. This was Shithouse Road, unchanged since his childhood. Twice he had to slow to a crawl to get through washouts. Twice more he had to stop and move fallen trees out of the road. He came to a deserted, boarded-up camp and then began counting phone poles, just as he and his brother Ricky had as kids. A few were leaning, but there were still exactly 66 between the camp and the overgrown driveway, with the sign out front that Lucy had made when the kids were small. Chez Larson. Beyond this driveway were 17 more poles, ending at the Farrington camp on the shore of a lake. Beyond the Farringtons' place lay a huge swath of wilderness, at least 100 miles on either side of the Canadian border. Sometimes he and Ricky had gone up to look at what they called the last pole. It held a kind of fascination for them. Beyond that one, there was nothing to hold back the night. Drew had once taken his own kids to look at it and had not missed the "so what" expression that passed between them. They assumed electricity and Wi-Fi went on forever. He got out of the Suburban and unlocked the chain across the driveway. The driveway was almost a quarter of a mile long, with branches brushing at the sides and roof of the car. Overhead were the two lines for the electric and the phone. He remembered them being taut, but now they sagged. He came to the cabin. It looked desolate, forgotten. The green paint was peeling, the roof was drifted with pine needles and leaves, and the satellite dish on the roof looked like a joke out here in the woods. He wondered if Lucy had been paying the monthly charge on the dish as well as the phone. If so, it was probably money for nothing. The porch was weather-beaten but appeared sturdy enough. Beneath it, he could see a tarp covering a cord or two of wood, maybe the last wood old Bill had ever brought in. He got out and stood by the car. Somewhere a crow cawed. Distant, another crow answered. Other than the babble of a brook, those were the only sounds. Drew wondered if he was parked on the very spot where Bill Coulson had parked his truck and blown his brains out. Wasn't there a school of thought that the ghosts of suicides were forced to remain where they had ended their lives? He started for the cabin, telling himself he was too old for campfire stories, when he heard something blundering toward him. What emerged from the pines was not a ghost, but a moose calf tottering on absurdly long legs. It came as far as the little equipment shed beside the house, then saw him and stopped. They stared at each other, Drew thinking that moose were among God's ugliest and most unlikely creatures. "No harm here, bud," Drew said softly, and the calf pricked its ears. Now came more crashing, and the calf's mother shouldered her way through the trees. A branch fell on her neck and she shook it away. She stared at Drew, lowered her head, and pawed at the ground. Her ears went back. It means to charge me, Drew thought. It sees me as a threat to her baby, and it means to charge me. He thought of running for the Suburban, but it was probably too far. And running might set her off. So he simply stood where he was, trying to send soothing thoughts to the 1,000-pound creature no more than 30 yards away. She considered him for maybe 15 seconds, head lowered and one hoof pawing the ground. It seemed longer. Then she went to her calf and put herself between it and Drew. She gave him another long look, seeming to debate her next move. Drew stood motionless. He was badly frightened, but also weirdly exalted. He thought, if she charges me, I'm either going to be dead or so badly hurt I'll probably die anyway. If she doesn't, I'm going to do brilliant work here. Brilliant. He knew it was a false equivalency, but at the same time he felt it was absolutely true. The moose suddenly swung her head, butting the calf in the hindquarters. It gave a cry and trotted toward the woods. The mother followed, pausing to give Drew one final baleful look. "Follow me and die." Drew let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding and started for the porch. The hand holding the keys was shaking slightly. He was already telling himself that he hadn't been in any danger. If you didn't bother a moose, it wouldn't bother you. Besides, it could have been worse. It could have been a bear. He let himself in, expecting a mess, but the cabin was spick and span. Old Bill's work, surely. It was even possible he had given it one last cleaning on the day he killed himself. His mother's old rag rug still lay in the center of the room. There was a wood stove waiting to be loaded. To the left was a rudimentary kitchen. To the right, a dining table. At the far end were a sway-backed sofa, a couple of chairs, and a fireplace. Drew felt dubious about lighting. The cook stove was a hot point that was probably new in the 70s. Next to it, standing open and corpse-like, was an unplugged refrigerator. It was empty except for a box of baking soda. The television was a portable on a rolling cart. He remembered the four of them sitting in front of it, watching MASH reruns and eating TV dinners. Stairs ran up the west wall. There was a kind of gallery up there, lined with paperbacks. Two small bedrooms opened off it. Drew and Lucy had slept in one, the kids in the other. Did they stop coming here when their daughter, Stacy, began to complain about needing her privacy? Or did they just get too busy? Drew couldn't remember. He was just glad to be here, and glad none of their renters had made off with his mom's rug. "I can work here," Drew said. "Yeah." He jumped at the sound of his own voice, still nerved up from the moose, he supposed, and then laughed. He didn't need to check the electricity. He could see the red lamp flashing on his father's old answering machine, but he flipped the switch for the overhead lights anyway. He went over to the answering machine and hit play. "It's Lucy, Drew." She sounded wavery. "It's 3:10 and I'm a little worried. Are you there yet? Call me as soon as you can." Drew was amused but also annoyed. He had come up here to avoid distractions. Still, he supposed she had valid reasons to be concerned. He could have had an accident or broken down. He picked up the phone, heard a good strong dial tone, and called her. "I'm here," he said. "No problems." "Oh, good. How's the road? How's the cabin?" They talked for a while. Then he talked to Stacy, who had just come in from school. Lucy came back and reminded him to change the answering machine message because it was giving her the creeps. "All I can promise is to try. This gadget was probably state-of-the-art in the 70s, he said. "Do your best. Have you seen any wildlife?" she asked. He thought of the moose. "A few crows, that's about it. Hey, Luce, I want to haul my crap in before the sun goes down. I'll call later." "Around 7:30 would be good. You can talk to Brandon. He'll be back by then," she said. "Roger that," he said. "Anything else to report?" There might have been worry in her voice, or that might have been his imagination. "Nope. All quiet on the Western Front. Love you, Han." "Love you too." He placed the old-fashioned receiver back in its cradle and spoke to the empty cabin. "Oh wait, one other thing, honey bunch. Old Bill blew his head off right out front." And he shocked himself by laughing. By the time he had his luggage and supplies in, it was past 6 o'clock and he was hungry. He tried the kitchen faucet, and after a few chugs and thumps, began to get splurts of cloudy water that eventually ran cold, clear, and steady. He filled a pot, turned on the stove, and waited for the water to boil so he could add spaghetti. Lucy had thrown a bottle of ragu into one of his boxes. He would have forgotten. He considered heating up a can of peas and decided not to. He was at camp and would eat camp style. No alcohol, though. He had brought none and hadn't bought any at the store. If the work went well, he might reward himself with a 6-pack the next time he went down there. While he waited for the water to boil, Drew turned on the TV, expecting nothing but snow. What he got instead was a blue screen and a message that read, "DirecTV connecting." He had his doubts, but left it alone. He was rooting through a lower cabinet when Lester Holt's voice blared into the cabin, startling him so badly that he yelled and dropped the colander he'd just found. When he turned around, he saw the nightly newscast, clear as a bell. Lester was reporting on the latest Trump-Farrago. Drew grabbed the remote and killed the set. It was nice to know it worked, but he had no intention of junking up his mind with politics. He cooked a whole box of spaghetti and ate most of it. In his mind, Lucy waved a finger and mentioned his growing middle-aged spread. Drew reminded her he had skipped lunch. He washed his few dishes, thinking about the moose and suicide. Was there a place for either of them in Bitter River? Moose, probably not. Suicide, maybe. He supposed the novelist Jonathan Franzen had had a point about the time before writing a novel actually began. It was a good time, because everything you saw and heard was possible inspiration. The mind could build a city, remodel it, then raise it, all while you were taking a shower. Once you began, however, that changed. Every scene you wrote, every word you wrote, limited your options a little more. Eventually, you were like a cow trotting down a narrow chute with no exit, trotting toward the... No, it's not like that at all, he said, once again startled by the sound of his own voice. Not like that at all. Dark came fast in the deep woods. Drew went around turning on the lamps, then tackled the answering machine. He listened to his dead father's message twice. It seemed wrong to erase it, but Lucy's orders left him no choice. His recording was brief. "This is Drew. Please leave a message." With that done, he put on his light jacket and went outside to sit on the steps and look at the stars. He was always stunned by how many you could see once you got away from the light pollution. A breeze gusted, making the pines sigh, and suddenly Drew felt very alone and very small. A shiver went through him and he went back inside. He decided he'd light a small test fire in the stove to make sure it wasn't going to fill the cabin with smoke. There was a crate on each side of the fireplace. One held kindling, the other contained toys. Drew dropped to one knee and rummaged through them. A frisbee, which he vaguely remembered playing with his family. A Stretch Armstrong doll he was pretty sure had been his son's, and a topless Barbie doll that had positively been his daughter's. Other things, though, he either didn't remember or had never seen before. A one-eyed teddy bear, a deck of Uno cards, a scatter of baseball cards, a game called Pass the Pigs, a top decorated with monkeys wearing baseball gloves. When he pumped the handle and set it loose, it wobbled drunkenly across the floor and whistled, "Take me out to the ball game." He didn't care for this last. The monkeys seemed to wave their gloves as the top spun, as if seeking help, and the tune began to sound vaguely sinister as it wound down. He looked at his watch, saw it was 8:15, and called Lucy back. He apologized for being late, saying he'd gotten sidetracked by a box of toys. "I think I recognized Brand's old Stretch Armstrong." Lucy groaned. "Oh God, I used to hate that thing. It smelled so weird." "I remember. And a few other things too, but there's stuff I could swear I never saw before. Pass the Pigs." "Pass the what?" She was laughing. "It's a kid's game. What about a top with monkeys on it? Plays Take Me Out to the Ball Game?" he asked. "Nope. Oh, wait a minute. 3 or 4 years ago, we rented out the cabin to a family called the Pearsons, remember?" Vaguely, he said. He didn't at all. "They had a little boy, 6 or 7. Some of the toys must be his," she said. "Surprised he didn't miss them," Drew said. He was eyeing the teddy bear, which looked like it had been hugged often. "Want to talk to Brandon?" "He's here," Lucy said. "Sure." "Hi, Dad," Brandon said. "You finish your book yet?" "Very funny, starting tomorrow." "How is it up there? Is it good?" his son asked. Drew looked around. The big downstairs room looked mellow in the light of the lamps. Even the horrible shades looked okay, and if the stovepipe wasn't plugged, a little fire would take care of the mild chill. "Yeah," he said, "it's good." It was. He felt safe, and he felt pregnant, ready to pop. There was no fear about starting the book tomorrow, only anticipation. The words would pour out. He felt sure of it. The stove was fine, the pipe open and drawing well. As his little fire burned down to embers, he made up the bed in the master bedroom with sheets and blankets that smelled only a trifle stale. At 10 o'clock, he turned in and lay looking up into the dark, listening to the wind sigh. He thought of old Bill committing suicide in the dooryard, but only briefly, and not with fear or horror. What he felt was not much different than he'd felt looking up at the extravagant sprawl of the Milky Way. Reality was deep, and it was far. It held many secrets and went on forever. He was up early the next morning. He ate breakfast, then called Lucy. She was getting the kids off to school, so their conversation was brief. After the goodbyes, Drew pulled on his jacket and walked down to the brook. The trees on the far side had been logged, opening up a $1,000,000 view of woods. The sky was a steadily deepening blue. He stood there for almost 10 minutes, enjoying the beauty of the world and trying to empty his mind. To make it ready. Each semester he taught creative writing. He began each class by talking about the creative process. He told his students that just as most people had a routine they followed when they got ready for bed, it was important to have a routine as they prepared for each day's work. It was like the passes a hypnotist makes as he prepares his subject for a trance. The act of writing fiction or poetry has been compared to dreaming, he told them, but I think it's more akin to hypnosis. The more you ritualize the preparation, the easier you'll find it to enter that state. He practiced what he preached. When he returned to the cabin, he put on coffee. In the course of his morning, he would drink 2 cups, strong and black. While he waited for it to brew, he took his vitamin pills and brushed his teeth. One of the renters had shoved his father's old desk under the stairs. and Drew decided to leave it there. An odd place to work, perhaps, but strangely cozy. He powered up his laptop and created a blank document. What followed was also part of the ritual, naming the document Bitter River Number 1, formatting it, and picking a font. He had used Book Antiqua while writing his last failed novel, but had no intention of using it on this one. That would be bad mojo. Aware that there might be power outages, he picked the American typewriter font. He also clicked on autosave. Better to be safe than sorry. The coffee was ready. He poured himself a cup and sat down. Do you really want to do this? He asked himself. Do you really intend to do this? The answer to both was yes, so he centered the blinking cursor and typed. Chapter 1. He hit return and sat very still for a moment. Hundreds of miles south of here, he supposed Lucy was sitting with her own cup of coffee in front of her own open laptop. Soon, she would fall into her own hypnotic trance, numbers instead of words, but right now she was thinking of him. He was quite sure of that, thinking of him and hoping that he didn't lose his mind. Not going to happen, he said. It's going to be like taking dictation. He looked at the blinking cursor a moment longer, then typed. When the girl screamed, a sound shrill enough to shatter glass, Herc stopped playing the piano and turned around. After that, Drew was lost. He had arranged his teaching schedule to start late in the day because when he was working on his fiction, he liked to begin at 8. He always made himself go until 11, even though on many days he found himself struggling by 10:30. He often thought of a story he had read about James Joyce. A friend had found the writer at his desk with his head in his arms. When the friend asked what was wrong, Joyce told him he'd only managed 7 words all morning. Ah, but James, that's good for you, the friend said, to which Joyce replied, perhaps, but I don't know what order they go in. Drew could relate to that. It was the way he usually felt during that last half hour. That was when the fear of losing his words set in. Of course, during the last month of his failed novel, he had felt that way every second. There was none of that this morning. A door in his head opened directly into the smoky, kerosene-smelling Buffalo Head Tavern, and he stepped through it. He saw every detail, heard every word. He was there, looking through the eyes of the piano player, when the Prescott kid put the muzzle of his .45 under the chin of the young dance hall girl and began to harangue her. The accordion player covered his eyes when Andy Prescott pulled the trigger, but the piano player kept his wide open, and Drew saw it all. The sudden eruption of hair and blood, the bottle of whiskey shattered by the bullet, the crack in the mirror behind the bottle. It was like no writing experience Drew had ever had, and when hunger pangs finally pulled him from his trance, he looked at his laptop and saw it was almost 2 in the afternoon. His back ached, his eyes burned, and he felt exalted, almost drunk. He printed his work, 18 pages, and left it in the output tray. He would go over it tonight with a pen. That was also part of his routine, but he already knew he would find little to correct. A dropped word or two, the occasional unintended repetition, maybe a simile that was working too hard or not hard enough. Otherwise it would be clean. He knew it. Like taking dictation, he murmured, then got up to make himself a sandwich. Over the next 3 days he fell into a clockwork routine. It was as if he had been working at the cabin all his life. He wrote from 7:30 until almost 2. He ate. He napped or walked along the road, counting power poles. In the evening, he lit a fire in the wood stove, heated up something from a can, then called home to talk to Lucy and the kids. When the call was done, he would edit his pages, then read, choosing from the paperbacks in the upstairs bookcase. Before bed, he damped the fire and went out to look at the stars. The story rolled. The pile of pages next to the printer grew. There was no dread as he made his coffee, took his vitamins, and brushed his teeth. Only anticipation. Once he sat down, the words were there. He felt that each of those days was Christmas, with new presents to unwrap. He barely noticed that he was sneezing quite a lot on the 3rd day, or the slight roughness in his throat. "What have you been eating?" Lucy asked him when he called that night. "Be honest, mister." "Mostly the stuff I brought, but—" "Drew," she said, drawing it out. "But I'm going to buy some fresh stuff tomorrow, after I finish working." Good. Go to the market in St. Christopher. It's not much, but it's better than that nasty little store down the road. Okay, he said, although he had no intention of going all the way to St. Christopher. That was a 90-mile round trip. It didn't occur to him until after he'd hung up that he had lied to her, something he hadn't done since the last few weeks of working on his failed novel. Undressing for bed, he told himself it didn't matter. It was a white lie, a device to short-circuit an argument. Husbands and wives did it all the time. He lay down, turned off the lamp, sneezed twice, and went to sleep. On his fourth day of work, Drew woke up to plugged sinuses and a moderately sore throat, but no fever he could detect. He could work through a cold. He prided himself on his ability to bull through while Lucy tended to take to her bed. Drew never scolded her, although his mother's word for such behavior, spleeny, often came to mind. Lucy was allowed to pamper herself because she was her own boss. In his sabbatical year, that was technically true of him as well, except it wasn't. When you're writing, the book is the boss, some writer had said, and it was true. If you slowed down, the story began to fade. He spent the morning in the town of Bitter River, but with a box of Kleenex near at hand. When he finished for the day, another 18 pages, he was amazed to see he'd used up half the tissues. The wastebasket was drifted with them. There was a bright side to this. While struggling with his last novel, he had regularly filled the wastebasket with discarded pages of copy. There was none of that in the town of Bitter River, which he was increasingly reluctant to leave. But leave he must. He was down to a few cans of corned beef hash and beefaroni. He needed eggs, hamburger, maybe some chicken, and for sure half a dozen frozen dinners. Also, he could use a bag of cough drops and a bottle of NyQuil. The big 90 would probably have all that. If it didn't, he'd bite the bullet and drive to St. Christopher, turning his white lie to Lucy into the truth. He made his slow, bumping way out Shithouse Road and pulled in at the big 90. By then, he was coughing as well as sneezing. His throat was a little worse. One ear felt stuffed up, and he thought maybe he had a touch of fever after all. He went inside. The man behind the counter had been replaced by a scrawny young woman with purple hair, a nose ring, and what looked like a chrome stud in her lower lip. She was chewing gum. Drew grabbed a market basket. "Do you have any fresh meat or produce?" "Hamburgers and hot dogs in the cooler, couple of pork chops maybe, and we got coleslaw." "What about chicken?" he asked. "Nope. Got eggs, though. Might be able to raise a chicken or two from those," she said and laughed, exposing brown teeth. "Not gum. Chaw." Drew ended up filling 2 baskets. There was no NyQuil, but there was something called Dr. King's cough and cold remedy, also Anakin and Goody's headache powder. He topped off his shopping spree with a few cans of chicken noodle soup, a tub of margarine, and 2 loaves of spongy white bread. The counter woman rang him up, chewing away. Drew was fascinated by the rise and fall of the stud in her lip. $108.70, she said. "Holy crow, really?" She smiled, revealing teeth he could have done without seeing again. "You want to shop out here in the Willies, Mr. Larson. You got to be prepared to pay the price." "Where's Roy today?" he asked. She rolled her eyes. "Dad's in the hospital, got the flu, wouldn't go see the doctor, had to be a man about it, and it went to pneumonia. My sister's sitting my kid so I can mind his business, and let me tell you, she ain't happy about it." "I'm sorry to hear that," Drew said. In truth, he didn't care much. What he was thinking about was the man's snot-clotted bandana and how he had shaken his hand. "Not as sorry as I am. We'll be busy tomorrow with that storm coming in." She pointed at his baskets. "I hope you can pay cash. The credit machine's busted." "I can do that. What storm?" he asked. "A norther. That's what they're saying on the Quebec radio station. Lots of wind and rain. Coming in day after tomorrow. You're out there on Shithouse Road, ain't ya?" "Yes," he replied. "Well, if you don't want to be out there for the next month or so, you might want to pack up your groceries and head back down south." Drew was familiar with this attitude. Up here, if you didn't come from Aroostook County, you were considered a namby-pamby flatlander. "I think I'll be okay," he said. "I live on the coast. We've seen our share of nor'easters." She looked at him with what might have been pity. Not talking about a nor'easter, Mr. Larson. Talking about a norther, coming straight across from the Arctic Circle. Temperature's gonna fall off the table, they say. Goodbye 65, hello 38, could go lower. Then you got your sleet flying horizontal at 30 miles per. You get stuck out there. You're stuck. I'll be okay, Drew said. It'll be... He stopped. He had been about to say it'll be like taking dictation. What? Fine, it'll be fine. You better hope so, she said. On his way back to the cabin, the sun flaring in his eyes and kicking off a headache, Drew brooded on that snotty bandana. Also on how Roy DeWitt had tried to man through it and wound up in the hospital. He glanced into the rearview mirror and regarded his red, watery eyes. I am not getting the fucking flu. Not when I'm on a roll. Okay, but why in God's name had he shaken that son of a bitch's hand when it had undoubtedly been crawling with germs? I am not getting the fucking flu, he repeated, then dropped the visor to keep the sun out of his eyes. Flaring or glaring? Was glaring better, or was it too much? He mused on this as he drove. He brought his groceries in and saw the message light was flashing. It was Lucy, asking that he call back as soon as possible. He felt that tug of annoyance again, but then realized it might not be about him. He called, and for the first time in a long time, since his last failed novel, they argued. She had also heard about the storm, and she wanted him to pack up and come home. Drew told her that was a bad idea. He had established a good working rhythm. A break in that rhythm might not put the book in jeopardy, but a change in his writing environment could. He would have thought she understood the delicacy of creative work, but it seemed she didn't. What you don't understand is how bad this storm is supposed to be, she said. Haven't you been watching the news? No, he lied. I have no reception. The dish doesn't work. Well, it's going to be bad, especially up north. They're expecting widespread power outages because of the wind. Good thing I brought my typewriter, he started. Drew, will you let me finish? Just this once, she asked. He fell silent, his head throbbing and his throat aching. In that moment, he didn't like his wife very much. Thank you, she said. I know you took your father's portable, but you'd be down to candlelight and cold food for days, maybe much longer. I can cook on the wood stove, was on the tip of his tongue, but he held it. I suppose you could cook on the wood stove, she said, but if the wind blows like they say it's going to, a lot of trees are going to fall down, and you'll be stuck out there. I planned to be out here anyway, he thought, but again held his tongue. I know you were planning to be out there, she said, but a tree could also knock a hole in the roof, and the phone line is going to come down, and you'll be cut off. What if something happened to you? Nothing's going to. Maybe not, but what if something happened to us? Then you'd take care of it, he said, and you have your sister. Besides, they exaggerate the weather reports. It's all about ratings. This will be the same. You'll see. Thank you for mansplaining that, Lucy said. Her tone was flat. So here they were in that sore place he'd hoped to avoid. Really? You want to go there? He asked. Drew, we are there. The wariness in her tone infuriated him. Okay, here's a little more mansplaining, Luce. For most of my adult life, I've been trying to write a novel. Do I know why? No. I only know it's the missing piece in my life. I need to do this, and I am doing it. It's very important. You're asking me to risk that. Is it as important as me and the kids? She asked. Of course not, but does it have to be a choice? I think it is a choice, and you just made it, she said. He laughed, and the laugh turned into a cough. That's pretty melodramatic. She didn't chase that. Drew, are you okay? Not coming down with something, are you? In his mind, he heard the woman with the stud in her lip saying, had to be a man about it, and it went to pneumonia. No, he said, allergies. Will you think about coming back at least? Will you do that? Yes. Call tonight, okay? Talk to the kids. Can I talk to you too, if I promise not to mansplain anything? She laughed. I love you, Luce. I love you too, she said, and as he hung up, he had an epiphany. Her feelings were probably not much different from his. Yes, she loved him, but on this afternoon she didn't like him much. He was sure of that too. According to the label, Dr. King's cough and cold remedy was 26% alcohol, but after a healthy swig that made his eyes water and brought on a coughing fit, Drew guessed the manufacturer might have lowballed the content. But it cleared his sinuses, and when he spoke to his son that evening, Brandon detected nothing out of the ordinary. It was Stacy who asked him if he was okay. Allergies, he told her, and repeated the same lie to Lucy. At least there was no argument, just the unmistakable trace of chill in her voice. It was chilly outside as well. Drew had a shiver and built up a good fire in the wood stove. He sat close to it, had another swig of Dr. King's, and read an old John D. MacDonald paperback. He read a couple of chapters, then went to bed, hoping his cold would be better in the morning and that he wouldn't have a cough syrup hangover. His sleep was uneasy and dream-haunted. He couldn't remember much the next morning, only that in one dream he had been in an endless hallway lined with doors. One of them, he felt sure, led to a way out, but before he could pick one, he woke up to a cold, clear morning, a full bladder, and aching joints. His fever was still there, but it seemed to be lower. The work went pretty well, only 10 pages instead of 18, but still amazing for him. He had to pause every now and then for the right word, but he chalked that up to being sick, and those words always came. The story was getting good. The sheriff had the killer in jail, but gun thugs had showed up on a midnight train, and now they were laying siege to the town. The book was more about plot than character, which had worried Drew a little, but the pieces seemed to be clicking into place, almost of their own accord. Best of all, a strange bond was beginning to form between the sheriff and the killer, which gave his story an unexpected resonance. Instead of going for an afternoon walk, he turned on the TV and found the Weather Channel. Having access to so many channels up here might have amused him on another day, but not on this one. His long session at the laptop had left him wrung out. Why had he shaken that man's hand? Why hadn't he washed afterwards? He had been through all that. Yes, and here it was again, gnawing away. It reminded him of his last failed novel, when he would lie awake, deconstructing and reconstructing the few paragraphs he'd managed that day, picking at the work until it bled. Stop, he told himself. That's the past. This is now. Watch the weather report. But it wasn't a report. It was a fucking opera of doom. The Weather Channel had given the storm a name, Pierre. Drew could not conceive of a stupider name. It was swooping down from Saskatchewan and would bring 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds, with gusts up to 65. You might think that doesn't sound too bad, said the current weather geek, a young man with a fashionable beard. What you need to remember, though, is that temperatures are going to fall radically when this front comes through. Rain could turn to sleet, and you drivers up there can't discount the possibility of black ice. Maybe I should go home, Drew thought, but it was no longer just the book keeping him. The idea of that long drive feeling as drained as he did made him even more tired. The major thing, though, the weather geek was saying, is that this baby is going to meet a ridge of high pressure coming in from the east. That means our friends north of Boston could be in for what the old Yankees called a 3-day blow. Blow on this, Drew thought, and grabbed his crotch. Later, after an unsuccessful try at napping, Lucy called. Listen to me, mister, she said. He hated when she called him that. The forecast is only getting worse. You need to come home. Lucy, it's a storm, not nuclear war, he said. You need to come home while you still can. He had had enough of this. No, I need to be here. You're a fool, she said. Then, for the first time he could remember, she hung up on him. Drew turned on the Weather Channel as soon as he got up the following morning. He was hoping to hear that Autumn Storm Pierre had changed course. It had not, nor had his cold. He called Lucy and got her voicemail. She was pissed, but she would get over it. He scrambled a couple of eggs and managed to eat half of them. He sat down in front of the laptop and called up the current document. He scrolled to where he had left off, looked at the white space, and started to fill it. The work went all right for the first hour, and then the trouble began. It started with the rocking chairs. The sheriff and his deputies had to be sitting out front in full view because that was the basis of a clever plan. They had to be seen, especially one deputy who was about the same height and build as the killer. He was wearing a colorful serape and a hat that obscured his face. "All right," the sheriff told his deputies. "It's time we took a little night air. Hank, bring that jug. I want those boys on the rooftops to get a good look at the dumb sheriff getting drunk with his even dumber deputies." "Do I have to wear this hat?" the deputy moaned. "What you ought to be concerned about is living through the night," the sheriff said. "Now come on, let's just get these rocking chairs outside and—" That was where Drew stopped, transfixed by the image of a tiny sheriff's office containing 4 rocking chairs. That was absurd. People would laugh. He deleted most of the sentence and looked at what was left. "Let's just get these what? Chairs? Would the sheriff's office even have 4 chairs? It seemed unlikely." "Not like there's a fucking waiting room," Drew said and wiped his forehead. A sneeze surprised him and he spattered the laptop screen. "Fuck! Goddamn fuck!" He grabbed a dish towel to wipe the screen. It looked like Roy DeWitt's snotty bandana. "Let's just get these." Was his fever worse? He didn't want to believe that, but he felt hotter and his head was throbbing. This time he managed to turn aside before a sneezing fit began. Not just one sneeze, but half a dozen. "Let's just get these." It came to him then. A bench! There might be a bench in the sheriff's office. He grinned. Sick or not, the pieces were still falling into place. "Let's just get this bench outside and have a few drinks." "But we're not really gonna drink, are we, Sheriff?" another deputy asked. The plan had been explained to him carefully, but he was not exactly the brightest bulb in the chandelier. God, no, that was an anachronism. Or was it? Better to use a different metaphor. Not the ripest melon in the patch, not the fastest horse in the race. No, those were awful. Then he got it. Magic. He bent and typed rapidly. The plan had been explained to him carefully, but Jep was not exactly the smartest kid in the classroom. Satisfied, Drew got up, had a swig of Dr. King's, and chased it with water. This is like before, he thought. This is like what happened with the last novel. He could tell himself that wasn't true, that it was the fever, and it was all because he'd handled that bandana. No, he hadn't. He'd handled the hand that handled the bandana. Handled the hand that handled the bandana, right? He splashed his face with cold water. That made him feel a little better. He mixed headache powder with more water, drank it, then threw open the door. He felt sure he would see the moose, but it was only shadows, moving in a slight breeze. He took a number of deep breaths. Drew went back inside and sat down at the laptop. Pushing on seemed like a bad idea, but not pushing on seemed even worse. So he began to write. At first it seemed to be working, but by lunchtime his interior sales had gone slack. It was probably being sick, but it was still too much like before. I seemed to be losing my words. That was what he'd told Lucy and Al, but that wasn't the truth. It was having too many words. Was it a copse or a grove? Was it flaring or glaring? Was a character sunken-eyed or hollow-eyed? He shut down at 1 o'clock. He had written 2 pages, and the feeling that he was reverting to the nervous and neurotic man who'd almost burned down his house was getting harder to dismiss. He could tell himself to let go of the small stuff, but when he looked at the screen, every word seemed wrong. Was it possible that he was coming down with Alzheimer's? "Don't be dumb," he said, and was dismayed at how nasal he sounded. "Get your ass home," he told himself. "You've got a wife and 2 fine kids to talk to." But if he did that, he would lose the book. He knew that as well as he knew his own name. After a few days, when he was back in Falmouth and feeling better, he would open the manuscript and the prose would look like something someone else had written. Leaving now would be like throwing away a precious gift. The lady or the tiger, the book or your life. Was the choice really that stark? Surely not, but he surely felt like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. Nap, he thought. I need a nap. When I wake up, I'll be able to decide. So he took another swig of Dr. King's, climbed the stairs, and went to sleep. When he woke up, the rain and wind had arrived, and the choice was made for him. He had a call to make, while he still could. "Hey, honey, it's me. I'm sorry I pissed you off, really." She ignored this. "It doesn't sound like allergies to me, mister. It sounds like you're sick." "It's just a cold," he said, clearing his throat. The throat clearing provoked coughing. He covered the mouthpiece, but he supposed she heard it anyway. The wind gusted, rain slapped against the windows, and the lights flickered. "So now what, you just hole up?" she asked. "I think I have to," he said, and rushed on. "It's not the book, not now. I'd come back if I thought it was safe, but that storm is here already. The lights just flickered. I'm going to lose the power and the phone before dark, practically guaranteed. Here I'll pause so you can say I told you so." "I told you so," she said. "And now that we've got that out of the way, how bad are you?" "Not that bad," he lied. He thought he was quite bad indeed, but if he said that, it was hard to gauge how she might react. "I hate this, Drew. I hate you being up there and cut off. Are you sure you can't drive out?" "I might have been able to earlier, but I took some cold medicine and overslept. Now I don't dare chance it. There are still washouts. A hard rain like this is likely to put long stretches of the road underwater. The Suburban might make it, but if it didn't, I could be stranded." There was a pause, the wind gusted, and the lights flickered again. The phone gave a buzz, then cleared. "Drew, are you still there?" "I'm here," he said. The phone made a funny sound. "I heard it. You have food?" "Plenty," he said, though he didn't feel like eating. She sighed, then hunker down. "Call me tonight if the phone still works." "I will, and when the weather breaks, I'll come home." "Not if there are trees down, you won't. Not until somebody comes in and clears the road," she said. "I'll clear them myself," Drew said. "My dad's chainsaw is in the equipment shed. If you don't get sicker." "I won't. I'm going to tell the kids you're fine," she said, talking to herself more than him now. "No sense worrying them, too." "That's a good—" "This is fucked up, Drew," she said. "When you put yourself in this position, you put us in it, too." "I'm sorry," he said. "Is the book still going well?" "It better be. It better be worth all the worry," she said. "It's going fine," he said. He was no longer sure of this, but what else could he tell her? "All right," she sighed. "You're an idiot, but I love you." "Love you." The wind whooped, and suddenly the only light in the cabin was the dim, watery stuff coming in through the windows. "Lucy, I just lost the lights." "Look in the equipment shed," she said. "There might be a Coleman Lan." There was another buzz, and then nothing but silence. He replaced the old-fashioned phone in its cradle. He was on his own. He grabbed a musty old jacket and fought his way to the equipment shed, raising his arm once to fend off a flying branch. The wind felt like it was already blowing hard. He fumbled through the keys, cold water trickling down his neck, and had to try 3 before he found the one for the padlock. By the time he got it open, he was soaked and coughing. The shed was dark and full of shadows, but there was enough light to see his dad's chainsaw at the back. There were also a couple of other saws. The chainsaw looked useless. The cutting chain was badly rusted, and he couldn't imagine mustering the energy to yank the starter cord. Lucy was right about the Coleman lantern, though. There were actually 2 of them, along with a gallon can of fuel, but one was broken. The other looked okay. The silk mantles were attached, which was good. With his hands shaking, he doubted he would have been able to tie them down. "Should have thought of this sooner," he scolded himself. "Of course, I should have gone home sooner, when I still could." When Drew tipped the can of fuel, he saw his father's printing on a strip of adhesive. "Use this, not unleaded gas." He shook the can. It was half full. Not great, but maybe enough to last a 3-day blow if he rationed his use. He took the can and the unbroken lantern back to the house, started to put them on the dining table, then thought better of it. He put the lantern in the sink instead, then shucked the sodden jacket. Before he could think about fueling the lantern, the coughing started again. He collapsed into a chair, hacking away until he felt he might pass out. The wind was howling, and something thudded on the roof. When the coughing passed, he unscrewed the tap on the lantern's reservoir and went looking for a funnel. He didn't find one, so he tore off a strip of aluminum foil and fashioned a half-assed one. The fumes wanted to start the coughing again, but he controlled it until he got the tank filled. When it was, he let go and bent over the counter, hacking and choking. The fit eventually passed, but the fever was worse than ever. Getting soaked probably didn't help, he thought. Once he got the Coleman lit, he'd take some more aspirin. He pumped the little gadget on the side to build pressure, opened the tap, then struck a kitchen match and slipped it through the ignition hole. For a moment there was nothing, but then the mantles lit up, the light so bright it made him wince. He took the Coleman to the cabin's single closet, looking for a flashlight. He found clothes, hunting vests, and an old pair of ice skates. He found hats and gloves and an old vacuum cleaner that looked as useless as the chainsaw. There was no flashlight. The wind rose to a shriek. Rain lashed the windows. The last of the daylight continued to drain away, and he thought this was going to be a very long night. His expedition to the shed and his struggle to get the lamp lit had occupied him. But now that those chores were done, he had time to be afraid. He was stuck here because of a book that was starting to unravel. He was stuck, he was sick, and he was likely to get sicker. "I could die out here," he said in his new hoarse voice. "I really could. Best not to think of that. Best to load up the wood stove. The temperature was going to fall." That brought him back to his writing problems. It was a shitty metaphor. As he loaded the stove, his feverish mind seemed to open a secret door and he thought, a sandwich short of a picnic. Better. All foam and no beer. Better still. Dumber than a bag of hammers. About as smart as a rock. Sharp as a marb. "Stop it," he almost begged. That was the problem. That secret door was the problem, because "I have no control over it," he said in his croaky voice, and thought, dumb as a frog with brain damage. Drew struck the side of his head with the heel of his hand. His headache flared. He did it again and again. When he'd had enough of that, he stuffed crumpled magazine pages under some kindling, scratched a match, and watched the flames lick up. Still holding the lit match, he looked at the pages of his manuscript and thought about what would happen if he touched them alight. There would be no fire trucks out here. The cabin was old and dry. The flame reached his fingers. Drew shook it out, tossed it into the blazing stove, and slammed the grate shut. "It's not a bad book, and I'm not going to die out here," he said. "Not going to happen." He turned off the Coleman to conserve fuel, then sat down in a wing chair. There wasn't enough light to read now. Night had almost come, and the only light was the shifting red eye of the fire. Drew pulled his chair closer to the stove and wrapped his arms around himself to quell the shivers. He should change out of his damp clothes if he didn't want to get even sicker. He was still thinking this when he fell asleep. What woke him was a splintering crack from outside, followed by another, and a thud that shook the floor. A tree had fallen. The fire in the wood stove had burned down to a bed of bright red embers. Along with the wind, he could now hear a sandy rattling against the windows. The rain had turned to sleet. The cabin was hot, but the temperature outside must have fallen. Drew tried to check the time, but his wrist was bare. He could always check his laptop, but what would be the point? It was nighttime in the woods. Did he need any other information? He decided he did. He needed to find out if the tree had fallen on his Suburban. Of course, need was the wrong word. Need was for something that would change the situation, and nothing would change either way. "Stop it," he said. "Do you want to drive yourself crazy?" He was pretty sure a part of him wanted exactly that. He got up, wincing at the aches that now seemed to be in all his joints, and went to the door. The wind tore it from his grasp and bounced it off the wall. He grabbed it and held on, his clothes plastered against his body. The night was black, but he could make out the bulk of his Suburban and maybe tree branches waving above it. Although he couldn't be sure, he thought the tree had spared his car and landed on the equipment shed. He shouldered the door shut and turned the deadbolt. He didn't want it blowing open after he went to bed. And he was going to bed. He made his way to the kitchen counter and lit the Coleman lantern. In its glare, the cabin looked surreal. Holding it in front of him, he crossed to the stairs. That was when he heard a scratching at the door. "A branch," he told himself, "blown there by the wind. It's nothing. Go to bed." The scratching came again, so soft he never would have heard it if the wind hadn't lulled. It didn't sound like a branch. It sounded like a person. like some orphan of the storm too weak to even knock. Drew went to the door, freed the deadbolt, and opened it. He held up the lantern. No one there. Then, as he was about to shut the door again, he looked down and saw a rat. Probably a Norway, not huge but pretty big. It was lying on the welcome mat, one of its pink, strangely human paws outstretched and still scratching at the air. Its fur was littered with tiny bits of leaf, twig, and beads of blood. Its bulging black eyes were looking up at him. Its side heaved. That pink paw continued to scratch at the air, broken up inside and probably dying. Drew bent for a better look. "You were in the equipment shed, weren't you?" Almost surely. Then the tree had come down, smashing the roof. Had he been hit by a branch or a piece of the roof? Had his father's useless old chainsaw fallen on him? It didn't matter. Whatever it was had squashed him. He'd had just enough gas left in his tank to crawl here. The wind picked up again, throwing sleet into Drew's hot face. The rat panted. It was beyond help. Drew walked to the fireplace and considered the poker, but the idea of skewering the rat made him wince. He took the ash shovel instead. One hard hit ought to be enough. Then he could use the shovel to sweep it off the porch. The rat was still on the mat. Sleet had begun crusting on its fur. That one pink paw continued to paw at the air, although now it was slowing down. "I'm going to make it better," Drew said. He raised the shovel, held it at shoulder height, then lowered it. The rat had dragged itself to the cabin, and was this to be its reward? Another crushing, this one final? Drew was feeling rather crushed himself, and, ridiculous or not, he felt a degree of empathy. Meanwhile, the wind was chilling him. He had to close the door, and he wasn't going to leave the rat to die slowly in the dark. Drew set down the lantern and used the shovel to scoop the rat up. He went to the stove and tilted the shovel so the rat slid onto the floor. That one pink paw kept scratching. Drew put his hands on his knees and coughed until he dry-retched. When the fit passed, he took the lantern back to his chair and sat down. "Go ahead and die now," he said. "At least you're out of the weather and can do it where you're warm." He turned off the lantern. Now there was just the faint red glow of the dying embers. He should build up the fire before he went to bed. But the coughing would no doubt begin again if he got up. And he was tired. He had put the rat down pretty close to the stove. "I think you brought it in to die a natural death, didn't you? Not to broil it alive. Build the fire up in the morning." The wind droned, the sleet slatted against the windows. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Had the rat died? At first he thought so, but then that tiny paw made another short, slow stroke. So not quite yet. Drew closed his eyes and slept. He awoke with a start when another branch thudded down on the roof. He had no idea how long he had been out. It could have been 15 minutes, or it could have been 2 hours. But one thing was sure, there was no rat in front of the stove. Apparently, it hadn't been as badly hurt as Drew had thought. It had come around and was now somewhere in the house with him. He didn't much care for that idea, but it was his own fault. He had invited it in, after all. You have to invite them in, Drew thought. Vampires, werewolves, the devil in his black riding boots. You have to invite... Drew! He started so strongly at the sound of that voice that he almost kicked over the lantern. He looked around, and by the light of the dying fire in the stove, he saw the rat. He was on his father's desk under the stairs, sitting on his back paws between the laptop and the portable printer. He was sitting, in fact, on the manuscript of Bitter River. Drew tried to speak, but at first could only manage a croak. He cleared his throat, which was painful, and tried again. "I thought you just said something." "I did," the rat said. His mouth didn't move, but the voice was coming from him. All right. It wasn't in Drew's head. "This is a dream," Drew said, "or delirium, maybe both." "No, it's real enough," the rat said. "You're awake and you're not delirious. Your fever's going down. Check for yourself." Drew put a hand on his forehead. He did feel cooler, but that wasn't exactly trustworthy, was it? He was conversing with a rat, after all. He felt in his pocket for the kitchen matches, struck one, and lit the lantern. He held it up, expecting the rat to be gone. But he was still there, sitting on his back paws with his weird pink hands held to his chest. "If you're real, get off my manuscript," Drew said. I worked too hard on it for you to leave a bunch of rat shit on the title page. You did work hard, the rat agreed, but showed no signs of moving. He scratched behind one ear, now seeming perfectly lively. Whatever fell on him must have just stunned him, Drew thought. If he's there at all, that is. If he was ever there. You worked hard, and at first you worked well, the rat continued. You were totally on the rails, running fast and hot. Then it started to go wrong, didn't it? Just like the other ones. Don't feel bad. Wannabe novelists all over the world hit the same wall. Do you know how many half-finished novels are stuck in desk drawers? Millions. Getting sick messed me up, Drew said. Think back, think honestly. It was starting to happen even before that. Drew didn't want to think back. You lose your selective perception, the rat said. It happens to you every time, on the novels at least. It doesn't happen at once, but as the book grows, more choices need to be made and your selective perception erodes. The rat went to all fours, trotted to the edge of the desk, and sat up again like a dog begging for a treat. Writers have different habits and work at different speeds, he said, but to produce a long work, there must always come extended periods of focused narration. I've heard that before, Drew thought, almost word for word, where, at every single moment during those focused periods, the rat went on, the writer is faced with at least 7 choices of word and expression and detail. Talented ones make the right choices with almost no conscious consideration. They are pro basketball players of the mind, hitting from all over the court. Where a constant winnowing process is going on, which is the basis of what we call creative Franzen! Drew bellowed, sitting upright and sending a bolt of pain through his head. That was part of the Franzen lecture, almost word for word. The rat ignored this interruption. You are capable of that winnowing process, but only in short bursts. When you try to write a novel, the difference between a sprint and a marathon, it always breaks down. You see all the choices of expression and detail, but the winnowing begins to fail you. You don't lose the words, you lose the ability to choose the correct words. They look all right, they look all wrong. It's very sad. You're like a car with a powerful engine and a broken transmission. Drew closed his eyes tight enough to make spots flare, and then sprang them open. His orphan of the storm was still there. I can help you, the rat announced. If you want me to, that is. And you'd do this because, Drew asked. The rat cocked his head, as if unable to believe a college English teacher could be so stupid. You were going to kill me with a shovel, and why not? I'm just a lowly rat. But you took me in instead. You saved me. So as a reward you give me 3 wishes, Drew said with a smile. This was familiar ground from fairy tales he'd heard as a kid. Just one, the rat said. A very specific one. You can wish to finish your book. He lifted his tail and slapped it down on the manuscript for emphasis. But it comes with a condition. And that would be, Drew asked. Someone you care for will have to die. This was also familiar ground. This turned out to be a dream where he was replaying his argument with Lucy. He had explained that he needed to write the book, that it was very important. She had asked if it was as important as she and the kids. He had told her no, then asked if it had to be a choice. I think it is a choice, she'd said, and you just made it. This isn't actually a magic wish situation at all, he said. More of a business deal, or a Faustian bargain. It's sure not like any of the fairy tales I read as a kid. The rat scratched behind one ear, somehow keeping his balance while he did it. All the wishes in fairy tales come at a price. Then there's the monkey's paw. Remember that one? Even in a dream, Drew said, I would not trade my wife or either of my kids for an haute opera with no literary pretensions. As the words came out of his mouth, he realized that was why he had seized the idea of this Western so unquestioningly. It would never be stacked up against the next big literary novel. I would never ask you to, the rat said. Actually, I was thinking of Al Stamper, your old department head. That silence, Drew. He just looked at the rat, which looked back with those beady black eyes. The wind blew around the cabin, the sleet rattled. Pancreatic, Al had said. But he had added, there was no need for obituaries just yet. The doctors caught it relatively early. Confidence was high. Looking at him, though, Drew had felt no confidence whatsoever. Pancreatic cancer was almost always a death sentence. And if he did die, there would be mourning, of course, but he was in his 70s. Nobody would say he died young, or with his promise unfulfilled. Meanwhile, the rat was looking at him. What the hell, Drew thought. It's only a hypothetical question, and one inside a dream at that. I guess I'd take the deal and make the wish, Drew said. Dream or no dream, he felt uneasy saying it. He's dying anyway. You finish your book and Stamper dies, the rat said, as if to make sure Drew understood. Drew gave the rat a cunning sideways look. Will the book be published? I'm authorized to grant the wish if you make it, the rat said. I'm not authorized to predict the future of your literary endeavor. Were I to guess, I'd guess it will be. As I said, you are talented. Okay, Drew said. I finished the book, Al dies. Since he's going to die anyway, that seems okay to me. Only it didn't, not really. Do you think he'll live long enough to read it at least? I just told you, the rat began. Drew raised a hand. Not authorized to predict the future, right? Are we done here? There's one more thing I need. If it's my signature in blood on a contract, you can forget the whole deal. It's not all about you, mister, the rat said. I'm hungry. He jumped onto the desk's chair, and from the chair to the floor. He sped across to the kitchen table and picked up an oyster cracker that Drew must have dropped. The rat sat up, grasping the cracker in its paws, and went to work. The cracker was gone in seconds. Good talking to you, the rat said. It disappeared almost as quickly as the oyster cracker, zipping across the floor and into the dead fireplace. Goddamn, Drew said. He closed his eyes, then sprang them open. It didn't feel like a dream. He closed them again, opened them again. The third time he closed them, they stayed closed. He awoke in his bed, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Had he been here all night? That was more than likely, considering how sick he'd been. The whole previous day seemed like a dream, his conversation with the rat only the most vivid part. The wind was still blowing, and the sleet was still sleeting, but he felt better. There was no question of it. The fever was either going or entirely gone. His joints still ached, and his throat was still sore, but neither was as bad as they had been last night. He was in his boxers, the rest of his clothes heaped on the floor. He had no memory of undressing. He put them back on and went downstairs. He scrambled 4 eggs, and this time ate them all, chasing each bite with orange juice. He looked across the room at his father's desk and thought about trying to work. But after putting his dishes in the sink, he trudged up the stairs and went back to bed, where he slept until the middle of the afternoon. The storm was still pounding away when he got up the second time, but Drew didn't care. He felt almost like himself again. He wanted a sandwich, and then he wanted to go to work. Sheriff Averill was about to fool the gun thugs, and now that Drew felt rested and well, he couldn't wait to write it. Halfway down the stairs, he noticed that the toy box by the fireplace was lying on its side with the toys spilling out. Drew thought he must have kicked it over on his sleepwalk to bed the previous night. He went to it and knelt, meaning to put the toys back before starting work. He had the frisbee in one hand and the old Stretch Armstrong in the other when he froze. Lying on its side near Stacy's topless Barbie doll was a stuffed rat. Drew felt his pulse throbbing in his head as he picked it up. He squeezed the rat, and it gave a tired squeak. Just a toy, but sort of creepy, all things considered. Who gave their kid a stuffed rat to sleep with, when there was a perfectly good teddy bear in the same box? No accounting for tastes, he thought, and finished his mother's old maxim out loud, said the old maid as she kissed the cow. Maybe he'd seen the stuffed rat at the height of his fever and it had kicked off the dream. Probably. That he couldn't remember searching all the way to the bottom of the toy box didn't matter. He couldn't even remember taking off his clothes and going to bed. He piled the toys back into the box, made himself a cup of tea, and went to work. He was doubtful at first, a little scared, but after a few initial missteps, he caught hold and wrote until it was too dark to see without using the lantern. 9 pages, and he thought they were good. Damn good. It wasn't a 3-day blow. The storm actually lasted 4. Sometimes the wind and rain slackened and then cranked up again. Sometimes a tree fell, but none as close as the one that had smashed the shed. That part hadn't been a dream. He'd seen it with his own eyes. And although the tree had largely spared his Suburban, it had fallen close enough to tear off the passenger side mirror. Drew barely noticed these things. He wrote, he ate, he slept in the afternoon, he wrote again. Every now and then he had a sneezing fit, and every now and then he thought about Lucy and the kids. Mostly he didn't think about them. That was selfish, and he knew it and didn't care. He was living in Bitter River now. Every now and then he had to pause for the right word, and every now and then he had to get up and walk around the room as he tried to think of how to make a smooth transition from one scene to the next. But there was no panic, no frustration. He knew the words would come, and they did. He was hitting from all over the court. He wrote on his father's old portable typewriter now, pounding the keys until his fingers hurt. He didn't care about that either. He had carried this book, now it was carrying him. What a fine ride it was. They sat in the dank cellar with no light but the kerosene lantern the sheriff had found upstairs. Jim Averill was on one side and Andy Prescott on the other. In the lantern's reddish-orange light, the kid looked no older than 14. He certainly didn't look like the half-drunk, half-mad young tough who had blown off that girl's head. Averill thought that evil was a very strange thing. Strange and sly. It found a way in, as a rat finds its way into a house. It ate whatever you had been too stupid or lazy to put away, and when it was done it disappeared, its belly full. And what had been left behind when the murder rat left Prescott? This. A frightened boy. He said he couldn't remember what he had done, and Averill believed him. He would hang for it just the same. "What time is it?" Prescott asked. Averill consulted his pocket watch. "Going on 6, 5 minutes later than the last time you asked me." "And the stage is at 8. "Yes, when it's a mile or so out of town, one of my deputies will." Drew stopped, staring at the page in the typewriter. A bar of sun had just struck across it. He got up and went to the window. There was blue up there, and he heard something, faint but unmistakable, the sound of a chainsaw. He put on the musty jacket and went outside. The sound was still some distance away. He walked across the yard to the remains of the equipment shed. His father's bucksaw was lying beneath part of a fallen wall, and he was able to wiggle it out. It was a two-handed saw, but he'd be all right with it as long as any downed tree he came to wasn't too thick. And take it easy, he told himself, unless you want to relapse. For a moment he thought about just going back inside and resuming work. A day or two before he would have done just that. But things had changed. The book would still be there when he got back. He tossed the saw in the back of the Suburban and began rolling slowly up the road, pausing every now and then to throw fallen branches out of his way. He went almost a mile before he came to the first tree down, but it was a birch, and he made quick work of it. The chainsaw was very loud now. Each time it ceased, Drew would hear a big engine revving as his rescuer came closer, and then the saw would start up again. Drew was trying to cut his way through a much bigger tree when a Chevy 4x4, customized for woods work, came lumbering around the next bend. The driver pulled up and got out. He was a big man with an even bigger belly, dressed in green overalls and a camo coat. The chainsaw he carried looked almost like a toy in his gloved hand. Drew knew who he was at once. The resemblance was unmistakable. So was the whiff of Old Spice. "Hey there, you must be Old Bill's boy." The big man smiled. "Aye, and you must be Buzzy Larson's." "That's right." Drew hadn't known how much he needed to see another human being until this moment. He stuck out his hand. They shook over the downed tree. "Your name's Johnny, right? Johnny Colson." "Close, Jackie. Stand back and let me cut that tree for you, Mr. Larson. It'll take you all day with that bucksaw." Drew stood aside and watched as Jackie cranked up his chainsaw and zipped it through the tree. Between the two of them, they shifted the smaller half into the ditch. "How is it the rest of the way?" Drew asked, puffing a little. "Not terrible, but there's one bad washout," Jackie said, sizing up Drew's Suburban. "That might get you through. If it don't, I could tow you, although it might ding up your exhaust." "How did you know to come out here?" Your wife had my dad's number in her old address book. She talked to my ma, and ma called me. Your wife is some worried about you. Yes, I suppose she is and thinks I'm a damned fool. This time Jackie said nothing. Well, I'll tell you what, Drew said. How about you follow me back to my dad's cabin? Have you got time? Ayo got the day. I'll pack up my stuff and we can caravan back to the store. I can use the payphone there if it still works. Nah, it's okay. I called Ma from there. You probably don't know about DeWitt, do you? Only that he was sick, Drew said. Not anymore, Jackie said. Died. He hawked and spat. Gonna miss a pretty nice day by the look. Jump in your truck, Mr. Larson. Follow me half a mile up to the Patterson place. You can turn around there. Drew found the sign and picture in the window of the Big 90, both sad and amusing. Closed for funeral, the sign said. The picture was of Roy DeWitt next to a plastic backyard pool, wearing flip-flops and Bermuda shorts. He was holding a can of beer and appeared to have been caught in the middle of a dance step. Roy liked his beer, all right, Jackie Colson observed. You be okay from here, Mr. Larson? Sure, Drew said, and thank you. He held out his hand. Jackie shook it, jumped into his truck, and headed down the road. Drew mounted the porch, put a handful of change on the ledge beneath the payphone, and called home. Lucy answered. It's me, Drew said. I'm at the store and headed home. Still mad? Get here and find out for yourself. Then you sound better. I am better, he said. Can you make it tonight, she asked. Drew realized he'd brought the manuscript but left his watch at the cabin. He gauged the sun, not sure. If you get tired, don't try. Stop in a motel, we can wait another night. All right, but if you hear someone coming in around midnight, don't shoot. I won't. Did you get any work done, she asked, with hesitation in her voice. I did, and it's good, I think. No problems with the. The words? No problems, he said. At least not after that weird dream. I think this one's a keeper. I love you, Luce. The pause after he said it seemed very long. Then she sighed and said, I love you too. He didn't like the sigh, but would take the sentiment. There had been a bump in the road, but they were past it. He racked the phone and got rolling. As the day was winding down, he began seeing signs for a motor lodge. He was tempted, but decided to press on. The Suburban was running well. If he shaded the speed limit a little, he might be able to get home by 11, sleep in his own bed, and work the next morning. He came into their bedroom at just past 11:30. He'd taken his muddy shoes off downstairs and was trying to be quiet, but he heard her stir. Get in here, mister, she said. For once that word didn't sting. He was glad to be home, and even gladder to be with her. Once he was in bed, she put her arms around him, gave him a hug, then turned over and went back to sleep. As Drew was drowsing toward sleep himself, an odd thought came. What if the rat had followed him? What if it was under the bed right now? There was no rat, he thought, and slept. Wow, Brandon said the next morning. His tone was respectful. He and his sister were in the driveway waiting for the bus. What did you do to it, Dad? Stacy asked. They were looking at the Suburban, which was splattered with mud. The windshield was opaque except for the crescents cut by the wipers, and there was the missing mirror, of course. There was a storm, Drew said. Shithouse Road, Stacy said, relishing the name. Now Lucy came out. She stood looking at the Suburban with her hands on her hips. Holy crow. I'll get it washed this afternoon, Drew said. I like it that way, Brandon said. It's cool. You must have done some crazy driving, Dad. Oh, he's crazy. All right, Lucy said. You're crazy, Daddy. No doubt about that. The school bus appeared then, sparing him a comeback. Come inside, Lucy said after they'd watched the kids get on. I'll fix you some pancakes. You look like you've lost weight. As she turned away, he caught her hand. Have you heard anything about Al Stamper? I talked to his wife the day you left, she said. He was doing pretty well. You haven't talked to her since? Lucy frowned. No, why would I? No reason, he said. Dreams were dreams, and the only rat he'd seen was the stuffed one in the toy box. Just concerned about him. Call him yourself, then. Now do you want some pancakes or not? What he wanted to do was work. but pancakes first. Keep things quiet on the home front. After pancakes, he went upstairs to his little study, plugged in his laptop, and looked at the hard copy he'd done on his father's typewriter. Should he start by typing it in or just press on? He decided on the latter. Best to find out right away if the magic spell that had been over his book still held, or if it had departed when he left the cabin. It did hold. For the first 10 minutes or so, he was in the upstairs study, vaguely aware of reggae from downstairs, which meant that Lucy was in her study, crunching numbers. Then the music was gone, the walls dissolved, and moonlight was shining down on a rutted, potholed road. The stagecoach was coming. Sheriff Averill would hold his badge high and flag it down. Pretty soon he and Andy Prescott would be on board. The kid had a date in county court. And not long after, with the hangman. Drew knocked off at noon and called Al Stamper. He told himself he wasn't frightened, but he couldn't deny that his pulse had picked up. "Hey, Drew," Al said, sounding just like himself, sounding strong. "How did it go up in the wilderness?" "Pretty well. I got almost 90 pages before a storm came along." "Pierre," Al said, and with a clear distaste that warmed Drew's heart. 90 pages, really? You?" "I know, hard to believe, and another 10 this morning, but never mind that. What I really want to know is how you're doing." "Pretty damn good," Al said, "except I've got this damn rash to contend with." Drew had been sitting in one of the kitchen chairs. Now he bolted to his feet, suddenly feeling sick again. Feverish. "What?" "Oh, don't sound so concerned," Al said. "It's a new medication the doctors put me on. Supposed to have all kinds of side effects, but the only one I've got, at least so far, is the goddamn rash. All over my back and sides. My wife swore it was shingles, but I had the test and it's just a rash. Itches like hell, though." "Just a rash," Drew echoed. He wiped a hand across his mouth. "Well, that's not so bad. You take care of yourself, Al." "I will, and I want to see that book when you finish it." He paused. Notice I said when, not if. "After Lucy, you'll be first in line," Drew said and hung up. "Good news, all good news." Al sounded strong, like his old self. All fine, except for that damn rash. Drew found he could laugh at that. November was cold and snowy, but Drew Larson barely noticed. On the last day of the month, he watched, through the eyes of Sheriff Jim Averill, as Andy Prescott climbed the stairs to the gallows. Drew was curious as to how the boy would take it. As the words spilled out, he did just fine. He had grown up. The tragedy, Averill knew it, was that the kid would never grow old. One drunken night and a fit of jealousy over a dance hall girl had put paid to everything that might have been. On the 1st of December, Jim Averill turned in his badge to the circuit judge who had been in town to witness the hanging, then rode back to Bitter River. He would pack his few things and say goodbye to his deputies who had done a damn good job. On the 2nd of December, the sheriff harnessed his horse to a light buggy, threw his trunk and saddle in the back, and headed west, thinking he might try his luck in California. The gold rush was over, but he longed to see the Pacific Ocean. He was unaware of Andy Prescott's grief-stricken father, laid up behind a rock 2 miles out of town and looking down the barrel of a Sharps Big 50, the rifle which would become known as the gun that changed the history of the West. Here came a light wagon, and sitting up there on the seat was the man responsible for his grief and spoiled hopes, the man who had killed his son. Not the judge, not the jury, not the hangman. No, that man down there. If not for Jim Averill, his son would be in Mexico now. Prescott cocked the hammer. He laid the sights on the man in the wagon. He hesitated with his finger curled on the cold steel crescent of the trigger, deciding what to do in the 40 seconds before the wagon disappeared from sight. Shoot or let him go? Drew thought of adding one more sentence. He made up his mind and didn't. That would lead some readers to believe Prescott had decided to shoot, and Drew wanted to leave that unresolved. Instead, he hit the spacebar twice and typed, "The end." He looked at those 2 words for quite a long time. He looked at the pile of manuscript. It would come in at just under 300 pages. I did it. Maybe it will be published and maybe it won't. Maybe I'll do another and maybe I won't. It doesn't matter. I did it. He put his hands over his face. Lucy turned the last page 2 nights later and looked at him in a way he hadn't seen in a very long time. "Drew, it's amazing," she said. He grinned. "Really? Not just saying that because your hubby wrote it?" She shook her head violently. "No, it's wonderful. A Western. I never would have guessed. How did you get the idea?" He shrugged. "It just came to me." "Did that horrible rancher shoot Jim Averill?" she asked. "I don't know," Drew said. "Well, a publisher may want you to put that in. Then the publisher, if there ever is one, will find his want unsatisfied. And you're sure it's okay? You mean it?" "Much better than okay. Are you going to show Al?" "Yes, I'll take a copy over tomorrow." "Does he know it's a Western?" she asked. "Nope, don't even know if he likes them." "He'll like this one." She paused, then took his hand and said, "I was so pissed at you for not coming back when that storm was on the way, but I was wrong and you were right." He took his hand back, once again feeling feverish. "What did you say?" "That I was wrong and you were right. What's the trouble, Drew?" "Nothing," he said, "nothing at all." "So," Drew asked 3 days later, "what's the verdict?" They were in his old department head's study. The manuscript was on Al's desk. Drew had been nervous about Lucy's reaction, but he was even more nervous about Al's. Al was a voracious reader who had been analyzing prose his entire working life. "I think it's very good," Al said. He not only sounded like his old self, he looked like it. His color was back and he had put on a few pounds. The chemo had taken his hair, but the baseball cap he was wearing covered his newly bald head. "It's plot-driven, but the relationship between the sheriff and his young captive gives the story quite extraordinary resonance. It isn't as good as the best ones, I'd say." "I know," Drew said, though he thought it was. "I'd never claim that. But I think it ranks with other good Westerns. You had something to say, Drew, and you said it very well. The book doesn't hit the reader over the head with its themes, and I suppose most people will just read it for the strong story, but those thematic elements are there. Oh, yes." "You think people will read it?" Drew asked. "Sure." Al seemed to wave this away. "Unless your agent's a total idiot, she will sell this easily, maybe even for a fair bit of money." He eyed Drew. "Although my guess is that was secondary to you. You just wanted to do it. Am I right? For once, jump off the high board without losing your nerve." "Nailed it," Drew said. "And you, Al, you look terrific." "I feel terrific," he said. "The doctors have stopped short of calling me a medical marvel, and I'll be going back for tests every 3 weeks for the first year, but my last date with the chemo is this afternoon. All the tests are calling me cancer-free." This time Drew didn't jump, and he didn't bother asking for a repeat. He knew what his old department head had actually said, just as he knew part of him would keep hearing that other word from time to time. It was like a splinter, one lodged in his mind. Most splinters worked out without infecting. He was pretty sure this one would do that. After all, Al was fine. The deal-making rat at the cabin had been a dream, or a stuffed toy, or complete bullshit. Take your pick. From drew1981@gmail.com. To the Elise Dilden Agency. January 19th, 2019. Drew, my love, how great to hear from you. I thought you were dead, and I missed the obituary. Joking. A novel after all these years. How exciting. Send it post-haste, dear, and we'll see what can be done. Although I must warn you, the market is barely moving these days, unless it's a book about Trump and his cohorts. Ellie, from Drew1981. To the Elise Dilden Agency. February 1st, 2019. Drew, I finished last night. The book is wonderful. I hope you aren't planning to get fabulously rich from it, but I'm sure it will be published, and I feel I can get a decent advance. Perhaps more than decent. An auction is not entirely out of the question. Plus, I feel that this book could and should be a reputation maker. I believe when it's published, the reviews of Bitter River will be sweet indeed. Thank you for a wonderful visit in the Old West. Ellie, peace, you left me hanging. Did that rat of a rancher actually shoot Jim Averill? There was indeed an auction for Bitter River. It happened on March 15th, the same day the season's final storm hit New England. 3 of New York's Big 5 publishers participated, and Putnam came out the winner. The advance was $350,000. Not Dan Brown or John Grisham numbers, but enough, as Lucy said while she hugged him, to put Brandon and Stacy through college. She broke out a bottle of champagne, which she had been saving. This was at 3 o'clock, while they still felt like celebrating. They toasted the book, and the author, and the author's wife, and the amazing kids. They were fairly tipsy when the phone rang at 4. It was Kelly Fontaine, the English department's administrative assistant. She was in tears. Al and Nadine Stamper were dead. He had been scheduled for tests at Maine Medical that day. He could have put the appointment off, Kelly said, but you know Al, and Nadine was the same way. A little snow wasn't going to stop them. The accident happened on the interstate, less than a mile from the hospital. A semi skidded on the ice, sideswiping Nadine Stamper's little car and flicking it like a tiddlywink. It turned over and landed on the roof. "Oh my God," Lucy said, "both of them gone. How horrible is that? And when he was getting better." "Yes," Drew said. He felt numb. He was, wasn't he? Except, of course, he had that damn rash to contend with. He'd said so himself. "You need to sit down," Lucy said. "You're as pale as window glass." But sitting down wasn't what Drew needed, at least not first. He rushed to the kitchen sink and vomited up the champagne. As he hung there, still heaving, barely aware of Lucy rubbing his back, he thought, "Ellie says the book will be published next February. Between now and then, I'll do whatever the editor tells me and all the publicity they want. I'll play the game. I'll do it for Lucy and the kids. But there's never going to be another one." "Never," he said. "What, honey?" Lucy asked. "The pancreatic. I thought that would get him. It gets almost everybody. I never expected anything like this." He rinsed his mouth from the faucet, spat. Never. The funeral, which Drew couldn't help thinking of as the funeral, was held 4 days after the accident. Al's younger brother asked Drew if he would say a few words. Drew declined, saying he was still too shocked to be articulate. He was shocked, no doubt, but his real fear was that the words would turn treacherous. He was afraid that if he stood at the podium in front of a chapel filled with grieving relatives, what might spill from his mouth was, "The rat. It was the fucking rat, and I turned it loose." Lucy cried all through the service. Stacy cried with her, not because she knew the Stampers well, but in sympathy with her mother. Drew sat silent, with his arm around Brandon. He looked not at the 2 coffins, but at the choir loft. He was sure he would see a rat running a victory lap along the polished mahogany rail up there, but he didn't. Of course he didn't. There was no rat. As the service wound down, he realized he'd been stupid to think there might be. He knew where the rat was, and that place was miles from here. In August, a mighty hot August it was, Lucy decided to take the kids down to Rhode Island to spend a couple of weeks at the shore with her parents and her sister's family. This left Drew a quiet house where he could work through the copy-edited manuscript of Bitter River. He said he would break the work in half, taking a day in the middle to drive up to his father's cabin. He would spend the night, he said, and come back the following day to resume work. They had hired Jack Colson, young Jackie, to truck away the remains of the smashed shed. Jackie, in turn, had hired his mom to clean the cabin. Drew said he wanted to see what kind of job they'd done, and to retrieve his watch. "Sure you don't want to start a new book there?" Lucy asked, smiling. "I wouldn't mind. The last one turned out pretty well." Drew shook his head. "Nothing like that. I was thinking we ought to sell the place, hon. I'm really going up there to say goodbye." The signs on the gas pump at the Big 90 were the same. Cash only and regular only. The scrawny young woman behind the counter was also pretty much the same. The chrome stud was gone, but the nose ring was still there. And she'd gone blonde. "You again," she said. "Only you changed your ride, seems like. Didn't you have a Suburban?" Drew glanced out at the Chevy Equinox, purchased outright, standing at the single rusting pump. "The Suburban was never really the same after my last trip up here," he said. "Actually, neither was I." "Gonna be up there long?" she asked. "No, not this time. I was sorry to hear about Roy," he said. "Should have gone to the doctor. Let it be a lesson to you. Need anything else?" Drew bought some bread, some lunch meat, and a 6-pack. All the fallen trees had been trucked away from the dooryard, and the equipment shed was gone as if it had never been. Young Jackie had sodded the ground, and fresh grass was growing there. Also some cheery flowers. The warped porch steps had been repaired, and there were a couple of new chairs, just cheap stuff, but not bad looking. Inside, the cabin was neat and freshened up. The wood stove's window had been cleaned, and the stove itself gleamed. So did the windows, the dining table, and the pine plank floor. The refrigerator was once more unplugged and standing open, once more empty except for a box of baking soda. It was clear that old Bill's widow had done a bang-up job. Only on the counter by the sink were there signs of his occupancy the previous October. The Coleman lantern, the tin of fuel, a bag of cough drops, headache powder, half a bottle of cold remedy, and his wristwatch. The fireplace was scrubbed clean of ash. It had been loaded with fresh chunks of oak, so Drew supposed young Jackie had either had the chimney swept or done it himself. Very efficient, but there would be no need of a fire in this August heat. He went to the fireplace, knelt, and twisted his head to stare up into the black throat of the chimney. "Are you up there?" he called, with no self-consciousness at all. "If you're up there, come down, I want to talk to you." Nothing, of course. He told himself again there was no rat, had never been a rat, except there was. The splinter wasn't coming out. The rat was in his head. Only that wasn't completely true either, was it? There were still 2 crates flanking the clean fireplace, fresh kindling in one, toys in the other. He grabbed the crate and dumped it. At first, he didn't think the stuffed rat was there, and he felt a stab of panic, irrational but real. Then he saw it had tumbled under the hearth, nothing sticking out but its cloth-covered rump and stringy tail. What an ugly toy it was. "Thought you'd hide, did you?" he asked it. "No good, mister." He took it over to the sink and dropped it in. "Got anything to say? Any explanations? Maybe an apology? No? What about any last words? You were chatty enough before." The stuffed rat had nothing to say, so Drew doused it with fuel and set it on fire. When there was nothing left but smoking, foul-smelling slag, he turned on the water and doused the remains. There were a few paper bags under the sink. Drew used a spatula to scrape what was left into one of these. He took the bag down to the brook, tossed it in, and watched it float away. Then he sat down on the bank and looked at the day, which was windless and hot and gorgeous. When the sun began to sink, he went inside and made a couple of bologna sandwiches. They were sort of dry. He should have remembered mustard or mayo, but he had the beer to wash them down. He drank 3 cans, sitting in one of the old armchairs and reading a paperback. Drew considered a 4th beer and decided against it. He had an idea that was the one with the hangover in it, and he wanted to get an early start in the morning. He was done with this place. As he was with writing novels, there was just the one, his only child, waiting for him to finish with it, the one that had cost his friend and his friend's wife their lives. "I don't believe that," he said as he climbed the stairs. At the top, he looked down at the big main room where he had started his book and where, for a little while anyway, he had believed he would die. "Except I do. I do believe that." He undressed and went to bed. The beers sent him off to sleep quickly. Drew awoke in the middle of the night. The bedroom was gilded silver with the light of a full August moon. The rat was sitting on his chest, staring at him with those little black bulging eyes. "Hello, Drew." The rat's mouth didn't move, but the voice was coming from him. All right. Drew had been feverish and sick the last time they conversed, but he remembered that voice very well. "Get off me," Drew whispered. He wanted to strike it away, but he seemed to have no strength in his arms. Now, don't be like that. You called me and I came. Isn't that the way it works in stories like this? Now just how can I help you?" "I want to know why you did it." The rat sat up, holding his little pink paws to his furry chest. "Because you wanted me to. It was a wish, remember?" "It was a deal," Drew insisted. "Oh, you college types with your semantics." "The deal was Al," Drew insisted. "Just him, since he was going to die of pancreatic cancer anyway." "I don't remember pancreatic cancer ever being specified," said the rat. "Am I wrong about that?" "No, but I assumed." The rat did a face-washing thing with his paws, turned around twice, and then regarded Drew again. "That's how they get you with magic wishes," he said. "They're tricky, lots of fine print. All the best fairy tales make that clear. I thought we discussed that." "Okay, but Nadine Stamper was never a part of it, never a part of our arrangement." "She was never not a part of it," the rat replied, rather prissily. "It's a dream," Drew thought. "Another dream has to be. In no version of reality could a man be lectured at by a rodent." Drew thought his strength was coming back, but he made no move. Not yet. When he did, it would be sudden, and it wouldn't be to just hit the rat. He intended to catch it and squeeze it. It would writhe, it would squeal, and it would almost certainly bite, but Drew would squeeze until the rat's belly ruptured. "All right, you might have a point, but I don't understand. The book was all I wanted, and you spoiled it." "Oh, boo!" said the rat and gave his face another dry wash. Drew almost pounced then, but no, not quite yet. He had to know. "Fuck your boo-hoo. I could have killed you with that shovel, but I didn't. I could have left you out in the storm, but I didn't. I brought you in. So why would you repay me by killing two innocent people and stealing the pleasure I felt in finishing the only book I'll ever write?" The rat considered. "Well," he said at last, "if I may slightly change an old punchline, you knew I was a rat when you took me in." Drew pounced. He was very fast, but his clutching hands closed on nothing but air. The rat scurried across the floor, but before he reached the wall, he turned back to Drew, seeming to grin in the moonlight. "Besides, you didn't finish it. You never could have finished it. I did." There was a hole in the baseboard. The rat ran into it. For a moment, Drew could see his tail. Then he was gone. Drew lay looking up at the ceiling. In the morning I will tell myself this was a dream, he thought, and in the morning that was what he did. Rats did not talk, and rats did not grant wishes. Al had cheated cancer only to die in a car accident. Dreadfully ironic, but not unheard of. It was a shame his wife had died with him, but that was not unheard of either. He drove home. He entered his preternaturally quiet house. He went upstairs to his study. He opened the folder containing the copy-edited manuscript of Bitter River and prepared to go to work. Things had happened, some in the real world and some in his head, and those things could not be changed. The thing to remember was that he had survived. He would love his wife and children as best he could. He would teach the best he could. He would live the best he could. And he would gladly join the ranks of one-book writers. Really, when you thought about it, he had nothing to complain about. Really, when you thought about it, everything was all right.